A kid from the Chimu family. What brings you to my place today? The 38th year of the Hidden Leaf, the Second Great Ninja War, was raging fiercely. On the border of the Land of Fire by the lake outside the Hidden Leaf village, a simple wooden hut stood. Beside the hut was a messy vegetable patch with cabbages to... This place was outside the village walls, an unregulated suburb where Naruto would later often fish to fill his stomach. A 5 or 6-year-old boy stood at the wooden hut's door. A head of silver-white hair, spiky like a hedgehog. A mask covered his face below the nose. He tilted his head and called out toward the house. Creak. After about half a minute, the wooden door was pushed open from inside. A man emerged, about 25 or 26 years old. Like the boy, he had silver hair, but it was parted in the middle and flowing. He looked tall and imposing with a strong presence. Handsome and elegant. These 4 words perfectly described this man, provided he wasn't wearing that farmer's straw hat on his head. Oh, it's 50-50. What brings you here today? The man glanced down at the little one, then picked up a hoe nearby and went to work in the field. Uncle, my name is Kakashi. Kakashi rolled his eyes, feeling helpless. In all his life, he could count on one hand the times this uncle had gotten his name right. 50-50. That was the nickname the uncle gave him. Chimu Schwanja, 28 years old, rank, Hidden Leaf genin. He was a classmate of the 3 legendary figures of Hidden Leaf, Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru, at the Ninja Academy. He was also the younger brother of White Fang. Chimu Shomao, 5 years younger than the second strongest in Hidden Leaf. As for whether Chimu Shomao could beat the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, that was debatable. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen, though still at his peak, was nearly 50. He could no longer break through his limits. In the coming years, he would only grow weaker. Schwanja put down his hoe, picked up a cabbage and a few tomatoes from the ground, and rinsed them in a bucket of water. He took 2 rice balls from a lunchbox behind him and tossed one to Kakashi. Kakashi caught the rice ball, but his expression was grim. Uncle, now is really not the time to eat. My father recently. He quickly recounted Chimu Shuomo's strange behavior over the past few days. It started about a week ago after he returned from a mission. The usually cheerful man became increasingly silent, locking himself in his room and refusing to speak. Kakashi felt a chill and came to Schwanja for help. Schwanja frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled something. This kid, has he just entered the Ninja Academy? Calculating the timing, it seemed about right. I've told him many times not to be so stubborn, but he never learns. Schwanja put his straw hat on his head, stood up, and walked toward the Hidden Leaf gate. Kakashi quickly followed. But after a few steps, Schwanja seemed to remember something and turned back to the house. When he came out, he was holding a sword. Kakashi's throat tightened, and he swallowed hard. The unease in his heart turned into a more tangible fear. At the Chimu family gate, when Schwanja and Kakashi arrived, 5 or 6 Hidden Leaf ninja were already blocking the entrance, shouting insults at Chimu Shima. It's all because of you that the mission failed. If it had been completed normally, the battle with Suna would have been over long ago. He's a traitor to Hidden Leaf. Do you know how many brothers at the front will die because of your selfishness? Schwanja glanced at the ninjas' uniforms and raised an eyebrow. From the Sarutobi clan. Who's the leader? Kakashi whispered back, Sarutobi Shinosuke. In the last mission, he was in my father's squad. Oh, him. Schwanja laughed and stepped forward. The next second, slap. A loud slap hit Chimu Shuomo's face. The sound was like a firecracker, and everyone around was stunned. Chimu Shomao was spun around by the slap, fell to the ground, his left cheek swollen high. Xian. Schwanja. Chimu Shomao, seeing stars, took a few seconds to recognize who hit him, his voice full of disbelief. Dad. Kakashi was terrified, frozen for a moment before rushing to support his father, shouting at Schwanja, Uncle. What are you doing? I asked you to comfort my dad, not to hit him. Why don't you talk back? Schwanja stood there looking down at Chimu Shomao, his tone cold as ice. Chimu Shomao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. A bunch of trash dares to shit on the head of a cage-level ninja, and you stay silent. Are you addicted to eating shit? Schwanja threw another line. How dare you? A permanent genin who gave you the right to spout nonsense. The Sarutobi Shinosuke and his group got angry, reaching for Zan's shoulder to punch him. My father is the Hokage, who am I afraid of? Permanent genin. Hidden Leaf had 2. One was the thicky-browed taijutsu specialist, Might Due. The other was the one before them. A man with a famous brother, but still a genin nearing 30, Chimu Schwanja. Shash. In an instant, Schwanja drew his sword. Unlike his brother White Fang's usual lightning release and Kaima-style sword techniques, the moment Zan's blade left the sheath, raging flames burst from the blade. Fire release combined with sword techniques, somewhat like the Uchiha style. Boom. The violent flames wrapped around the sharp sword aura, erupting with an aura no less than White Fang's. Black flames. The flames and sword aura twisted together, nearly grazing the foreheads of Sarutobi Shinosuke and his group, shooting straight into rumble. Then the entire mountain behind Hidden Leaf exploded. The statue of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was blown to pieces. Around, black flames were still burning. Dimensional evolution system host Chimu Xuanja, sword technique Kaima style, sword technique Naruto world Hawkeye black, sword technique One Piece world evolution. Fire release ninjutsu Naruto world bloodline limit flame, release Naruto world evolution 78. 4 body flicker technique Naruto world flash step bleach world evolution 25. 9. Hong, would you like to eat something? On the commercial street of Hidden Leaf, 2 little girls about 6 or 7 years old were walking ahead, with a boy of similar age chasing after them chattering. Hong, why don't you just agree to him? A girl with shoulder-length black hair turned to another with curly hair and ruby-like eyes, speaking with a wry smile. No way. That Asuma guy always brags about how strong his dad is. I'm sick of it. Hey, look at that. Yuhi Hong stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening. A black crescent flew over the sky of Hidden Leaf, then slammed into the Hokage mountain on the back hill. Boom. The shockwave kicked up a fierce wind, almost sweeping through half the village. Yuhi Hong, Shizune Asuma, and other kids who had just entered the academy were all blown to the ground. Other ordinary villagers were even worse off. They fell over covered in dust. What happened? Is it an attack? Look at the Hokage mountain. The third Hokage statue is gone. Attack. It must be an attack. Quickly notify the Uchiha police force. The Hokage rock on the mountain was blown to pieces, the third Hokage's face completely erased. Konoha instantly erupted into chaos. The ninja war wasn't over yet, and everyone thought an enemy had invaded. Yuhi Kurenai and Shizun, both 6-year-old girls, climbed up from the ground. That had attacked just now. It must be the power of enshrank ninjutsu, right? Shizun's face turned pale, her voice trembling. No, that was swordsmanship. My dad can't even do that. Could it be Uncle Sakumo? No, he used lightning release. Yuhi Kurenai's father Yui Shinku was also a famous swordsman and jinjutsu user in Konoha. She instantly recognized that move as a sword technique. But her father could never cut to that level. Among the people she knew, only her father's good friend, the famous White Fang, had that skill. But something was off. Strange black flames were still burning on the cliff. White Fang's specialty was lightning release swordsmanship, completely different from this. Come on, let's go check it out. Yuhi Kurenai grabbed her friend's hand and ran toward the place where the sword aura erupted. Hey, wait for me. Kurenai. Asuma scrambled up from the ground and hurriedly chased after them. At this time, the Uchiha clan's compound was still in the center of the village, not yet pushed to the corner. Uchiha Fugaku, only 23 and not yet clan leader, stared blankly at the black flames still burning on the rear mountain cliff, shocked, speechless. No, it can't be. That. Could it be the immortal flame recorded in Uchiha clan history? Amaterasu. In front of the Hatake family gate, Sarutobi Shinnosuke led a group of Sarutobi clan ninjas, watching Xuanja, holding his sword, all of them so scared they collapsed to the ground. Gazing at the statue of his own father on the rear mountain, which had been blown to dust and completely vanished, Sarutobi Shinnosuke and his men swallowed hard. Is this really the eternal genin who is as famous as Might Dway? Behind him, Hatake Sakumo and his son Kakashi didn't show much surprise. The Hatake family members all knew how terrifying this younger brother uncle truly was. Still thinking of throwing your life away? Xuanja completely ignored the group of terrified men on the ground and directly turned to speak to his brother. He was just a nobody who hadn't even survived the original story, a nameless extra. Hatake Sakumo's expression changed drastically. To be honest, the endless criticism from other ninjas during this period had truly made him consider ending his life. I don't know what you did in your previous missions, but seeking death is the stupidest thing in this world. Xuanja slowly sheathed his blade, his voice calm. When a person dies, nothing is left. If you ever have that thought again, I'll beat you every time I see you. Xuanja crossed his arms in front of his chest, his tone completely unyielding. When he was a transmigrator in his previous life, Xuanja always thought Hatake Sakumo's death was regrettable. Xuanja couldn't just watch him die. Hatake Sakumo couldn't speak. To be honest, his face still stung from the slap. Dad, don't ever have that thought. Kakashi, looking like he was about to cry, tugged at Hatake Sakumo's cloak. Looking at these two family members, Hatake Sakumo's heart ached. He bit his lip and forced a smile. Don't worry, I won't. Who smashed the Hokage statue just now? Suddenly a bone-chilling shout came. The three Hatake turned to look. Dozens of figures in gray vests and animal masks appeared in an instant, using the body flicker technique, immediately surrounding the Hatake residence. Coincidentally, Yuhi Kurenai and the other kids just arrived. There were also 2 more kids of the same age, Uchiha Obito and Rin Noera. The 2 groups had met on the road. This outfit, are they Umbu or Root? Xuanja looked at the newcomers, asking with interest. The Umbu of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Root of Shimura Danzo wore similar uniforms. It was said that the patterns on masks differed slightly, but for Xuanja, a mere genin, he couldn't tell them apart. The group completely ignored Xuanza's question. In their eyes, Hatake Xuanja, the eternal genin, wasn't worthy of speaking to them. After all, in this world strength speaks. Otherwise, why would Cloud after the Third Ninja War dare to blame Konoha even after their attempt to kidnap Hyuga Hinata was exposed? Wasn't it because Cloud was stronger than Konoha at that time? They are Root, the elder brother. Hatake Sakumo answered for Schwanja. Oh, aren't these Danzo's dogs? Schwanja sneered. Shut up. You eternal genin, you have no right to speak here. A Root member shouted at Schwanja, completely unaware of the situation. Hatake Sakumo, that sword aura just now was yours, right? Come with us to the punishment department. The leader's eyes behind the mask coldly stared at Sakumo. Obviously, Root was convinced that the sword aura was Sakumo's. Not just Konoha, across the entire ninja world, there was probably no second person who could unleash such a sword aura. Although the strange black fire didn't match Sakumo's lightning release at all. But who else could it be? It couldn't be Hatake Schwanja, the eternal genin, right? The attack that destroyed the Hokage rock was done by Kakashi's dad. With his black hair styled like Naruto, Obito's eyes were wide, full of shock and admiration. So strong, such terrifying power. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened, unable to believe it. No, it can't be. Uncle Sakumo would never do such a thing. Asuma snorted coldly. Humph. Destroying the Hokage rock, the symbol of the Hokage, that crime is enough to lock him away for life. No, it's not Hatake Sakumo. At this moment, Sarutobi Shinnosuke and his men finally recovered from their shock, pointing at Schwanja and gritting their teeth said to Root. It was him. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Schwanja. Him. The Root squad leader pointed at Schwanja, as if hearing a huge joke, questioning Sarutobi Shinnosuke. His tone was like, are you kidding me? What a joke. This was the eternal genin, who was as famous as Might Due. That's right, his swordsmanship is almost on par with White Fang. And that eerie black flame, it was indeed released by him. Remembering the destructive power of that strength, Sarutobi Shinnosuke still trembled with fear. He's been hiding too deep. What exactly do you want? Obito, Rin, and the others were completely stunned. That just now wasn't from White Fang, but from that uncle who lived at the edge of the village, who usually farmed and watered vegetables. After all, in their impression, Schwanja was just a farmer. Even the Hokage's eldest son said so. Even if Root couldn't believe it, they had to accept the fact. When a person who everyone had regarded as a worthless eternal genin suddenly unleashes in strength technique, everyone's first reaction is definitely not admiration or worship, only full of wariness and hostility. Not to mention the already suspicious Sarutobi clan and Root. The next second, everyone from Root drew their weapons, and the Sarutobi ninjas who had been knocked down earlier also assumed combat stances. This is a bit too much. Obito trembled in fear. Stop talking nonsense. Take Chimu Schwanja first. The Root squad leader ordered coldly. Yuenfei Shinji heard this and added, and Chimu Schwanja, he had a major problem with his mission in Cheyenne, and he must be held accountable. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Yuenfei Shinji finished speaking, Schwanja bent over with laughter. Everyone present was confused, not knowing what he was laughing at. What the hell are you laughing at? A sudden sense of foreboding welled up, and Schwanja didn't rush to answer him. Instead, he turned back, gave a thumbs up toward Chimu Shomao, and asked, from what Kakashi told me, this fragile-hearted older brother of mine abandoned the mission to save you. Even if it is. So what? Yuenfei Zinzi's forehead broke out in cold sweat, but he still stiffened his neck and retorted. A ninja's mission, even if he saved me, I wouldn't be grateful. If he hadn't abandoned the mission, the war against Cheyenne would have been over long ago. A ninja who fails the mission is true. Do you know how much loss he caused? I did all this for my tisk, always for my. Hearing this, Schwanja was certain that this guy was definitely Yuenfei Rizen's biological son, no doubt about it. By your logic, you were the one holding back on the mission. He should be punished, so shouldn't you die as well? Schwanja grinned. What did you say? Yuenfei Zinzi's face suddenly changed. A ninja who fails the mission is trash, and one who holds back is the trash among trash. Schwanja stared at him with a smile. You trash among trash, why are you still alive? For the sake of you should kill yourself quickly and stop wasting resources here. Shut up. Angry and anxious, Yuenfei Shinji immediately began forming hand seals. Because Schwanja was absolutely right. White Fang abandoned the mission to save him, so he was trash. But he himself was not strong enough and fell into an enemy ambush, forcing White Fang to give up the mission. So what was he? A trash among trash. But why was Chimu Shuomao the one being scolded, not him? The reason behind this. Tisk, those who understand will understand. Fire release, great fireball technique. A giant fireball over 5 meters in diameter shot out from Yuenfei Zinzi's mouth, hurtling straight towards Zhuanzi's face. Among the fire release techniques aside from the Yuzhibo clan, the Yuenfei clan was the most proficient in my. So angry. Did I hit a nerve? Schwanja stood still, not moving at all, let alone dodging or even blocking, as he asked with a smile. The next second, a blur suddenly flashed beside him. A white light burst out immediately. The fireball exploded like a popped bubble, scattering into a sky full of sparks. In the blink of an eye, not even a trace remained. Everyone widened their eyes and looked. Chimushomo. Heavens. What was that just now? How did he do it? Dai Tu shouted excitedly, his face full of excitement. Shirihang's red eyes almost popped out. Too fast, I couldn't see at all. Uncle Shuomao is too strong. Chimushomo, what are you doing? The root squad leader's face was grim, his voice as cold as a knife. Don't touch my family. Chimushomo said little, but his tone was firm. He was usually soft-hearted and good-tempered, but no one could cross the line when it came to his family. Besides, after Zhuanzi's slap, just now he had sobered up a lot. What do you want? These root members, relying on Tuanzang being the second-in-command of my, swaggered around as if they owned the place. It was no exaggeration to say they were the low-rent version of the big shots in the Hokage world. When they said this, they didn't even consider the gap in strength between them. Bro, what do we do? I don't want to go to jail, I'm scared to death. Xuanja tilted his head, winked at Chimushomo, and put on a cowardly look. Chimushomo couldn't help but laugh, shook his head, and turned to the root members with a serious expression. My younger brother smashed the Hokage's stone statue. He'll pay for the damages, and he'll go explain to the Hokage. Is that acceptable? Renovating the Hokage rock was no small sum. But he was after all the second most powerful person in the village after the Hokage, and the savings he had accumulated over the years with gritted teeth, he could still afford it. He is also a criminal. Lock him up in the detention center first. Chimushomo, you are still on probation, don't think you're in the clear. The root members showed no respect at all. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to charge forward. Power really can rot people's minds. They forgot that in this world strength is the ultimate truth. I finally understand how easily power makes people arrogant. Do you lot even deserve these positions? Look how inflated you've become. Xuanja wore an expression of looking at a fool, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, grinning. Bro, I still don't want to go to jail, not even for a minute. Chimushomo looked at these stubborn root ninjas, his brow furrowed for a long time. Finally, he sighed, reached behind his back, and grasped the hilt of his blade. Chimushomo, you want to as well? Only then did the root members show a hint of guilt. Teach these big shots that fists are what matter. Xuanja turned to Chimushomo and said. Chimushomo didn't know what big shots meant, but he could roughly guess what his younger brother was trying to say. The next second, two white figures moved simultaneously. Swish. On both sides of the root squad, two figures appeared like ghosts. The two brothers sheathed their blades simultaneously, the clashing sound of steel sliding into the scabbards ringing crisp. The masks of over a dozen root members split down the middle, revealing terrified faces, each with a straight bloody line stretching from forehead to chin. Immediately after, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed in unison. What happened in that instant? Jing Yin's eyes widened. I can't see clearly. I can't keep up with their speed at all. Dai Tu's voice trembled. So many elites just taken down like that. Lin covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Asama stood frozen, as if his whole body was petrified, forgetting even to breathe. Yuanfei Shinji finally came to his senses and shouted, You actually killed. Don't worry, we used the back of the blade. They're still alive. Chimushomo said calmly. Oh, older brother, you used the back of the blade. Why didn't I think of that? On the other side, Xuanja flicked the blood off his blade, a surprised expression on his face. 11 people fell to the ground, 5 unconscious, 6 dead. The brothers' distinct styles were clearly demonstrated in this moment. Xuanja, you. Chimushomo looked at the 6 corpses opposite, his brow slightly furrowed. He'll be more careful next time. After all, it's really hard to gauge the force to crush an ant without hurting it. Xuanja curled his lips, a mischievous smile on his face. Dai Tu and the others' mouths formed an O shape. This line was just too arrogant. So what should we do with these trusted subordinates of the Hokage? Xuanja walked up slowly, speaking in a playful tone. They are the real celestial dragons of my. The Chinsho clan had suffered heavy losses in the Great War a year ago, and now existed only in name. On the Yuzhibo side, there hasn't yet emerged a new generation capable of carrying the entire clan like Gangsho. The 2 founding clans had long since fallen into decline. And with Yuanfei risen firmly seated as Hokage, the Yuanfei clan rose to prominence, their status in my directly surpassing that of the Chinsho and Yuzhibo. So Xuanja felt that the Yuanfei clan were the true celestial dragons. Please stop. Watching the 2 cage-level powerhouses approaching step by step, Yuanfei Shinji was so scared that he immediately backed down. Xuanja stopped, his smile widening, and turned to Chimushomo and said, How amusing, he can still call a halt. Shinzo, take me to see the Hokage. Hatake Shomo sighed, looking at the comrade he had abandoned his mission to save. No need for trouble. Just pass a message to your father. He'll understand my meaning once he hears it. Xianzhe raised a hand to stop him, his tone casual. Since he was 6 years old, he never wanted to see that old face of Yuanfei risen again. Hatake Xianzhe bent down and whispered a few words into Yuanfei Shinji-Zhu's ear. The next moment, Yuanfei Shinji-Zhu's face turned pale. Don't meddle in the compensation matter. They'll handle it myself. Just don't be stupid. Xianzhe glanced sidelong at his elder brother, his expression full of disdain. Hatake Shuomo's face was etched with apology. That incident, frankly speaking, was a moment of impulsive, hot-headed thinking on his part. If he had just calmed down and thought it over, how could such a foolish idea have ever crossed his mind? I'm leaving. Xianzhe turned and walked away, intending to return to his cottage outside the village. He had lived there for a full 20 years. Wait, Xianzhe. Since you're here, let's have a meal together. Hatake Shomao called out to stop him. All right. I actually have something to discuss with you. Xianzhe hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement before adding, but at my place. Half an hour later, in the Hokage's office of the administrative building. We may not mean much to you, but without us you'd be a completely different person. Yuanfei Shinji Zhu and a group of Yuanfei clan members who had previously provoked Hatake Shomao stood there, their legs trembling violently, their eyes filled with terror. Stammering, they said, Father. No, Lord Hokage Hatake Xianzhe simply told us to deliver this message to you. That blade strike had been of strength ninjutsu power, flying past them, just barely grazing their scalps. Such a horrifying sensation many ninjas might never experience in their lifetime. Without us you would be very important. Yuanfei Risen removed the pipe from his lips and murmured the latter half of the sentence. Then he stood up and gazed toward the rear mountain. There once stood his stone bust, now blasted into powder by that sword aura, leaving only an empty space. Among the 7 Hokage in history, Yuanfei Risen's strength could probably at best fight to a draw with Hitaki Kakashi. But when it came to political maneuvering, or rather the art of scheming, even his master Chinsho Feijin might not surpass him. Though Chinsho Feijin was also a master of conspiracy, he could not stoop to the same moral depths as his 2 disciples. The words Xianzhe had Yuanfei Shinji Zhu convey to Yuanfei Risen were simply that one sentence. But the meaning behind them ran deep. All right, you may leave. Oh, and Shinji Zhu, stop doing the things Danzo asked you to do. Yuanfei Risen said with hidden meaning. Yuanfei Shinji Zhu raised an eyebrow, awkwardly answered with a yes, then led his followers out of the Hokage's office. Xianzhe. Yuanfei Risen looked at his own statue beside that of his master Chinsho Feijin, the one with a large gap blasted out of it, and momentarily fell into a reverie. In the whole ninja circle of Konoha, everyone regarded Xianzhe as a permanent genin on the same level as Might Due. Hatake Xianzhe had graduated from the Ninja Academy in 1 year after enrollment, a speed that was exactly on par with the likes of Gansho-Wan and Zilla. But now in the village of Konoha, only a few of the elder generation, like Yuanfei Risen, remembered this. He recalled that year when Yuanfei Risen had just taken the seat of Hokage, the chair, not even warm yet. The great clans like Chinsho and Uchiha were utterly dissatisfied with this 3rd Hokage, their eyes fixed covetously on that position. If not for the dying wish left by Chinsho Feijin and the fact that neither clan had a cage-level figure to claim the seat at the time, the matter would not have been temporarily. Though the Hatake clan was not a large one, the clan leader of this generation had produced 2 remarkable sons. One was Hatake Shomao, the other Hatake. At that time, 11-year-old Hatake Shomao had already shown his sharp edge, practically a second Uchiha Itachi. And Xianzhe was even more astonishing than his brother, with talent that defied reason. The 2 brothers were hailed as the twin stars of the Hatake clan, evoking thoughts of the Hokage brothers Chinsho, Zhujian, and Chinsho Feijin. At the time, the entire village whispered that the 4th Hokage would almost certainly come from one of these 2. Yuanfei Risen, upon hearing these words, felt deeply unsettled. Because during the Warring States period, the Hatake and Yuanfei clans had been mortal enemies. The grandfather of the Hatake brothers had been slain by Yuanfei Risen's own father, Yuanfei Zusuk. With these 2 young men rising so prominently, Yuanfei Risen, whose Hokage seat was not yet secure, feared them more than even the Chinsho and Uchiha, in addition to his other worries. So Yuanfei Risen devised a plan. He drew the 4 early graduates to his side, making Gansho-Wan and Zilai Yi all his own. He took in Gangsho to stabilize the Chinsho clan's heart. He took in Wan for the boy's talent. As for Zilai Yi, it was purely to squeeze out Xianzhe. Because back in the academy, Xianzhe had been quite close to Gangsho. This matter made Yuanfei Risen increasingly uneasy. From then on, Xianzhe never participated in the Chunin exam again, moving directly to the outskirts of Konoha village, living a life detached from the world. But now, Yuanfei Risen stared at the deep ravine carved by the sword aura on the rear mountain and took a deep drag from his pipe. Xianzhe, you haven't neglected your training in all these years, have you? Outside Konoha, near Xianzhe's small wooden hut, Kakashi was already asleep inside. A campfire was lit by the field. The brothers Hatake Shomao and Xianzhe sat facing each other on either side of the fire, seated on 2 wooden stumps, serving as chairs. How many years has it been since you last returned to the village? I can hardly remember. The firelight flickered on Hatake Shuomo's face, and he shook his head with a... Xianzhe's memory had to go back 20 years. When he had graduated early alongside the future Sannin, just earning the title of genin. At that time Yuanfei Risen had just taken the seat of the third Hokage and personally selected Gansho-Wan and Zilai Yi as his disciples. This shocked 11-year-old Hatake Shuamao deeply. Considering the true strength of those four, if one had to be cut, how could it ever be Zilai Yi? From that day on, Xianzhe moved out of Konoha village. He adamantly refused to take the Chunin exam. He almost never accepted missions. He lived by growing vegetables and hunting. Even the land where he now lived was bought for him by Hatake Shuamao. By the time Hatake Shuamao realized it, the villagers had already started calling Xianzhe the eternal genin. What a rotten era to be stuck in. Xianzhe held a wooden skewer with roasted wild boar meat on it. Taking a bite, he grumbled sourly. It had to happen now of all times. Crossing over at this critical juncture. Crossing over. Critical juncture. Hatake Shuamao blinked in confusion. Fine, just like that celestial dragon this morning. His younger brother would occasionally spout words he couldn't understand. Having grown up together, Hatake Shuamao was long used to it. In his previous life, Xianzhe's parents had died early, and he was raised by his grandfather. Later, his grandfather also passed away. So when he crossed into this world, he had no attachments. But what irked him most was having crossed into the era of Yuanfei Risen's rule. And right at the beginning of his reign, he could have crossed into the time of Qinsho Zhujian or Qinsho Feijian, or else waited until the Konoha 12 grew up and the elders were nearly dead. That would have been acceptable. It had to be the era when those old fogies, Sarutobi Hiruzen Shimura Danzo Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, were in power. The period of their rule was the longest and most corrupt dark age in Konoha's history. Let alone anything else, when it came to screwing over their own people, no one in the entire shinobi world could match them. They were spineless toward outsiders, yet never hesitated to butcher their own. In the war last year, the Senju clan was nearly wiped out in name and substance. If it weren't for my intervention today, Hatake Sakumo, a cage-level powerhouse, would have lost his life in a couple of days. As a time traveler with a god's eye view, Xianzhe grew more furious the more he thought about it. Damn it, what the hell was Tobarama Senju thinking when he picked these useless bastards? Your strength isn't bad, but your political sense is so stupid I can't stand to watch, Xianzhe said with a look of disgust. Well, what do you mean? Hatake Sakumo blinked, completely baffled. You think those ninjas are bashing you just because you blew the mission to save Sarutobi Shinizuke? Isn't that it? Sakumo asked in confusion. Xianzhe rolled his eyes, not bothering to waste any more words on this blockhead. In a nutshell, it's because you're on the wrong side. You're not one of Hiruzen Sarutobi's people. What's more, the Hatake and Sarutobi clans have a long-standing feud dating back to the Warring States period when they fought to the death. Zuanza's grandfather, that is Sakumo's grandfather, was killed by Hiruzen's father Sarutobi Sasuke. Don't you think Hiruzen holds a grudge? Moreover, now that he's getting older, there's no stopping his decline in power. The matter of the next Hokage should be on the agenda. Before the incident, Sakumo was the most popular candidate. How could Hiruzen be happy with that? There must be someone fanning the flames behind the scenes. Xianzhe didn't know if Hiruzen had a hand in it, but that old fox Danzo was probably involved. After all, if Sakumo became the fourth Hokage, the elders would have no good days ahead. They might even face reckoning. So for them, the best outcome was to have their own loyalists or descendants inherit the position of Hokage. And thinking further, the death of a single Hatake Sakumo wouldn't really cripple Konoha right now. Hiruzen was at his peak. Although Danzo had declined later, for now, he still maintained a cage-level facade, even if his deterioration was imminent. The three Sannin on the front lines had also stepped into the Kage level. Not to mention that young Minato Namikaze was already starting to shine. With so many powerhouses, this was the strongest Konoha had ever been. Except for the era when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha joined forces. No matter how much they messed around, it didn't matter. They were the undisputed #1 village in the shinobi world. But what about the time of the 12 guardian ninja? Deaths, defections, desertions. During Orochimaru's Konoha crush planned, the once greatest hidden village had only Hiruzen Sarutobi left as a cage level. A perfectly good hand of cards had been played so poorly, all thanks to the elders. After several years, the brothers Hatake Sakumo and Xianzhe finally sat down for a proper talk. Xianzhe reminded him again to think before acting and to always consider whether there were hidden traps behind things. Sakumo then revealed the specific details of the failed Shrank mission. The target was the second Kazekage. At that time, the war between Konoha and Suna was almost over. Sakumo personally went to the front lines and killed 2 Jonin-level experts from Suna's puppet. They were Kyo's son and daughter-in-law. Suna was utterly defeated. By that point, Suna should have retreated. But Chiyo, having lost her son and daughter-in-law, went mad and was determined to continue the war. She even developed new techniques to pin down Konoha. Fearing the situation would spiral out of control, Hiruzen issued an order. He commanded Sakumo and Sarutobi Shinizuke to lead an elite squad detour through the land of rain and sneak into the land of wind. Target the second. What happened later is known to all. Shinnosuke's strength was too lacking, he was severely wounded. Sakumo had to abandon the mission to save him. To be fair, Sakumo was indeed responsible for not finishing the war with Suna. But Shuanja felt that if someone had to take the blame, it should all fall on Shinnosuke. If you weren't so weak and holding the team back, none of this mess would have happened. It's like when Jingko failed to assassinate the king of Qin, and everyone blamed Jing. But they forgot that if Qin Wuiyang hadn't chickened out at the critical moment, the outcome would have been uncertain. Hatake Shuanja Hatake Sakumo, the Hokage, summons you. The next morning, just as the sun rose above the horizon, Shuanja, as usual, put on his straw hat ready to go pull radishes from the field. Sakumo also wanted to take a rare break, rolling up his sleeves and carrying a bucket to water the crops. A squad of people in gray vests and animal masks suddenly appeared at the edge of the field, speaking coldly. Sakumo froze his movements, halting. He glanced at the newcomers, recognized that their masks were different from those of the root agents yesterday, and his heart skipped a beat. Umbu. The Hokage himself had sent people. Shuanja pretended not to hear, continuing to pull radishes. After finishing, he tossed them to the waiting Kakashi and ordered, "Take them to the river, wash them, and slice them. I want to pickle them, Uncle." Kakashi caught the 2 radishes, cold sweat pouring down his face, frantically, signaling Shuanja with his eyes. "Hatake Shuanja, are you deaf?" The Umbu squad leader, losing face, raised his voice and shouted. "When speaking to someone stronger than you, you should first gauge the gap." Shuanja turned his head unhurriedly. When his face faced the Umbu ninjas, they felt as if a massive mountain-like beast was pressing down on them, staring at them with a ferocious glare. In an instant, the faces behind the Umbu squad's masks were soaked in cold sweat. "Shuanja, don't release killing intent recklessly," Sakumo reminded him. "Habit can't hold it back for a moment." Shuanja smiled, turned, and went back inside, bringing out 2 swords. He tossed the White Fang short blade to Sakumo. "Let's go. No need to bring weapons to see the Hokage, right?" Sakumo caught the blade and followed, asking, "You're too naive. You'll die from that one day." Shuanja didn't look back. He knew exactly what was in his mind. These people had no idea how Uchiha Shisui died. The moment they stepped through Konoha's main gate, the Umbu squad that had been escorting and monitoring them vanished without a trace. Umbu members cannot be exposed to public view. To say they secretly protect the village. Tobarama Senju might have had good intentions when he created this department, but under Hiruzen Sarutobi the flavor had changed. "Dad, Uncle, I'm off to school," Kakashi greeted them. He was still a student. If Sakumo hadn't died, Kakashi would have set a record, enrolling and graduating in the same year. Now it seemed that record was out of reach. Kakashi turned and headed toward the ninja academy. Halfway there, he ran into an acquaintance and instinctively called out, "Nawaka Sensei." The young man, called out about 10 years old, turned around with a grin. "Yo, Kakashi." "Morning." Then he spotted Shuanja behind Kakashi, his eyes lighting up, and waved, shouting, "Brother-in-law. You're in the village? This is the first time I've seen you in my whole life." Nawaki, a Konoha Chunin, 18 years old, now a teacher at the ninja academy. He was also one of the few in the village who knew Zuan's true strength. "Brother-in-law." Kakashi was stunned. Nawaka-sensei's sister. Wasn't that the strongest kunoichi in Konoha? Thinking of that, a chill ran down Kakashi's spine. His uncle really had some skill. "Don't yell like that, ITLL, just attract a swarm of flies to bother me. I'm done with your sister," Xianzhi said with a look of disgust. According to the original plot, this kid was supposed to be blown to pieces at the start of the Second Great Ninja War a few years ago. Because of Xianzhi's words back then, "You're not cut out to be a ninja," Xingshu didn't go to the battlefield. He escaped death and became a teacher at the ninja academy. Gongsho, that woman, was fiercely protective of her brother. She was so furious about this that she broke up with Xianzhi. Xingshu chuckled slyly, leaning close to Xianzhi and lowering his voice. "Brother-in-law, I heard that on the Cheyenne front a young man from the Jiaoding family keeps hanging around my sister. What do you think about that? What's there to see?" Xianzhi let out a derisive laugh, strode toward the administrative building, his contempt clearly written on his face. Xingshu was left speechless, his face flushed red, unable to utter a word. "If you had ever been in love, you wouldn't be such a coward," Xianzhi said, glancing at him with a teasing tone. Xingshu's round face instantly burned red, and his voice trembled. How do you know I've never been in love?" Xianzhi's smile deepened. "Which aspect of Jiaoding Duan do you think can compare to me? Height, looks, or strength?" He paused and continued. "There's an unspoken rule for men when choosing a partner. If a new woman can't measure up to the ex, they won't even bother to pursue her unless she throws herself at them. Women are even more selective. They won't even speak to a slightly inferior man, and others' flattery only disgusts them." As he said this, Xianzhi's smile grew even more intense. "Don't you dare doubt it. Take your sister, for example. A princess who's been spoiled since childhood. I bet she hasn't initiated a single word with Jiaoding Duan in all these years." Chimu, Shumao, Kakashi, and Xingshu were all stunned. Especially Xingshu. The light in his eyes was as if he had found a life mentor. Then, brother-in-law, are there any ways to pursue a girl? Shinshu asked urgently. His expression seemed to shout, "I want to fall in love," as if he wanted to carve those words onto his forehead. Tailor your approach to the person. For the innocent and naive, broaden her horizons. For the worldly wise, seek childlike fun with her. For the budding romantic, be gentle as water. For one who has seen too many men provide a stable and peaceful life. He paused, and then added, for example, your sister's type. Cough, cough. Chimu Shamao suddenly coughed heavily, shooting a meaningful glance at his son. Watch your language, the kid is listening. Xianzhi glanced at Kakashi, who was listening intently, and thought to himself, this kid is still a bachelor in his 30s. He'll probably have cultivated immortality by the time he dies. It's fine for him to listen to this. The kids in this world are all very precocious. At 12, Dai Tu could destroy the world for love. At 6, Chunai turned into a fangirl at the sight of Zhuizhu. The list goes on and on. Ding-ling-ling. The bell of the Ninja Academy rang in the distance. Kakashi suddenly snapped back to reality. Teacher Shinshu, the warning bell is... Oh no, we're going to be late. Shinshu panicked, grabbed Kakashi, and ran toward the school. After a few steps, he turned around and shouted, brother-in-law. They'll come to you for advice after school. The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Chimu Shomao walked shoulder to shoulder with his brother again, shaking his head with a wry smile. You rascal, exactly how many women have you hooked up with? Don't talk nonsense. I just have a lot of theoretical knowledge. My practical experience is really limited, at least in this life. Xianzhi silently added in his mind. That was not false, he had indeed had a bit more experience in his past life. But now that he had awakened the system, and with my mired in the so-called dark age of righteous politics, Xianzhi poured almost all his energy into sword training. The only woman he had any interaction with was Gangzhou. Practical experience. When Shimu Shimao heard those two words, his face darkened like a soot blackened. What kind of practical experience was he referring to? But on second thought, it seemed to make sense. His younger brother had been holed up in the suburbs for 20 years. The people he usually interacted with were limited to the father and son pair, and the siblings Gangzhou and Shingshu. He could count them on his fingers. Among the opposite sex, as far as Chimu Shimao knew, there was only Gangzhou. Indeed, it was unlikely he had incurred any romantic debts. Entering the administrative building, they went upstairs and pushed open the door to the Huang's office. Lord Huang. Chimu Shimao stood straight as a ramrod, bowing to the person behind the desk. Seated behind the desk was Yuanfei, risen, a pipe in one hand and a document in the other, reading intently. Yo, Lord Huang. Xianzhi also called out, adding a title of respect, but his languid tone hinted at no respect at all. Long time no see, Shomao Xianzhi. Yuanfei, risen, put down the document and said with a genial smile. There was no trace of anger on his face over the destruction of the Huang rock. If there were anyone else present, they would surely marvel. Lord Huang's magnanimity was truly extraordinary. That air of benevolence was almost comparable to a benevolent emperor. That was Yuanfei Risen's most powerful weapon. Qinsho Feijian was also a shrewd politician, but he had to play both the good cop and the bad cop all by himself. As Huang, Yuanfei Risen only needed to play the good cop well. As for the bad cop, the scapegoat behind him took all the blame. Even Xianzhi, a transmigrator, couldn't help but marvel that Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuan Tuanzang were a perfect match. Lacking in ability, they made up for it with political scheming. One in the light, one in the shadows. In this way, Yuanfei Risen, whose strength ranked last among all Huang, still managed to earn the title of strongest Huang. Lord Huang, my younger brother, acted impulsively and destroyed the Huang rock. He'll take responsibility for this. Chimu Shuomo's first words already touched on the compensation for the Huang rock. He not only wanted to smooth things over, but also hoped to spare his younger brother from prison. Destroy the Huang rock. Chimu Shuomao frowned. If that charge was confirmed, he would face at least 8 to 10 years in prison. Don't overthink, Shuomao. Yuanfei Risen raised his hand in a calming gesture. I've explained to the villagers. The Huang rock was the work of Shine Village. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, a hint of apology appeared on his face. That boy Zenzizu doesn't think before he speaks. Don't take it to heart. A man in his 20s still. In this world, 6-year-old children dare to secretly pledge themselves to each other. On Feilu, which 80-year-old protagonist isn't running around causing destruction. Xianzhi at 28 rolled his eyes inwardly. He wouldn't believe there was no one pulling strings behind this. At that moment, the Hawkeye sword style inheritance within Xianzhi suddenly activated. His observation Haki keenly caught a presence hidden under the windowsill behind Yuanfei Richong. However, Yuanfei Richong changed his tone. Although I told the outside world that Shine did it, if we can't end the war with Shine quickly, this matter will eventually become impossible to suppress. There it was, the main point. Even Chimu Shomao, who was politically naive, caught the underlying meaning. Let alone Xianzhi. The Shine matter, you'll handle it yourselves. Yuanfei Rikhang's meaning was clear as day. He really doesn't want to suffer any loss, Xianzhi sneered inwardly. Your son held everyone back during the mission against the second Kazakage. Why don't you mention that? Chimu Shomao understood immediately and stepped forward. Lord Huoying, please authorize me and Xianzhi to go to the Wind Country front to support Gangs Ho and the others. Yuan Fei Rikhang's wrinkles spread into a broad smile, stroking his beard and nodding repeatedly. Good. That's best. Xianzhi glanced sideways at Chimu Shomao beside him. Brother, how about I go alone? You're so fragile-hearted. If you get broken again this time, I'm afraid you'll think about cutting your throat again. Sakumo Hatake felt a bit embarrassed. No. Last time I was just being stubborn. Slit your throat. Sarutobi Nishi sprang up from his chair, his face full of shock. Xianzhi, if not a time traveler, would have almost believed that acting. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I'm fine now. Sakumo Hatake bowed, clearly not wanting to dwell on it. This mission will go with Xianzhi. As long as we can end the war with Sunagakure, the Second Shinobi World War will basically be over. Sarutobi Nishi sat down again, looking relieved. You are the pillar of Konoha. You must not do anything foolish again. That's right, big brother. Who knows, maybe one day you'll be Hokage. Then he'll bask in your glory and strut around the village. How awesome would that be? Xianzhi laughed and patted Sakumo Hatake on the shoulder. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his face dark. I haven't even kicked the bucket yet, and you're already thinking about the next Hokage. But fortunately, he still had his strength, so he could keep things under control for now. Moreover, the earlier failed mission against the second Kazekage had spread like wildfire through the village. The once glorious reputation of Konoha's White Fang was now stained with indelible filth. Want to be the fourth Hokage? No way. By the way, Lord Hokage, for this frontline mission, let Shinosuke lead the Sarutobi squad and come with us. Xianzhi suddenly turned around smiling. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, and Sakumo Hatake was also surprised. Xianzhi spread his hands, his tone matter-of-fact. Isn't it obvious? Last time my brother went on a mission with Shinosuke and the others, and it ended badly. This time they need to make up for it. We can't be the ones fighting on the front lines while they sit back comfortably and reap the benefits, can we? The words reap the benefits stabbed like a knife. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. After a long silence, he forced a smile and nodded. Of course, I was already planning to have them go with you. I didn't expect you to bring it up first. As if I believe that. Xianzhi sneered inwardly. The Second Shinobi World War had reached this point, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, hadn't even set foot on the front lines. Not just him. The four old men of the Council of Elders were all huddled in the rear, pulling strings. But it was understandable. These days, Konoha's geniuses came one after another, and there were plenty of strong ninjas. If you can send others to their deaths, why risk your own life? Oh, by the way, Lord Hokage, it seems there are rats in your office. Just before leaving, Xianzhi suddenly remarked. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sakumo Hatake were both stunned. Xianzhi chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. But don't worry too much. Rats are creatures that can't stand the light. They can only scurry around in their holes their whole lives. The door slammed shut, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office. After about half a minute, he slowly spoke. That kid Xianzhi is not only skilled with a blade, but also has sharp senses. As he spoke, his eyes flickered slightly toward the eaves by the window, and he lowered his voice. Even you hiding over there were discovered by him, Danzo. A dark figure flipped in from outside the windowsill. It was Danzo, the leader of Root. But he was completely different from the Danzo in Xianzhi's memory, who leaned on a cane and was wrapped from head to toe. At this moment, Danzo wore the gray vest of the Root uniform with a ninja sword on his back. Standard Umbu attire. He hadn't yet transplanted Hashirama's cells, and his arms weren't covered in Sharingan. He still looked normal. Not like the later version, neither human nor ghost. However, Shimura Danzo, the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, still barely retained cage-level power. That was the most crucial point. Though this state probably wouldn't last more than 2 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so desperate as to turn himself into that monstrous form later. That kid. Danzo's expression revealed nothing but his clenched fists, and the faint bulging veins on his forehead showed that his anger was barely contained. Comparing him to a rat. Damn brat. Calm down, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had known his old friend since childhood, saw through his anger and comforted him. Where there is light, there is shadow. You willingly hide in the shadows to protect the village for Konoha's sake. You are a true hero. After these soothing words, Danzo's anger subsided considerably. He recalled another matter, a wrinkled smile similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen's spreading across his face, tinged with coldness. But rest assured, although Sakumo Hatake didn't die, he won't be sitting in the Hokage seat either. Danzo spread his hands, a look of scheming satisfaction on his face. Because of him, the war with Sunagakure was lost. This news has spread throughout the entire shinobi world. He has lost the people's support. Shinosuke's actions. You must have instigated him behind the scenes, didn't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and relit his already extinguished pipe. Isn't this exactly what you wanted, Hiruzen? Would you rather watch Sakumo Hatake succeed you instead of your own son or someone else? Danzo countered. The two brothers Sakumo Hatake and Shinja had just left the administrative building and were walking toward the village gate. Along the way, ninjas in vests were all whispering, "See that? That's White Fang. If he hadn't screwed up the mission, the war with Sunigakure would have been over long ago. Of the traitor of Konoha. Why doesn't the Hokage lock him up?" Every word was spoken in a hushed tone, yet the volume was just right, deliberately meant to be overheard. Shinja followed his brother into a dango shop and sat down laughing. "Big brother, this world is really something. You fought tooth and nail for Konoha for years, piling up mountains of achievements, yet, because of one failure that wasn't even your fault, they label you a traitor for all eternity." All his past achievements seemed to have been wiped clean by this one incident. Shinja looked at these ingrates and thought of the four old men controlling Konoha. He suddenly understood a bit why Orochimaru later planned the Konoha crush. If things continued like this, Konoha would eventually be ruined by them. The Senju clan's compound was a desolate sight. The clan emblem on the wall was still conspicuous, but the number of people living in this area had dwindled to less than 10%. Last year, the so-called mistake by the intelligence division directly sent a large portion of the Senju ninjas to their graves. The remaining elderly women and children couldn't even fill up this vast compound. The village's upper echelons made their intentions clear. Soon they would force the Senju to hand over the land and scatter these remnants to live in various corners of the village. Once separated, the Senju would be finished. But for now, that woman Tsunade was still in the village as a cage-level combatant, and Hashirama's grandson Nawaki was alive and well. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group wanted to move against the Senju, they had to show restraint on the surface. Face-saving measures were still necessary. Brother-in-law, there were some unpleasant rumors at school today. In the living room of the Senju clan, head Nawaki poured a cup of sake for Shinja, his expression clearly troubled. He was in no mood to ask about tips for chasing. The things he heard at school were similar to what Shinja and Sakumo Hatake had encountered on the street during the day. All nonsense like, White Fang's mission failure is why the war isn't over. White Fang is a traitor to Konoha. A useless loser who can't even complete. This is too much. Lord Sakumo has made so many contributions to the village. Just because one mission went wrong, they trample him into the ground. Nawaki was so angry that his hand shook as he lifted his cup. Shinja didn't reach for his chopsticks right away. He took a sip of sake and smiled. This is reality. Moving your lips carries no responsibility, especially when a group does it together. The law can't punish everyone. Elder sister used to tell me how wonderful it was when Grandpa Hashirama and Grandpa Tobarama were Hokage, but I really can't feel it anymore. Shungshu's lips were dry, and he downed a cup of white liquor directly, letting out a bitter laugh. To be honest, I feel like running away. Run away, eh? Shinja looked up at him. Shinja laughed upon hearing this. Who would be crazy enough to defect? Shungshu looked confused. Shinja retorted, "After two great ninja wars, did you ever see the land of fire strike first? Every time other countries attacked us, Konoha never initiated a fight. Don't you find that curious?" Shungshu scratched his head and finally blurted out after a long pause, "Because the Hokage loves peace." Slap. Shinja whacked him on the forehead with his chopsticks, his face full of disdain. "Nonsense. It's because the land of fire occupies the fattest land on the entire continent. There's no need to take from others. The territories of the 5 great nations. The land of water is just a broken island separated from the mainland by the sea. Even trade is difficult. The land of lightning is so high in altitude that people with weak constitutions get sick just going there. The land of earth has plenty of minerals, but too many mountains, nowhere to farm. As for the land of wind, don't even mention it. After 3 great ninja wars, no one ever bothered to attack it. That place is so rotten it doesn't even have value for invasion. Only the land of fire enjoys spring all year round, has everything one could want, and endless fertile fields. So every time war breaks out, all other countries fix their eyes on Konoha. There's no second place like Konoha in the entire ninja world. Everyone wants to get in, yet you want to run away. Are you out of your mind?" Shinja said cheerfully. Shungshu, clutching his forehead from the hit, wore an expression of understanding. But even if the land was good, having a useless leader was. No matter how thick Konoha's foundation was, it couldn't withstand their reckless mismanagement. The Senju clan was already the first victim. Which clan would be next? Just wait. In a few days, I'll give you a surprise. Shinja raised his sake bowl and clinked it with Shungshu. The next morning, at the main gate of Konoha. "Good morning, everyone." Same formation as last time, right? Shinja had spent the night in Shungshu's place. When he arrived leisurely, his elder brother and the squad led by Sarutobi Shinizuke were already standing in neat rows. To his slight surprise, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Bawako Sarutobi, the couple, had come to see them off. Beside them stood their youngest son, Asuma Sarutobi. To be honest, without that thick beard, Shinja almost didn't recognize him. Kakashi had also come to see off his father and the uncle who never called him by name. Also standing nearby were Rin Nohara, Obito, Uchiha Kurenai Yuhi, and others who would later become teachers of the future 12 Guardian Ninja. But right now they were only 5 or 6 years old, just a bunch of little brats. Shinja, I feel much more at ease now that you're coming, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile when he saw Shinja. He also took the opportunity to gain some goodwill from the little ones like Rin Noara and Kurenai Yuhi, who were just starting out. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, Ichimu Shinja will never be like my worthless brother. Shinja thumped his chest loudly, his face full of an expression that said, I will serve Konoha to the death. Even if I have to watch my comrades die right before my eyes during a mission, I will never lift a hand to save them. Completing the mission is always the top priority. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present froze. After a long while they finally snapped out of it. Obito, not yet corrupted, was the first to jump up, pointing at Shinja's nose and shouting, Uncle. That's too much. Comrades are more important than anything. How can you abandon your comrades for a mission? Looking at the future villain who would turn the entire ninja world upside down, now acting like a hot-blooded kid, Shinja couldn't help but grin. Run to, you're too naive. A ninja lives for the mission. Sacrificing a few comrades to complete the mission. What's the big deal? Don't you think so, Shinosuke-kun? Lord Hokage. Shinja turned his head and looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke and Hiruzen Sarutobi. My name is Obito. Uchiha Obito. Not Runto. Obito stomped his feet in anger. Beside him, Kakashi looked at him with deep sympathy. This fool still didn't know that once his uncle gave someone a nickname, it would never change. Just like his own 50-50. But 50-50 sounded a bit better than Runto maybe. As for the father and son, Shinja had called out, their faces were stiff. How were they supposed to respond? If they said Shinja was wrong, then they themselves would be slapping their own faces for having cursed Chimu Shumao so harshly before. A ninja should prioritize the mission. Even if it means sacrificing comrades, the mission must be completed. Excellent. Truly the son of the Hokage. A ninja should prioritize the mission. Even if it means sacrificing comrades, the mission must be completed. Excellent. Truly the son of the Hokage. Shinja laughed loudly and slapped Sarutobi Shinosuke on the shoulder, his expression as if he had found a long-lost brother. Sarutobi Shinosuke and the few Sarutobi clan ninjas behind him were all dumbfounded. When had they become so close? Wasn't it just 2 days ago that this madman almost sliced them with a sword? Chimu Shumao and Kakashi silently swallowed their saliva. Anyone who knew Shinja understood that when he showed that smile, nothing good was coming. When Shinja wore that expression, someone was about to be in trouble. Lord Hokage, you agree with me, don't you? He turned his head with a smirk, his gaze landing on Hiruzen. Well, it depends on the situation. As long as it's for the village, it's fine. Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed inwardly, calling him a little fox for digging it. He could only gloss over it with vague words. He couldn't afford to let his benevolent old man image crumble. He absolutely could not say something like abandoning comrades for the mission is acceptable. Abandoning comrades to complete a mission is wrong. Obito was still muttering under his breath. Little girl, do you like this kid of ours? Shinja suddenly noticed Rin Noara behind Obito and asked with a smile. Rin Noara never expected Shinja to suddenly speak to her. And about such an embarrassing topic. Her little face instantly turned red. What nonsense. Rin would never like this annoying brat. Before Rin Noara could speak, Obito exploded, jumping up and shouting. I advise you not to like him. Girls your age are easily attracted to show-off little brats like him, but these men are the most unreliable. Shinja grinned wickedly, his mind unconsciously linking Obito with the future Sasuke. And when it comes to looks, he's not even as handsome as me without his Who would have thought that the ordinary girl next door, Rin Nohara, with only a cute face and average talent, would one day become the butterfly that stirred the storm of the Shinja's words were just a reminder for her. After all, she was pretty unlucky too. Obito. Shinja admitted he didn't have that much sympathy left for men. He's really handsome. The little girl beside Rin Nohara, Kurenai Yuhi, stared at Shinja's chiseled face and flowing white hair, completely different from the spiky white hair of Chimu Shumao and Kakashi. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled, and she cupped her face in her hands. He was exactly her type. The future big-bearded man instantly became alert, glaring at Shinja with hostility. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled, and she cupped her face in her hands. He was exactly her type. The future big-bearded man instantly became Shwanja Shumao, you should set off now. The comrades from Konoha on the front lines are still waiting for your support. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, reminding if Shwanja kept rambling like this, he had a bad feeling. Best to send this troublemaker away quickly. Watching the two white-haired men with their sons fade into the distance alongside the Sarutobi team, Sarutobi Buwako furrowed her brow, turned to her husband, and lowered her voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought his wife was too sensitive. Now the Hatake clan was like the Senju, both just empty shells. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought his wife was too sensitive. Now the Hatake clan was like the Senju, both just empty shells. The Hatake clan wasn't even a major family during the Warring States period. After the first Great Ninja War and now this ongoing conflict, only 3 members remained in the clan: Hatake Shuanja, Hatake Shimao, and Hatake Kakashi. Although 2 of them were cage-level fighters, Konoha had plenty of talent. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he could keep them in check. Obito, have you ever seen Kakashi without? Hearing Shuanja mention it earlier, Noira Rin was also curious. While Kakashi wasn't paying attention, she lowered her voice and asked Obito. No. If he were good-looking, why would he hide his face? He must be ugly. Obito seized any chance to badmouth his rival in front of his crush, insulting Kakashi without hesitation. You are the ugly one, Runto. Kakashi shot back unexpectedly. Who's Runto? You jerk. Obito exploded on the spot, immediately rolling on the ground with Kakashi in a scuffle. But that Mr. Shuanja is quite charming. Yui Kurenai recalled his chiseled features, her tone carrying a maturity beyond her years. Kurenai, that guy is no good. Don't forget he smashed the Hokage rock, and he's the kind of person who'd abandon comrades for a mission. Asuma, much like Obito, was doing his best to badmouth the rival in the background. Doesn't your brother do the same? Yui Kurenai looked down on his double stand. Her father Yui Shinku was an old friend of Hatake Shomao, so she knew all about the Hatake family. How could it be that when your brother did it, it was right, but when Shuanja did it, it was wrong? What a Hokage's son. Unapproachable, unapproachable. Asuma was left speechless, like head swallowed a fly. Classmates, the bell is about to ring. Hurry back, a voice called out from behind. The little brats turned around, bowed, and greeted Teacher Nawaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen relit his pipe and said with a smile, "Thank you for nurturing the next generation, Nawaki." Though this kid was the grandson of the god of shinobi, he hadn't inherited wood release, which Hiruzen didn't mind at all. Not to mention his skills were far inferior to his sister Tsunade's. Lord Hokage flatters me. Konoha was built by my grandfather, so I naturally have to put in more effort. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Nawaki stressed the words, my grandfather's village, unusually hard. The Sarutobi couple stood there watching Nawaki lead a group of 6-year-old brats away. Iwako spoke first. He still remembers what happened to the Senju clan a year ago. Something went wrong on the front lines. The intelligence division made a mistake, and the Senju main force walked straight into an enemy trap, with over 90% of their ninjas killed. Tsunade and Nawaki's parents also died in that battle. Back then, Shuanja was farming outside the village. When he heard the news, he casually remarked, for the intelligence division to make such a rookie mistake, isn't that basically intentional? Coincidentally, the one in charge of the intelligence division was the Shimura clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt bitter inside, but he still held his ground. Forget it. The Senju can't cause any trouble anyway. He figured letting the kid have a few words was harmless as long as the real power stayed in his hands. Nawaki, back to the Hokage couple, led the little brats toward the ninja academy. No one noticed a cold expression suddenly appear on his face, identical to the future Sasuke. He thought to himself, brother-in-law, is this what you want to do? Combining the words from last night with Zuanzi's earlier comment, Nawaki had roughly figured out Zuanzi's intention. The war between the land of fire and the land of wind was fought on the border of the land of rivers and the land of wind. The land of rivers was a tributary of the land of fire, a small merchant nation without a hidden village sandwiched between. The war between the land of fire and the land of wind was fought on the border of the land of rivers and the land of wind. The land of rivers was a tributary of the land of fire, a small merchant nation without a hidden village sandwiched between the two great powers. As soon as the war started, they were the ones who suffered. Just as Pain later said, the peace of great nations is built on the backs of small ones. At this point, the war between Konoha and Tsunade had entered its second phase. On Tsunade's side, the old woman Shio, leader of the puppet corps, was constantly inventing new ones. On Konoha's side, the world's foremost medical ninja Tsunade was neutralizing the poisons wave after wave. It was like a turn-based game. One side made a move, the other responded. After 3 days and 2 nights, the two Hatake and the Sarutobi team finally arrived at the front lines. Reinforcements. At the entrance of the Konoha camp, a Byakugan-wielding Hyuga guard verified each person one by one. When he saw Hatake Shimao, there was clear resentment in his eyes. If the previous mission had succeeded, the war would have been over already. But the Hyuga clansmen at least didn't shout curses at Shimao like the commoners in the village. Shuanja walked over, patted the guard on the shoulder, and said with a look of amusement, as expected of a major clan much smarter than those commoners. The two Hyuga guards stood frozen, exchanging glances. Hey, that guy looks a bit like the White Fang. Who is he? The door to the operating room gently closed, and the air inside was thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant and blood. The blonde woman withdrew her hands from the wounded man's abdomen, her well-proportioned figure barely concealed by her vest rising and falling slightly. The green glow in her palms gradually faded. She shook her wrists and dipped her hands into a basin of water. The water instantly turned black. The poison is cleansed. Tsunade pulled down her mask, revealing a delicate face. Though she was nearly 30, she looked like a girl in her early 20s. Her tone was flat, as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Lady Tsunade is incredible. That old hag Kyo's poison is child's play before you. The medical ninjas around her flattered her, their eyes shining. Tsunade remained expressionless, her green eyes actually cold. She stayed purely out of a doctor's duty, unable to bear seeing patients die before her eyes. If not for that, after the Senju incident, she would have long stopped working. Tsunade, wipe your sweat. A hand reached out from the side, holding a towel. Tsunade glanced sideways, and saw Kato Dawn's perpetually smiling face. In the past few years on the battlefield, this guy had been sticking to her like a burr. Tsunade sighed inwardly, sometimes envying that genin who still hold up, and never. No need. She raised her hand, and pushed the towel away, her voice neither warm nor cold. Kato Dan wasn't offended, and followed her eagerly. He thought that if he worked hard enough, he could eventually win her over. Just as they left the operating room, a chunin ran over. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence at a meeting. Tsunade frowned, her voice tinged with impatience. I said I want go to the front lines. Doesn't he know? Ever since the Senju disaster, she only handled medical treatment in the rear, never engaging in direct combat. Orochimaru knew this well, and had never called her before. The chunin shrank back and lowered his voice. Lord Orochimaru said. He prepared a surprise. Tsunade stared at him for 2 seconds, and the man was too scared to even breathe. As Gangsho stepped into the tent, her words were cut off, as something soft pressed against her lips. Her mind exploded in a daze, and she couldn't even see who this audacious person was. That familiar taste surged through her body from her tongue, and then her chest was roughly squeezed. Gangsho shuddered, lifted her foot, and stomped hard on the other's instep, shouting furiously, It's you. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Don't you see where this is? Besides, we broke up long ago, okay? Shinja's foot took a heavy stomp, but he showed no pain. Instead, he smacked his lips as if savoring, and looked at his ex-girlfriend with a satisfied expression. Seems you haven't been sneaking food these past few years. The places that should be big haven't shrunk, the curves that should be perky haven't sagged. As the man who personally developed Gangsho from a flat body into a devilish curve, Shinja dared to vouch that no one understood this woman's physique better than he did. Especially when she just came of age, there were new tricks every day, like inflating a balloon. TSK Tisp, an old hand. Go to hell. Gangsho punched over. But if someone looked closely, they would notice a smile she couldn't suppress hiding in the corners of her eyes. Can you stop messing around? As Shinja tilted his head to dodge Gangsho's fist, a leisurely voice came from behind. Does she want? He glanced at Gangsho and teased, so? How is it? This surprise is good enough, right? Surprise? Scared me to death. Gangsho replied grumpily. But even as she said that, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful curve. In the tent, the fathers of the future 12 little strong, Chimu Shimao Rishiong, Rizu Rishiong Richa, and Naoyang Lugio, were all dumbfounded. After the great disaster that befell the Chinsho clan last year, this was the first time they saw a smile on Gangsho's face. Weren't they broken up long ago? Chimu Shimao muttered to himself, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Outside the tent, Jia Tungduan had watched the whole scene from start to finish, his eyes wide as saucers frozen in place. The towel in his hand had fallen to the ground at some point. At that moment, he only wanted to sing a song. I should be under the car, not in the car, watching how sweet you are. All right, whatever you two are up to, save it, until after we handle the business. Dashiwan's smile instantly vanished, his expression turning cold again as his gaze fell on the battle map on the table. How did you end up here? While everyone was focused on the battle analysis, Gangsho quietly elbowed Shinju in the side and asked in a low voice. She knew this guy's background well. Since graduating from the ninja school at age 6, he had never taken a single real mission. He lived self-sufficiently by farming and hunting outside the village. Going to the battlefield was not something he would do. My fragile-hearted big brother ran into some trouble. I can't just watch him go to his death, can I? Hearing Shinja mention the matter of White Fang, she also recalled the recent rumors and curled her lips disdainfully. Kill the donkey after it finishes grind. Hearing Shinja mention the matter of White Fang, she also recalled the recent rumors and curled her lips disdainfully. Kill the donkey after it finishes grinding. An old trick. Of course, the main reason is to come see you to check if you've been doing anything behind my back. Shinja lowered his voice with a mischievous grin and quietly slipped his hand behind Gangsho's waist, pinching a soft spot. Are you asking for death? Don't you see where this is? Gangsho hadn't been touched like this in so long that she flinched violently, almost yelling out. She gritted her teeth and glared at him in a low voice. If someone saw this, where would her pride as the princess Gangsho go? Relax, I've been watching. No, Shinja's smile grew even more wicked. Gangsho stomped hard on his foot again and snorted, Don't forget I broke up with you long ago. Even if I did something, it's none of your business. Then tonight I'll go to your place and take a look to find out. Shinja suddenly dropped the shocking remark. Even if I did something, it's none of your business. This time Gang Sho really couldn't hold back and shouted out, though she had been stripped by him plenty of times before. This shout startled the jounin in the tent, who were intently listening to Da Shiwan's battle explanation, nearly making them jump. Even Da Shiwan couldn't help but frown, his tone tinged with helplessness. Xianzhiko and Gang Sho, do you have any objections? Every time these two got together, it was bound to be chaos. It had been like that since childhood. Gang Sho awkwardly turned her head away, putting on an "it's not my fault." Xianzhou, on the other hand, was quite calm and said with a smile, well, I actually didn't hear clearly just now. Could you please repeat it? To be honest, if he didn't know Xianzhou's abilities, Da Shiwan would really want to swallow the person who said that into his stomach. This was also why Rixiang Rizu and Naoyang Lujio looked so shocked. Da Shiwan, one of the three ninja, was being so polite to a genin. Chimu Shoumao quickly stepped in to smooth things over, taking over the conversation. Currently, the frontline commander is Qian Dai. She commands an entire puppet army, and her brother Hai Laozong is also by her side. Having said that, Shoumao paused and added, these people are completely desperate, fighting to the death without end. Isn't it because Shumei-osen personally killed her son and daughter-in-law that Qian Dai swore she wouldn't rest until she took your head, oi? Da Shiwan interjected. Then he added, and there's the one-tail Jinchuriki Fanfu. That guy is no pushover either. Fanfu. As soon as Xianzhou heard the name, his mind immediately flashed to the old man living in He's memories in the original story. That second Kazekage shaman developed the magnet release based on this. Da Shiwan said, licking his lips with a hoarse voice. Wouldn't be bad to catch him. That second Kazekage shaman developed the magnet release based on this. Da Shiwan said, licking his lips with a hoarse voice. Wouldn't be bad to catch him for research. Xianzhou felt a churn in his stomach. Was this guy already developing into a pervert? Actually, the second Kazekage shaman wants to end the war, but he can't resist Qian Dai's insistence on fighting, so he stays in the rear to command. Da Shiwan pointed a finger toward the direction of Sunagakure in the Wind Country. Even at cage-level speed, it would take at least 2 days and 2 nights to get there. So you mean as long as we kill either Qian Dai or the second Kazekage, this war can end? Xianzhou turned to look at Da Shiwan. That's right. Da Shiwan nodded, then smirked sinisterly. Which one do you want to take, Xianzhou-kun? Let's start with Qian Dai. Since she's on the front lines, it's easier to strike. With Shumei-osen and you as backup, I really can't think of a reason to lose. Da Shiwan smiled easily, but the expressions of the others present grew increasingly strange. Chimu Shoumao was known as the White Fang of Konoha, so everyone understood his strength. But Chimu Xianzhou, wasn't he called the Eternal Genin along with Maite Dai? Did Da Shiwan actually count him in? But Da Shiwan guessed wrong. Xianzhou's real target was not someone from Sunagakure. It was someone from Konoha. A certain son of a Hokage who hadn't lived to see the start of the original story. This life was originally given by my brother. Now that he repays kindness with enmity, taking it back shouldn't be a problem, right? The wind and sand filled the sky, and the ground underfoot was barren rock. On the border of the Wind Country, Xianzhou and the frontline commander Da Shiwan stood on a desolate rock peak. This is merely the border. If we venture further inward, the environment will only grow harsher. It is said that over 90% of this nation's land is nothing but useless sand. Xuanzhou muttered to himself, every time I see the desolate lands of other countries, I truly appreciate how good the land of fire is. Orochimaru turned to look at him, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the land of fire occupies the most fertile territory in the entire shinobi world, a legacy we owe to the first Hokage's foundation. Xuanzhou chuckled. But now the people of Konoha only know the third as the strongest Hokage. Who still remembers the first, who ended the era of chaos and founded Konoha? Orochimaru didn't respond, merely offering a faint smile. In his idle moments, he had flipped through the Ninja Academy textbooks, and the references to Hashirama Senju were barely more than a passing mention. For Tobarama Senju, a few more achievements were recorded due to his mentor's connection. Yet the vast majority of the book was devoted to extolling the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru nearly laughed out loud at the time. Still, for the masses beneath, this propaganda worked quite effectively. At some point, their teacher Hiruzen had been elevated to the title of strongest Hokage. Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju were nearly forgotten, let alone Madara Uchiha. By the way, Zuan's Hekken is the wound on your neck, alright. Orochimaru stared at the bite mark on Zuan's neck, his tone laced with teasing. Needless to say, he knew exactly who had done it. Last night, he had made a joke something like "still my shape," and Tsunade had gone berserk, biting him several times. She even drew blood. Here they come. Below, Hayashi Hyuga suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. On the battlefield of yellow sand, veins bulged on both sides of Hayashi's eyes as he activated the pinnacle vision of the Byakugan. The next second, the entire ground began to tremble violently. Almost the moment his words fell, the desert beneath the Konoha army seemed to come alive. Within 10 breaths, a towering wave of sandstorm over 20 meters high slammed toward them like a crazed beast. Xuanja narrowed his eyes. His abilities were indeed identical to Gaara's. The most troublesome part of this battle is that Bunpoku. Orochimaru turned to gaze at the approaching wall of sand, his face completely devoid of panic. Xuanja, standing beside him, was equally unnervingly calm. On Konoha's side, only the two of them could maintain such expressions. Xuanja knew in his heart that someone on Gaara's level would only be a supporting character in the later stages. But the problem was that his sand manipulation had an absurdly vast area of coverage. With a single move, anyone below Chunin would be taken out. This was why no one had dared to set foot in the land of wind for so many years. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand, and a single technique could clear the field. Who could withstand that? Orochimaru had fought against Sunagakure for years and knew exactly how to counter this move. He clasped his index fingers together, about to form hand seals for an earth-style defensive wall. Let me handle it. Xuanja reached out to stop him, stepped forward, and lightly rested his right hand on the hilt of his blade. Oh! Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. The apathetic Zwanzhaken actually volunteering for a task. He lowered his already clasped hands. The Konoha ninja below, who had been preparing to perform the technique alongside Orochimaru, looked up. When they saw he hadn't, they happened to catch sight of Xuanja placing his hand on the sword hilt. Since we're here, if I don't do anything, wouldn't this trip be a waste? Xuanja leisurely drew the iron blade from his waist. Compared to his brother's White Fang, this was nothing more than an ordinary piece of mortal steel. However, the forging standards of the Naruto world were at least on par with those of the One Piece world. Orochimaru's Kusanagi was the pinnacle. Zuanz's blade, though inferior, was not entirely disgraceful. Zuanz's words trailed off as the blade was already a third of the way out. The moment the last syllable fell, he abruptly pulled the remaining blade completely free. The Konoha ninja nearby, including Orochimaru, had only one thought in their minds. A black blade. Boom. A sword beam, dark red verging on black, shot into the sky nearly as tall as the sandstorm wave. With a terrifying power that crushed everything in its path, it roared forward and savagely tore the wall of sand to shreds. The sea of sand was split open. The deep crimson blade energy detonated halfway like a raging beast biting through the obstruction ahead. In that instant, after a stalemate of less than 2 seconds, the torrent of quicksand was cleaved in two, leaving a terrifyingly wide chasm that stretched for hundreds of meters to the edge of the sand sea. As the sand collapsed on both sides, a middle-aged monk in his 50s changed expression drastically. He had never expected that his desert avalanche launched from such a distance would be broken. Though he lacked the Byakugan or a telescope, the chakra signature sensed through observation haki was of a magnitude that only a Jinchuriki possessed. A name instantly surfaced in Zuanz's mind. Bunpoku, the one who had inherited the power of the One Tail. With a sharp clap, Bunpoku pressed his palms together again. A three-turtle miniature Shikaku emerged from the sand, arms wide open, standing firmly in front of him. The ultimate defense, Shikaku's shield. The blade energy that had split the quicksand then collided with this shield, but this time it struggled considerably. After piercing nearly halfway into the shield, it was finally halted completely. Xuanja gripped his blade, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not a perfect Jinchuriki, but Shikaku does acknowledge him. His control over sand is even higher than Gaara's ha. The armament haki on the blade slowly receded, restoring its original metallic luster. Orochimaru had watched the entire process, clearly his pupils contracting sharply. What was that thing? A secret technique of the Hatake clan. Or a Kekkei Genkai? He had never heard of such a thing. Even a cage-level powerhouse like him was shaken, let alone the insignificant nobodies below. Well, what was that just now? A slash? How does it compare to White Fang? No, it's not inferior to White Fang, is it? If we're talking about ranged attack capability, I think it might even surpass White Fang. Isn't he the eternal genin? Did that blade turn black? Black blade, Konoha's black blade. Konoha's black blade, huh? The Konoha squad erupted in chaos, filled with shouts of shock and disbelief. Even the future fathers of the 12 young ninja couldn't keep their composure. Inoichi Yamanaka swallowed hard. From such a distance, he not only broke Bunpoku's desert avalanche, but also forced him to use Shikaku's shield. Black blade, White Fang, and black blade. Choza Akimiki's chubby face quivered as his gaze darted between Sakumo Hatake ahead and the two brothers above. Shikaku Nara, as the strategist of the trio, drew a deep breath as well. Both of those Hatake boys are cage-level figures. White Fang and Black Blade. The rumors I heard as a child were indeed no exaggeration. When Shikaku Nara uttered these words, the people around him were taken aback. Everyone recalled the days before they graduated from the Ninja Academy. Back then they had heard that the Hatake clan had produced two geniuses. But over the years Xuanja had rarely appeared in public. At some point he had been dubbed the Eternal Genin. Who the hell came up with that nickname? Were they blind? He was clearly a complete monster. Just then the vast expanse of sand dunes opposite them collapsed with a thunderous roar. The sand shinobi army hidden beneath the sand was now fully exposed to the sight of Konoha's ninja forces. That slash just now. Was it the White Fang of Konoha? An old woman with white hair screeched from the sand shinobi side. She swung her short arms abruptly, and 10 slender chakra threads emerged from her fingertips. Each thread connected to a white puppet. This was the renowned Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, said to be capable of annihilating an entire village with just 10 puppets. White Fang, prepare to die. Chiyo roared and charged forward first. Sister, calm down. That move didn't seem like the White Fang style. Ebizo called out from behind, advising that the aura of that sword strike was completely different from the White Fang's. It was likely another master of blade arts, and they should proceed with caution. But the mere mention of White Fang of Konoha drove Chiyo into a frenzy. She charged recklessly toward the enemy. Helpless Ebizo waved his hand, signaling the sand shinobi army to follow in the assault. Xianjia stood at a high vantage point watching the diminutive old woman rush toward him. The wrinkles on her face were a few fewer than he remembered, but not by much. Haha, old pal, women are truly terrifying when they're angry, especially older ones. They'll leave this one to you, he said. Below Chimu Shomao gave a bitter smile. His aura shifted abruptly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bolt of blue lightning appearing directly before Chiyo. Hatake-style lightning earth flash. White Fang of Konoha. The murderer of her son and daughter-in-law stood before her. Chiyo's eyes burned red. She only wanted to tear this man apart. The moment Chimu Shomao and Chiyo clashed, the thousands of troops behind them collided. Within mere seconds, the entire battlefield was saturated with a thick everyone's putting in quite an effort, Xianjia remarked, still standing on the high rock, calmly observing the battle below. It was as if this blood-soaked, flesh-strewn battlefield were some sort of comedy film. Yet on closer inspection, one would notice his gaze drifting unconsciously toward the Yuanfei clan. The Hatake family's blade techniques combined with the future Ujibwa Zouzu's improved version of lightning release, wrapping the chakra nature changed lightning attribute around the blade. This was the foundation of Chimu Shuomo's combat style. Kakaxi's later invention of the lightning cutter was to a large extent derived from his father's techniques. However, Kakaxi's 1,000 birds concentrated all the destructive power of lightning release into the palm, focusing it into a single point of impact, whereas Chimu Shuomo's lightning release more closely resembled the lightning release chakra mode passed down through generations of the Cloud Hidden's rakeage. The entire arm and blade were enveloped in a layer of lightning. Its power was greater, but it also consumed chakra more fiercely. Xianjia, watch your head. During a brief exchange with Chiyo, Chimu Shomao glanced back with the corner of his eye. He spotted a sand cloud rapidly forming above the high rock, where Xianjia stood, and shouted. Xianjia, who had been observing the Yuan Fei clan's movements, heard his brother's warning. His expression remained unchanged as he slowly looked up at the sand cloud that blocked out the sunlight. On the battlefield, and you still have time to gaze elsewhere. Bunpuku emerged halfway from the sand cloud, his voice cold as a blade. Countless tiny sand pellets shot out from the surrounding sand cloud, raining down like a downpour. Sand rain. Xianjia twisted his body slightly. A subtle movement, yet perfectly evading all the sand pellets. Bunpuku's expression instantly. This perception ability and the flexibility of his body were utterly absurd. A blade lacking resilience will never ascend to a higher level. Xianjia abruptly drew his saber and delivered a horizontal slash in reverse. A flying slash shot out. With a dull thud, Bunpuku's body along with the sand cloud above was cleaved in two. But the next moment, Bunpuku's body dissolved into yellow sand, falling along with the suspended grains. Sand clone. Xianjia's tone was flat. Then he twisted his wrist, the blade spinning in his palm, and thrust it backward to the right. It struck the eyeball floating in midair, hidden among the swirling sand. The cheating level jutsu used by both Gaara and his father, the Third Eye. I've been seen through. In an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield, Bunpuku clutched his eye. Although destroying the Third Eye wouldn't harm the main body, the sheer sharpness of that sword strike still gave him a mental jolt. This perception is ridiculously strong. I'm too close to him. I need to create more distance, Bunpuku calculated inwardly. By now he was 100% certain that the Konoha ninja who had split his quicksand waterfall with a blade aura was this very Xianjia. He never expected that besides the White Fang, Konoha had another blade master of this caliber. Being a long-range fighter, he wasn't foolish enough to engage a sword-wielding ninja in close quarters. With that thought, Bunpuku stepped out from the shadow of a rock, intending to widen the distance before Xianjia could catch up. But before he could get far, when he looked back at Xianjia, Bunpuku froze. The man opposite merely glanced at him, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his mouth, then turned his head to observe the battle elsewhere. He had no intention of chasing him down to fight. What was this? If Bunpuku knew about the concept of a transmigrator, he would surely suspect this guy had trained under the Navy's Kizuru. Was it really appropriate to slack off so blatantly? Bunpuku didn't move, but other sand shinobi wouldn't pass up such an easy target. Several sand shinobi rushed at Xianzhe simultaneously, kunai in hand, surrounding him from all directions. Xianzhe barely moved his eyes. He twisted his wrist, the blade rotating half a turn. An arc traced through the air. With a thud, all anyone on the periphery saw was that the 4 sand shinobi who had surrounded Xianzhe a moment ago were now separated from their heads. Strong. The same word echoed in the minds of everyone on the battlefield. It was as if another White Fang had emerged. As Bunpuku stood stunned, Xianzhe lifted his chin slightly and turned to run toward another part of the battlefield. Bunpuku's wrinkled face stiffened. What did he mean? Was he asking him to follow? Could it be that he wanted to relocate the fight to avoid harming their own troops with cage-level combat? But Bunpuku had no time to ponder. On the sand-hidden front line, the only cage-level combatants were him and Chio. Chio was already struggling against this black blade could only be stopped by him. With that in mind, Bunpuku maintained his distance, avoiding close combat with Xianzhe, and followed him. However, 10 seconds later, the situation turned out to be completely different from what Bunpuku had imagined. Xianzhe ran only a few hundred meters far from leaving the core of the battlefield before striking again. The black blade was coated in armament haki, and he transformed into a shadow of black and white. Like a meteor crashing down, he carried a force that pierced through everything. Bunpuku's expression changed drastically. He quickly bent down and slammed his hands on the ground. Whoosh! A sand wall shot up from the earth. But the defense Bunpuku hastily erected was nowhere near the strength of the Shikaku's shield from earlier. Xianzhe felt almost no resistance as he pierced through the sand wall, the blade stabbing into Bunpuku's shoulder. Bunpuku gritted his teeth against the pain, quickly formed hand seals, and crushed the rock beneath his feet into sand. Instantly, it condensed into Shikaku's claw, swiping at his opponent. He barely managed to evade Xianzhe's finishing blow. Too strong. He's overwhelming even a Jinchuriki. Just like the Yu family raising bugs, and the Yuzibo family, keeping birds, the summoning beasts of the Chi. Her name was Sarutobi Ri, and she was always assigned missions alongside Sarutobi Shinosuke. Their relationship, well, everyone knew what it was. Beside her, Sarutobi Shinosuke swallowed hard. He recalled how just days ago he had been provoked by Danzo into humiliating Hatake Sakumo. Now watching the two brothers wreak havoc on the battlefield, Xianzhe glanced down at the blade. That strike had clearly been aimed at his chest, yet it had only grazed his shoulder. Is that the so-called absolute defense, the sand armor? He looked up at Bunpuku, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. Not bad. This is the first time someone has managed to deflect my thrust to such an extent. Bunpuku did not respond. With a sudden sweep of his sleeve, yellow sand condensed into blade-like projectiles spinning through the air with lethal precision. It was almost like fighting another Gaara. Xuanz's form flickered, a residual afterimage weaving between the sand darts. His observation haki had completely read the trajectory of every sand attack perception technique, all honed to perfection. He is the most well-rounded shinobi I have ever seen. Bunpuku gritted his teeth. It had been a long time since he had faced such an opponent. He knew deep down, once Xianzhe closed the distance, he had no chance of winning. Yet ordinary attacks could not land. He would have to burn more chakra, unleash a wide-area killing move. But the risk was clear. Once a Jinchuriki's chakra ran dry, or when life was in peril, the seal might loosen. No time to hesitate. Bunpuku sharply clasped his hands together. A cascade of yellow sand surged into the battlefield like a tidal wave, shattering the hard rock beneath into fine grains that he could manipulate with the power of Shikaku. Within a radius of over 2 li, everything turned into a sea of sand. The next second, Xianzhe, and even Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Ri, who were still engaged with sand ninjas in the distance, all felt a tremendous pull from beneath their feet. They were yanked mercilessly downward. Desert burial. Bunpuku growled. First he transformed the terrain into a desert, then dragged every enemy on the surface into an abyss 200 meters deep, burying them alive. The pressure of countless sand grains rendered a person unable to move even a single finger. Even for a Jinchuriki, this technique nearly drained all. Bunpuku had expanded the range so wide precisely to ensure that Xianzhe could no longer evade using his absurd perception. So this is the move Gaara used to bury Kimimaro, except you expended more chakra to widen the attack range. Xianzhe muttered to himself. Damn, I can't break free. Help! Someone come quickly. Nearby, several shinobi from the Sarutobi clan were also caught in Bunpuku's technique. MMPH, help save me. The stronger ones struggled desperately, trying to use the body flicker technique to escape, while the weaker ones had no resistance and were dragged into the depths of the quicksand in an instant. Shinosuke, save me. The sand had already reached her throat. Sarutobi tears streaming reached out to Sarutobi Shinosuke, her Shinosuke also stretched out his hand desperately trying to grasp hers. The scene was almost like a cliché from a cheap romance film. Shinosuke let out a piercing cry, and just as he was about to be completely buried, he bit his thumb and brought his right hand to his mouth, without a trace. On the other side, Sarutobi Shinosuke was also submerged up to his waist in the quicksand. Damn it, Shinosuke let out a piercing cry, and just as he was about to be completely buried, he bit his thumb and brought his right hand to his mouth. The next moment he was swallowed by the quicksand. The strongest absolute defense versus the strongest flame of attack. Which do you think is more Schwanja retracted his sidelong glance. The sand had already reached his neck, yet there was no trace of panic on his face as he calmly regarded Bunbuku. Bunbuku's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of intense unease surging within him. With the explosive roar of violent burst forth from the quicksand wreathed in black flames that could incinerate everything. Just as Hatake Sakumo could infuse lightning into his blade and blade aura, Schwanja used flames. Blaze release Kagutsuchi. Although he could not manipulate the shape transformation of the black flames with the mastery of Sasuke Uchiha, using his Mangekyo for Schwanja, who had already mastered armament haki, adding black flames to a flying slash was no problem at all. This strike came far too suddenly. Bunbuku had no time to react before the black flame wreath slash was already upon him. The next moment he felt a searing pain in his left shoulder. Ugh! With a scream his entire left arm fell to the ground. At the severed point, the inextinguishable black flames continued to sizzle. That black flame. From a distance, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, who were watching the battlefield clearly through their Byakugan, changed expressions instantly. A couple of days ago they had received a secret report from the clan. It said that someone from Sunagakure had destroyed the third Hokage stone faces on the Hokage rock using violent sword aura and eerie black flames. But now Schwanja had used that very technique. That meant the one who destroyed the Hokage rock might be. The two Hyuga brothers dared not think further. Schwanja leaped out from the gap created by the sword slash and landed on the ground. The moment he steadied himself, a sound came from behind him. Schwanja turned his head and glanced, then curled his lips. Bunbuku's shoulder was severed, bleeding profusely. But from the wound a bizarre arm emerged, covered in violet patterns like a beast's claw. That was Shikaka's arm. His left side began to mutate, the skin gradually showing the features of a tailed beast. Schwanja stood in midair staring down at the scene below. He stepped on an invisible force suspended nearly 10 meters above the ground. Hovering, Sarutobi Inma looked up, a jolt of shock in his expression. The surrounding shinobi were also stunned, staring at the empty space beneath Zwan's feet, utterly incredulous. Is that Sachikage's flying technique? No, there's nothing under his feet. What kind of background does this kid have? Schwanja had no time to acknowledge their astonishment. His full attention was on Bunbuku. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shinosuke was still frantically digging through the... Kneeling on the ground, he clawed desperately at the pile of sand beneath him, blood seeping from beneath his fingernails, crying out hoarsely, come out, stop digging. Sarutobi Inma spoke in a low voice. There's no life left down there. He had already done his utmost when he pulled Shinosuke out earlier. Bearing that terrifying pressure, he had barely managed to drag the young man out of the quicksand. As for the kunoichi named Ri, there was no chance of survival. Impossible. I don't believe it. I haven't seen her body. I won't accept it. Shinosuke roared, his voice already hoarse. A dense rain of sand cascaded down like a waterfall. His expression shifting, Sarutobi Inma snatched up Shinosuke and dashed away, barely avoiding the deluge of sand crashing down upon them. Schwanja, using flash step, lightly leaped twice in the air, his form steady as he hovered. He had acquired this technique from the system earlier. The body flicker technique of the Naruto world evolved into the flash step of the Bleach world. Essentially, it relied on bursting spiritual particles from the soles of the feet to achieve near-instantaneous speed. But flash step also had another advantage. It allowed hovering. Of course, Zwan's flash step was still not sufficiently refined. After all, masters like Yamamoto and Aizen trained for centuries or millennia. Kurosaki Ichigo had only been a soul reaper for 2 years, yet he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. No matter how one looked at it, it was absurd. Schwanja had no time to dwell on such trivialities. He looked down at the broken-armed Finfu, whose transformation was intensifying. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from between Finfu's teeth. This is the chakra cloak, in other words, a half-tailed beast transformation. Not good. Shoha is assaulting the seal inside Finfu. Ebizo, the strategist of Cheyenne, saw Finfu's state, and his face instantly drained of color. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sealing squad, stop him! If this continues, once Shoha breaks out, it will attack everyone indiscriminately." Although the Cheyenne High Command had brought the Jinchuriki to the battlefield as a weapon, they had not left themselves without a contingency plan. They had long arranged a sealing squad ready to deal with emergencies. Not only Cheyenne but the villages of Yanin and Wuyin all followed the same pattern. It seems our opponent is flustered by the tailed beast's rampage. Dashyuan had been fighting a young Shine ninja who could control sand. That man used magnet release. Glancing at the chaos in Cheyenne's ranks, Dashyuan leaped backward, landing beside Xuanja, and said, "Now is the perfect opportunity to charge in, and no need. It's unnecessary." Dashyuan was taken aback. Xuanz's words were like ice water, completely unexpected. Xuanja continued, "If Shoha really breaks out and attacks, everyone indiscriminately on my side will suffer greatly too. I would suffer a great loss." Dashyuan almost laughed after hearing this. If it came from your brother Chimu Shomao, he might believe it. But you Chimu Xuanja, who are you kidding? When have you ever cared about the life or death of my? Dashyuan knew perfectly well that Xuanja must have some other scheme. He had deliberately dragged Finfu into the battlefield of the Yuanfei clan, intending to use Finfu's wide area attacks to eliminate Yuanfei Zanzizu and his people in one go. But Xuanja had never known that Yuanfei Zanzizu could summon the Yuanma. Now with the Yuanmo's protection plus other Mai ninjas gradually gathering around the chance to use Shine to kill, that ingrate was gone. Fighting Shoha would be interesting, but Xuanja was not in the mood. Still, this trip was not a loss. Yuanfei Lihue was dead, and Muyin would never be born in this lifetime. Withdraw. Xuanja finished speaking, and without looking back walked toward the Mai camp. Not far away, Chimu Shomao, seeing his brother leave, pondered for a moment, sheathed his blade, and signaled his subordinates to retreat. Two cage-level combatants withdrawing from the battlefield one after another made the message clear. Dashyuan could not figure out what Xuanja was up to, but by now he was already obsessed with researching ninjutsu and cared nothing for Mui's interests. Since Xuanja was not fighting, he had no objection and directly ordered a full retreat. Although Shoha did not dislike Finfu, it would not obediently stay inside the Jinchuriki's body like the later 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Its attitude toward Finfu was at most not being particularly averse. Once it had a chance to break the seal and escape, it would absolutely not hesitate to discard Finfu's life. The Shine ninjas struggled desperately to pull Finfu back from the brink of rampage. The young man who had fought Dashyuan with his short black hair, standing up, let out a sigh. If Xuanja were here, he would surely recognize him at a glance. The future third Kazekage. He turned his head toward the long-gone Mai forces, his face full of disbelief. They just withdrew like that. Just now seeing Finfu about to rampage, cold sweat had broken out on him. Everyone in Shine had thought Mai would take the opportunity to press the attack. Instead, they turned and left. All the Shine ninjas were baffled, completely unable to fathom Mui's intentions. Anyway, it's good that they didn't continue fight. Ebizo spoke. But Finfu is in no condition to stay on the battlefield. He must be sent back to the village. The future third Kazekage frowned. Then, this war can't continue, can it? The Wind Country was already at a disadvantage. Now the White Fang had returned, and there was a never-before hard black blade. Cheyenne's trump card, Finfu, was gravely wounded and had to be sent back. He could no longer see any hope of victory. Ebizo nodded heavily. Yes, it can't be helped. No. Shiendai suddenly roared, her voice like a thunderclap crashing into every Shine ninja's ears. Everyone turned to look. The old woman's eyes blazed with fury. Without killing the White Fang, we will never retreat. Seeing his sister obsessed, Ebizo sighed again. Sister, we should report to the Kazekage first. The future third Kazekage, who had not yet become Kazekage, made a suggestion. His rank and position in Shine were far lower than Qiandai's, so he dared not confront her directly. But anyone could see that Shine could no longer win. Qiandai was simply using public affairs to settle personal grudges. In the Mai camp. Lord Xuanja, why did we retreat? That was the perfect chance to end the war in one blow. Qiudao Dingzhou shouted. Around him, the representatives of major clans, Rixiang, Rizu, Shanzhonghai, and others, had gathered, looking at Xuanja with confusion. But their address had already changed to Lord Xuanja. In the past, everyone would have sarcastically called him Eternal Genin. That was the norm. Such was the cruel reality. If the One Tail truly goes berserk, 9 out of 10 of you won't be able to withstand it. Do you all want to die? Xuanja asked coldly. This? Qiudao Dingzhou and the others exchanged glances, unable to speak. In the corner of the tent, Gongshou, after hearing this, had the exact same expression as Dashyuan on the battlefield, a look of utter disbelief. Chimu Shomao worrying about such a thing was understandable. But when had you Chimu Xuanja ever cared about the lives of my ninjas? What is that kid plotting again? Gangzhou murmured. I just watch. From the other side, Dashyuan let out a sinister laugh. Since childhood, Xuanja had always been able to pull off something unexpected. Lord Xuanja is reasonable. Neilong Lugio stroked the stubble on his chin and analyzed. Funfu has already lost an arm to you. He most likely won't stay on the battlefield. The morale of Shine has hit rock bottom. The war was already unfavorable for them, and now with the Jinchuriki card, lost it won't be long before Shine sends a letter of surrender. Nonsense. As soon as Lugio finished speaking, a roar of fury exploded. Everyone's gaze shot toward the source. Yuanfei Zenzizu, his eyes bloodshot, waved his arms and roared, "So many of our Yuanfei clan have died. This war cannot end like this. Li Hui is dead. Those Shine bastards must pay with blood." Chimu Shuomo's heart sank. Zenzizu's current state was exactly like Qiandea's. Hatred had completely consumed his mind. Mr. Zenzizu, Neilong, Lugio, Shanzhonghai, and others frowned. Anyone with clear eyes could see that continuing this war was sheer suicide. Fighting on would only lead to needless death. In their eyes, Yuanfei Zenzizu, merely because his lover and clansmen had died in this battle, wanted to drag everyone else into dying for him. But because he was the Hokage's son, the clan leaders of these great ninja families dared not be the first to speak. Young Master Zenzizu is right. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. Xuanzhe walked up to Zenzizu's side, clenched his fists, and said with righteous indignation, "How can we let the murderers of the Hokage's clansmen and son go unpunished? We must slaughter them all to honor the spirits of the Yuanfei ninjas who have fallen." At that moment, everyone in the tent stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as they watched Xuanzhe. What kind of move was this? Xuanzhe stepped forward, expressing his support for Sarutobi Shinizuke to continue the war. This decision left everyone in the meeting room stunned. The first one to flee the battlefield was you, and now you're the one clamoring to keep fighting. You say everything, don't you? Xian Lord Xuanzhe, this doesn't seem right, does it? The current situation hardly looks like we can still fight, Hiden. Narashikaku exchanged glances with his two Ino Shikacho partners, then braced himself and spoke up. War is no game. No one wants to send their clan's young men to die. The Hokage's family and daughter-in-law are dead. Shouldn't we seek justice for them? What do you think, young Master Shinizuke? Xuanzhe turned with a smile, looking at Sarutobi Shinizuke. At that moment, Sarutobi Shinizuke's mind was completely clouded by rage. He had no thought to wonder why Xuanzhe, who had always been at odds with him, suddenly, as soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the clan leaders present darkened. They felt a growing discontent towards Sarutobi Shinizuke and the power. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the clan leaders present darkened. They felt a growing discontent towards Sarutobi Shinizuke and the powerful backing behind him. Your Sarutobi family members died, so why should you drag our people to die with you? When did Konoha become a place where only the Sarutobi family has the final say? But after all, the third Hokage was still in his prime. With him holding the reins, no one dared to openly defy him. Humph being led by the nose, and not even in the corner, Snake Sage had remained silent all along, his snake-like eyes staring coldly at Sarutobi Shinizuke as if looking at a fool. Xuanzhe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truly stupid. No wonder he didn't even survive 3 episodes in the original story. Next, haste my plan. Xuanzhe walked to the map, his finger tracing a path from the camp along the small road leading to the rain country, and said slowly, "Everyone should still remember the second Kazekage's assassination plan, right?" Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Hatake Sakumo and Sarutobi Shinizuke. A mission that should have been accomplished was completely ruined because one lagged behind and the other gave up. If it had been done back, then would this war still be dragging on? Xuanzhe's finger slid from the camp through the rain country and all the way to the hidden sand village. Take the long way, go through the rain country line, then infiltrate the wind country and kill the second Kazekage shaman. Hyuga Hisashi froze for a few seconds, stammering, "But didn't this mission fail before? The second Kazekage must have set up an inescapable net. This time, it's probably even harder than last time. What's there to fear? This time I'm going with young Master Shinizuke." Xuanzhe patted his chest, his tone full of confidence. "I'm much stronger than my useless older brother." Hatake Sakumo could only smile bitterly and shake his head upon hearing this. Wasn't that too disrespectful? Even stronger than the White Fang of Konoha. Those present had their understanding of Xuanzhe refreshed once again. His performance on the battlefield today was already true cage level. But to say he was actually stronger than the White Fang, wasn't that a bit much? Yet the White Fang himself didn't refute it. Could it really be true? I really have to go. Sarutobi Shinizuke spoke hesitantly. Of course. You were the one who executed the mission last time, you know the terrain best. This time I'm taking my useless brother's place. I can't see how we Xuanzhe said with a smile. Then, you could just let him go, why drag me along? Sarutobi Shinizuke pointed at Hatake Sakumo, feeling something was up. The others continue attacking the hidden sand on the front line to draw their attention. My useless brother is here, perfect for keeping that old hag Kyo's hatred pinned down, buying us time. Once the mission is complete, well attack from both sides, and the war can end early. Xuanzhe's words were airtight. Sarutobi Shinizuke searched for excuses, but found no way to refuse. All right, if no one objects, it's settled. Everyone go back and rest, we'll set out tomorrow. Xuanzhe waved his hand, signaling the meeting to adjourn. Despite Orochimaru being the frontline commander, everyone unconsciously followed Zuan's arrangements and silently walked out of the tent. So strength is the hardest currency in this world. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were still genin by the end of the story. Who would dare look down on them? The sun was setting and the sky gradually darkened. A figure slipped into Tsunade's tent. Actually, slipped wasn't quite accurate. Everyone around could see clearly. Schwanza walked in with his chest puffed out swag. Some gazes toward Kato Dan carried a hint of sympathy. Having been in the camp for so many years, everyone knew about Kato Dan's feelings for Tsunade. He had practically licked the ground beneath her feet. In the end, it was all for nothing. Zuan's hand roamed over her slender waist, muttering, "Seems a bit thinner." It felt rough, not soft enough. "Rub it." Slap. Before he could touch, a few times a crisp slap sounded. Tsunade smacked the unruly hand on her waist. It was bad enough that he had sneaked into her bed last night, but today he just barged in boldly. She wasn't unaware of what this guy was up to. Schwanza put on a pained expression. Though Tsunade knew he was faking, she still hesitated for 2 seconds. In the end, she grabbed his hand and used the medical palm technique to heal him. It hurt terribly. If she really ignored it, the wound would probably heal on its own in a few seconds. "Are you really going to do it?" Tsunade suddenly asked. "Right now? In the camp? That's not proper, is it?" Schwanza wore a troubled expression, but his other hand honestly reached for his belt buckle. "Get lost." Tsunade kicked him out. "What kind of time is this to be talking nonsense?" Pushing aside the stray hair on her forehead, Tsunade said crossly, "Seriously, after this job, you'll have completely burned bridges with that old man Sarutobi." "Huh? I don't get what you mean." Schwanza looked confused. "I don't care, do whatever you want." Probably afraid Schwanza would twist things again, Tsunade deliberately avoided saying the word "do" this time. She pointed toward the tent, gesturing for him to get the hell out. She would rather die than do that kind of thing with this guy in the camp. Psy life was just full of disappointments. Not even a bit of fun before leaving. Really going to do it? Just as Schwanza walked out of the tent with a dejected look, Orochimaru's voice suddenly crept into his ears. "You weren't here the whole time?" Schwanza turned to look at the other. Well, actually, Orochimaru had only come over when he saw him come out. He didn't have the habit of deliberately eavesdropping. Whenever he was with Tsunade, he would use his observation haki to sense the surroundings in advance. "I don't mean anything, Orochimaru." Schwanza fobbed off Orochimaru with the same words he had used on Tsunade. Life itself is fragile. After uttering that rather philosophical statement, the philosopher Orochimaru said nothing more and turned away. Shinja Shinnosuke, after the last mission's failure, the second Kazekage will surely strengthen his personal guard. It's best you avoid a direct confrontation, infiltrate the camp, and wait patiently for an opportunity to strike. The next day at the gates of the Konoha encampment, Hatake Sakumo earnestly cautioned the departing Shinja and Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Shinja couldn't help but rub his temples, thinking to himself that this old man was truly a fool when it came to politics. Even Tsunade, who knew everything down to the hemorrhoid on her own backside, couldn't be bothered to say anything. Even Orochimaru could guess his intentions, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Sarutobi Shinnosuke frowned and cast a glance at Shinja. "What do you mean by that?" Shinja did not reply. Instead, he raised his finger and pointed toward the muddy path ahead. Torrential rain hammered the road, splashing up layers of water. In the roadside undergrowth, several bodies lay strewn haphazardly, their blood already diluted by the downpour. "Look over there." Sarutobi Shinnosuke followed his gaze. Deep within the thicket, a pair of eyes was fixed intently on them. The owner of those eyes was shrouded in a black cloak, revealing only a pallid face. Rainwater trickled down his chin, dripping onto the kunai hanging at his waist. "One of Hanzo's men," Sarutobi Shinnosuke murmured. "No," Shinja shook his head. "Hanzo's people wouldn't hide in a place like this." As his words faded, 3 or 4 more figures emerged from the grass. Their movements were sluggish, their gaits oddly stiff, as if they were marionettes on strings. Shinja narrowed his eyes. These individuals wore no headbands or any identifying marks. Yet their hands clutched kunai with whitened knuckles, clearly poised for action. "Who are you?" Sarutobi Shinnosuke demanded sharply. No one answered. Amid the rain, only the sound of footsteps drew nearer. Shinja pressed a hand on Sarutobi Shinnosuke's shoulder. "Fall back." Sarutobi Shinnosuke hesitated. Before he could react, Shinja shot forward like the shadowy figures all raised their heads simultaneously. In the rain, Shinja's form flickered, and his kunai had already slashed across the foremost man's. The moment blood sprayed, the others moved as one. Their movements grew faster, incredibly so. Sarutobi Shinnosuke swallowed hard, his heart pounded. He had never encountered the ninjutsu styles of these men in any dossier. Their striking speed surpassed even the Rain Country's Umbu by a margin. Shinja became entangled in combat with them. Through the curtain of rain, only blurred silhouettes and flying water droplets could be discerned. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Sarutobi Shinnosuke instinctively looked over and saw one of the black-clad men sent flying by a punch from Xianzhe crashing into a tree trunk and spitting out. One down. Xianzhe flicked the blood from his hand and shouted back to Sarutobi Shinosuke for more. Sarutobi Shinosuke took a deep breath and, "He'll help. No need." Before Xianzhe's words had faded, he charged back into the fray. This time his moves were even more ruthless. He used no ninjutsu relying purely on taijutsu and speed, each blow landing on vital points. The opponents were utterly unable to withstand him, and within moments they were all beaten to the ground. He used no ninjutsu relying purely on taijutsu and speed, each blow landing on vital points. The opponents were utterly unable to withstand. The man stared at Xianzhe silent. Xianzhe smiled. "Won't talk, huh?" He pulled a scroll from his pocket and unfurled it before the black-clad man. The moment the man saw the runes on the scroll, his pupils contracted violently. You're. Before he could finish, Xianzhe had already slit his throat. He collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. Sarutobi Shinosuke ran over pale-faced. "Who were they, eh?" "No idea," Xianzhe replied, stowing the scroll. "But they're definitely not from the rain country." He stood up and gazed into the rain ahead. "Our movements have been compromised." Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression darkened. "Are they from the fire country? Or the wind country?" "Could be either," Xianzhe patted his shoulder. "Come on, let's get out of here first." The two continued onward. The rain grew heavier, the road more treacherous. Before long, a small bridge appeared ahead. A figure stood on the bridge. The person wore a white robe and a face mask obscuring their features. Yet merely standing there, they exuded an oppressive aura. Sarutobi Shinosuke's heart skipped a beat. "Hanzo." "No," Xianzhe shook his head. "He's shorter than Hanzo." The figure saw them and spoke slowly. "Are you heading to the wind country?" The voice was hoarse, as if a piece of red-hot iron were lodged in the throat. Xianzhe halted. "And if we are?" "Then turn back," the figure said, tone flat, but brooking no dissent. "The wind country does not welcome you." "Sorry, but there's really nothing to discuss with a man about to breathe his last." As his words fell, a thunderclap exploded overhead. Lightning illuminated Xianzhe's face, smiling yet chilling to the bone. Even more glaring was the blade. He had already drawn 3 inches from its sheath. It exuded a suffocating, killing intent, like a frog frozen before a snake, making even breathing a struggle. Sarutobi Shinosuke stumbled backward into the mud, his trousers drenched, but he had no time to rise. He stared fixedly at the unsheathing blade, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. You. This killing intent was unmistakable, pressing down on his chest until it ached. It felt as if a wad of cotton were lodged in his throat, and he finally choked out, "Why? Why are you doing this?" Xianzhe curled his lips and let out a laugh. "Only a person is worthy of speaking with me. Since when do chives get to talk?" He paused, his gaze turning cold. "Besides, you should have died on that last mission with the Kazekage. After you returned, didn't you curse out my useless old brother? Since your life has been on loan, it's time to pay it back." Sarutobi Shinosuke shuddered. He finally understood completely. This man, Hatake Xianzhe, truly meant to kill him. Why had he agreed to go on this mission together? It was because he intended to strike here all along. His mind churned with self-reproach for his own foolishness. His fiancée was dead, his thoughts were in chaos, and he hadn't realized back then on the battlefield why Xianzhe had spoken up for him. Now looking back, everything was suspicious. At that time, the place where Xianzhe fought with Bunpuku was far from the Sarutobi clan's position. But as the battle progressed, it drew closer and closer. In the end, Ri and dozens of clan ninja all perished in the collateral damage from Bunpuku's jutsu. You wanted to kill me even back then on the battlefield." Sarutobi Shinosuke roared. It all clicked. Xianzhe had deliberately steered the battle toward the Sarutobi side. He had intended to use Bunpuku's hands to wipe them all out. A flicker of surprise crossed Xianzhe's face, as if he hadn't expected the man to figure it out before dying. He smiled. "Seems you're not as useless as I thought. But it doesn't matter." He drew his sword, the blade reflecting the lightning's glare. "You'll die at the hands of the second Kazekage. When I return, that's what'll tell your old man. Dream on." Sarutobi Shinosuke howled, biting his finger hard. Facing Xianzhe hidden. Impossible. Fleeing. Also impossible. In this desperate situation, only one technique could save his life. His father's trump card, summoning beast, which had rescued him several times in major battles. Ninja art summoning. He began forming hand seals: board, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He had only completed the second when Xianzhe's blade had been fully drawn, its icy light flooding the heavens and earth, so dazzling it stung the eyes. Then a chill ran across his wrist. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked down and saw both his hands severed cleanly at the wrists. Blood gushed out like a fountain. 2 blood-soaked palms lay on the ground, limp in the muddy water. "Oh!" A scream. Several seconds later, the excruciating pain exploded from the severed stumps, surging through his entire body. He collapsed to his knees, convulsing. His cries mingled with the occasional rumble of thunder, adding a fresh layer of bloodshed to this perpetually weeping nation. "With such meager skills, you thought you could take over your old man's position." Tisk, that old fool wasn't much himself. Xianzhi recalled the praise heaped upon Sarutobi Shinnosuke in the original work and found it nothing short of ridiculous. This guy and his wife, they must have climbed the ranks of the Umbu through some other means. You really think you can fool everyone? Sarutobi Shinnosuke gritted his teeth and lifted his head, his face a blur of rain and tears, his lips bitten bloody. He fixed his gaze on Xianzhi with unwavering intensity. The old man has been investigating the Hatake clan for a long time. You think framing the second Kazekage will make it all go away? He can investigate all he wants, but had never dare touch me. Xianzhi slowly raised his blade, his tone dripping with contempt. Your father's greatest talent is his knack for calculating. I actually admire that about him. Xianzhi slowly raised his blade, his tone dripping with contempt. Your father's greatest talent is his knack for calculating. A flash of the blade. Sarutobi Shinnosuke's head tumbled to the ground. Xianzhi didn't sheath his sword. Instead, he struck a dozen more times, chopping the body into dozens of pieces like a kitchen knife slicing through a melon. Then with a sweep of his sword, he scattered the remains into the nearby pile of corpses. The land of rain was littered with the dead. One more body wouldn't make a difference. This was precisely why he had chosen to strike here. The second Kazekage was likely to die within a few years. Time was of the essence. To be safe, he had to make the trip himself. Xianzhi didn't even glance at the withered pile of potato chips at his feet, his mind already calculating the next move. The second Kazekage was likely to die within a few years. Time was of the essence. To be safe, he had to make the trip himself. Xianzhi didn't even glance. If he turned back now, he risked exposure. Better to go ahead. He was curious about the second Kazekage, the puppet master who wielded magnet release, and this was the perfect opportunity to test his mettle. Maybe it would even boost his system's development. My. Xianzhi tilted his head, his eyes darting to the left. For presences were approaching. Much like the twisted criminals in the world of Conan, Xianzhi, who had committed his fair share of unsavory deeds, didn't rush to flee just because someone was coming. He stood his ground. Of course, it wasn't a lapse in judgment. He intended to eliminate all comers and leave no loose ends behind. But once he recognized the newcomers, Xianzhi lowered his hand from the hilt. No need to fight. The person approaching was someone he knew, an old classmate from the past, Jiraiya, the mad ghost of the Sannin. You're Xianzhi. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he stared at the distinctive white hair of the Hatake clan, scrutinizing for a long time before tremblingly uttering the name. Never expected to run into you here, Jiraiya. Even Xianzhi, the transmigrator, hadn't anticipated encountering Jiraiya in the land of rain. Thinking back, he recalled Tsunade mentioning that after the battle with Hanzo here, Jiraiya hadn't followed her and Orochimaru to the next battlefield, but had stayed behind to care for 3 children. TSK. Plans change, don't they? Xianzhi shook his head, his gaze falling on the 3 kids, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Especially Nagato. Beneath that distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki clan lay a pair of Rinnegan. Acquiring those eyes alone would put one at the pinnacle of the world's combat power. Should he take them? A rather malicious thought crossed Xianzhi's mind. Of course, he wasn't coveting the Rinnegan's abilities, nor was he like a certain Kakashi who forced an ill-suited eye into his own socket only to suffer from chronic chakra deficiency. The powers granted by his system were already enough to rival the Rinnegan, and who knew how far they could grow. Xianzhi simply felt that without the Rinnegan, all those messy future troubles would never arise. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Nagato had done nothing wrong, yet gouging out a child's eyes for no reason would be going too far. Haven't you been hiding in the mountains all this time? What brings you to a war-torn place like the land of rain? Jiraiya asked, his face full of confusion, unable to resist probing further. The second Kazekage. Xianzhi replied casually, his tone as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. But the moment the words left his mouth, the 4 of them, the master and his 3 disciples, all changed color, their pupils shrinking sharply. Assassinate. The second Kazekage. Jiraiya swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Though he had long known Xianzhi's capabilities, hearing such an audacious mission from his own lips still sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Details later. Xianzhi withdrew his gaze and glanced at the 3 kids who would one day become the core of the Akatsuki. These 3 are the disciples you took in the land of rain. He reached out and gently ruffled Conan's hair. A bow tie's tragic fate. Those 4 words might as well have been written for Conan alone. This girl hadn't known a single good day since birth. Conan blinked, her big eyes staring blankly at Xianzhi. What was with this guy? First meeting, and he's already touching her head. A bit forward. Well, I came today to say goodbye. These 3 kids are now capable of surviving in this war-torn country, and it's time for me to return to Konoha. As Jiraiya finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy. The 3 little ones all lowered their heads, their voices choked with sobs. Master. Then come with me. Xianzhi didn't say more to Conan. He turned to Jiraiya. Let's go kill the Kazekage. For these 3 equally ill-fated children, Xianzhi had no desire to waste words. Frankly, there was nothing worth saying. Could he really tell these kids, "Don't trust that masked man, he's a total scammer"? The problem was that masked man was only 6 years old, still running around in diapers. Not only would it be useless, but he'd probably be taken for a madman. Hatred only breeds more hatred. What you're doing is wrong. Konan suddenly lifted her head, her little face stubbornly defiant, as she shouted at Xianjia. Huh? Xianjia looked down at the defiant little girl, and the next second, he couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Too naive. Better watch out or society will teach you a harsh lesson. Konan's cheeks puffed up with anger, mentally tying the words, "annoying," to Xianjia forever. Jiraiya, it's one thing for you to believe a toad's words, but don't go corrupting the kids, alright? Xianjia turned to face Jiraiya, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself how exhausting Jiraiya's life was. Always living for others, never once thinking of himself. All because that big toad said one word and you'd throw away your life for it. That toad has lived since the time of the Six Paths Sage, so it said. Who cares how long it's lived? Calling it a sage, isn't that ridiculous? That thing isn't even human. Xianjia took his hand away from Konan's face, his tone light. Say goodbye to your disciples. It's time for us to go. That thing isn't even human. Alright, since childhood he had never won a verbal battle against this white-haired man. He turned to look at the three children. His gaze lingered on Changmin for an extra 2 seconds. Those Luanhui eyes made him uneasy no matter what. Xionin's tears fell pattering down. Changmin remained silent, his lips bitten white. Let's go. Xuanjia dropped 2 words, turned, and left. Xionin's tears fell pattering down. Changmin remained silent, his lips bitten white. Let's go. Xuanjia dropped 2 words, turned, and left. Xionin's tears fell pattering down. Changmin remained silent, his lips bitten white. Let's go. Xuanjia dropped 2 words, turned, and left. You actually came on a mission yourself? Since you were 6, this is the first time, right? 20 years, and this white-haired man actually moved. There must be a reason. My stupid brother caused some trouble, and I'm here to clean up the mess. Zilai was even more confused after hearing that. He wanted to ask more, but Xuanjia just ask any my ninja when we get back to the village. His face was mocking. And shrank mission causing such a stir, it's ridiculous enough. Zilai frowned, keeping it in mind. 2 days later. They say 90% of Feng country is desert. But when Xuanjia and Zilai arrived, they found out. It was even more than that. At least 95% was sand. And it was the kind of dead sand where not even a blade of grass could grow. Feng country looked like the largest territory among the 5 great countries. But in reality, it was the most worthless one. No wonder no one bothered to attack this place in the 2 shinobi world wars. Xuanjia let out a sneer. This kind of shabby place, I'd find it too hot to handle even if it were given to me for free. Xuanjia couldn't help but laugh. That's exactly why Feng country keeps trying to expand outward, grabbing territory through war. This kind of shabby place, I'd find it too hot to handle even if it were given to me for free. Xuanjia couldn't help but laugh. That's exactly why Feng country keeps trying to expand outward, grabbing. Have you thought of any way to sneak in? No, I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Zilai answered bluntly. Anyway, he didn't think Xuanjia could come up with any good ideas. Xuanjia wore an expression of I knew it, and started pondering, resting his chin on his hand. Every ninja village like my had various barriers set up around the village. As long as any abnormal chakra approached, it would be detected immediately. In the original story, that Xia also had to place an insider in advance to slip in silently. Well, have you come up with a plan? After a few minutes, seeing that Xuanjia remained silent, Zilai couldn't help but speak first. Let's go. Xuanjia refastened his sandproof hat. And Shine Village. Behind and on both sides were towering sand dunes. Anyone entering or leaving the village would inevitably be seen by the guard ninjas standing on both sides of the earth wall. If they dared to resist, the guard ninjas above holding the high ground would immediately bombard them with ninjutsu. 2 figures stood on a high rock about a mile from the village entrance. Zilai raised his hand to his brow, looking at Shine Village from afar, and sighed, trying to scale that high earth wall and sneak in is no easy task. Then, he turned to look at Xuanjia beside him. So what's your plan? Xuanjia suddenly grinned at Zilai, and that grin made Zilai's heart skip a beat. This guy making that expression meant nothing good. The next second, Xuanjia grabbed Zilai by the back of his collar and hurled him toward the main entrance of Shine Village like a baby. At the same time, he gathered chakra in his throat and shouted in a volume that made eardrums ache, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's Zilai of my village!" Wah! Zilai, flying toward Shine Village, nearly popped his eyes out and yelled, "You set me up, Xuanjia!" Suddenly chaos erupted inside Shine Village. Zilai, one of the 3 ninja of my, has attacked. Everyone go support immediately. Zilai. The faces of the surrounding Suna ninja all changed. During the Second Shinobi World War, the reputation of the 3 ninja of Mai was earned through hard battles, just like the White Fang of Mai. Both were formidable figures known throughout the ninja world. Each of them had cage-level combat power. To be honest, the other ninja villages were extremely envious. That place called Mai seemed to be a factory for producing genin. Did he come alone? Or are there hidden troops nearby? A young Suna ninja while sprinting toward the village entrance turned his head and asked his companion. He had dark red hair different from the bright red of the Xuanhua clan, a deeper shade. He was about the same age as Qinsho Shengshu. His name was Luosha, one of the few ninjas in Shine Village who could use magnet release and control sand. Although he couldn't compare to another guy who could manipulate black sand, his strength was still decent. According to the message from the security department, no other Mai ninjas were found. If Mai had sent a large force, there would have been some activity on the border. 10-1, he really came alone. Luosha clenched his teeth. Just one person, and he dares to act wild in our Shine Village. Even if he is one of the 3 ninja, this is too disrespectful. Speaking of which, this guy was also an interesting character. Let alone sealing a tailed beast into his own son, he later targeted that child repeatedly, and in the end, he even sent his brother-in-law to take action. It directly drove Woluo to a dead end. In his past life, when reading the manga, Xuanhua was baffled by Luosha's actions. He even suspected whether Luosha had been cuckolded, and that Woluo might not be his biological son. At the main gate of Shine Village, a giant toad, even larger than a tailed beast, was wielding a short sword, desperately blocking the tidal wave of Suna ninja rushing forward. Zilai, what the hell are you up to? You always call me out for trouble. Toad Wentai shouted angrily. I've been set up by that brat Xuanhua. Anyway, just hold them off for a while. Zilai looked helpless. He never expected Xuanz's plan to be so straightforward. In short, he was using himself as bait to attract all the firepower so that Xuanhua could sneak in and kill the second Kazekage. Sand rain. Countless streams of sand poured down like rain from above. Zilai looked up. So this is the legendary magnet release. Wentai. He looked down at the toad Wentai beneath him and shouted, his hands already forming hand seals rapidly. God, it's so annoying. Toad Wentai complained, but the warty cheeks on both sides of his face quickly swelled up. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Toad gold oil. Combined ninjutsu toad oil flame bullet. A raging inferno swept out, instantly engulfing the rain of sand. Luosha quickly erected a sand wall to block it. In the Kazekage building, shaman had just finished listening to the report, his brows furrowed so tightly they could kill a fly. Just Zilai alone. A dragon-shaped tattoo on his bald head glowed green under the light. This second Kazekage of Shine Village simply couldn't understand. Last time White Fang led a team in and almost took his head off. This time it's Zilai again, not surprising. But to say that guy came alone to storm the village, that's just suspicious. Lord Kazekage, almost all the ninjas who can move in the village have gone to intercept him. Next, the Umbu kneeling before him lifted his head, waiting for orders. Shaman pondered for half a minute with his eyes closed before speaking. Don't act rashly. Notify me if anything changes. Understood. The Umbu nodded once, then vanished into the air. The one who sat on the Kazekage's chair was no fool. Shaman wouldn't be so gullible as to believe, unlike Raza later. Without power surpassing the Kage level, could one person conquer a village? Dream on. Even if most of Sunagekyu's combat strength was deployed at the front, those left behind were no pushovers. He didn't need to act personally. His subordinates could already give Jiraiya a hard time. Cough. Cough. His chest convulsed, and Shaman covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. He had another reason for being unable to move. This body could no longer hold up. Boom. White light exploded, and the entire rooftop was torn off like a knife cutting through tofu. Sunlight poured straight in, turning the once dark room into a convertible. Before Shaman could suppress the metallic taste in his throat, he looked up to see a figure standing at the edge of the cut. Even more dazzling than the sunlight he saw was the silver hair trailing behind that person. Lord Kazekage, your body doesn't seem to be in good shape. Xuanhua stood on the broken wall, the blade in his hand gleaming blindingly under the sun. The Hokage's son died at your hands. I've come to take your life. Shaman finally couldn't hold back and asked, pressing for an answer. Knowing too much won't do you any good, Lord Kazekage. Just remember one thing. As the words fell, Xuanz's figure had already flashed before Shaman, his blade slashing straight down, his voice unhurriedly adding, I'm here today to borrow. Thud, boom. The two forces collided, a shockwave exploding, shattering a section of the office wall directly. Xuanhua squinted, staring at the layer of sand between his blade, and Shaman curling his lips. Why do I keep running into sand users lately? How boring. Shaman let out a cold snort, manipulating the shifting sand to rapidly converge, forming a massive mask that directly engulfed Xuanhua. Sand coffin burial. The moment Xuanhua was wrapped, Shaman clenched his fist fiercely. But Xuanhua moved faster. Puff! The blade tip pierced through the shifting sand, then, with a twist of his wrist, the blade swept horizontally. The sand was torn open with a great gash. Your sand manipulation isn't even as good as Bunpuka's. Looks like this head is easier to get than I thought. Xuanhua chuckled, his form flickering again, appearing directly before Raza. The second strike came down without mercy. Sparks flew. A half-human, half-beast puppet suddenly swung its blade, blocking Xuanz's attack firmly. Xuanzhe then remembered this second Kazekage was not only the founder of magnet release, but had also put considerable effort into puppetry. However, the puppet shaman wielded was far inferior in construction to Kyo's Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Not to mention Sasori's puppets made from living humans, which could achieve a low-grade version of impure world reincarnation's effect. His magnet release was inferior to Bunpuku's and Gar's. His puppetry couldn't match Kyo's, let alone Sasori's. He knew a bit of everything, but mastered. Xuanz's lips curled slightly, and the long sword in his hand instantly turned pitch black, radiating a cold gleam as he pressed forward abruptly. Crack! The puppet's arm joint let out a crisp sound. Immediately after, Shaman felt the resistance in controlling the puppet become absurdly heavy, as if a mountain was pressing down on it. Bang! 2 seconds later, a figure crashed through the window of the Kazekage's office, smashing heavily into the wall of the building opposite. Hearing the commotion, the Sannin ninjas who had already arrived looked up at the figure embedded in the wall, all crying out in shock, "Lord Kazekage. So I've been noticed after all. If you guys get in the way, it'll be a bit troublesome." Xuanzhe pursued, turning to look at the increasing number of Sannin ninjas. Whoosh! A flame suddenly ignited on the blade in his hand, yet it lacked the scorching heat of ordinary fire. Inextinguishable flame, amateur. Xuanzhe waved his hand casually, sending a line of fire from the blade, instantly erecting a 10-meter-high wall of flames outside, sealing off all paths leading here. What the hell is this? The vanguard of the Sannin ninjas had just rushed to the wall when they collided with the layer of pitch-black flames. Before they could even finish their screams of agony, the black flames had already latched onto their bodies. They rolled wildly on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire, but the eerie flames only grew stronger, showing no sign of dying out. This thing wouldn't stop until it had burned its target completely. Wind release, sand scatter shot. Shaman waved his hand, and the countless grains of sand instantly compressed into fingernail-sized pellets, raining down like a machine gun barrage. A jutsu combining wind release and magnet release. Xuanzhe squinted, holding the black sword horizontally before his chest. In his pitch-black pupils, the incoming sand bullets seemed to freeze, each trajectory crystal clear. The next second, he charged forward. With a twist of his wrist, the black sword turned deftly. The sand bullets that met the blade rebounded, as if hitting a spring, flying off in other directions. Not a single one touched Xuanz's clothes. What the hell? A sword can deflect them. Shaman's eyes bulged wide. Was that a sword or cotton? Those sand bullets could even pierce rock. As for cutting them with a blade, the White Fang of Konoha had done something similar before. But deflecting them? That defied all logic. If a sword lacks flexibility, it will never amount to anything. Xuanzhe casually recited a swordsman's insight from the great swordsman Mihawk. The same applies to sword practice and life. Things too rigid are bound to break. Don't think you can defeat me like this. After all, he was a cage-level figure. Shaman quickly suppressed his shock and raised his hand to grasp. The sand beneath Xuanz's feet came alive, surging upward. Then it came crashing down like a tsunami. This was the advantage of terrain. Sunagekyu's military might was indeed not strong, but few villages dared to invade. These sand users could easily summon a sea of sand and crush half the enemy forces. Facing the rolling sea of sand pressing down from above, Xuanzhe didn't even blink. The black sword's tip pointed downward, his left hand lightly resting on whose fast. At that instant, Xuanzhe vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Shaman. The originally drooping blade tip, now pointed upward, aimed precisely at the back of Shaman's neck. The scene was a perfect replica of Mihawk defeating Zoro. The falling sea of sand seemed to pause midair, frozen in place. A splash. When the black sword returned to its original color, a horizontal bloodstain appeared on Shaman's neck. Blood gushed out like it was free. Shaman's head had just separated from his neck, not yet hitting the ground. Xuanzhe sheathed the longsword now back to its original form with his right hand, while his left hand reached out and caught the head before it fell. The surrounding sea of sand, deprived of the caster's chakra, instantly turned into fine sand, drifting away with the wind, completely losing its lethality and scattering in all directions. After the sand wall collapsed, the gathered Sannin ninjas looked over. They saw Xuanzhe holding their Kazekage's head in his left hand, while the headless body behind him was falling to the ground. The sheer impact of the scene left the 100-odd sand ninjas stunned, frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, Xianzhe flickered and vanished. Only then did someone come to their senses, shouting at the top of their lungs, "The Wind Shadow is dead." The Wind Shadow's death spread like a plague through Sunagakure in an instant. Only then did someone come to their senses, shouting at the top of their lungs, "The Wind Shadow is dead." The Wind Shadow's death spread like a plague through Sunagakure. At the entrance to Sunagakure, the toad Gamabunta could barely muster the strength to dodge, only swinging his short sword desperately to fend off the bombardment of ninjutsu from all sides. Every swing sent blood gushing from his wounds, as if it cost nothing. His size was an advantage, but also a giant target. Summoning beasts lacked the Ninetales' monstrous regeneration. Sorry, hold on a bit longer. Jiraiya replied with a hint of apology, but his eyes kept darting toward the entrance. What's taking Shinja so long? If he doesn't come out soon, I really can't hold on. Suddenly a wave of sand surged up from the ground, wrapping around both of Gamma Bunta's legs. Bunta's pupils contracted sharply as he looked down. A red-haired boy was manipulating the quicksand, trying to trap him. You little brat. Bunta fumed, thrusting his sword straight at Luo Sha near his feet. That kid's sand had been getting in the way since earlier. Every time he landed, he'd get entangled and waste a lot of effort breaking free. At first it was manageable, but as his wounds worsened, Luo Sha finally seized his scarf. The excruciating pain of snapping bones sent Bunta stumbling, collapsing awkwardly. Bunta! Jiraiya cried out, like a wrung scarf. The excruciating pain of snapping bones sent Bunta stumbling, collapsing awkwardly. Bunta! Jiraiya cried out, like a wrung. I really can't hold on anymore. I'm retreating. With those words, Bunta dissolved into a puff of smoke and fled back to the summoning space. Capture Jiraiya. The sand ninja's encirclement tightened, a dense mass of figures pressing in. Jiraiya's mind raced for countermeasures. Someone from the Yanbu or root would have retreated in this situation. A voice suddenly exploded from behind. Luo Sha reacted faster. The killing intent surged from his back, and instinct made him instantly conjure a sand. The sword energy burst halfway, scattering into a web of icy light, like a scythe reaping lives. The sand ninjas, with all their attention locked on Jiraiya, had no time to defend. One strike left dead and wounded. Blocked. Stopped by the sand shield for the second time, Shinja gave Luo Sha a second glance. Spotting the red hair reminiscent of the Uzumaki clan, he already understood. That's all. Shinja uttered casually, didn't finish him, and simply brushed. Luo Sha caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A bald head hanging from Shinja's waist, still dripping blood. Let's go. Shinja patted Jiraiya's shoulder and shot off toward the land of rivers. Run. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, turning to follow. They killed the wind shadow. Chase them. Luo Sha snapped back to reality, shouting at the remaining sand ninjas. 3 days later, on the border battlefield between the land of wind and the land of rivers, a streak of blue lightning rampaged like a mad beast through the sand ninja ranks. Swish! 3 white-robed puppets flew in a triangle formation, their chakra threads tracing arcs as they blocked the lightning. All 3 puppets opened their mouths, simultaneously spewing thick purple smoke. Poison! Hatake Sakumo had to pull back, covering his mouth and nose as he retreated swiftly. A new poison. Narashikaku turned to the frontline commander Orochimaru and asked for instructions. Lord Orochimaru, should we retreat for now? Orochimaru was about to nod. After years of grinding against Tsunagakure, this was nothing new. Every time Chiyo concocted a new poison, it took Tsunade to prepare an antidote. No need. Just then 2 figures suddenly appeared on the flank of the battlefield. One of them raised something in his hand, shouting to both the sand and leaf sides. The battlefield, once roaring with battle cries, fell eerily silent. Over 1,000 eyes turned in unison toward the source of the sound. 2 white-haired figures had somehow appeared on a large rock at the edge of the battlefield. Shinja held a bald head in his hand, like a basketball, lifting it high so that all the ninjas from both sides could see clearly. The second lord. When the future third wind shadow saw the head dangling from Shinja's grasp, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Is it real? Is it really the second lord? Impossible. Even White Fang couldn't do it. The sand ninjas were utterly dumbfounded. A Kage is the most precious existence to a village, the spiritual pillar of every ninja, especially during wartime. The leaf ninjas, seeing this, were no less shaken than the sand. Hyuga Hinata, no way. Did he really kill the wind shadow? Akimichi Choza spotted Jiraiya behind Shinja. Is that Lord Jiraiya behind Lord Shin? How did he get there? Yamanaka and Noichi gaped in shock. Even White Fang failed, and he actually pulled it off. Yamanaka and Noichi gaped in shock. Even White Fang failed. Narashikaku looked at Hatake Sakumo ahead, then at Hatake Shinja in the distance, comparing the brothers back and forth before sighing. White Fang and Black Blade. Both brothers are monster level. No, it should be Black Blade and White Fang. Seeing both sides had stopped, Shinja and Jiraiya jumped down from the rock and slowly walked into the battlefield. With every step Shinja took, the sand ninja's hearts trembled violently. He swung the Shinja tossed the bald head to Chiyo like a pass. The head of the second wind shadow was like a bucket of ice water poured over Chiyo. No matter how fierce her anger, it could no longer burn. They absolutely could not continue fighting. Chiyo knew it well. This matter was no longer something she, as the head of the puppet division, could decide. Go back and prepare the ceasefire agreement. Orochimaru stepped forward, coldly dropping the words. All leaf ninjas turned and withdrew to the camp. The sand ninjas stared at the head of the second wind shadow in Kyo's hands for a long time. It took them a while to come to their senses and slowly retreat to their barracks. Inside the leaf camp, Jiraiya, I thought you died in the land of rain. At the other end of the camp, the two Hatake brothers, known as Blackblade and White Fang, sat facing each other. Hatake Sakumo didn't see his old subordinate and asked Xianzhi with a frown, "Where's Shinnosuke? What happened?" Xianzhi crossed his legs, lounged back in the wooden chair, and lazily uttered 2 words, "Dead." In the battle at Sunagakure, he got caught in the second wind shadows, sand-binding coffin, and couldn't move. He casually pulled out a flask of rice wine had swiped from the land of wind, took a few gulps, then tossed it to Sakumo. The Ino Shikacho trio, who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield, happened to overhear. Nara Shikaku paused, signaling his 2 companions to wait. Hatake Sakumo pressed unconsciously, "You didn't intervene." Xuanzhi retorted, "Last time you saved him." "And what happened?" That single sentence rendered Shuomao speechless. Isn't this exactly what young Master Shinnosuke he himself once said? A ninja who fails a mission is nothing but trash. Xuanzhi shook the empty sake flask. Perfect. A name carved on the memorial stone. How glorious. By the end, he almost couldn't suppress a smirk. What glory is there in death? Wasn't Minato Namikaze glorious enough? Look at what happened to his son. Shuomao took the flask, fell silent for a long moment, then tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls. Never mind. Perhaps Xuanzhi was right. Xuanzhi eyed his elder brother's utterly convinced expression and chuckled inwardly. This fool actually bought it. Choza Akimichi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Dead. Dead. The Hokage's eldest son. Even his way of referring to Sarutobi Shinnosuke was the Hokage's son. When Tobarama Senju was mentioned, people instinctively thought of the fastest shinobi in the world, never associating him with the Hokage's younger brother. An ordinary jonin wasn't weak, but there were plenty of them, replaceable at any time. During a great war, the death of a few such ninjas barely registered. But if it were the Hokage's son, the weight was entirely different. Well, what goes around comes around. Inoichi Yamanaka murmured softly. Last time when they assassinated the second Kazekage, the elder Hatake, Shuomao botched the mission to save Shinnosuke and ended up being called trash. This time the younger brother Hatake Xuanzhi turned a blind eye and completed the mission flawlessly. I wonder what Sarutobi Shinnosuke would think if he knew in the end. Perhaps because his ninjutsu was tied to the mind, Inoichi Yamanaka had always been perceptive. Hatake Shuomao was criticized for saving someone. Hatake Xuanzhi gained merit by doing nothing. Which of the two brothers was right, he couldn't say. But one thing was crystal clear. Anyone had the right to blame Hatake Shuomao except Sarutobi Shinnosuke. Someone saved your life and you turn around and bite them back. What kind of logic is that? That was precisely why he had always looked down on that young master. Too arrogant. Did he really die at the hands of the second Kazekage? Shikaku Nara, the sharpest mind in the team, suddenly spoke up. Huh, what do you mean? Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka turned simultaneously, bewildered. The slower-thinking Choza frowned. Shikaku, that came out of nowhere. Inoichi Yamanaka reacted faster, instantly guessing what Shikaku Nara was implying. His face went pale. Shikaku, you can't be suspecting. Shikaku Nara raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to stop. Inoichi Yamanaka barely suppressed his surging emotions, but his voice still trembled uncontrollably. He turned his gaze to Jiraiya, who was chatting with Tsunade and Orochimaru not far away, and lowered his voice. Jiraiya must know something. Don't think about it. Before he could finish, Shikaku Nara cut him off coldly, his lips pressed into a thin line. Some things the less you know, the longer you live. With that, he turned and walked away with the two men, never looking back, as if they had never been there. As for that speculation, it would be buried deep in their stomachs. For that evening during dinner, the frontline commander Orochimaru announced that any ninja who was injured or had lost a family member could return to Konoha early. Only a small number would remain to guard the border and negotiate with the Land of Wind. Tsunade had long wanted to leave this godforsaken place. Although she hadn't been on the front line since last year, she had fought countless battles for Konoha, saving countless lives. Everyone acknowledged that she was the greatest contributor to the victory in the Second Shinobi World War. If she had agreed to become the fourth Hokage in the original timeline, there would have been no place for Minato Namikaze. What? Dan Kato is dead. No sooner had Orochimaru finished saying that the wounded and bereaved could return to the village first than a strange shout erupted. All eyes turned to Xuanzhi. Orochimaru's eye twitched as he looked at Xuanzhi and Tsunade sitting together. Could these two ever calm down? Tsunade's face darkened. She pinched Zuan's shoulder hard. Why are you yelling so loud? People were staring. She lowered her voice to explain. On the fourth day after you left, Konoha and Suna clashed again. Orochimaru said he was killed by a ninja using black iron sand. Black iron sand. Xuanzhi rubbed his chin, thinking. The third Kazekage. In the original story, Dankato seemed to have been blown up, probably by an explosion-released ninja from IWA or maybe paper bombs. Those things were everywhere in the ninja world. But the fact that Dankato died like this, Xuanja couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This wasn't right. Shouldn't a rival character like this be killed by his own hands for maximum satisfaction? How could he die so casually? He had a sudden feeling of, I haven't even started and you're already down. Tsunade noticed his odd expression and elbowed him in the ribs. Who are you making that face at? Xuanja waved a hand. It's nothing. He's dead, that's that. With his skills it was only a matter of time. The moment he said that, the people around him shivered. Tsunadesima, thanks to you my husband is alive. Tsunadesima, Jiraiya-sama, thank you for your hard work. Look, Tsunadesima, thanks to you my husband is alive. Tsunadesima, Jiraiya-sama, thank you for your hard work. Look. Welcome home. Tsunadesima, thanks to you my husband is alive. Tsunadesima, Jiraiya-sama, thank you for your hard work. Look. That's the Black Blade of Konoha. I heard he killed the second Kazekage and ended the war. Really? Great. Konoha has another badass. Our lives will be safer now. The deafening cheers nearly lifted the village off the ground. The most shouted name was Tsunadesima. 9 out of 10 Konoha ninja who had been on the battlefield had been treated by her personally. In Xuanz's former ordinary world, anyone with half a brain knew not to offend a doctor, let alone in this ninja-filled world. Who could guarantee they'd never get cut? Next came the cries of Jiraiya-sama, interspersed with a few Oro Kimaru-sama. Occasionally one could also hear Xuanja and Black Blade of Konoha. Killing the second Kazekage had shot the name Black Blade of Konoha across the entire ninja world. But look at Hatake Shomao. His contributions in this war were no less than Orochimaru's and Jiraiya's. Yet as he walked from the main gate to the administrative building, barely anyone called his name. All because of that one failed mission. Tisk, big bro, your treatment is just pathetic. Xuanja grinned beside him, twisting the knife. White Fang of Konoha. White Fang of Konoha. Dad is the best. 2 cheers suddenly burst out, catching the ears of nearby ninja. Hatake Shomao had been wearing a bitter smile, but when he turned to look, his lips immediately relaxed. The shouters were none other than Kakashi and Obito. Correction, Kakashi and Obito, those 2 brats. Beside them stood Rin, Nohara, Kurenai, Yuhi, Might Guy, and the whole bunch of kids, all yelling their, "Where's my big brother? Where is he?" Amidst the bustling festivities in the village, a voice blazing with fury crashed through the air, dragging every gaze toward its source. Beside Kakashi, Asuma burst forth from the crowd like a madman, shoving his way to the front where Xuanja and Jiraiya stood. His eyes reddened as he roared, "Where's my brother? Where's Rioni and the rest of the clan?" The commotion stirred whispers among the Leaf villagers watching from both sides. "Who's that kid? So rude. Should keep your voice down. That's the Hokage's youngest son. I heard the Hokage's eldest son died on the front lines." "Really? Poor thing." Jiraiya was stunned by Asuma's outburst. "Big brother. Was he talking about the old man Sarutobi's eldest son?" Hatake Sakumo sighed and patted Asuma's shoulder. "Shinosuke-kun was killed by the Kazekage during a mission with Xuanja. He's a hero of Konoha. My condolences. But it's fine. I already killed the Kazekage, so his revenge is settled." Xuanja added with the moment the Hatake brothers spoke those words, Jiraiya stood frozen in place. "What? Sarutobi Shinosuke died in a mission involving the Kazekage?" Xuanja and his partner had gone to the Land of Wind. In that battle, they had taken down the Kazekage together. From start to finish, there was no trace of Sarutobi Shinosuke. And now someone was telling him that man had died at the Kazekage's hands. Jiraiya's mind went blank. Nonsense. Absolutely impossible. Asuma roared in fury. "My brother was incredible. How could he die?" Xuanja rolled his eyes. "Your brother was barely a decent jonin. Not weak, but nowhere near the word incredible. He was caught in the sand coffin and died gloriously for the village. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth." Xuanja spread his hands, his tone airy. You're full of crap." Asuma was livid, pointing a finger at Xuanz's nose. "You went on the mission with my brother. Why didn't you save him? You just watched him die, A little brat, that's a fascinating way to put it." Xuanz's smile grew wider. "Last time my brother saved your precious Shinosuke, and how many people in Konoha pointed fingers at him? Your brother was one of them. This time I didn't step in, and it's exactly what he wanted, isn't it?" He paused, then added, "If I had actually pulled him out and he later called me useless, who would take the blame? Everyone, don't you agree?" With that, Xuanja turned to the surrounding Leaf ninjas. Dead silence. Asuma was only 6, his face flushed crimson, unable to squeeze out a single word. "Don't you?" No one answered. Xuanja suddenly raised his voice and shouted again. A few genin and nearby civilians trembled in fear. Yes, Lord Xuanja is right. This is for the victory of Konoha. Lord Xuanja always puts the village first, no problem at all." Lord Shinnosuke would think the same if he were watching from above. Hearing the sycophants around him flatter with thunderous praise, Xuanja couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He knew well that most of these people weren't sincere. But it didn't matter, it felt amazing. At that moment Xuanja finally understood why that guy with the surname Ma in his past life loved showing off so much. Lord Xuanja, I simply cannot agree with your reasoning. Just as everyone was lost in their flattery, a voice emerged from the crowd. All eyes snapped toward it. A boy of about 15 with dazzling blonde hair and features radiating a natural warmth. Even Xuanja had to admit inwardly that the nickname Little Sun was well earned. Minato Namikaze. Among non-bloodline element ninjas, this guy was arguably the ceiling of the Naruto world. The more Xuanja thought about Minato Namikaze, the more absurd it seemed. After dying, he actually managed to train the other half of the Ninetales power into Ninetales chakra mode in the afterlife. How could that even make sense? Was the place he went to called the Soul Society? Feeling Xuanz's gaze, Minato Namikaze, wearing the Konoha headband, pressed one hand to his chest and introduced himself. My name is Minato Namikaze. Xuanz's face remained expressionless as he asked flatly, and then, young as he was, Minato spoke with steady composure. No one can deny that you won the war for Konoha. But what you said earlier, that a comrade's life can be sacrificed for the mission, I cannot accept that. He paused, then continued, nothing is more precious than life. If every mission requires weighing a comrade's life against victory, then the very root of the will of fire is lost. Perhaps it was his face that worked. After Minato said these words, he wasn't met with the same cold stares as Asuma. Many people actually lowered their heads in thought, and some even nodded. They felt the kid wasn't entirely wrong. Jiraiya, standing behind Xuanja to the right, listened to Minato's speech with gleaming eyes, looking like he had found a treasure. Xuanja suddenly asked him, do you know the story of my idiot brother who almost got harassed into seclusion? Minato was taken aback for a moment. During the Second Shinobi World War, Minato was still just a chunin stationed in the village. After White Fang's failed mission, the entire Leaf Ninja community, for a time it seemed that anyone who didn't curse White Fang wasn't a true Leaf Ninja. This twisted trend was so pervasive that even Minato, a young man, sensed something was off. But he was a step above those nameless fools who would spout nonsense after hearing a few rumors. Xuanja asked again, do you know what to do in such a situation to keep your... Minato didn't understand why he was asking, but he nodded honestly. Xuanja said, never argue with fools. Minato frowned. That doesn't seem right. Xuanja replied expressionlessly, yeah, you're right. Tsunade, standing to the left behind him, couldn't hold back a laugh. She quickly wiped the corner of her mouth, maintaining her princess demeanor. Minato Namikaze. His heart was frustrated, but he kept a smile on his face. In the crowd, Obito watched dumbfounded. Damn, he really shut him up completely. Rin Noera lowered her head, pondering deeply, comrades and missions. Which is more important? If it were me. Kurenai, Yuhi muttered to herself. Shizun's gaze darted between Xuanja and Minato. Curiosity piqued as she asked, Kurenai, which one do you mean? The moment Minato uttered the words will of fire, Xuanja had already tagged him in his mind as a fool. But still not a detestable one. After that brief interlude, Xuanja led the main ninja force into the administrative building. They reported the battle situation to the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. All that remained was to wait for the frontline Orochimaru to deliver the ceasefire agreement from the Sand Village. The Second Shinobi World War could finally be officially concluded. Compared to Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction to his eldest son's death was far more subdued. Even when Xuanja reported the assassination of the second Kazekage, he showed no sign of questioning his son's death. On the other hand, Jiraiya remained utterly bewildered throughout. According to Xuanz's account, he and Sarutobi Shinnosuke departed from the Land of Rivers and only met up with Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. Then the three of them infiltrated the Land of Wind together and eliminated the second Kazekage and Tsunagakure. But Jiraiya had never met Sarutobi Shinnosuke at all. What was going on? Before we set out, you said that even if you saw your comrade die before your eyes, you still had to complete the mission. You did exactly that. After listening to Xuanz's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone betrayed no emotional fluctuation. Of course. Xuanja looked smug. My elder brother once faced the same situation and chose to save his comrades only to be reviled like a dog. Now I've become a hero of Konoha, which proves that my approach was the right one. Young Master Shinnosuke, rest in peace, would surely want me to do this. After all, he once scolded my foolish elder brother so badly that he nearly lost the will to live. As Xuanja finished speaking with a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's right index and middle fingers holding the pipe tightened slightly. An ordinary ninja wouldn't have noticed, but the few cage-level experts present all caught this detail. Asking for trouble, humph. Tsunade sneered inwardly. She hadn't even wanted to come see Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, as she was purely curious about how he would react to hearing that his eldest son was dead. I think so too. After a silence of over 10 seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head again, forced a faint smile, and nodded. Next we just need to wait for Orochimaru to deliver the ceasefire agreement from the Land of Wind. I'm speechless, Lord Hokage. Even Nara Shikaku, who wasn't cage level, detected the anomaly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression with his shrewd mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew full well that he couldn't do anything about Schwanja over this matter. Last time Hatake Sakumo had risked his life to save Sarutobi Shinosuke, only to be criticized so harshly that he couldn't hold his head up. This time Hatake Schwanja stood by and did nothing. With such a precedent, no matter how eloquent Hiruzen was, he couldn't argue against that logic. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile. Everyone, you've worked hard returning from the front lines. Go home and reunite with your families. How we almost all... Tsunade coldly dropped that remark, turned, and left without looking back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened another shade. Tisk, this girl can't hide anything in her heart. Schwanja let out a strange laugh and followed Tsunade out of the office. People like Tsunade had everything they thought written all over their faces. They were simply not cut out to be leaders. Just like Senju Hashirama. But she didn't have Hashirama's earth-shattering power. So later, when she became the 5th Hokage, she seemed to have the Elder Council under control, but in reality, she couldn't uproot their foundation. Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura, those two old fools, would jump out and cause trouble at every opportunity. Honestly, the fact that these two survived until the Boruto era is nothing short of a miracle. After Jiraiya, Hatake Sakumo, and Nara Shikaku, leading the Ino Shikacho team, had all left one by one, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned his 3 old confidants, the Konoha Elder Council F4. They met in a secret chamber of the High Command. "You're saying Shinosuke died at the hands of the Kazekage Hiruzen?" After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's recount of Zuanza's story, Udatane Koharu was the first to raise doubts. Having Sarutobi Shinosuke take the seat of Hokage was something the 4 of them had agreed to. Danzo hadn't objected either. After all, the relationship between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't yet become as strained as it would after the Third War. Besides, as long as the Sarutobi clan kept the position of Hokage, the real power would remain in their hands. If it fell to the Senju Uchiha or anyone outside the Elder Council, their comfortable days would be over. So Shinosuke's death was a heavy blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen and a thunderbolt to the entire Elder Council. Of course, the other 3 knew it in their hearts. With Sarutobi Shinosuke's lackluster quality, for him to become Hokage, Hiruzen would have to turn the Hokage system into a hereditary one. "You have doubts, Koharu?" Midokado Hamura frowned. "You don't think Hatake Schwanja killed Shinosuke, do you? He may always act unconventionally, but he wouldn't be bold enough to go that far, would he?" Midokado Hamura immediately guessed what his old partner of nearly 50 years was thinking, but he thought it was completely impossible. Hatake Zuanza's style was completely different from that naive Hatake Sakumo. He was shrewd, ruthless, merciless, and deep. Whatever the Elder Council was like, Schwanja was exactly the same kind of person. Of course, those old men wouldn't admit it. Otherwise, why would they always be saying things like, "It's all for Konoha"? Evidence? There's nothing. Udatane Koharu said coldly. "How Shinosuke died is just a matter of that kid's word, isn't it?" She disliked Hatake Schwanja for no other reason than that he refused to be controlled by the Elder Council. In their eyes, a genius who couldn't be controlled was no different from a waste. "Danzo, what do you think?" Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed the question to the one among the 4 who was most adept at manipulation. Danzo couldn't care less about Sarutobi Shinosuke's life or death. He thought that brat had mediocre talent and was completely unqualified to be Hokage. Dead is dead. If it weren't for the fact that he was your son, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would he have bothered to summon me with such a fuss? However, the Hokage's face still had to be saved. Danzo pondered for a few seconds and replied, "Didn't Jiraiya also get involved in the assassination of the..." Ask him. After leaving the administrative building, Jiraiya went alone to the farm hut outside Konoha village. The little hut that belonged to Schwanja. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. "Not here." Jiraiya frowned and muttered. Unable to find anyone at the farmhouse, Jiraiya had to go back to Konoha and ask Hatake Sakumo for information. "Schwanja." Hatake Sakumo thought for a moment, holding his son's hand. Just now, when he was about to go back, Nawaki dragged him off for a drink. He should be at the Senju clan's compound now. "I see, thank you, Sakumasama." Even as one of the Sannin, Jiraiya couldn't help using honorifics when addressing Hatake Sakumo. "Don't mention it. You helped Schwanja a lot with the Kazekage matter." Hatake Sakumo waved his hand and smiled. "Kazekage." Hearing those 2 words, Jiraiya's expression froze for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he lowered his voice and asked, "Sakumasama, don't you think there's something wrong with the Kazekage mission?" People were passing by, occasionally glancing over. So Jiraiya didn't directly say the word assassination. "Something wrong?" Hatake Sakumo frowned. At that moment, a middle-aged man about the same age as Hatake Sakumo walked over, holding a little girl's hand. That little girl was Yuhi Kurenai. Just by looking at her red eyes one could tell whose daughter she was. What are you talking about so lively? Yuhi Shinka stepped forward holding his daughter's hand and asked. Oh, it's Shinku. Hatake Sakumo nodded to his old friend, then showed a hint of confusion. That kid Jiraiya seems to have an issue with the mission where Ishwanja and Shinosuke attacked Sunagakure. Seeing that Hatake Sakumo's expression showed nothing unusual, Jiraiya had already concluded in his heart that the White Fang before him truly knew nothing about those dirty deeds. He sighed inwardly and couldn't help shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had long heard about the White Fang's affairs from Orochimaru and Tsunade. Such a powerful White Fang had nearly been driven to death by a few idle words. He hadn't believed it before, but meeting him again today after many years he realized Hatake Sakumo was unbelievably simple-minded, even a bit foolish. Had he really not noticed anything strange about his younger brother's actions? Chimu Shamao was utterly unable to comprehend, while Shiri Jinhong saw through it, but chose not to expose it, casually saying, I've heard about that matter too. It's not easy for you to carry out such a super strength mission. Go back and rest. Back when Chimu Shamao failed his mission and was condemned by the entire village, Shiri Jinhong had already sensed something amiss. How could the village's most classified super strength mission become known to everyone? Failing a mission is not uncommon for ninjas, but the scolding Chimu Shamao received this time was absurdly exaggerated. Combined with the news he heard from Nilai Lugio, Xuanja took the initiative to team up with Yuanfei Shinji Zhu and went to Shine Village to strike at the second wind shadow. Connecting these clues, Shiri Jinhong had a general idea in his mind. But he still feigned ignorance, for with his strength and status, he could not wade into such. Hearing this, Zilai knew he could not extract any more information. He nodded to the two and turned to leave. Zilai's expression doesn't look right. What happened? Chimu Shamao looked utterly bewildered. Shuomao, if you have time, eat more walnuts. Nourish your brain. Looking at his old friend who possessed overwhelming strength, yet had the political acumen of a child, Shiri Jinhong sighed and patted his shoulder. What do you mean by that? Chimu Shuomao was displeased. Come on, let's go get some barbecue with our families. Shiri Jinhong smiled and changed the subject. Father, can we invite brother Xuanja too? Shiri Hong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why? Because he's handsome. Shiri Hong's eyes were full of stars. Shiri Jinhong felt a pang of sourness in his heart, sensing that the soil around his painstakingly cultivated little cabbage was starting to loosen. Chinsho residence. Lord Zilai, greetings. Lord Zilai, are you here to see Princess Gangsho? Turn right ahead and you'll be there. In the settlement of the Chinsho clan, cooking smoke rose in spirals. Lord Zilai, hey, race a freshly steamed bun. Want one? The clan members warmly greeted this outsider. Zilai smiled and waved his hand, yet a complex emotion stirred within him. Once upon a time the Chinsho and Yuzibo stood shoulder to shoulder. What a glorious sight that was. Now though, he swept his gaze across the ordinary villagers around him, who had no chakra fluctuations and were not even the most basic of ninjas. These people could no longer uphold the weight of the name Chinsho. The only truly formidable one left was Gangsho. And Shingshu, that boy. He had talent, but he was still far from being able to shoulder the clan. Now the Kaianshus standing in the village was not even comparable to major clans like Yuanfei Yuzibo or Rishiang. Even the Zuludi and others were trampling over them. Were it not for Gangsho, a shadow-level powerhouse holding the fort, even third-rate clans like Yueguang and Buzuo would dare to show them disrespect. The clan leader's mansion was located in the most secluded corner of the settlement. Zilai had heard that after the great battle between the first Hokage and Yuzibo Madara, the former was so severely injured that he required absolute silence. Thus the mansion was moved to the edge. However, after the upheaval a year ago, the Chinsho clan members were either dead or scattered, and now the entire settlement was eerily quiet. Before he even entered the gate, the aroma of sukiyaki wafted out, followed by Shengshi's voice, tinged with laughter. Brother-in-law, you're absolutely brilliant. Killing Yuanfei Shinji Zhu without leaving anyone a shred of evidence to catch you. Old Yuanfei risen must be at home fuming and banging his head against the wall, right? Ha ha ha. In the courtyard, a clay pot stood on a stone table. Steam rose, and the aroma of beef swirled in the air. Xuanja, Gangsho, and Shengshu sat around it. Gang's cheeks were flushed from the wine and steam, carrying a hint of intoxication. Brother-in-law, this move of yours is masterful. Shengshu refilled the cups for Xuanja and himself, his eyes shining brightly. That old fox played power games his whole life, but in the end he stumbled on his own. The Rain Country is simultaneously at war with fire, wind, and earth. Chaos is everywhere. With one more Yuanfei Shinji Zhu thrown into the mix, who could possibly trace it back? Shengshu grew more and more excited, his face flushed. Not from the alcohol, but from exhilaration. Xuanja picked up his cup and took a gentle sip. His gaze drifted casually toward the entrance, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No. It is precisely because I chose to act in the Rain Country that a flaw has been exposed. A flaw I hadn't even anticipated myself. That gap has already come knocking at the door. Zilai, how about joining us for a drink? The moment Xuanja finished speaking, the haziness of the drunkenness instantly vanished from Shangshu and Gangzhou. Both of them turned to look at the entrance. Zilai stood there, his face a mixture of emotions, shock, anger, sorrow, fear, all twisted together in a knot. He stepped into the courtyard one stride at a time. Xuanja, so it was you. You were behind this. Zilai's words seemed forced out from between clenched teeth. What Xuanja had told Yuanfei Risen was that he and Yuanfei Xinjizhu set out together from the river country and later encountered him in the rain country. Then the three of them infiltrated Shine Village together to target the second Wind Shadow. In the end, Yuanfei Xinjizhu was killed by the Wind Shadow. But what Zilai had witnessed with his own eyes was entirely different. Yuanfei Xinjizhu had never been at the assassination scene at all. In fact, Zilai had even encountered him at the very beginning. Zilai had long harbored suspicious words just now had slapped him in the face. The evidence was laid out plainly, leaving no room for doubt. Truly man plans, but heaven decides. Who would have thought I'd run into you of all places in the rain country? Xuanja smiled and took another set of chopsticks and bowl. Sit down and eat. We'll talk as we eat. Zilai had no appetite for food or drink at the moment. Not only him, but Gangzhou and Shangshu also set down their cups at the sight of him. The hostility emanating from the siblings was faint, yet palpable, pressing down on Zilai's heart uneasily. Gangzhou, Shangshu. You knew from the very beginning. Zilai's white eyebrows furrowed, his voice carrying a hint of wavering. I suspected it when he said he was going to kill the Wind Shadow alongside Yuanfei Xinjizhu. Gangzhou's expression was sour. She picked up her cup again and downed it in one gulp, her tone as cold as ice. It's indeed a coincidence that you happened to encounter. Senior Zilai, are you planning to go and inform on us to Yuanfei Risen? Shangshu's words were even more direct, his hostility written plainly on his face. Senior Zilai, are you planning to go and inform on us to Yuanfei Risen? Shangshu's words were even more direct, his hostility. In his eyes, Yuanfei Risen was not worthy of sharing the same title as his two grandfathers. Shangshu, Zilai suddenly didn't know what to say. As you walked all the way here, you must have seen what the Qinshu clan has become, right? The hatred in Shangshu's face grew more intense as he continued. Almost all the men are dead. Compared to him, Yuanfei Risen, he only lost a son. What right does he have to compare? We suffered far worse than he did. Zilai opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. The incident last year had wiped out the entire Qinshu clan. It was because the intelligence division provided wrong information that they fell into the enemy's trap and were completely annihilated. Gangzhou and Shangshu's parents were among those who died. The intelligence division was actually controlled by the Shimura clan. Even though Zilai was still in the rain country at the time, training the three future Akatsuki members, he could vaguely sense that something was off. And Shangshu was even more straightforward, laying the matter out on the table. This whole affair was orchestrated by the higher-ups in the decision-making council. The Senju and Uchiha. These two clans were the most reluctant to see Sarutobi Hiruzen ascend to the position of Hokage. The Senju clan, having already produced two Hokages, voiced their opposition particularly loudly. But ever since that incident last year, the fate of the Senju was laid bare, and the Uchiha had thoroughly learned their lesson. In the final analysis, the Uchiha situation was not much better than the Senju's. In fact, before the Senju's downfall, they were even worse off. At least the Senju had Tsunade to hold things together. As for the Uchiha, not a single cage-level powerhouse had emerged. Hatred is like a chain, each link intertwined with the next. Staring at Shangshu's eyes filled with hatred, Jiraiya's mind suddenly recalled the words spoken by the great Toad Sage back then. The prophesied child would sever the chains of hatred in this world and bring about a peace founded on genuine understanding between people. And he, Jiraiya, would be the one to guide that child. With that thought, Jiraiya's gaze grew much more resolute. As if he had made up his mind, he dropped the words, "I'll take my leave," and turned to walk away. Brother-in-law Jiraiya-senpai is the only one who knows the truth. Do you think he will? Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Shangshu looked at Xuanja with concern. No, he won't. Xuanja picked up a piece of beef from the stone pot, tossing one into his own bowl and offering the other to Tsunade's lips. Tsunade glared at him fiercely for several seconds, but finally opened her mouth and bit the meat. Jiraiya is a man who values emotion too much. I don't dislike that about him, but it is precisely his greatest weakness. Xuanja spoke with certainty. There was no need to mention anything else, just considering the future. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were going to fight to the death, and Jiraiya stubbornly chose neutrality. That alone spoke volumes. Hey, what's wrong, Jiraiya? Such a dazed look doesn't suit you, you idiot. As soon as Jiraiya stepped out of the Senju clan's territory, he ran into the Hokage, returning to the village with a small squad of guards. Orochimaru. Seeing Jiraiya's pale face and furrowed brows, Orochimaru couldn't help but tease him. Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked up, staring fixedly at his old friend, whose demeanor grew increasingly cold. After a few seconds, he finally asked, "That matter between Schwanja and Zenzizu. You know about it." "That matter?" Orochimaru's snake-like pupil shifted. After a moment of thought, he realized, "Hey, you mean Schwanja took Zenzizu's? Hey." Before Orochimaru could finish, Jiraiya cut him off with a loud roar. The commotion was so loud that it startled several nearby Konoha ninja. Jiraiya grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder and pulled him aside, lowering his voice to scold. "Are you insane? How dare you say such things in public?" Orochimaru shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "What's there to be so shocked about? I'm not taking Sarutobi Sensei's side nor Zwan's. Neutral." Jiraiya's brows furrowed even tighter. Those 4 words from Orochimaru's mouth made his heart uneasy. Without realizing it, had the ninja of Konoha already split into several factions. To me, they are all fragile things that could die at any moment. I have no interest in who fights whom. Orochimaru always wore that faint smile, as if nothing can. He knew clearly that he pursued only 2 things: the eternal life of his beloved friend and limitless ninjutsu. For someone who could live till the end of time, the struggles of outsiders, or rather those who would eventually die, were utterly insignificant. "And what about you, Jiraiya? Which side are you on?" Despite saying that, Orochimaru was curious about one thing. If Schwanja truly fell out with Sarutobi Sensei, who would ultimately win? "You? What exactly are you trying to say?" Jiraiya's voice revealed obvious unease. Orochimaru grinned. "We all know deep down that Zenzizu died at Zwan's hands. Although Sarutobi Sensei has no evidence, he must have already blacklisted Schwanja. Those 2 will inevitably confront each other sooner or later." He paused and continued, "Behind Schwanja are Tsunade Shinshu and the others. On Sarutobi Sensei's side are the Elder Council and the entire Konoha. On the surface, Sarutobi Sensei holds an absolute advantage. But he and Danzo's group are getting old, and their strength has already begun to decline. As for the major clans like Uchiha Hyuga and Ino Shikacho, I doubt many are truly loyal to Sarutobi Sensei." At this point, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. In this situation, someone of your cage level standing decides the balance of the scales, depending on which side you stand. Jiraiya's temple twitched violently. Before he could answer, an Anbu wearing a mask suddenly appeared beside them, using the body flicker technique. "Orochimaru-sama Jiraiya, the Hokage summons you both." "Moi." Jiraiya's gaze fell behind the Anbu's mask, the conspicuous yellow hair. Was that the brat who had dared to talk back to Schwanja earlier? "Hokage office." Orochimaru placed a small scroll on the desk, his tone cold. "The ceasefire agreement from Chiyo of Sunigakure." With that, he turned and left, saying, "If there's nothing else, I'll head back. I have a mountain of ninjutsu to study." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop him, just sat there watching Orochimaru leave. The bond between the 2 seemed to be fading as well. Beside the wooden house near the farmland, the creek babbled. 2 figures, one black and one white, clashed continuously by the water's edge, moving so fast that the naked eye could not follow. Every time you thought you had caught their position, they had already changed locations to fight. So powerful. This is what true strength is. The Blackblade and Baya truly live up to their reputation. Obito clenched his fist, his face flushed red, trembling with excitement. "You're from the Uchiha clan. Why don't you stay in your own clan compound, and instead come running to the Hatake place all day?" Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes, his tone full of impatience. "None of your business. This isn't your Hatake territory, you'll go wherever I want." Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes, his tone full of impatience. "None of your business. This isn't your Hatake territory, you'll go where I'm for dead last like you. Instead of wasting time watching my dad and uncle spar, you should practice your basics." Kakashi didn't hold back. "So you won't even qualify as cannon fodder on the battlefield? Who are you calling a dead last?" Obito's anger flared up. He grabbed Kakashi by the collar and flipped him over to mount him. The 2 immediately tussled. "Stop it. Don't fight." Rin Noera stamped her feet in panic, desperately trying to mediate. Jiraiya silently pursed his dry lips, his dark gaze observing the 2 before him. He had left the village 3 years ago to teach Nagato and the others. What had happened in the village during that time? Why did everything feel so unfamiliar? "Old man, what did you call me for?" Jiraiya was the only one of the 3 ninja who still maintained the bond of master and disciple with Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Tell me the mission you carried out with Hatake Schwanja and Zenzizu. What exactly happened on the Kazekage's side?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stared intensely into Jiraiya's eyes. As expected. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. As expected, the old man was suspicious. Even though Schwanja had already told his version, he was asked to recount it again. In plain terms, it was to confirm his own suspicions. Jiraiya was silent for a long while before slowly speaking. "I didn't see it with my own eyes. Sarutobi Shinosuke was killed by the 2nd Kazekage." What he said was, "I never saw Sarutobi Shinosuke die at the hands of the 2nd Kazekage, not. I never encountered Sarutobi Shinosuke on that mission." In essence, Jiraiya had played a word game with Hiruzen Sarutobi. His stance mirrored that of Orochimaru. He chose neutrality regarding the affairs of both. After all, he hadn't lied. He truly hadn't witnessed Sarutobi Shinnosuke's death at the hands of the second Kazekage. Wasn't that the truth? Kakashi Hatake, who had been wrestling with Obito on the ground, was suddenly yanked aside by Kurenai Yuhi. She hadn't come willingly, she had been dragged along by the young girl. Hatake-style Chidori. The white blur in midair having been knocked back, paused momentarily. Sakumo Hatake formed a single hand seal. Blinding bolts of lightning erupted from the arm, gripping his sword. Lightning released chakra, spiraling out of control, spreading from his palm to engulf his entire arm. Following Zwan's advice, he had compressed all the lightning-released chakra into his hand to achieve this effect. However, Schwanja himself couldn't remember the exact hand seals for Chidori from the original, so that was the extent of his guidance. Sakumo Hatake was already adept at using lightning release to enhance his body, granting him explosive speed. Now with Chidori, his power had increased by more than a notch. Puff, whoosh, as the lightning chakra erupted from his right arm, and he surged forward once more. The very air let out a dull roar. Crackle. The shrill cry of Chidori sounded like 1,000 birds screaming in unison. That was the origin of its name. This speed. It's too much. Sakumo Hatake gritted his teeth as his vision grew increasingly blurry. The lightning release chakra placed a tremendous burden on his body. His speed had increased, but his eyes could no longer keep up. Schwanja, standing on the ground below, looked up at the figure descending like a lightning bolt. It was definitely faster than the version that future Kakashi, the one with a 50-50 win rate, would master. The young Kurenai Yuhi, watching from the sidelines, cried out in alarm. But Sakumo in his Chidori state was far too fast. She had barely uttered the first syllable when the second one was yet to escape her lips. Sakumo Hatake had already reached Schwanja. In that instant, just before they collided, Zwan's pupils sharply contracted. A deep, aged voice abruptly exploded in his mind. Call to me. Huh. Zwan's expression shifted dramatically. Crack, clang. The two brothers' figures flashed past each other. By the time Kakashi, Obito, and the others watching could discern their positions, Sakumo Hatake stood behind Schwanja. At that moment, a thin cut slowly split open beneath Zwan's right eye, and a trail of blood trickled down. Dad won. Kakashi, who had been overpowering Obito, shouted excitedly. But just as the words left his mouth, a large gash suddenly burst open on Sakumo Hatake's right arm. Blood sprayed from the cut in his ninja uniform. Dad! Kakashi yelled, rushing. It's just a scratch, nothing serious. Sakumo Hatake waved his hand and smiled. Compared to the sword wound on his arm, he was more concerned about the back of his hand, lacerated and raw from the lightning-release chakra. I still need to develop it further. Sakumo Hatake muttered softly. Rin Noera knelt beside Schwanja, swiftly opening her portable medical kit and carefully bandaging his wound. Obito, watching from the side, felt a pang of bitter jealousy. With your reflexes, you should have been able to dodge that strike, Schwanja. Sakumo Hatake withdrew his gaze and turned to ask. Schwanja had already sat down cross-legged, replying dismissively, I gained a little something. Inwardly, he was pondering the sudden commotion in his mind. Could it be? Host Hatake Schwanja, swordsmanship Hatake style, swordsmanship Naruto World Hawkeye Black Blade swordsmanship, One Piece World Evolution Progress Fire Release, Ninjutsu Naruto World, Kekiai, Gunkai Scorch Release Naruto World Evolution Progress 82. 5 Body Flicker Technique Naruto World Shuimpa Bleach World Evolution Progress 30. Just as he was checking the panel, Tsunade's slightly sarcastic voice drifted over. Oh, our esteemed Black Blade master seems to be enjoying himself quite well. The moment the words fell, Rin Noera hastily stepped back 2 paces. The sheer force of her presence intimidated the young girl. Meanwhile, in the old Sarutobi residence. Get out of here. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was once again chased out of the bedroom by his wife Biwako. Although he maintained a calm exterior despite the death of his son Shinosuke Sarutobi, Biwako, however, had lost all composure. Upon hearing the news, she nearly charged at Schwanja in a frenzy. Coupled with Zwan's earlier words before leaving Konoha, she was almost certain that Hatake Schwanja had killed her son. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to hold her back. The price. You'll sleep in the study tonight. A man in his 50s unable to secure even that small comfort. Who would believe it? Jiraiya's remark that day to Hiruzen, I didn't see Shinosuke die at the hands of the second Kazekage, had pushed the Hokage's suspicion to 99%. Since Jiraiya hadn't seen it, it meant his eldest son had most likely not died at the hands of the Kazekage. Instead, it was Schwanja who had killed him. Even if Schwanja hadn't struck the fatal blow, the mere act of standing by and letting him die was enough to earn Hiruzen's eternal hatred. If Schwanja knew the convoluted thoughts in the old man's mind, he'd probably feel compelled to splash some urine on him to wake him up. Before that, he'd have to quit sugar. If the old man got a taste for sweetness and became addicted, what then? Saving him was wrong, and not saving him was wrong too. What exactly do you want? However, if Jiraiya had said, "I never encountered Sarutobi Shinosuke on that mission," the suspicion would have been absolute. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the porch of his home, the night wind blowing with no one to warm his bed. There was only 1% missing, but that 1% was enough to be fatal. No matter how much he suspected Xuanzhe, what could he do? He had no evidence. In the end, the key was Xuanzhe's formidable strength. In the dead of night, he could simply send the Anbu to snatch him. The elders and the Hokage had held the highest authority in Konoha for nearly 30 years. When had they ever relied on evidence? Hokage-sama, a figure suddenly landed in the courtyard. The speed was so fast that even most of Konoha's jonin couldn't keep up. That striking yellow hair was unmistakable, even with a mask on. Minato Namikaze's Anbu codename Light. The Anbu, though said to be Konoha's elite force, was more like a training camp for prodigies. The legendary figures from the original, Minato, Kakashi, Shisui, Itachi, had all served in the Anbu. But the Anbu was a covert unit. Once their fame outgrew their masks, they would remove them, retire, and stand in the open as ordinary ninjas. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had another motive for shoving prodigies into the Anbu. In essence, it was indoctrination. The Anbu consisted of those most deeply imbued with the will of fire. You could lack strength, but you must be a fanatical loyalist to the will of fire. As for Minato Namikaze, he was a prime example. At 14, a commoner with no bloodline or special heritage, his strength already made ordinary jonin. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him and couldn't help recalling his own youth. Bullshit, when had he ever been this skilled at that age? Not to mention that Minato was so close to Kushina Uzumaki, the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Such a person must be brought to our side. How is the task I assigned you going? Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly put away the disheveled look of being kicked out of the room by his wife and put on the air of a Hokage. Lord Xuanzhe and Lord Shinao truly live up to their reputations. Today's training match opened my eyes. Minato Namikaze first remarked, then showed a hint of confusion. But Lord Hokage, why did you specifically ask me to observe Lord Xuanzhe? His nature is too dangerous. Hiruzen Sarutobi put on a pained expression and sighed. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. You've heard him say it before, haven't you? That man would abandon his teammates to complete a mission. He doesn't understand what the will of fire means. The true essence of the will of fire is for the older generation to burn themselves to ashes, lighting the path for the younger ones. But he, on the contrary, watched Shinosuke get into trouble and didn't lend a hand. With such a disposition, I think we need to keep an eye on him. Minato Namikaze came from an ordinary background and had been deeply influenced by the will of fire since childhood. But after hearing this, he was stunned for a long while. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Last time Hatake Sakumo saved your son and was almost criticized to the point of being unable to hold his head up. Now Hatake Xuanzhe doesn't save your son, and you want to keep an eye on him. Everything he does is wrong. What do you want him to do? Of course, he only dared to think these thoughts, never saying a word. Lord Hokage, there's another matter I need to report. Minato Namikaze remembered something and began to report. Today, Master Jiraiya came to me intending to take me as his disciple. So, I'd like to temporarily set aside the task of watching Lord Xuanzhe and train under Master Jiraiya. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. Jiraiya was the only one among his 3 disciples with whom he still had a close bond. He had also considered passing the Hokage seat to him. But if he were to be selfish, he would still prefer to leave the position to his own son Asuma. Between a son and a disciple, blood ties mattered more. However, letting Minato Namikaze become Jiraiya's disciple. The old man stroked his still black beard, pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Very well, go train with Jiraiya. In his heart, he had calculated it clearly. Although Jiraiya was now the closest to him, he was also the one who least desired the Hokage's seat. Knowing his disciple well, even if he were asked to succeed in the future, he would likely refuse. Minato Namikaze was different. On the first day of school, this kid had declared in front of everyone that he would become the strongest ninja in Konoha's history. Making him Jiraiya's disciple meant he would be his own grand disciple. But surveillance on Xuanzhe cannot stop. He'll assign someone else to take your place. You can train with Jiraiya for now. But surveillance on Xuanzhe cannot stop. He'll assign someone else to take your place. You can train with Jiraiya for now. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a smile. Minato Namikaze opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally swallowed his words. On the training ground of Training Area 7, Minato bit his thumb and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. A burst of smoke exploded and a giant toad descended from the sky, shaking the ground violently. Jiraiya stood by his pupils. This kid could summon Gamabunta on his first try. Before he could process this, Minato Namikaze and Gamabunta had already formed hand signs simultaneously. Fire release, great flame bomb. A scorching pillar of fire shot from his throat, colliding with the toad, oil spat by Gamabunta, instantly igniting a sea of flames. The moment the flames blazed into the sky, the surrounding air quivered with heat. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He had taught him the toad oil flame bomb, and this guy had executed it after seeing it only once. Even he had spent half a month practicing that technique back in the day. Jiraiya, your disciple's talent far surpasses yours. Gamabunta spoke in a rumbling voice, pipe and mouth. Shut up. Jiraiya's face darkened. Although it was good that his disciple was promising, being told that to his face was a blow to his pride. Minato Namikaze leaped down from Gamabunta's back, landing lightly. Master, I've been working on a jutsu lately, but I haven't been able to perfect it. I'd like your— Oh, tell me about it. Jiraiya suppressed the shock in his heart and assumed the air of a teacher. Minato Namikaze extended his right hand, and a swirl of chakra gathered in his palm. The airflow spun faster and faster, gradually forming a spherical outline. The experiment— Jiraiya's eyes almost popped out. Tailed beast ball. This kid dared to use that as reference. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Minato, you're a monster. If he hadn't seen Nagato's Rinnegan with his own eyes, he would have almost believed this golden-haired youth was the child of prophecy the great toad sage spoke of. As they were talking, several piercing screams came from afar. Ag! Help! Help! What's happening? Jiraiya frowned. Master Jiraiya, let's check it out. Minato Namikaze didn't hesitate and dashed toward the source of the screams. Follow me. Jiraiya immediately followed. Gamabunta lost interest, blew a smoke ring, and vanished into white mist. Two figures sped through the forest. As they ran, they gradually sensed something wrong. This path seemed to be. When they arrived, the sight before them left them utterly stunned. Familiar farmland, familiar wooden cabin. It was indeed where Schwanja lived. But the scene beside the fields made their scalps tingle. A large group of fierce-looking ninja dogs, some crouching, some lying down, were gnawing on something beside the ridges. Their mouths were filled with bloody chunks of meat. Crack! A dog that looked like a husky was chewing on a bone, making a crunching sound. Then it spat out something with a puff. Clang! An object fell to the ground. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze looked closely. It was a Konoha ninja forehead protector. Nearby, beside a few dogs, lay severed fingers and bloodstained skulls. All eaten. Just then the curtain of the wooden cabin was lifted. Schwanja stepped out wearing a white thin shirt and black trousers, dressed casually, with a straw hat on his head and a hoe over his shoulder. His tone was as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. Time to work. Whoever slacks off will be in the dog meat soup tonight. Woof! The pack of huskies, which had been fierce and chewing enthusiastically just moments before, instantly changed their demeanor at Zhuanz's call. One by one, they obediently put on the iron plows meant for oxen and lined up to work in the fields. Schwanja, hoe over his shoulder, strolled over to the pile. His gaze swept over the Konoha forehead protector on the ground. Then he raised his hoe and brought it down. Boom! The forehead protector shattered into pieces. Schwanja, there were few things in this world that could shock Jiraiya into silence. But in this short month, Schwanja had given him more shocks than his entire life. Oh, this! Xianzha prodded a blood-stained piece of cloth by the ridge of the field with his hoe. Those dogs just caught a few unlucky ones, perfect for their lunch. Just like the Yu family raising bugs, and the Yuzhibo family keeping birds, the summoning beasts of the Chimu clan were usually dogs. But Xianzha never relied on them in battle. He knew only a few ninjutsu, and the summoning technique was one of them. He neither patrolled nor fought, he simply used them as farm animals. Is that the Moonlight Clan's emblem? Jiraiya stared at the patterned cloth on the hoe, swallowed hard, and his face turned deathly pale. The Moonlight Clan secured their foothold in Mai through their mastery of the transparency technique. Members of this clan excelled at concealment and reconnaissance. They usually worked in the Umbu and the intelligence division. In plain words, these two departments were the blades wielded by Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuin Tuanzang. Thus, the Moonlight Clan was essentially one of the Hokage's most trusted families. If not, who would be sneaking around watching me, a hero who rendered great service to Mai? A smirk curled at the corner of Xianzha's mouth as black flames instantly incinerated the watcher. By the way, I felt someone tailing me for a week now. Stalking me so persistently. Must be from an enemy village. It can't be that the Hokage sent someone to watch me, right? Xianzha said with a grin. Standing beside Jiraiya, Bluffing Shuemin was drenched in cold sweat. A week ago, that was exactly the 2 days he had been tailing him. He turned to look at the ninja dogs pulling iron plows, their mouths still stained with fresh blood. Wolfing Shuemin felt a chill run down his neck. If he had continued his surveillance, he would now be lying in those dogs' bellies. A new disciple at Xianzha noticed the young man beside Jiraiya and roughly guessed what was going on. Jiraiya took a few deep breaths to steady his emotions before speaking in a low voice. Yes, I brought it up with old man Yuanfei myself. You are the Hokage's disciple and Shuemin is your disciple's disciple. Ha, that's an interesting lineage. Xianzha chuckled, said no more, turned, and walked into the fields to start tilling and sowing. In truth, he spent most of his time practicing swordsmanship. Farming for him was more like relaxation. Jiraiya and Bluffing Shuemin said nothing the entire way. When they reached the village gate, a woman carrying a newborn baby passed by and greeted them. Ajirizama, hello. Jiraiya paused. You are. Noticing the Moonlight Clan emblem on her clothes, his expression shifted. My name is Yueguang Run, and this is my child with Yueguang Yueying, Yueguang Jifeng. The woman bowed slightly. Yueying Yueguang Yueying. I recall he is the head of the Moonlight Clan. Jiraiya frowned, thinking for a moment. Yes, my husband works under the Hokagesima. Yueguang Rin furrowed her brows as well, looking a bit confused, but for some reason he's been coming home very late these past few days. She bowed again to Jiraiya and apologized. The lady of the Moonlight Clan bowed deeply, her voice full of apology. How rude of me to complain in front of a Sannin like you. I must be going now. Oh, I still need to prepare dinner for Yueying at home. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Wolfeng Shuimin stood frozen as well. They watched the woman carrying the baby walk away, neither speaking for a long time. After a while, Wolfeng Shuimin finally forced out a question. Sensei, was that lady the wife of the Moonlight Clan head? Jiraiya cut him off, his face dark and terrifying. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Don't ask, Shuimin. Go back and rest. I have something. Wolfeng Shuimin stood dumbfounded, watching Jiraiya stride away. His mind was flooded with the image of that mother and child. That man would never come home. No, he had already become someone else's meal. If Shinja had been there and knew that baby was named Yueguang Jifeng, he would have let out a long, close call. Had almost wiped out another advanced cannon fodder from the original story. Such a sin, such a sin. The next day, Yuenfei Risen was in his usual spot, sitting in the Hokage's office. One hand holding a pipe, the other flipping through intelligence reports from the border. Mai and Sunagakure had officially signed a ceasefire. The Second Great Ninja War was finally over. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The only trouble was that mess with his eldest son. But was it really just an accident? Lately he had been spending more and more time in the office. It couldn't be helped. Because of the eldest son, his wife Pipa, who hadn't given him a kind look. His second son Asuma knew nothing of the intricacies, but had already started rebelling against him. Outside, the ministers argued all day. At home, everything was... That was the life Hiruzen Sarutobi was living now. At least the war was over, or he would have been worried to death. Strange, why is Yueying so late today? Yuenfei Risen glanced at the clock on the wall, frowning. After Wolfeng Shuimin became Jiraiya's disciple, he was temporarily relieved of his duties in the Umbu and no longer needed to watch over Chimushuanja. So Yuenfei Risen dispatched a division leader of the Umbu, the head of the Moonlight Clan Yueguang Yueying, to take over. The Moonlight Clan possessed the secret technique of transparency, excelling in stealth and reconnaissance. Moreover, when Yuenfei Risen became the Hokage, the Moonlight Clan were among the first to support him. Thus, in his eyes, Yueguang Yueying had always been his most trusted confidant. Unfortunately, while the man's reconnaissance abilities were unmatched, his combat strength was lacking, so he couldn't become the captain. But if he were too strong, Yuenfei Risen wouldn't dare to use him. What if one day he shook the Hokage's position? A sudden kick sent the Hokage's office door crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Even Yuenfei Risen, sitting behind the desk, was startled. He looked up, his brow furrowed even more tightly. Jiraiya, were you waiting for Yueguang Yueying? Jiraiya's face was devoid of any smile, his tone eerily calm. For a man who usually laughed and cracked jokes, such an expression was as clear as day. He was furious. My. Yuenfei Risen frowned deeper. How did this guy know? He didn't even have time to ask. Jiraiya suddenly reached behind him, pulled out an object, and hurled it straight at Yuenfei Risen. Yuenfei Risen instinctively caught it. He looked down. It was a bloodstained cloth, the corner of an Umbu vest. Jiraiya, this is. He looked up at his disciple, who still remembered their teacher-student bond. Leftovers from Shinja's ninja dogs. Jiraiya sneered. If witnessing that bloody scene at noon hadn't completely driven him mad. Then when he returned to Mai with Wolfeng Shuimin and saw the bereaved Yueguang Run and the newborn baby, who had lost his father named Yueguang Jifeng, Jiraiya, being soft-hearted, had his last nerve snap. The grudges between Shinja and old man Yuenfei were none of his business. But dragging innocent people into their mess, that was something Jiraiya could not tolerate. Yuenfei Risen's pupils constricted sharply. Just from Jiraiya's words, he already understood what had happened. This guy is too arrogant. Huan Song, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped in from the open door and let out a cold snort. They dared to touch the Umbu. Yuenfei, I think it's time to issue an arrest warrant. Huan Song, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped in from the open door and let out a cold snort. They dared to touch the Umbu. Yuenfei, I think it's time to issue an arrest warrant. Song knew something had gone wrong. Huan Song, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped in from the open door and let out a cold snort. They dared to touch the Umbu. He was not yet 50, barely retaining the strength of a cage level. Hearing Tuan Song's icy command tone, Zilai, he could no longer suppress his anger and roared, "The enemies outside are restless, and you don't think of ways to deal with them, but only scheme against your own people." If you hadn't been so bored as to send people to monitor Shinja, why would all these troubles arise? What do you mean, Zilai Yi? Huansong stared coldly at the person opposite, his voice laced with venom. You can't possibly not see that Yuan Fei Xin Zhu and Qi Mu Xian have no connection at all. Or did you also have a hand in it? His words carried a hidden meaning. Huansong. Yuan Fei Rijan frowned, his tone low and suppressed. He had already said that once. Ha can't even trust me. Zilai Yi's face turned pale and flushed, then he simply laughed and turned to walk out. Fine, you two mess around yourselves. I'm not getting involved. In truth, he knew well that concerning the matter between Shinja and Yuan Fei Xin Zhu, he had indeed not been absolute. But Zilai Yi never imagined that the old fellow Huansong would even suspect him. No matter how good-natured Zilai Yi was, he was not a soft persimmon that anyone could step on. The next morning, a letter lay on the desk in the Huaying's office. Yuan Fei Rijan stared at it for a long time without saying a word. The letter was left by Zilai Yi stating that he was taking Bo Feng, Shui Min, out on a training journey and had already departed. In plain terms, it was an act of doing first and reporting later. Yuan Fei Rijan saw through it, clearly knowing exactly what Zilai Yi was up to. But he did not lose his temper, because he was not at all worried that Bo Feng Shui Min would slip out of his control. Knock knock. He tapped the desk twice with his fingers. Lord Huang, how is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Yuan Fei Rijan asked. Everything is normal. The Umbu maintains round-the-clock surveillance. At the first sign of rampage, we will suppress it immediately. The Umbu answered with a bowed head. Yuan Fei Rijan nodded with satisfaction. Xian Wujio Xian Nai. He knew perfectly well what the relationship between this red-haired woman and Bo Feng Shui Min was. As long as Jiu Xian Nai remained in his grasp, Bo Feng Shui Min could never escape his camp. Going out for training. Let him go. It was a good opportunity to nurture that civilian genius, preferably making him even stronger than Qi Mu Xianjia. By the way, regarding the body flicker technique, Guang seems quite skilled. Yuan Fei Rijan suddenly recalled something and casually asked. Yes indeed. Go fetch the sealing scroll. I have something to give to Xian Wujio Xian Nai later. Yuan Fei Rijan said calmly. Bo Feng Shui Min was a sentimental person. First, do him a favor. On the outskirts of Muyi, in front of a small hut beside the farmland. Bo Feng Shui Min was a sentimental person. First, do him a favor. On the outskirts of Muyi, in front, little did he expect that his father would taste this bitterness first. Tsunade stood behind Xuanja, unusually refraining from seeking amusement. She rubbed her eyes from time to time, looking as if she hadn't woken up at all. To be honest, she had barely slept. She had only just lain down for less than 2 hours when Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze came knocking at her door. Hatake Xuanja had already broken up with her, yet he still did that sort of thing with her. Whenever she thought of that young girl from Shinkayui's household, who always looked at Xuanja with eyes that sparkled like stars, Tsunade's gaze toward Xuanja immediately turned sour, laced with an indescribable disdain. This guy. He couldn't be that beastly, could he? Tsunade-senpai, am going on a training trip with Jiraiya Sensei for a while. Could I trouble you to look after Kushina? Minato Namikaze suddenly dropped to the ground, performing a perfect Dajiza, his head thumping loudly against the floor. Kushina's identity in Konoha was, although news of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki hadn't spread, the major clans in the village more or less had their suspicions. They all told their younger members to stay far away from her. Once he left, Kushina would have no one to talk to in the village. Minato Namikaze racked his brains, and the only person he could entrust her to was Tsunade. After all, the Senju and Uzumaki clans were related by blood and had long-standing traditions of intermarriage. Though those traditions had long since been buried in the ashes of history along with the downfall of both clans. That girl Kushina. Her life hasn't been easy. Speaking of this young girl, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. They had met thanks to her grandmother Mito Uzumaki, who had introduced them. They used to get along quite well. But ever since Grandma Mito passed away and the Senju clan suffered a great calamity, Tsunade had no longer been able to look. Besides, with her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the higher-ups, unless they were utterly foolish, would never dare to harm a single hair on her head. Minato. While they were talking, a girl about the same age as Minato Namikaze came running over, red hair, a round face, looking about 15 or 16 years old. Tomato. Seeing her crimson hair and chubby cheeks, the first thought that popped into Zuan's mind was that his mouth worked faster than his brain, and the words, Kushina, calm down. Calm down. The moment he heard those two words, Minato's face turned pale, and he quickly stepped between Kushina and Xuanja. Xuanja watched as Kushina's red hair seemed to catch fire, floating up on its own without any wind. He knew that those two words hit Kushina as hard as calling Choji Akimichi a fat pig in later generations. Minato Namikaze coaxed her for quite a while before Kushina finally managed to suppress her anger. This is Zuin Sasama, and that is Tsunade-sama. During my absence, they will look after you. Come and greet them. Minato smiled bitterly. Tsunade-sama. Kushina stood there, her eyes full of light, staring at Tsunade without blinking. Xuanja, on the other hand, forced down the anger that surged to his throat, squeezing out a smile that was uglier than tears, dryly pulling at the corners of his mouth. Zuin's Hasama. Damn, isn't this the mother of that overpowered protagonist? In the original story, this woman had a role as minor as a cameo, and now she was just a little yellow-haired girl. Xuanja couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Slap. A sharp blow landed on his back. Xuanja turned around and met Tsunade's face, which also wore a forced smile, good-looking. Misunderstanding. Xuanja was speechless. Can't you stop being jealous over nothing? He truly felt nothing but a passing curiosity toward Uzumaki. When it came to feminine charm, Kushina couldn't hold a candle to Tsunade, and she might not even surpass Kurenai Yui. She simply wasn't his type. Fortunately, Tsunade had no idea about the tricks in his mind, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a slap. She probably would have thrown a monstrous punch at him. You pervert, are you really into that? Kushina suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh right, Minato the Hokage-sama told me to give this to you. She pulled out a scroll and handed it to Minato Namikaze. Before he left, he had mentioned to her that he was going to visit the Black Blade Hatake Zuin in the outskirts. That was why she had come here. Moi. Wolfeng Shuemin took the scroll and gently lifted a corner. Zilai leaned in for a glance, his eyes instantly widening as he exclaimed, This is the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. The moment the words Flying Thunder God left his mouth, Gang's house previously detached expression cracked and her brow furrowed deeply. After all, this was a technique invented by her granduncle. In simple terms, it was something from the Chinsho clan. After confirming that neither Gang's Ho nor Shangshu had inherited the wood-release Kekiai, Gunkai, the clan elders, had originally planned to pass this divine technique to the siblings. Unfortunately, Gang's Ho was not suited and Shingshu's talent was far too lacking. From the founding of Konoha to the present, no one except Chinsho Feijian had ever been able to learn this technique. The third Hokage is certainly generous, Xuanja said with a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly understood why later on Bluffing Shuemin was willing to cooperate with Yuanfei Risen without any conflict. Part of it was his soft personality, but there was another reason. He was a boy of common birth and had undoubtedly received many favors from Yuanfei Risen during his growth. The Flying Thunder God is only rated brink, but in the hands of someone who knows how to use it, it can unleash strength power. Gang's-ho narrowed her eyes, propping her chin on one hand as she stared at Bluffing Shuemin until the poor boy's scalp tingled, then said, Just giving it to you for back when Chinsho Feijian took over from Chinsho Zhujian in order to continue promoting the policy of egalitarianism. All the major clans, for the sake of their own interests, handed over their most secret techniques, which were all sealed into the Forbidden Scroll. As long as one contributed enough to the village, anyone could learn those high-level ninjutsu. In essence, it was an opportunity for ninjas of humble origins to climb. That was also why the Yuzhibo clan's Great Fireball technique had become almost a standard skill for Konoha ninjas. As for a technique of the Flying Thunder God's caliber, one had to complete strength missions to even qualify. But Yuanfei Risen, without a word, directly gifted this technique to Bluffing Shuemin. Anyone with half a brain could guess the intentions behind this move. The Hokage has entrusted me with such an important technique. Being able to obtain the second Hokage's signature technique, Bluffing Shuemin's excitement was impossible to suppress. After all, he was just a 14-year-old kid. He couldn't think that deeply, his mind filled with nothing but gratitude. That was exactly the effect Yuanfei Risen wanted. Zilai stood by, sighing inwardly. He couldn't tell whether this was good or bad. He had taken Bluffing Shuemin out of Konoha for training precisely to keep the boy away from the murky waters of the village. Unfortunately, Zilai had underestimated the situation. As long as Bluffing Shuemin still aspired to become Hokage, he could not avoid those messy conflicts. Juxinai waved her hand, watching the backs of the master and disciple as they grew distant. Finally, they vanished completely over the horizon. Hey, aren't the old man is clearly grooming that kid. Gang's-ho turned to look at Xuanja. Him? Let him train for another 100 years first. Xuanja curled his lips into a smile. With his system, Xuanja was not afraid of Bluffing Shuemin causing any trouble. Even if he activated the Nine Tails mode, Xuanja would still not take it seriously. Also, you seem to have misunderstood. Xuanja picked up his blade, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. He opened one eye and said to Gangsho, I did kill Yuanfei Shinji, but I have absolutely no interest in the petty power that Yuanfei Risen holds. As long as they don't provoke me, I don't care if they turn Konoha into a mess. Juxinai, who had just returned from bidding farewell, happened to overhear this. Her round face instantly turned pale with fright. What? Did she just hear something she shouldn't have? Was it tinnitus? Juxinai swallowed hard, repeating to herself over and over. Yes, tinnitus, it must be tinnitus. I didn't hear anything, nothing at all. When she heard the second half of Xuan's sentence, I don't care if Konoha turns into a mess, Gang's house expression became very complicated. She had no goodwill toward Yuan Fei Risen as a person, but she still had deep feelings for Konoha. Even at the age of 50 in the original story, she still couldn't. The reason she was willing to return to the village as the 5th Hokage aside from seeing Shinksha's shadow in Naruto was her unbreakable bond with this land. Gangsho sat there in a daze, her expression tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Xuanja had to stop his training, stood up, walked over, and pulled her into his arms. What? Can't bear to part with the Hokage position. If you want, it'll help you take it back. Juxinai quickly slipped away. The sweetness was too much to bear. Xuanja continued, but simply sitting in the Hokage seat isn't enough. If we do it thoroughly and get rid of all the obstacles. He thought to himself, if he were to help Gangsho become Hokage, he couldn't let it be like the time when Buffing Shuemin was Hokage with 2 Hokages governing the... He didn't want to see Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Yinmin coming around like flies every day looking for trouble either. If they were going to do it, they would do it thoroughly. Gangsho bit her lip and whispered, "Take me." He didn't want to see Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Yinmin coming around like flies every day looking for trouble either. If they were going to do it, after the Second Great Ninja War ended, Gangsho was supposed to leave Konoha as in the original story. But Xuanz's butterfly effect had been too strong, and everything had changed. Xingshu was alive and well. Although the Qinsho clan had suffered heavy losses and wouldn't recover for decades, at least they hadn't died out. Plus, with Xuanja around, Gangsho never left. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who in the original story was known as the fastest graduate in history, was still obediently studying at the Ninja Academy. He and Yuzhibo Daitu fought every day like another version of Zhuazhu and Mingren. On the other hand, Yuan Lin, the little girl who aspired to become a medical ninja, was particularly close to Gangsho. After the Second Great Ninja War, 9 out of 10 female ninjas in Konoha looked up to Gangsho as a role model. Since Gangsho often stayed overnight at Xuanz's place, Xuanja also had many interactions with this little girl who seemed insignificant in the original story, but actually changed the course of the ninja world. Go buy me a bottle of shoshu and some chicken meatballs. Gangsho had been training in armament hockey all day, a technique Xuanja had taught her. As soon as the training was over, the first thing she did was order Yuan Lin to run errands. Yes, Lady Gangsho. Yuan Lin nodded obediently, then turned to ask Xuanja, Lord Xuanja, do you need anything? Buy me 2 boxes. I used up the last ones yesterday, Xuanja said after a moment of thought. 7-year-old Yuan Lin tilted her head, completely confused. Buy me 2 boxes. I used up the last ones yesterday, Xuanja said after a moment of thought. 7-year-old Yuan Lin tilted her head, completely confused. Xuanja simply tilted his head slightly and dodged the punch. He shouted at Yuan Lin, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Oh. Yuan Lin nodded docilely and turned to run toward the village. Xuanja quickly changed the subject to prevent Gangsho from dwelling on it. You're treating her like a maid, aren't you? TCH. I've taught her plenty of medical ninjutsu, consider it tuition. Gangsho pouted, showing no sign of guilt, and finally withdrew her fist. Xuanja smiled and didn't respond. To be honest, compared to the 2 dead weights by Gangsho's side in the original story, one being Jingyin, whose presence was so low-key, she was almost invisible. Sakura, capable of sending Kaguya flying with a single punch, was not the type he admired. Instead, he found Rin Nohara's gentle and tender personality more agreeable. He couldn't help but wonder if when Sasuke and Sakura engaged in intimate acts, it was Sakura who took the dominant role. At the entrance of a small tavern in Konohagakure, Rin Nohara emerged from the shop carrying a bag containing sake and chicken meatballs, muttering to herself, I've bought what Lady Tsunade requested, and now I need to get what Lord Xuanja asked for. The young girl had indeed taken Xuanz's words to heart. Idiot Kakashi. Today I must settle the score. No Obito. Today is the day I have a duel with Kakashi. As Rin Nohara was still pondering what exactly Xuanja meant by that thing, a noisy commotion drew her attention. Turning her head, she saw Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy. These 3 were quite a notorious trio at the academy. For some reason, the 2 underachievers always pestered the top student Kakashi without letting go. Can you stop bothering me? You useless fool who can't even master the clone technique. Kakashi first cast a disdainful glance at Obito, then shot a look at Might Guy, saying impatiently, and you guy, I don't recall ever making an appointment with you. Who are you calling an underachiever? You ba? Obito's words were cut short as he caught sight of his goddess watching him. He instantly transformed into a fawning admirer, darting over to Rin Nohara, practically drooling. What a coincidence, Rin. What are you doing here? Rin Nohara smiled gently. I'm buying things for Lady Tsunade and Lord Xuanja. But I don't know where to get what Lord Xuanja asked for. She treated both the top student and everyone said her combination with Obito and Kakashi resembled the later Team 7. Indeed, the young Kakashi and Obito were quite similar to Sasuke, but compared to Rin Nohara, Sakura Haruno was like heaven and earth apart. Huh, what do you need? Leave it to me. As a devoted admirer, Obito would never miss any chance to score points with his goddess. Well, Since it's something Lord Xuanja wants, I'll help you find it. Rin Noera usually disliked troubling others, but this time she had no idea what the item was, so she had to rely on Obito to run the errand. Obito scratched the back of his head. Damn, he didn't know what it was either. But when he looked up and met his goddess' hopeful eyes, Obito's heart tightened. No, he absolutely couldn't let Rin down. Leave it to me, he yelled and dashed into a nearby bookstore. Boss, do you have? At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy also approached. Kakashi Guy. Rin Noera turned around and explained, Lord Xuanja asked me to buy. When Kakashi heard the last two words, his face flushed bright. Rin Noera and Obito were baffled. But this guy was secretly knowledgeable, though he kept a straight face. Kakashi, do you know what that is? Seeing Kakashi's strange expression, Rin Noera couldn't help asking. This. I. Kakashi stammered without completing a single sentence. What is a secret pervert? It's someone whose mind is full of lewd thoughts, but still forces a serious expression. Obito, you pervert. Suddenly, Kurenai Yuhi's scream erupted. Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy turned to see Kurenai Yuhi slap Obito hard across the face, sending him spinning through the air several times. Behind her predictably followed the second fawning admirer, Suma. Lady Tsunade, Lord Xuanja, I've bought the things. An hour later, the young girl Rin Nohara, blushing, handed the items requested by Xuanja and Tsunade to them. Steam practically rose from the top of her head. Xuanja almost thought the girl had been possessed by Hinata Hyuga. You actually bought it for him. Tsunade glanced at the small box of balloons Xuanja had received, her eyes wide. Rin Noera now knew what that item was used for. She said nothing, staring at her own shoes, wishing she could dig a hole and hide in it. You're really wicked, making such a young girl buy something like that. How can she ever face anyone again? Tsunade jabbed Xuanja sharply in the waist with her elbow. No, it's not me. I didn't buy it. Rin Noera quickly raised her head, waving her hands. It was Kakashi and Obito who helped me buy it. Huh. Tsunade's eyes grew even wider than before. Even Xuanja couldn't help but glance sideways. How did those two get involved in running an errand for condoms? Rin Nohara, blushing, quickly recounted what had happened in Konohagakure an hour ago. That day, Obito had happened to see Kurenai Yuhi walking down the street, with the ever-present Asuma following her. Both were equally pathetic in their fawning. He directly asked Kurenai what that thing was. Kurenai understood immediately and slapped him without a word. Seeing that things were about to escalate, Kakashi had no choice but to spill the truth. Once they realized Rin Noera was running errands for her uncle, Kakashi quickly dragged Obito, who was already seeing stars from the slap, to buy the item, and handed it to him. Ha, you people are really lively. Xuanja listened to Rin Nohara's story and couldn't stop laughing. But then he thought Kakashi and Obito probably wouldn't need this item until they were in their 30s, or even until they died. How tragic. Tsunade almost laughed too, but then something occurred to her, and her face darkened. She asked coldly, hey, wait. Does that mean those brats all know you're using that? Huh. Isn't that obvious? Xuanja replied matter-of-factly, after all, Rin has been running errands for both you and me. Then they all know it's the two of us using it. Tsunade leaped up in fury and swung her fist at Xuanja. How could she ever face anyone again? Xuanja looked speechless. At their age, worrying about such things was pointless. Even if they didn't say it now, those kids would figure it out when they grew up, wouldn't they? Rin Nohara's blush refused to, because when the shop owner handed her the item, he had specifically said, oh, it's for Lord Xuanja. Here, take the largest size. Days passed one by one. The future teachers of the 12 little shinobi were still attending the ninja academy diligently, with no thoughts of early graduation. Jiraiya was training Minato Namikaze outside the village. Orochimaru rarely showed his face, making people wonder if he had vanished from the world. Zuan's teaching style was too domineering, causing Tsunade to simply move into his small hut. The vast Senju mansion held less appeal to her than this. Between Xuanja and Hiruzen Sarutobi, a kind of unspoken understanding had formed. Neither side made any major moves. Ever since Getsujetsu Moonlight was devoured by Zuan's ninja dogs for lunch and Minato Namikaze was taken out of the village by Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi had stopped any special operations against Xuanja. Zuan's attitude was the same. Don't bother me, and I won't bother you. But he knew it well. The death of Sarutobi Shinji had never ceased to cast a shadow of suspicion over Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. The reason he had held back all this time was simply the lack of concrete evidence, compounded by his advancing age and the gradual decline of his strength. The same situation applied to Xuanja. Amidst a heavy snowfall, every household in Konoha village hung red lanterns at their doors. Xuanja felt little connection to the year-round festivities. It was his spendthrift wife Tsunade who had once again lost everything, gambling this time, burdening him with a mountain of debt. Those creditors, aware of their relationship, brandished their IOUs, nearly blocking his doorstep. Just then an intriguing event unfolded. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, who had been away on a 3-year training journey, finally returned. On the outskirts of Konoha, the river surface had long since frozen into a thick layer of ice blanketed by white snow. A streak of golden light whirled around. Xuanja drew his blade and struck, but the golden light instantly flashed to the other side, too fast for the eye to follow. Good heavens. This is the first time I've seen anyone evade Uncle's sword. Kakashi, standing on the bank, stared wide-eyed in utter astonishment. Jiraiya, beneath a tree, simply smiled and remained silent. A sudden whoosh of wind rushed toward them. With a wave of his hand, Xuanja knocked away the incoming object. It was a specially crafted three-pronged kunai which tumbled through the air. A golden figure materialized instantly before Xuanja. In the palm of its hand, a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra had already formed, hurtling toward his Rasengan. Minato Namikaze shouted. The chakra sphere halted less than 5 centimeters from Xuanz's nose, freezing in midair. As expected of Lord Xuanja. 3 years had passed, and Minato Namikaze had grown considerably taller, his gaze steadier, a respectful smile gracing his face. He looked down. Xuanz's katana had somehow already pressed against his abdomen, a mere thrust away from piercing through. This kid has grown too fast. Tsunade, watching from the side, had to admit that Minato Namikaze's progress was staggering. Ha ha ha. Compared to Minato, no one else measures up. Jiraiya, hands on his hips, laughed heartily, as if the surging power belonged not to his disciple, but to himself. Looks like it won't be long before this kid surpasses you, Xuanja. Jiraiya grinned, wearing a somewhat smug expression. He had won. Finally, he had bested that arrogant peacock for once. Though it wasn't his own hand that did the deed, since it was his disciple, didn't that count as his victory? Xuanja merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage requests your presence. As the words fell, an Umbu shinobi appeared before Jiraiya with a flicker of movement. Understood. He'll go now. The smugness on Jiraiya's face drained away, replaced by a stiff expression. We'll go ourselves. No need to lead the way. Yes. Catching the disdain in Jiraiya's tone, the Umbu member vanished again, without another. The Umbu were the Hokage's trusted elite, and even elite jonin usually avoided dealing with them. But the group standing here, Hatake, Xuanja, Tsunade, Jiraiya, with so many heavyweights gathered, not even the Umbu backed by the Hokage dared to act. Let's go, Minato. Jiraiya gestured with his chin toward Minato Namikaze. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze sheathed his special three-pronged kunai and gave a slight bow to Xuanja. I have learned much. With that, he followed Jiraiya back to the village. That Lord Minato managed to match Lord Xuanja evenly. I've never seen anything. Now a young woman, Rin Noera, murmured softly. Why? Didn't he fight with full force? Just then, from the forest behind, a youthful, puzzled voice rang out. Tsunade and Rin Noera turned to look. There, a boy of about 4 or 5 years old with a head of curly black hair was staring intently at Xuanja. The Uchiha clan. Seeing the clan emblem, shaped like a table tennis paddle, no, a flame-engulfed fan, on the boy's shoulder, Kakashi's mind instantly flashed the words. He recognized that emblem even with his eyes closed. Obito pestered him about it every day at the academy. But this boy, though also with black hair, had curly locks and a slightly flat nose. He looked different from other Uchiha members. I wasn't planning to kill him, so why go all out? Speaking of which, the little mouse that's been hiding in the shadows finally decided to come out. Xuanja didn't turn around, leisurely sheathing his katana. Over the past few days, he had sensed a lingering gaze upon him. But unlike the earlier fools from the Umbu, this gaze carried no hostility. So Xuanja chose to ignore it. I heard that the Black Blade of Konoha is the strongest Kenjutsu shinobi in the village, so I couldn't help but. The Uchiha boy scratched his head sheepishly, then bowed deeply. I am Uchiha Shursui. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Xuanja. Strange people just keep popping up these days. Xuanja muttered the name, his face twisting. Shursui Uchiha, not yet 5 years old, tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Xuanja had originally thought that his elder brother Sakumo Hatake's death was, but after learning how Shursui Uchiha met his end, he felt Sakumo's demise was nothing. What baffled him most was that Shursui had voluntarily revealed the secret of Kodoame Tsukumi to those 4 old men. Was that something to be casually disclosed? Back when Xuanja was still a reader, this very move had left him speechless. An ability of that level should be kept secret even from one's own parents. Who knew when one's own consciousness might be rewritten without warning? Not to mention those 4. Each one was more cunning than a ghost. In the original story, Shursui proposed using Kodoame Tsukumi to control Fugaku Uchiha and prevent the rebellion. But Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others feared that Shursui might turn that technique against them. Lord Xuanja, have you heard of me? Shursui blinked, curiosity brimming in his eyes. He hadn't even entered the ninja academy yet, so how could he be so famous? I've heard a bit. Haha. Shursui scratched the back of his head awkwardly. The White Fang of Konoha was second only to the Black Blade. Was this a compliment? The reason he had come here was that he had accidentally witnessed Xuanja and Sakumo practicing swordsmanship. The sight of their 2 blades had left him mesmerized. After all, he himself was a swordsman. You're both fools. Zuan's single remark made Shizui's face drop as bitter as if head swallowed a fly. Minato, you've grown a lot. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair appraising the young man before him with a smile. At just 17, he had shot up in height, much of his youthful naivety fading away. Standing there, he exuded an air of steady composure. Minato Namikaze felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. That look, it was as if he were being appraised like an object. A bizarre thought crossed his mind. Could the Hokage have some peculiar inclination? Yet he maintained his composure, standing respectfully with a steady demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts were far more turbulent than his calm exterior suggested. The young man before him was no longer the brash youth from 3 years. He had read the Umbu intelligence reports over the past 3 years of training abroad. Namikaze Minato's strength had skyrocketed, and it was said he could now match that Shinja of the Hatake clan. 17 years old, of common birth, no backing from any ninja clan. Extremely close to the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. These three factors combined made him the perfect pawn, no, the perfect candidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked the beard on his chin, his smile deepening. From today onward you are reinstated to your position in the village. Bo Feng Shui Min knelt on one knee, bowing his head in acceptance. Yes, Lord Hokage. But he didn't expect that the words weren't finished. The position of an ordinary Umbu member no longer befits your current strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was light, as if commenting on the fine weather. You will be the captain of the Umbu. Bo Feng Shui Min's pupils contracted sharply. Captain of the Umbu. That position had been vacant ever since White Fang stepped down. His teacher Jiraiya had indeed told him on the way that the third Hokage would surely promote him upon his return. But was this too much? To be handed a position second only to the highest? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his shocked expression and smiled even more kindly. White Fang once held this position, but unfortunately he resigned later. I've been troubled by this all these years. He paused. But it doesn't matter anymore. The old man's gaze swept over Bo Feng Shui Min, his tone. Before me stands a man even more outstanding than him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words sounded like appreciation, but in truth, they were a bit over the top. Bo Feng Shui Min did not feel happy at all. Instead, the string in his heart tightened. Bestowing such heavy favors. Wasn't this clearly an attempt to tie him firmly to the elder faction's boat? Moreover, his teacher Jiraiya had mentioned more than once that the Hokage and Lord Shinja had a tense relationship. Could it be that he was being groomed as a secret weapon to be used against Shinja? Don't think about refusing, you can't refuse anyway. Suddenly the image of Jiraiya's face and the words his teacher had said before popped into his mind. Then, I'll try my best not to disappoint your expectations, Lord Hokage. With no other choice, Bo Feng Shui Min bowed his head and accepted the assignment. I have high hopes for you. I hope you can become the light that illuminates the entire village, just like your codename Light and the Will of Fire. With a satisfied smile on his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a pre-prepared Umbu mask from his drawer and handed it to Bo Feng Shui Min. A few months later, beside the small hut where Shinja lived. Lord Shinja, can you teach me ninjutsu? The little girl in front of him opened her big eyes, her pupils sparkling like two rubies twinkling. Shinja looked at Shi Hong for a while, remaining silent for a long time. This girl was the daughter of his older brother's close friend. He really couldn't bear to discourage. Thinking carefully, did Shi Hong have any notable achievements in the original story? When most people mentioned her ninjutsu, the deepest impression was being one-shotted by Uchiha Itachi, right? As for Shinja's memory of this girl, it was more straightforward. He only remembered that when she grew up her figure was indeed quite impressive. Besides Jinjutsu, you could also try medical ninjutsu. After pondering for a long time, Shinja finally managed to say something that wasn't too hurtful. In the later stages of the fourth great ninja war, super Kage level fighters were everywhere, and Kage level was worthless. You don't even have a bloodline limit, and you still have the nerve to be a ninja. Really? Then he'll also seek guidance from Lady Tsunade in the future. Shi Hong seemed quite satisfied with this answer, and decided to come to Tsunade for lessons whenever she had free time. It was unclear what her real intention was. There was already a Yi Yuan Lin who always followed Gangsho around, and now another little girl was coming to Shinja's place. Is Lady Tsunade not here? Shi Hong looked around, but didn't see Gangsho. The fact that these two lived together was no longer a secret in Muyi. That spendthrift woman took Lin to the neighboring village early this morning. Shinja shrugged, already used to it. Shinja was thinking, how did that girl Yi Yuan Lin increasingly look like the type who followed Gangsho around just to clean up her messes? Quick, let me hide inside. As soon as the words were spoken, two half-grown girls rushed over from the forest path. The one in front had a golden ponytail, green eyes like gems, and exuded a youthful energy all over. Opening her mouth, she was a handful, but her chest was as flat as a runway. Following behind was Yi Yuan Lin. Shinja couldn't be bothered with her and turned to walk toward the training ground. Recently the voice in his head had become clearer, he needed to seize the time to comprehend. 2 hours later Shu came over looking exhausted, his face mournful. My sister owes 50,240,000 Ryo this time. I pawned off my father's favorite jade Buddha statue of our grandfather to them just to get them to leave. Those people must have cheated, otherwise how could I have lost so? The golden-haired little girl shouted angrily. Xianjia and Shu both fell silent. How bad was Gangshou's gambling luck? Probably only if her grandfather Senju Hashirama came back to life could he match her. Can you change back? Xianjia suddenly blurted out. Oh, I almost forgot. The golden-haired girl slapped her forehead, then raised her index and middle fingers, stacking them together to form a hand seal. With a bang, white smoke dispersed. What was flat as a board became a bountiful figure. The two little girls beside her, Yi Yuan Lin and Shi Rihong, stared with their eyes almost popping out. The two rushed up from left and right, pressing tightly on Gangshou's shoulders, their expressions frighteningly excited. Lady Tsunade, what did you eat when you were little to grow up like this? Did you invent some kind of strange medicine? Or is there some secret technique? Please tell us quickly. Shaken dizzy by the two girls, Gangshou's temper flared up. You two, that's enough. Ignore the three women making a scene. Shu suddenly remembered something and straightened his face, saying to Xianjia, brother-in-law, the Umbu has a new captain replacing Mr. Shuomao. His code name seems to be Light. Xianjia raised his eyelids. He really hadn't paid attention to these trivial matters. It wasn't that he didn't care, but the voice in his head was becoming clearer, and he was immersed in sword enlightenment all day. Even Gangshou couldn't help complaining. You bastard, how long has it been since you paid your dues? But the next thing Shu mentioned caught Xianjia's interest. Kakashi applied for early graduation. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was looking at Bo Feng Shui Min, who had just returned from a mission, with a smile full of satisfaction. This kid had indeed not disappointed him. At only 18, he had already touched the threshold of Kage level. His flying thunder god technique was getting smoother and smoother, comparable to the second Hokage in his prime, at least in terms of speed. The mission must have been tough. The third Hokage started with some official pleasantries. Lord Hokage, you flatter me. It was just a rank mission. Wearing his Umbu mask, Bo Feng Shui Min forced a smile. To be honest, the more the third Hokage praised him, the more uneasy he felt. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more the other party invested in grooming him, the colder the chill running down Bo Feng Shui Min's spine. But Shui Min, I think it's about time you took off the mask and became an official ninja in the open. The third Hokage added another remark. Hearing this, Bo Feng Shui Min's heart skipped a beat. He had only been the captain of the Umbu for a few months, so why was he being transferred again? I want you to become a supervising jonin. This batch of students is quite interesting. Actually, Xianjia had already heard about this from Chimu Shomao. Although Kakashi hadn't graduated in 1 year, as the legend said, after 3 years in the ninja academy, he had indeed learned all that was necessary. A few days ago, he finally applied for early graduation. To be honest, in times of war, early graduation was nothing unusual. Most students graduated around the age of 10, give or take a year. If one had to endure the full 6-year program, it meant their ninja talent was nothing special. However, the news brought by Shu was quite interesting. Kakashi was not the only one applying for early graduation. Yujibwa Daitu was also among them. It seemed that after hearing Kakashi was going to graduate early, this guy, unwilling to concede, submitted his application as well. Also, there was Maite Kai, the eternal last-place student, who called himself Kakashi's everlasting rival. And the second son of the Hokage, the future Lord Xianjia, I also applied for early graduation. Me too. I feel there's nothing left to learn at school. Lin said she was applying, so I joined her. The speakers were the two young girls, Yi Yuan Lin and Shiri Hong, who had just been flicked on the forehead by Gangshou. It's getting more and more interesting. Xianjia smiled meaningfully. The third great ninja war. This matter must be used well. In Yuanfei Rizen's hands, a thick stack of documents piled high, all early graduation applications submitted from the Ninja Academy. Just by the thickness, the number of applicants was definitely not small. Chimu Shuomo's son, Chimu Kakashi, the last place student, but carrying the blood of Uchiha Yujibwa Daitu. Yuanfei family's loyalist, Bozihuo Xinjian, from the Bozihuo clan. Jiating Jingyin from the Jiating clan, who did not inherit Jiating Duan's spiritualization technique. The civilian girl Yi Yuan Lin, who was close to Gangshou. And his own only bloodline, Yuanfei Asama. After a whole day of physical training, it was fine. Xianjia, bare-chested with muscle lines as sharp as if carved by a knife, sat down on the grass, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. In his mind, the system panel emerged. Host Chimu Xianjia, swordsmanship, Chimu family swordsmanship, Naruto world Hawkeye black, swordsmanship, One Piece world evolution 40. 2 fire release ninjutsu Naruto world, Kekiai Gunkai blaze release Naruto world evolution 91. 4 body flicker technique Naruto world flash step bleach world evolution 30. It had been over 3 years, and this was the first time he had opened this thing. As soon as the numbers on the panel flashed, Xuanja felt his entire being, mind and soul, suddenly pulled out and dropped into a pitch-black place. There was nothing in that place. When he stepped down, ripples of light, like water ripples, spread out. Yet there was something calling him. No sound, but a force urging him. He himself didn't know how long he had walked. Finally, in the pitch-black world, a cluster of flames suddenly burst out, brightened for a moment, and then extinguished. Xuanja looked up ahead. At the spot where the flame had died, the light and shadow had not yet dissipated. An ordinary sword was standing upright, thrust into the ripples. Without a word, he walked over slowly and reached out to grasp it. The moment his palm touched the hilt, the invisible dark ripples beneath his feet, like a spider web, suddenly cracked into countless fissures. Before he could take a good look at the light from those fissures, a raging fire that could burn the entire world to ashes burst forth. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the whole heaven and earth completely. In reality, Xuanja suddenly opened his eyes. The ordinary iron sword that had been resting on his leg had turned into the one he had held in that fiery world. The hilt cord was deep purple, the tsuba old and worn. It was not as magnificent as Hawkeye's supreme grade sword Yuru, nor as sinister as Zoro's great grade sword Shusui. Xuanja looked at the katana in his hand. Compared to the previous one, the biggest difference was its appearance was a bit higher. Just a tiny bit. Ding. Host has triggered a new evolution path. Ordinary katana Zanpakuto, Asachi form, current progress, 1, unlocked skill, sword pressure skill, explanation, a realm that only those who have truly touched the ceiling of the sword path can comprehend. Converting sword intent into an invisible pressure that makes opponents unable to even think of resistance, and can even cause substantial physical damage. Representative figures: Hawkeye, Shanban Yuan Luzi, Chonghua Lanran Zong Yuji Vasto Lord form of Haikyuu. This thing. How is it similar to Conqueror's Haki? Xuanja muttered, flexing his right hand. The scene from the spiritual world was still imprinted in his mind, and the feeling of being burned by flames was anything but fake. Xuanja. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the left. Xuanja instinctively turned his head to look. He had just withdrawn from the spiritual world, and the sword intent in his mind had not yet fully subsided. The sword pressure in his body uncontrollably relieved. Chimu Shimao happened to jump down from a tree and met Zan's gaze directly. Plop. This White Fang of Konoha, whose strength was already near the peak of cage level, stumbled and fell flat on his face. Are you putting on a comedy show here? Xuanja draped his shirt over his shoulder, retracted his sword intent, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Chimu Shimao rubbed his, but as he stood up, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, and a chill ran down his back. That look from this kid, just now, was too terrifying, wasn't it? What's the matter? Did your butt split into 4 pieces? Want me to give you a hand? Xuanja extended his hand, laughing even more happily. Aren't buttocks originally 2 pieces? Chimu Shimao couldn't help but mutter, but still reached out and let Xuanja pull him up. Today is the day those brats, including Kakashi, graduate early. I just counted at least a dozen kids have entered the exam venue. Want to go take a look? Today's training had just ended, and Xuanja had also gone through a close call in the spiritual world. He really had no energy left to continue. Packing up, he walked toward the village with Chimu Shimao. At the gate of the Ninja Academy, it was packed with people, completely crowded. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? When I graduated early back, then there weren't this many people. Seeing this scene, Xuanja turned around and wanted to leave. I heard this year's graduating class is a bit different. Not to mention the Hokage's youngest son, there are also members from the Uchiha clan and many children from minor ninja clans. As Chimu Shimao was speaking, he suddenly saw the backs of 2 acquaintances ahead. Dai, Jinhong. Chimu Shiomo's voice came from the school gate. The 2 adults ahead turned back to look. Maite Dai and Shiri Jinhong. Hey, Shomao, you're here too. The kids are all inside showing off their youth. This brother Dai, the universally recognized eternal genin of Konoha, had a personality exactly like his son Maite Kai, full of passion. Of course, Xuanja was still a genin now. Shiri Jinhong stared at Xuanja with a not-so-friendly look. He always felt that his little daughter— Of course, Xuanja was still a genin now. Shiri Jinhong stared at Xuanja with a not-so-friendly look. He always felt that his little daughter, who had just started to show some signs of maturity, would sooner or later be taken by some old hand. Xuanja rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking too much. That girl was only 9 years old, not even fully grown. The school gate was crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children. Before long, the teaching building's doors slowly slid open to both sides. A group of little brats poured out from inside. The parents first noticed not their faces, but the gleaming headbands on their foreheads. The one leading the group was Kakashi. Your son is quite impressive, Sakumo. Yuhi Shinka praised. Hatake Sakumo also smiled and said, Kurenai is impressive. Xuanja glanced around as well. Everyone wearing a headband was a familiar face. Kakashi, Yuhi, Kurenai, Noera, Rinasuma. Obito and Might Guy, the perennial last place duo, had actually passed. Guy? Well done. Your youth hasn't been wasted. Dad. The father and son in green tight-fitting suits hugged each other tightly. In that moment, everyone present seemed to see the background behind them shift from the school to a coastline under the setting sun. Such an eyesore. Kakashi, that kid will become your rival in the future. Hatake Sakumo walked over to his son, watching the pair with thick eyebrows, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. TCH. Kakashi curled his lips in displeasure, his mouth moving beneath the mask. Both Might Guy and Uchiha Obito had barely scraped by with low scores. Kakashi, as the top graduate with perfect scores in all subjects, looked down on them entirely. Schwanja noticed that Yuhi Kurenai was staring at him with a look that screamed, "Praise me, praise me." He stretched out both hands, placing one on Yuhi Kurenai's head and the other on Noera Rin's, and rubbed them left and right. Not bad. Hee. Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks flushed, and her eyes curved into a smile. Schwanja naturally felt the gaze from Yuhi Shinku, beside him, a gaze that seemed to convey something. There were also many kids who hadn't passed the graduation, but Schwanja, as a transmigrator, had no impression of them at all. They were mere extras, not even worthy of having names. The author simply couldn't be bothered to write about them. Oh. The crowd suddenly erupted, many faces showing. What's going on? A small boy with black curly hair, looking about 5 years old. A kid wearing a Konoha headband walked down the steps of the school building. Uchiha Shursui. White Fang hadn't died, so Kakashi hadn't set the record of enrolling and graduating in the same year like in another world. But someone had actually broken his record. Is that kid from the Uchiha clan? I heard he's a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, the one who served as a guard alongside the 4 elders under the second Hokage. After all these years, the Uchiha are finally producing another. He had enrolled only a few months ago and applied for graduation at just 5 years old. This startled many veteran jonin present. This speed was even faster than Schwanja, who had enrolled at 5 and graduated at 6 over 20 years ago, outpacing even the Sannin. What made people even more uneasy was his background. The Uchiha's strained relations with the village's higher-ups were well known to everyone. Look at him, he's way more reliable than you. Kakashi didn't forget to take a jab at his old rival Obito, sneering sidelong. You. Obito stung to the quick, grabbed Kakashi by the collar, and the two immediately started trading insults again. Both from the Uchiha clan, one a genius, the other a dead last. What a huge gap. Zuan's eyes swept over Shursui twice, then he looked. This guy was almost as weird as his incredibly foolish older brother. Schwanja couldn't be bothered to care. After all, he wasn't a relative. But he ignored him, and yet Shursui approached instead. Long time no see, Mr. Schwanja. I heard that Kakashi-senpai and the others were applying for early graduation, so I submitted my application along with them. Shursui smiled with an innocent look. Your path won't be that easy. Zuan's gloomy tone sent a chill down Shizui's spine. A bad premonition. Uchiha Shursui. In the administrative building, the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the extra graduate file on his desk, feeling somewhat troubled. He had already finalized the genin team assignments, but then this Uchiha Shursui suddenly appeared. His grouping plan was completely disrupted. He had originally intended to have the examiner go hard on him to fail the kid. But who knew the brat had absurdly high talent in ninjutsu? The moment the examiner let his guard down, Shursui took him out with a single illusion. Now if they still didn't let him pass, even a fool could see there was something fishy going on. You seem quite troubled, Hiruzen. At that moment, Danzo, his old partner of nearly half a century, pushed open the door and entered, still wearing that expression of someone who thought the whole world. How about handing the kid over to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen placed Uchiha Shizui's graduation application on the table and said in a flat tone, "Do you think the Uchiha clan would hand over their own genius to you?" After Uchiha Kagami, the clan had never produced any powerhouse that could command respect. Even Kagami himself, because he died too young, had left little lasting impact on Konoha. Now that a promising genius had finally emerged, how could Uchiha Fugaku and the others bear to hand him over to Danzo? Hiruzen, you're still too naive. Danzo let out a cold laugh. In a direct confrontation, he was indeed no match for Sarutobi Hiruzen. But when it came to playing dirty tricks, Danzo considered himself to be on a whole different level. In a classroom at the Ninja Academy, the students who had passed the early graduation exam had already received their headbands and were now gathered in the classroom waiting for their homeroom teacher, Shinja Nawaki, to announce the team assignments. The average age of these graduates was 10, and 5-year-old Uchiha Shursui sitting among them was an eyesore no matter how you looked at it. Team 1, Might Guy Shiranui Gunma Ebisu. Nawaki read out the list stamped with the Hokage's seal. Team 2, Kato, Shizen, Noera Rin. The moment Obito heard Rin's name, he nearly jumped up as if a spring had been installed in his chair. He kept chanting in his heart, me, Yuhi Kurenai. The last name Nawaki announced shattered Obito's last shred of hope. However, there was at least some consolation. Rin's team had no boys, especially not that annoying Kakashi. Obito leaped up from his seat, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, "Teacher Nawaki, why do I have to be in the same squad as that Kakashi?" This. Obito leaped up from his seat, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, "Teacher Nawaki, why do I have to be in the same squad as that Kakashi?" This. "Do you think I want to be with a dead last like you?" Kakashi shot back, without mercy. Pairing the first and the last balances the strength of each team. Nawaki's tone was as flat, as if he were reciting a menu, driving another knife into Obito's heart. "Hang in there, Obito." Noera Rin, sitting behind him, whispered a word of encouragement. The goddess comfort was like a spring breeze, making the infatuated Obito instantly bloom with joy and sit back down with a dreamy expression. Teacher Nawaki, what about me?" Shursui pointed at himself, meaning, why was I left out? Nawaki looked down at Uchiha Shizui's assignment information and frowned. "Your situation is special. The higher-ups will make other arrangements. Just wait for now." "Okay." Shursui nodded obediently. To be honest, he really wanted Chuanja to teach him. That swordsmanship was exactly what he dreamed of. After Obito left, the classroom quieted down. Shursui sat in the corner, and the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Lord Chuanja himself was just a... How could he think that man could become the Umbu captain? There was something strange about this arrangement. In theory, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have been most wary of the Hatake clan. How could he have sent his own son into Kakashi's squad? Before long, the Jonin came one after another to collect their students. Might Guy's team was taken by an ordinary Jonin. 2 minutes later, a young man with golden hair, he removed the fox mask from his face, revealing a brilliant smile. "Uchiha, Obito, Hatake, Kakashi, Sarutobi, Asuma, the 3 of you come with me." Minato's voice was very gentle. The 3 of them hadn't spoken a word since the team assignment, and now they silently stood up and followed behind. Before leaving, Obito turned back and waved vigorously at Rin. Minato sighed, inwardly feeling that this team might not be easy to manage. "Who am I leading? Hurry up and come out." An impatient voice startled both Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurenai. They looked up and were completely stunned. Walking in was Tsunade. Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade ruffled her blonde hair and spoke with a displeased expression. "That Chuanja insisted on assigning me work, saying I was idle and needed to find something." The more she spoke, the angrier she got. "Next time I see him, I'll beat him into the ground." "Hey, don't be so resentful. Maybe it'll be a rather interesting experience." A sinister voice sounded from behind. Tsunade turned around, raising an eyebrow. "Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" "Hey, I'm here to pick up students too." Orochimaru brushed past her, walked into the classroom, and glanced around. "That genius of the Uchiha clan come with me." Shizui's small face was full of shock. "Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. That person who hadn't appeared since the Second Great Ninja War, why would he suddenly show up and want to be his teacher?" Even if Tsunade had become a Jonin instructor, this was still too strange. Shursui felt a chill in his heart, sensing that something was off. "What? Not happy to have me teach you?" Orochimaru grinned, letting out a sinister laugh. Noera Rin and the other 2 girls felt goosebumps all over their... "Hey, what kind of mischief are you planning again?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes and turned to glare at Orochimaru. Even Shursui, a mere 5-year-old brat, sensed something was wrong. She had known Orochimaru for over 20 years, so she was even more aware of his nature. "I just want to accomplish what the second Hokage failed to do." Orochimaru spoke vaguely, his laughter eerie. No matter how hard Tsunade thought, she couldn't have guessed. 3 years ago, after the Second Great Ninja War ended, Orochimaru immediately responded to the call of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. As a member of the Root organization, he became involved in the research and transplantation plan of the first Hokage cells. Orochimaru agreed to join not because he was particularly loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It was purely the instinct of that perverted scientist in him acting up. As for the matter Danzo mentioned to him a couple of days ago, what would happen if the 2 strongest bloodline limits in the ninja world, the Senju and the Uchiha, were fused together? Just thinking about it, Orochimaru was already extremely excited. Tsunade couldn't find any reason to argue and could only watch helplessly as Orochimaru took Uchiha Shursui away. "Let's go too." Tsunade pressed her temples, too lazy to dwell on it, and turned to the 3 girls. "Yes." The 3 girls answered in unison. Inside the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Fugaku, who had recently become clan leader, called a high-level clan meeting. He summoned all the elites of the clan at Jonin level and above. He told them that he had already entrusted Uchiha Shursui to Orochimaru for training. Orochimaru is the 3rd Hokage's disciple. "Clan leader, are you trying to curry favor with the Hokage?" An Uchiha elder asked with a somewhat off tone. The Uchiha clan had finally produced a genius. In their view, he should be trained by the clan itself, not handed over to the Hokage's faction. Therefore, many Uchiha Jonin present were very dissatisfied with Fugaku's decision. "Everyone calm down and think carefully. Now that the 3rd Hokage is aging, the selection of the 4th Hokage will be decided sooner or later. So who is the most likely candidate?" As soon as Fugaku said this, many of the opposers fell silent. After about 2 minutes, everyone unanimously spoke the same name, Orochimaru. Although Namake's Minato's title of Yellow Flash was becoming increasingly famous, but it still couldn't compare to Orochimaru, who had already made great contributions in the Second Great Ninja War. As for Tsunade, just look at the fate of the Senju, the Uchiha's mortal enemies. Does she stand a chance? That's right. If Orochimaru becomes the fourth Hokage, Shursui will be the Hokage's disciple. Uchiha Fugaku asked in a deep, slow tone, "What do you think of my decision?" To be honest, his calculation was quite shrewd. Hiruzen Sarutobi was getting Orochimaru was the most promising candidate at the moment. Fugaku knew in his heart that Shizui's future achievements would not be inferior to those of his ancestor Uchiha Kagami. If Shursui could connect with Orochimaru, the position of the fifth Hokage might fall into the hands of the Uchiha. After hearing Fugaku's words, the previously agitated clan members gradually calmed down. The Uchiha clan was proud, but not foolish. The number of jonin in their clan was indeed greater than other families, but they hadn't produced a cage-level powerhouse like Tsunade in all these years. The position of the fourth Hokage was certainly out of reach, so they could only aim for the fifth. After understanding Fugaku's intention, the meeting's outcome was decided. Everyone dispersed. Fugaku's plan seemed quite thorough from all aspects. But after all, he was a person of this world and couldn't have imagined that when the time came to elect the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato would suddenly appear and snatch the position from Orochimaru. Shuanja was currently pondering how to let Tsunade take the seat of Hokage first. Fugaku's move of sending Shursui to Orochimaru was essentially a wait. At the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, there was an underground cavern. Lord Madara, the village has been quite lively lately. A pale white creature grew out of the wall, its body twisted into a spiral with a dark hole in the middle. It leaned out halfway and spoke. Another equally pale figure with only the left half of its face emerged beside it, chuckling and chiming in. The Uchiha has produced another genius, but unfortunately, he's become an experiment of the first Hokage Hashirama's cells. When it came to infiltration and intelligence gathering, if this white Zetsu ranked second, no one in the ninja world would dare claim first. Ever since Uchiha Madara created it, it had been keeping an eye on Konoha. It had already learned everything about Shizui's situation. An old man sat on a withered wooden throne, slightly lifting his eyelids, revealing the Sharingan beneath his gray-white hair. After a moment of silence, he let out a contemptuous sneer. Konoha had long been rotten in the hands of fools like Tobirama. He knew that better than anyone. Uchiha Madara no longer cared about the trivial matters of Konoha. There was only one thing on his mind, the Moon Eye plan. He couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid for a person who could serve as the third insurance. Regarding his resurrection, Lord Madara had set up 3 backup plans. The first piece was that boy named Nagato. He gave Nagato a pair of Rinnegan, and coupled with the Uzumaki blood flowing within him, it was just usable. The second piece was Zetsu, that monster infused with his will. But with just these 2, Madara felt it wasn't secure enough. He needed to find another who could cover all the bases. This person had to meet 2 conditions. The first condition, they must bear the direct bloodline of the Sage of Six, either a member of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, or the Uzumaki clan. Only such a person could withstand the side effects of Hashirama's cells, transplant the Rinnegan, and possibly learn the technique of Rinne Tensei. Otherwise, how could he revive Madara? The second condition, this person must be utterly disillusioned with this broken world, their minds solely occupied with the Moon Eye plan. Only then would they serve him with unwavering loyalty. Over the past few years, White Zetsu had been watching in Konoha, and Madara had identified a few suitable targets. The first was Hashirama's Sunjust's own grandson, Nawaki Senju. This boy bore Hashirama's blood. Last year, the Senju clan was dismantled by Konoha's higher-ups, leaving the clan in name only. Nawaki harbored a deep hatred for Konoha, making him perfect. Moreover, having the grandson of his archenemy corrupted under his influence, and then summoning those old relics Hashirama and Tobirama with impure world reincarnation to witness what their grandson had become. The thought was exhilarating. Madara felt more and more thrilled. There were few things in this world that could excite him so much. If the Harmony God hadn't tightened its grip over the years, he would have done something even more ruthless. Unfortunately, Nawaki's Sunjust talent was far too lacking. Madara couldn't help but remark. Compared to Hashirama, this grandson was leagues behind. Another point, his sister Tsunade was still alive. If he were alone, wouldn't his corruption be far simpler? The second target was the newly emerging Uchiha prodigy, Shursui Uchiha. This lad was now being used as a tool by those Konoha scoundrels for research on Hashirama's cells. With a little manipulation, he too could be turned to darkness. The third target was an unremarkable brat, Obito Uchiha. But Madara had a keen eye. This boy harbored considerable potential. Months passed. In the large lecture hall of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the first round of the Chunin exams was proceeding with mounting tension. The examinees were all genin from Konoha itself, not yet gathering candidates from various villages, as in the era of Naruto. Obito Uchiha shrank in his seat, clutching his head with both hands trembling all over, as if he had the word fear branded on his forehead. I am done for. I'm really dead this time. He glanced up at the clock, then stared down at his exam sheet. Only his name written, the rest blank. Feeling a thud. Suddenly a paper ball landed at his feet. Obito looked down and saw a small crumpled piece of paper between his 2 feet. This is... While the examiner, named Nawaki on the podium, wasn't watching, Obito quietly picked up the paper ball and unfolded it. A line of elegant small characters caught his eye, and he froze. Turning his head to the side 2 seats away, the face he had been longing for months came into view. His heart pounded violently. 10 minutes left, submit your papers, Nawaki reminded from the podium. Obito snapped back to reality and copied the answers from the paper onto his sheet. This kid. Nawaki shook his head from above. Even if your ninja skills are mediocre, at least cheat discreetly. Do you think I can't see it? But after a moment's thought, Nawaki decided to turn a blind eye. Both coming from prominent clans, and both being the deadweights of their teams, he felt a touch of leniency. Yet what intrigued Nawaki more was that Shursui Uchiha, who had graduated from the academy at age 5, was also participating in this exam. Could it be that Orochimura Zenpai thought it was still too early for this boy to take the Chunin exams? In the teacher's lounge adjacent to the written exam room, Shuanja and Orochimaru sat facing each other. Shuanja rested his right arm on the back of the sofa, crossed his legs, and raised his left hand slightly, asking Orochimaru, "How is that Uchiha kid of yours doing?" "Oh, the usually indifferent Swordsmanship actually cares about Shursui. Has the sun risen from the west?" Orochimaru wore his signature eerie grin, exuding an ominous air. Shuanja looked up and chuckled softly. That girl named Mitarashi Anko was a year older than Shursui, yet she was still muddling through the ninja academy. Thinking from another perspective, Shursui was likely doomed to have that cursed seal implanted in him too. But as he recalled from the original story, although Anko had followed Orochimaru for a while at least, she was still alive, unlike Shursui, who vanished without a trace. It seemed things weren't so simple. Just kidding. Since Swordsmanship is so curious, I have no reason to hide it. Orochimaru's smile deepened, then turned more serious as he continued, but I really didn't expect this. The Uchiha bloodline and the first Hokage cells could blend so harmoniously. Aside from Shursui, all the others died. Have you already acted? A flicker of surprise passed through Zwan's eyes, though he remained composed. Already. Orochimaru keenly caught the implication in Zwan's words, a grin spreading across his face. From the way Shuanja puts it, it seems you already knew the teacher and the others were experimenting with the first cells. What's so strange about that? Wood release was lost long ago, and the village lacks a means to control the Nine Tails. It's no surprise they want to recreate the first Hokage. Shuanja replied casually, then asked, so what now? This Uchiha Shursui who survived the first cell transplant. What are you planning to do with him? Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. After nearly 2 minutes he spoke again. Zwan's, can you keep this a secret? I was just asking casually. Besides, you didn't spill the beans about Sarutobi Shinnosuke's death, did you? What good would it do me to blab? Shuanja found the question somewhat absurd and retorted. Hearing this, Orochimaru felt more at ease, but still lowered his voice instinctively. Although he survived, he can't control would release stably yet. Lord Danzo and Lord Sarutobi were lied to. They were told Shursui Uchiha is dead, but in reality, he's hidden in the deepest level of the root base, kept as Danzo's own pawn. Shuanja raised an eyebrow slightly. That old fox Danzo really had his tricks. He had originally thought that Danzo's falling out with Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't happen until after the Third Great Ninja War. Yet here he was laying groundwork so early. Lord Danzo is getting old, his strength is declining. He can't maintain cage-level power anymore. Keeping a trump card in hand is understandable. Orochimaru let out a laugh. As for the death of that genius, Lord Sarutobi is also at his wits' end, just wanting to delay things. But once the Uchiha find out, who knows what chaos will erupt. This round of the Chunin exams passed quietly without any major incidents. Without the prodigy Uchiha Shursui holding the fort, only Hatake Kakashi managed to pass the Chunin exam this year. Namikaze Minato was quite pleased his student's promotion called for a celebration. But his wallet was far from generous, so he could only reserve a small private room at a barbecue restaurant. Once the food and drinks were laid out, none of his 3 students, Kakashi, Obito, and Asuma, all wore expressions that screamed, "Leave me alone." Not a single one wanted to talk. In short, they found each other insufferable. It had been like this since the day Minato's squad was formed. Months had passed, and nothing had changed. Minato's lips twitched into a stiff smile. Will things really be all right like this? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen paced back and forth, his head aching as if it might split. A few days ago, Danzo had come to report. The experiment with the first Hokage cells was a complete failure. All test subjects were dead, including Uchiha Shursui dead. A cold sweat broke out on Hiruzen's back. Only then did he realize how terribly wrong he had been to agree to hand Shursui over to Orochimaru and Danzo for experiments. The Uchiha clan had finally produced a genius. And now he was gone. How was he supposed to explain this to the clan? If things went wrong, what if the Uchiha rebelled? But the problem was, what came after the fight? How would he explain it to the other clans in the village? How would he tell the civilians? Could he simply say, we killed the But the problem was, what came after the fight? How would he explain it to the other clans in the village? How would he tell the civilians? Could he simply say, we killed the Uchiha prodigy in a human experiment, so they revolted? The kindly old man persona he had cultivated for years would crumble instantly. The other ninja clans would also be terrified. Who knew which clan the leadership would target next? If the Uchiha took the lead and the other major clans, feeling no hope for self-preservation, joined the rebellion, what then? For now the Uchiha were at most a powder keg. But it could ignite the entire mountain of gunpowder that was Konoha's ninja clans. Hiruzen calmed down. Danzo steady as always spoke slowly from the But it could ignite the entire mountain of gunpowder that was Konoha's ninja clans. Hiruzen calmed down. Danzo steady as always spoke slowly from the If other test subjects die, so be it. But you went and lost an Uchiha. How am I supposed to explain this to the clan? Danzo replied unhurriedly. We don't need to explain to them. Just change the target of the explanation. Hiruzen's face instantly changed. What do you mean? Danzo raised two fingers, his tone steady. First announced that Uchiha Shursui died in the line of duty. The perpetrators were Wind Country ninja aiming to steal the Sharingan. The Uchiha's anger would be directed toward the Wind Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned into silence. Are you insane? They had just signed a ceasefire with the Wind Country, and now he wanted to sling mud at them. Danzo's expression remained unchanged. Pick another country then. But the Wind Country is the weakest among the 5 great nations. Don't you think it's convenient? Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to take the first path. That would essentially reignite the 3rd Great Ninja War. Then it'll have to be your disciple. Danzo's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice dropping even lower. Pin everything on Orochimaru. Label him a rogue ninja. The Uchiha's hatred will naturally shift to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this too inhuman? Danzo leaned back on the sofa, his tone as casual as if discussing what to have for dinner. Your teacher-student relationship hasn't been what it used to be anyway. Compared to waging war with the Wind Country, this option incurs the least loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. Seeing no reaction, Danzo stood up and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he turned back and tossed out a line. When you've made up your mind, have someone let me know. The office was left with only Hiruzen. He sat in his chair, lost in thought for who knows how long. The sun slid from its zenith to the west, the moon rose and set, and the sky began to pale again. Only when the light of dawn streamed in did he clench his teeth and speak each word measured. Umbu. Summon Orochimaru. By the small river outside Konoha, Noara Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Kato Shizun knelt on the grass, their knees aligned neatly. Before each of them lay a fish that was nearly dead. They gently pressed their palms against the fish, a faint green glow radiating from their hands. This was the mystical palm technique exclusive to medical ninja. Tsunade stood nearby, guiding them while yawning. Her mind was entirely on sneaking off. Just then a burst of laughter erupted from the bushes not far away. The cackling was so wild that it startled the 3 girls who were focused on their practice. By the rice field, Xianzhe was laughing so hard, he was doubling over, his voice absurdly loud. Noara Rin and the others couldn't help glancing back. What's wrong with him again? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and barked at the 3 girls. What are you looking at? Hurry up and catch the fish, don't dawdle. The 3 girls shrank back at her shout, rolling up their pants legs again and stepping into the river. But they still wondered, what could have made Xianzhe so happy? Brilliant. Staying in Konoha really means you get to see something new every day. Xianzhe clapped his hands, his face full of schadenfreude. Orochimaru across from him wore a rare expression of speechlessness. Xianzhe-kun, I'm telling you something serious, not telling a joke. Just 2 hours ago, he had been summoned to the Third Hokage's office and received news so shocking, he nearly froze on the spot. The old man wanted him to defect. To be precise, not a real defection, but rather leaving Konoha. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had tried to suppress the news of Uchiha Shursui's death, the Uchiha clan would eventually find out. Once they did, without a proper explanation, a conflict would be inevitable. This fuse attached to the Uchiha could blow the entire Konoha sky high. Thus Sarutobi Hiruzen needed a scapegoat. He had called Orochimaru to make him take the blame. To tell the Uchiha that Orochimaru had conducted illegal human experiments, accidentally killed Shursui, and then defected. That way he could divert the Uchiha's fury. Of course, in name, he would be a rogue ninja, but in reality, he wouldn't be hunted down, just relocated to conduct business elsewhere. In short, it was a shirking of responsibility. When Orochimaru heard this, he was dumbfounded. Though he had long known what kind of man his teacher was, he never expected such a sleazy move. He had been perfectly willing to research the first Hokage's cells, but wasn't this experiment carried out entirely on their orders? As the saying goes, the hounds are killed for food once the hares are bagged, but the hare wasn't even dead yet. It was hidden away in Danzo's root base. Yet Orochimaru knew that even if he exposed this, Danzo wouldn't admit it. And he understood Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, those two old partners, all too well. This blame he had to bear it whether he liked it or not. Shueisha couldn't stop laughing simply because he never expected the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen to play such a dirty game, making Orochimaru, his once most favored disciple, take the bullet for him. Suddenly he felt a bit sorry for the guy. No need to look so wronged, is there? You were planning to run away anyway, weren't you? Shueisha's lips curled up. Sooner or later it's the same. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. Since the last Ninja World War ended, his interest in Mu Yi had grown increasingly faint. He had even contemplated the idea of defecting from the village. The reason he now showed a shocked expression was not that he worried about his own future situation, but that he was astonished by his own master's utterly unburdened. Deshiwan's heart was bitter. What did I do wrong? Isn't it all because of you? Shueisha secretly laughed to himself. Logically speaking, Yuan Fei Rizhan would not have so cleanly and decisively cast aside his once most favored disciple. But at present, Bofeng Shui Min, this obedient pawn, had already taken the position, and Deshiwan's relationship with him was growing colder. Besides, the mess he had stirred up this time was too big to cover up. Someone had to clean up the mess. Yuan Fei Rizhan was unwilling to personally stand up, and even less likely to let Tuanzong take the burden. Then he had no choice but to push Deshiwan to the front. How pitiful. Although the crimes that guy would later commit were enough to have him shot 800 times. But the whole mess now was all instigated by Ji Siyuan, Tuanzong, and Yuan Fei Rizhan behind the scenes. In the end, he had to take the blame for them. It was truly the worst luck imaginable. It even made one feel a bit sympathetic. Forced to accept reality, Deshiwan barely steadied his emotions and asked again, Shueisha, don't you intend to give me a way out? Shueisha's eyes flickered. Oh, isn't this just a fake defection? Those two won't really kill you. Do you still need my help? You underestimate me, Shueisha. Deshiwan resumed his usual tone, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. Can't you barely tolerate the current Elder Council anymore? Don't tell me you haven't thought about wiping them all out. The Mu Yi collapse plan, are you interested? After a few seconds of silence, Shueisha lowered his voice. Deshiwan had defected, nearly 10 years earlier than the original timeline. Only a very few people knew about this, because in recent years, Deshiwan's presence had been too weak. So weak that he had disappeared in the village for so long, yet no one noticed anything amiss. Even Gang Shou, who came from the same sect, never imagined that the time Deshiwan went to see Shueisha was actually their last meeting. A full month passed. Good news came from the Yujibo clan. The clan leader Yujibo Fu Yu's wife Yujibo Mei Qin was pregnant. Shueisha heard about the figure Yujibo Yu from Sheng Shu's mouth. He silently spat in his stomach. Great filial son, really something. To be honest, Shueisha had no interest in this person and was too lazy to comment. No matter how complicated human nature was, it was not a reason to kill one's own parents. He only hoped that if he ever had a son, he would never be that kind of scum, or else he would paste him on the wall. In comparison, that heir Zhu, who had the word pretentious carved into his bones, seemed more normal. Yujibo Fu Yu was grinning from ear to ear over having a new son. Suddenly he remembered the genius of his clan who had been placed under Deshiwan's care, Yujibo Jishui. He pondered that he must cultivate this kid into a capable assistant for his son in the future. I was just about to talk to you about this, Fu Yu. Facing Yujibo Fu Yue, who had come to inquire about Ji Shu's recent situation, Yuan Fei Rizhan took a deep drag of his pipe, smoke billowing from his nostrils, his brows tightly furrowed. Ji Shui, he's gone. Deshiwan did it. When our people arrived, that kid had already defected. By the stream outside Mu Yi village, the bonfire crackled. Roasting over the fire was a wild boar nearly as big as a hippopotamus, its fat dripping into the flames, sending up a burnt aroma. Shueisha casually tossed a piece of firewood into the fire, thinking to himself, right now Yujibo Fu Yu is probably stomping his feet in anger at home. Suddenly a figure emerged from the woods behind him. It was Deshiwan, labeled a pan run by Mu Yi. Master Yuan Fei's political skills are even more cunning than I expected. The Yujibo clan's debt is all on my head. When Deshiwan said this, even someone like him could not suppress the anger in his voice. How is it? Shueisha, with his back to him, tore off a pig leg. Did the Shao organization take you in? Those three little brats that Zilai took in back, then have actually made something of themselves now. Deshiwan licked his lips. Unfortunately, Shueisha, it didn't go as you wished. They didn't agree. After all, I bear the label of a defector, and once proposed. He paused, lowering his voice. But I never expected that among those 3 brats one actually had a pair of eyes exactly like the 6 Paths Immortals. Xianzhe remembered that when Dashiwan was on the run he had pointed him away to seek refuge in the Shao organization. But from what Dashiwan said, it didn't work out. It wasn't surprising. At present the Shao organization was still under Mi Yan's leadership and Chang Min hadn't taken that step yet. It was indeed unlikely for them to take in a defector, especially one who had once wanted their lives. That's a pity. Xianzhe threw the last bone to the nearby ninja dog that was drooling, then turned around. But since that's the case, how about you keep an eye on the Shao organization for me? These guys will become the ones who change the course of this world. 10 days passed. Dashiwan licked his lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. Even if you hadn't mentioned that matter, I've long wanted to get a feel for that red-haired kid with the Luanhui Yin. Then he changed the subject. Xianzhe-kun, when do you plan to execute your scheme to bring down Mu Yi? I'm already a bit impatient. Xianzhe knew in his heart that he even as a time traveler couldn't figure out what Dashiwan had really been after when he attacked Mu Yi. One reason was indeed for Zhuizhu, but when Kakashi sealed the Tianjizhou Inda, Shiwan could have taken the person directly, yet he chose not to act. After that he only sacrificed a pair of hands to kill Yuan Fei Rizhan, and Mu Yi didn't seem to suffer any serious damage. It was hard to understand what he really wanted to do. But this snake before him was not a truly cold-blooded beast. He was after all a human, not a snake. Being schemed against and not retaliating, that was definitely not Dashiwan's style. Xianzhe retorted, I'm more anxious than you, but being anxious is useless. You've been maneuvering around the Elder Council for so long, you should know better. Dashiwan let out 2 sinister laughs. When you have a chance to send some gifts to Master Yuan Fei, remember to call me. With that he stepped back a few paces, and his figure merged back into the forest shadows. A whole day passed. Mu Yi village was in an uproar, news spreading like wildfire filling the streets. Whether ordinary civilians or ninjas, their faces were all filled with shock and disbelief. Bo Feng Shui men along with Kakashi Dai-Tu and Asima had just returned from completing a crank mission when they heard a string of words from the villagers. I heard Shiwan has defected. The Yuji Bo clan's genius is dead. So who will be the 4th Hokage? Dai-Tu's face turned pale. What's going on? We were only out for a day and the sky has fallen. Kakashi was also dumbfounded. Dashiwansama. Asima frowned, his eyes scanning around as if looking for Shi Rihong's figure. Bo Feng Shui Min's face was terrifyingly dark. He immediately ordered the team to disband and rushed toward the administrative building. 10 days passed. Xianzhe finished his usual training covered in dust and sweat. He dragged a wild beast along the forest path, walking back. Uncle, a little shorty with white hair like him suddenly called out. Xianzhe looked up. The next second Bo Feng Shui Min, disheveled, dashed out of the woods with Kakashi and Dai-Tu. Where's the other one? Xianzhe asked. Asima. Something happened. Bo Feng Shui Min said with a face full of apology, I'm sorry, I didn't handle it well. Xianzhe was stunned. You lost to Dashiwan. This time Minato's team was assigned in Shrank mission to represent Konoha in signing an alliance treaty with Sunagakure. In essence, it was just delivering a document, having the Kazekage sign it, and then bringing it back, a simple errand. However, the rank of a ninja mission is not solely determined by its difficulty, but also by the weight it carries behind the scenes. Given that it involved the alliance between 2 villages, it was perfectly justified to classify it as Shrank. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly had his own motives. Adding a glorious achievement to his son's resume would be a fine embellishment. How impressive it would be to say that a 10-year-old had participated in a Shrank mission. When Minato, Kakashi, and Obito heard Xianzhe utter the name Orochimaru, their expressions changed drastically. Indeed, they had encountered an attack from Orochimaru on their way back to the village. But how did Xianzhe know? Don't make a fuss, Xianzhe waved his hand. Before he left he told me he would eventually settle old scores with our Hokage. After thinking it over, it had to be him. These words left Minato half believing. It sounded plausible on the surface, yet upon closer examination it was riddled. What happened next? How did he defeat you? Xianzhe was also curious. Of course it was Xianzhe who had told Orochimaru exactly where to ambush them, but from the start Xianzhe hadn't thought it would succeed. Yet it did. Minato smiled wryly. The gap in experience between Orochimaru and me. No, between Orochimaru's experience and mine was simply too great. In short, he was outmatched by experience. Orochimaru went straight for Asuma from the outset, but made it look like he was targeting Minato. Minato ordered the 3 young ones to withdraw first, not realizing that Orochimaru had already stationed men along the escape route, easily capturing Asuma. After that, Orochimaru didn't linger with Minato. He disappeared into the ground and fled. When it came to escaping, Orochimaru feared no one in the ninja world. Kakashi, Obito, you 2 go back and rest first, Minato said under immense pressure. I need to report this to the Hokage. Losing the Hokage's son was a responsibility he couldn't bear. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Xuanja patted Minato on the shoulder. Minato forced a smile that was more like a grimace, assuming Xuanja was merely trying to comfort him. But Zuan's next words made him shudder violently. The third great ninja war is about to break out. Our Hokage who dares not venture to the front lines will have to rely on you to save face. The moment these words were spoken, Minato, Kakashi, and Obito were all dumbfounded. How did this man know about the third great ninja war? Xuanja thought to himself. Sasori of the Red Sand must be growing restless too. Now that the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind had just signed an alliance, Konoha and Sunagakure wouldn't be fighting in the short term. This meant his path to finding White Fang was cut off. Turning his wrath toward the third Kazekage who championed the alliance was plausible enough. The alliance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind was initially good news for Konoha. But then news broke immediately. The Hokage's second son Sarutobi Asuma had been captured by the rogue ninja Orochimaru. The eldest son died on the front lines, and now the second son had fallen into the hands of a traitor. Many in the village sighed for the Hokage who was over 50. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would cause trouble for Minato was uncertain to Xuanja. But one thing he was sure of, the old man wouldn't dare treat Minato the way he had treated White Fang back then. After all, Minato was the only card he had left to play. Do you think that old man and that old woman Biwako could still have another child? Late at night, Xuanja suddenly had a mischievous thought and asked the Tsunade beside. The Kazekage is missing. Did he step out for something urgent? Given his strength, nothing should have happened to him, right? Over in the Land of Wind, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, which had just signed the treaty with Konoha, were in an uproar. Even Shio, who had planned to retire, was forced to come out of seclusion. She resented the third Kazekage for allying with Konoha, which prevented her from avenging her son and daughter-in-law. But right now, Sunagakure needed this strongest Kazekage to hold the fort. The third Kazekage is the strongest in history. He won't be easily taken down, Chio, as the elder spoke to calm the crowd. But this matter must not be leaked especially to other nations to avoid unnecessary panic. Do you understand? The third Kazekage was missing. This also meant that the third great ninja war was about to officially begin. Hatake Sakumo Orochimaru told me everything. It was your younger brother Hatake Xuanja who killed my older brother. At an underground stronghold on the northern border of the Land of Fire, Asuma was locked in a cell. The moment he saw Hatake Sakumo and Orochimaru approaching, he flew into a rage, rushed to the iron bars, and shouted at him. This was one of Orochimaru's secret bases. The Hokage's son. So it was you. White Fang witnessed the scene before him, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing as he swallowed. Asuma, I advise you to save your strength. Orochimaru glanced sideways at Asuma in the cell, his tone cold as he dropped the words. Then he turned his gaze to Hatake Sakumo, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So Sakumo-san, did Xuanja send you to deliver something to me? Hatake Sakumo was silent for a few seconds, then pulled a small scroll from his chest and handed it over. Orochimaru unrolled the scroll, his eyes quickly scanning its contents, and let out a soft laugh. Sarutobi Sensei is truly furious this time, even dispatching the Umbu to hunt me down. It seems all our previous agreements are null and void. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru had agreed on a fake defection. Konoha would publicly declare him a rogue ninja, but wouldn't send actual pursuit forces to capture him. However, Orochimaru's move of kidnapping Asuma directly provoked Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath. Now the old man was truly treating him as a rogue ninja, and had even mobilized elite Umbu units to track him down. What Xuanja wrote in the scroll was to warn Orochimaru to lie low for a while. It seems he'll have to find a new place to stay. Orochimaru held the scroll to the flame of an oil lamp, watching the paper slowly turn to ash. The firelight cast a glow on his face, making his eyes look especially sinister. He glanced sideways at Hatake Sakumo and said slowly, though I didn't expect Xuanja to send you to deliver the message. It seems he's planning something big. Xuanja intends to take advantage of the upcoming ninja war to depose the third Hokage and install Tsunade as the fourth. Hatake Sakumo frowned and spoke in a low voice. Asuma in the cell suddenly widened his eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. That's not going to be easy. After the scroll had completely burned, Orochimaru stroked his chin, resting his cheek on one hand. Sarutobi Sensei went through a lot of trouble to secure the position of Hokage back then, as you and I both know. He'll never give up that seat. Unless he dies. He said you just need to wait for the signal. Hatake Sakumo replied. Sakumo-san, you're not still hesitating to strike against Sarutobi Sensei, are you? Still clinging to some unrealistic hope? Orochimaru noticed the flicker of hesitation in Hatake Sakumo's eyes and couldn't help but sneer. I just never imagined the waters of Konoha would run so deep. Hatake Sakumo's tone carried a hint of ruefulness. Especially after Xuanja sent him to deliver the message to Orochimaru. Learning all of this, Hatake Sakumo felt as if his entire worldview had been. Orochimaru's smile deepened. It seemed White Fang's intellect was more surprising than his skills. You won't succeed. Asuma in the cell started going. Orochimaru, annoyed, raised his hand and made a casual gesture. Asuma's face twisted in pain, and he writhed on the ground. A sinister black curse mark like tadpole-like script spread rapidly, covering his entire body. The sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage spread throughout the ninja world within days. Such news could not be concealed. The vanishing of a cage-level figure from a hidden village was far too momentous to go unnoticed. Once the news broke, every major hidden village began calculating their own schemes, each harboring ulterior motives more intricate than the last. The most vehement reaction came from the Lightning Country's Kumogakure, situated far in the north of the ninja world, a village ever eager to strike. If not now, then when? Dispatch troops to the Wind Country immediately. The speaker was the Third Hokage, renowned as the strongest Hokage. His fist, massive as an iron pot, slammed onto the desk, nearly shattering its surface. Curiously, several villages' Third Kage liked to boast titles like the strongest. The Third Hokage was the strongest Hokage. The Third Kazekage was the strongest Kazekage. The Third Hokage was likewise the strong. He wielded both the strongest spear and the strongest shield, a genuine pinnacle of cage-level combat power. Under his rule, Kumogakure's overall strength had reached its zenith since the village's founding. Besides himself, his son Ai and adopted son Kalabi were also cage-level powerhouses. Kalabi in particular had nearly mastered the power of the eight. The only slight regret was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yumurin, who was still young. Though she cooperated well with the tailed beast, she still lacked a few years of experience for the battlefield. Father, what's worth fighting in that barren Sunagakure? They have nothing of value, said the future fourth Hokage, Ai, his face puzzled. He was not afraid of battle, but if they were to fight, it should be against a wealthy village like Konoha or even Awakens. What could they possibly plunder from Sunagakure's death? Use your head. The Third Hokage grinned at his son and countered, Sunagakure and Konoha are now allies. If we attack Suna, do you think Konoha will send reinforcements? Ai paused, thought for a moment, and replied, most likely. The Hokage's assistant Tutai interjected. The Raikage-sama will personally lead a squad to raid the Wind Country, feigning an all-out war with Sunagakure. Since Konoha has allied with Suna, they'll certainly send support, weakening their defenses in the Fire Country. At that point, Ai and Bai. Ace eyes lit up with delight. I understand. On the surface, we attack Suna to divert Konoha's attention, then we strike the Fire Country by surprise. Exactly. The Third Hokage nodded approvingly, a ruthless glint in his smile. The Wind Country has nothing but sand. Conquering it brings little pride. The truly wealthy prize is the Fire Country. That is our real target. Even if Konoha had many elite shinobi, what of it? As the strongest Hokage, whom did he fear? Under his leadership, Kumogakure could go toe-to-toe with Konoha without issue. In the Hokage administrative building, the top-floor meeting room was full. All the influential figures of Konoha who could speak on village affairs were present. Beside the four elders who had held power for nearly 3 decades, the clan heads of Uchiha Fuyue, Hyuga, Hizuru, and Narashikaku were all summoned. You've all heard about the Third Kazekage's disappearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen uncharacteristically did not touch his pipe. His face was grim. The problem now is that the Third Hokage himself led a raid on Sunagakure. Everyone knows that the Fire Country recently signed an alliance treaty with the Wind Country. Under these circumstances, we must send reinforcements. Hiruzen's heart burned with rage. That bastard Orochimaru dared to lay hands on his son. It was clearly retaliation. With his only bloodline in that man's clutches, Hiruzen could no longer uphold his earlier promise of not pursuing seriously, and immediately dispatched ANBU to track Orochimaru. Yet no sooner had the ANBU left than news arrived. The Third Kazekage of Suna had vanished. Hot on its heels came word that the Third Hokage of Kumo had personally led troops into the Wind Country. It was obvious to all that the Third Great Ninja War could no longer be averted. At this critical juncture, Hiruzen had no choice but to set aside his concerns about Orochimaru. He could only. Narashikaku, the strategist, spoke first. Going to aid the Wind Country means dealing with Suna ninja. Those two have deep grudges with Suna from the last war. YD suggest we avoid any contact. Hatake Sakumo had killed the son and daughter-in-law of Suna, Elder Chiyo. Hatake Shuanja was even more ruthless. He had personally beheaded the second Kazekage shaman, sending those two to aid Sunagakure, who knew what chaos might ensue. Indeed, anyone who fought in the last war against Suna should not go. Yamanaka Inoichi added his voice. At these words, all eyes turned to the clans that had not clashed with Suna in the previous war, the Uchiha, the Inuzuka, and others. Then let's do this. Minato will be the overall commander, Fuyue the deputy commander, leading reinforcements to aid Suna. What do you think? Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uchiha Fuyue. Uchiha Fuyue's expression was far from pleased. After Shizui's death, The relations between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction had deteriorated. Fuyue had recently heard that Hiruzen's son Asuma had been kidnapped by Orochimaru. That news had allowed him to savor an extra 2 bowls of rice with great relish. Now here he was ordered to serve as deputy to a youth barely 20. How could he be happy? Yet despite his inner resentment, Fuyue dared not openly defy Hiruzen's command and could only grit his teeth and accept. If only Lady Tsunade could accompany us, that would be ideal. Since he had taken the assignment, he might as well seek some benefit for his clan. If Tsunade went to the front lines, the soldiers' chances of victory would increase by at least half. Well, if you can persuade her, I have no objection. Hiruzen hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. In truth, his plan was to let Minato accumulate military merits during this war to curb the arrogance of Zuan's faction. Sending Tsunade to the battlefield would hand her a golden opportunity to earn merits. But the problem was that Tsunade's medical skills were so indispensable that even the Uchiha, the sworn enemies of the Senju, could not do without her. Hiruzen, no matter how reluctant, could find no reason to prevent Tsunade from going to the front. Go to war. Don't even think about it. 2 hours after the meeting, the pregnant Uchiha clan matriarch Uchiha Mikoto came to plead for help. Tsunade's blunt reply was a dismissive refusal. During the Second Great Ninja War, the Senju clan had suffered a great calamity. She had long wanted to walk away, and staying until the end was already the utmost she could offer. Now they wanted her to risk her life again. No way. Nearby, Nawaki scratched his head, not daring to speak. Uchiha Mikoto had been his classmate, which was why she had sought his help to build a connection. Tsunadesima, please. Uchiha Mikoto, desperate and unable to sway Tsunade, turned her pitiful gaze to Shuanja. Shuanja felt a chill run down his spine under her stare. Don't look at me like that, you pregnant woman, he thought. But then he recalled that Nawaki and Mikoto had been classmates, and he had once gossiped about it. He mused that one was a Senju and the other an Uchiha. Following the tropes of light novels, how had they never ended up together? No, Tsunade, you must go. Shuanja stepped forward and spoke. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her expression clearly asking, "You're siding with another woman." The moment he saw her expression, Shuanja knew she was being jealous again. Don't forget, I plan to make you the 4th Hokage after this war. Uchiha Mikoto was stunned. So this was their scheme all along. Wasn't what I did in the last battle enough? Tsunade puffed her cheeks, her face full of defiance. People are like fish. They have short memories and only see what's right in front of them. Otherwise, how could the 3rd Hokage have earned the title of strongest Hokage? Shuanja's words left Tsunade speechless. Looking back at the first 3 Hokage, the title of strongest could never have fallen to Hiruzen Sarutobi. So how did it end up with him? The Elder Council's relentless praise was one thing, but more importantly, how many people in Konohagakure today truly knew what happened during the era of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju? The past is forgotten, our people only care about the present. So you're not going? Tsunade pressed again after a long pause. She figured he was planning to laze around at home again. What are you thinking? Of course I'm going. When the Cloud Ninja sneaked down from the north to attack the Land of Fire. What? What do you mean by that, Lord Shuanja? Isn't Kumovikure currently fighting Sunagakure? How could they possibly attack the Land of Fire? Noara Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Shizune, the 3 young girls nearby, were utterly bewildered. Kumovikure was planning to strike the Land of Fire. Weren't they heading toward the Land of Wind? Use your brains. That barren wasteland of the Land of Wind is dirt poor. Would those brutish Cloud Ninja even bother with it? Shuanja flicked each of the 3 girls on the forehead. Kumovikure hadn't participated in the Second Shinobi World War and was now at its peak strength. It was no surprise they would be the first to start a war. But targeting the Land of Wind? Who would believe that? Anyone with half a brain could see it. Why would they bypass the nearby prosperous Land of Fire to attack a destitute village like Sunagakure? The past Raikage might have had muscles for brains, but they weren't that foolish. So you mean? Kumovikure is pretending to fight Sunagakure, and once all of Konoha's reinforcements are drawn to the Land of Wind, they'll launch a surprise attack from the north. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly caught on. We need to inform the Hokage immediately. Absolutely not. Shuanja reached out, gently pressing down on her head to stop her. Why? Why not? Yuhi Kurenai's large crimson eyes were filled with confusion. If we don't let the Hokage stumble a few times, how will your teacher Tsunade ever get a chance to sit in that Hokage's chair? Shuanja grinned mischievously. Winning the 3rd Shinobi World War for Konoha was easy. Sakumo, Hatake, and Tsunade. None of them had originally appeared in the 3rd war. Once they entered the fray, the tide would turn instantly. But winning wasn't enough. In fact, winning too quickly and too brilliantly would be problematic. Just like the last war, all the credit would pile up on others, leaving them with nothing. While the main forces of Konoha fought on the front lines, the 4 elders of the Elder Council sat back and drank tea, trimming their nails. They had to set a trap for Hiruzen Sarutobi, forcing him to relinquish the Hokage position. Now with his failure to foresee Kumogakure's ambush, this was the first step in his downfall. Uchiha Makoto's mind was reeling. Her husband had always coveted the Hokage's seat, but lacking the strength, he could only watch from afar. Hearing Shinja's strategy today, she finally understood. Her husband was not only outmatched in power, his mind was equally inferior. With just this one move, Shinja could manipulate Hiruzen Sarutobi completely. A man of pure strength might inspire fear, but one who combines strength with cunning makes others want to steer clear. Makoto, when you go home, be mindful of what to say and what not to say. Nawaki suddenly spoke up, reminding his old classmate. I swear I won't breathe a word. Uchiha Makoto trembled in fear. She bowed and ran off, hoping that scare wouldn't affect her pregnancy. The next day at the gates of Konohagakure. Finally setting off, Obito, following behind his teacher Minato Namikaze, was practically bouncing with excitement. The sun rose from the west. You're actually not late. Kakashi glanced sideways at him with undisguised disdain. Of course, he knew why the chronic latecomer was early today. Tsunadesima, as the head of the medical unit, was to accompany them to the Land of Wind battlefield. Naturally, Noara Rin and the other two young medical ninja, finally able to go on a mission with his crush Obito, had been so excited last night, he couldn't sleep a wink. Anyone would think he was going on a spring outing. Hey, they're here. They're here. Obito's eyes lit up and he waved frantically. Rin, over here. 4 girls slowly approached. Obito's eyes were practically glued to Noara Rin. Tsunadesima, thank you for your hard work this time. Minato Namikaze bowed his head in greeting. Wouldn't you be more at ease if I didn't come? At least I wouldn't be stealing your glory. Tsunade's words were sharp. Not at all, I would never think that. Minato quickly waved his hands. Tsunade didn't press further. Her dislike for Minato stemmed purely from his close association with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rin, we'll be going on a mission together from now on. Obito grinned foolishly. Noara Rin nodded with a smile as usual. How disgusting, Kakashi muttered under his breath. Here, Obito. Noara Rin pulled out a white medical kit from behind and handed it to him. For me. Obito's ears grew hot and his voice stammered. Noara Rin paused for a second, then finally nodded. Just as Obito felt he was floating on cloud 9, Rin's next words doused his tiny flame like a bucket of cold water. It's for both you and Kakashi. Work hard, both of you. Lord Shinja. At that moment, Minato and the others spotted Shinja strolling over, leisurely, wine flask in hand, and immediately stood at attention to, don't be formal. I'm just a genin here to see you off. The moment Shinja uttered the word genin, a cold sweat broke out on everyone present. Come to think of it, he wasn't wrong. Rin, what did you mean by work hard? Obito was still confused. I'm not going with you this time. I'll stay in the village with Lord Shinja. Noara Rin clasped her hands together, her tone apologetic. Obito stood frozen, feeling as if his world had collapsed. So it was all one-sided on my part. Uncle, what's this? Kakashi frowned, a hint of doubt creeping onto his face as he turned to Shinja. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Shinja brushed it off casually. He couldn't exactly tell Kakashi that he was keeping Rin close to prevent Uchiha Madara from targeting her, saying he was keeping her alive by her side. Who would believe that? They'd probably think he was insane. Shinja could not bear to see the gentle-natured Rin Noara become a pawn in Madara Uchiha's hands. Thus he made this choice. Still, he was curious. If Rin didn't die, how could Obito turn dark? Kakashi, Obito, and also Kurenai Shizun, you must be extra careful on the back. Rin Noara waved goodbye to her classmates and quickly followed Shinja as he left. Obito kept his eyes fixed on the retreating figure behind, Shinja full of reluctance, muttering to himself. Why keep her of all people? Why not others? Could it be that Mr. Shinja has feelings for Rin? You're overthinking it, idiot. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He even suspected his own uncle. There was a 20-year age gap. How could that be possible? Wait. Kakashi suddenly noticed the sour expression on Kurenai Yuha's face and drew in a sharp breath. It seemed not entirely impossible. Then Shinja and Tsunade each led a team heading off in different directions. About 3 minutes later, the left half of White Zetsu's face emerged stealthily from a corner of the Leaf Village wall. Staring at the distant figures of Rin Noara and Obito Uchiha, now no bigger than sesame seeds, White Zetsu frowned and muttered, things aren't going well. I'd better report back to Madara. A few days later, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stationed in the rear, received news from the front lines. Minato had just led his team to the front and together with the Sand Village engaged the Cloud Village in battle. But the outcome left Hiruzen Sarutobi bewildered. The one he had favored was being suppressed by the Third Hokage. Lord Hokage, should we send reinforcements? Shikaku inquired in a low voice. No need. The surprise on Hiruzen's face vanished instantly, his tone calm. We've given enough support. There's no need to commit our core strength for the Sand Village. Despite the alliance, he wasn't foolish enough to risk everything for others. Sending a few troops to save face was enough. If things got too tough, he could just order Minato and the others to retreat. As long as his own foundation wasn't harmed, he didn't care what the Cloud Village did in the wind. The Cloud Village's target might not be the Sand Village. Shikaku tilted his head, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He lacked Xianzhe's omniscient perspective, but his sharp mind sensed something off about the Cloud Village's offensive. Why would they bypass the wealthy Fire Country and cross mountains to attack the impoverished Wind Country? But recalling Xianzhe's whispered words from yesterday, "Don't say what shouldn't be said," he felt a chill and swallowed his analysis. Vaguely guessing Xianzhe's intentions, Shikaku spent the night discussing with his old comrades Inoichi Yamanaka and Chozora Kimichi. The three ultimately agreed on one stance: remain neutral. They must not wade into this muddy water. On one side was the old fox who had crippled the Senju clan, on the other a monster who could infiltrate an enemy village and cut off the Kage's head. Neither could be provoked. They could only try to offend no one. I expected it. On the other side, Xianzhe received news of Minato Namikaze's defeat at the front several days later. He lacked Hiruzen Sarutobi's sophisticated intelligence network and didn't have Tsunade send daily reports. There was no need. By the time he learned, most ninjas in the village had also heard. His face showed no surprise. The third Hokage's title of strongest was somewhat inflated, but the third Hokage's strongest was genuine. The strongest shield could even withstand the future Raisin Shuriken of that prodigy. For now, Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God, but his strongest attack was only the Great Ball Rasengan. Losing to the third Hokage was only natural. Xianzhe stared at the intelligence in his hand and shook his head. The third Hokage's lightning release chakra mode. Who could break that? What a pity the third Hokage is in the Wind Country. His tone carried a hint of regret. In the original story, Naruto defeating the reanimated third Hokage relied too much on luck. Besides, who knew how much of his original strength the reanimation could preserve? He really wanted to try how his new blade would feel cutting into that so-called strongest shield. Lord Xianzhe, have an orange. Rin Noira handed him a peeled citrus. With Tsunade away, she had time to spare. Xianzhe glanced at it. The pith isn't clean. Rin's eyes widened. Remove the pith too. Annoyed, she kept a smile on her face. She was about to obediently pick off the white threads when a figure suddenly flashed before Xianzhe. Something's happened. Sakumo Hatake's face was grave. Xianzhe's lips curled. It's here. He casually took the half-peeled orange from Rin's hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled, "See you later, Rin." Yes. Rin set aside her mood and quickly followed. The two walked side by side toward the village. Xianzhe turned to ask, the A-B combo. Yes, A and Killer B with 5,000 troops. And that's just the vanguard. Sakumo nodded. I'm more and more afraid of being your enemy. You've guessed Back then, Xianzhe had said the Cloud Village's attack on the Wind Country was a feint, their true target being the Fire Country. Xianzhe smiled and didn't respond. He wasn't a strategist like Shikaku who relied on intellect. He saw through it purely because he understood their natures. Character determines destiny. That saying was absolutely true. Let them see who the strongest combo in the ninja world really is. Xianzhe's tone was light. Maybe I won't even need you, though I can handle it alone. Don't be careless. Sakumo warned, underestimating the enemy leads to loss. Xianzhe's eyes gleamed, a smile on his lips. He had waited for this day for a long time. The Cloud Village's army had already pressed to the border, led by the future 4th Hokage A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. At such a critical juncture, some still had their minds on petty matters. Later, when the Leaf Village collapse plan unfolded, the entire village would have only Hiruzen Sarutobi as a cage-level fighter. And that was no coincidence. The words Danzo had thrown out struck the deepest insecurities in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. He was no saint. If they weren't birds of a feather, would he have tolerated the others overstepping time and again? Hatake, Xianzhe, and Tsunade. These two should have been the most difficult to command, yet they unexpectedly volunteered for the front lines. To most, this was a great boon. Two cage-level combatants, one of whom was the renowned medical saint of the ninja world. It seemed like a sure way to boost the odds of, but that was merely the thinking of ordinary ninjas. The four old foxes of the Elder Council had a completely different mindset. What they pondered was, what were Xianzhe and Tsunade really after? What hidden agenda lay behind their actions? If the war continues like this, Tsunade will accumulate immense merit in 2 consecutive great ninja wars. The position of 4th Hokage would be hers for sure, especially with the 1st Hokage's bloodline. Koharu Yudatane's tone was as cold as a blade. Didn't Tsunade say she had no interest in the Hokage position? Hamura Midokado bit his lower lip, his voice trembling. But his words sounded more like self-reassurance. The other 3 elders' faces were as dark as water. Recalling how they had treated the Senju clan at the end of the Second Great Ninja War, if Tsunade truly became Hokage, would the Elder Council have any peace? Could she possibly let them off? Don't forget one person. Chimao Xuanja is still standing by her side. Xuanqin Xiaochun's eyes turned cold and shadowed as she continued, That boy has caused enough trouble already, hasn't he? I'm not dead yet. Yuanfei Rizen's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Though he was past his prime, he was well aware that his strength had been waning these past 2 years. Yet he still occupied the seat of the Hokage. As long as he lived, what waves could those youngsters stir up? He dared to lay a hand on your son. Do you think he'd show any mercy to you, his father? Jitsuin Tuanzang let out a cold laugh. Indeed, the fact that Yuanfei Shinji had died at Zhuanzi's hands was an open secret among the high-ranking officials. There were too many suspicious points, and the timing and place of death were too coincidental. But lacking solid evidence, and fearing Zhuanzi's strength, they had never openly broken ties. Yet everyone knew in their hearts, Xuanja had killed Shinji. If he dared to kill a son, why would he hesitate to kill the father? Besides, Xuanja had already slain a Kage before. Just look at the fate of the second Kazekage. Elders of the council, the clan heads of the village, have already gathered in the meeting room. Footsteps sounded at the door as the guard ninja arrived. What are you planning? Yuanfei Rizen led the 3 of them, chatting as they walked toward the meeting room. That boy wants to seize credit to build his reputation in the village and support Gangzhou. Just don't give him the chance. Tuanzang's voice was as cold as a winter stone. Gangzhou has gone to the front line, but as long as you sit in your seat, she won't dare to act rashly. The princess of the Senju clan still needs to keep some face. He paused, then added, but if there's a chance to crush him completely, that would be even more convenient. When they reached the grand meeting room, the atmosphere immediately turned heavy. You've all heard that the Third Hokage Sun AI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Karabi are leading 5,000 cloud rearguard forces toward the northern border of the Land of Fire. Yuanfei Rizen sat in the main seat, his voice low and heavy. It's clear, the Third Hokage's earlier attack on the Wind Country was a diversion. Their real target is still our Land of Fire. If the elders of the council had seen through this earlier, things wouldn't have come to this, would they? The speaker was Xingshu, a mere chunin in strength, but as the head of the Senju clan, his tone was dripping with sarcasm. The corners of Yuanfei Rizen's and the other 3's mouths twitched. But Xingshu was sitting right next to Xuanja, so they couldn't say much. After all, the fault lay with them in the first place. The daimyo's order has come down. We must dispatch a large army to block them. Zhuangqin Xiaochun quickly stood up to change the subject, pulling out a list from her robe and reading aloud. Dispatch 5,000 shinobi north to engage the enemy. Supreme Commander Jitsuin Tuanzang. Deputy Commander Nai. Xuanja was just sipping tea from his cup when he heard Zhuangqin Xiaochun read the list. He couldn't hold it in and sprayed the tea out. In an instant, everyone in the room shifted their gaze from Zhuangqin Xiaochun to Zhuanzi's face. Sorry. Xuanja tried to suppress his laughter, but the whole thing was so absurd that the smile refused to leave his face. Xingshu, sitting beside him, was quick to blurt out what was on his mind, his tone dripping with mockery. Lord Tuanzang, as Supreme Commander. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? Tuanzang's gaze was like a knife. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that you are the grandson of Lord Feijian, a mere chunin wouldn't even have the right to sit here. No, I just think Lord Tuanzang is a master at underhanded schemes and calculations, but when it comes to facing the enemy on the front lines, I'm afraid it's not his strong suit, right? Besides, have you ever fought in a shinobi war? Xingshu grinned, his words barbed. Nonsense. I fought in the first shinobi war. The first shinobi war. You were just running errands behind Grandpa Feijian, weren't you? You never set foot on the real front lines in the second shinobi war either, right? Tuanzang's face twisted with rage, and he opened his mouth to retort. But Xingshu's 2 sentences shut him up tight. During the first shinobi war, they were insignificant. The main efforts were still by Senju Feijian. By the second war, Konoha was overflowing with talent, so they could win lying down. Why bother standing up to fight? The clan heads of the Hyuga, Inoshikacho, and others present couldn't help exchanging glances. On second thought, it seemed the 4 elders had indeed never been to the front lines. Enough, Xingshu, stop it. Just as the 4 elders of the council were red-faced and at a loss for words, Xuanja spoke up, stopping Xingshu. The 4 elders were taken aback. Could this boy actually be on their side? But Lord Tuanzang should stay in the rear. If you go to the battlefield, you might throw out your back. But Lord Tuanzang should stay in the rear. If you go to the battlefield, you might throw out your back. When Xuanja said this, Yuanfei Rizen and the other 3 nearly spat blood. They had thought the boy had changed his ways and would actually speak for them. But as soon as he opened his mouth, it was the same old tune, the same old flavor. Xuanja pondered for a moment. Many people said the 4 elders had never taken part in any shinobi war from start to finish, but that wasn't entirely accurate. At least in the original story, Yahiko's death and Nagato's descent into darkness weren't those partly Tuanzang's doing. Although it seemed there were indeed no traces of these foreign open battles. But he never expected them to appoint Tuanzang as the frontline commander. Were the elders out of their minds? Lord Hokage, we also feel that Lord Tuanzang is not quite suitable, right? Nara Lugio hesitated for a long time before finally raising his hand to object. After all, they were the ones going to the battlefield. An incompetent commander brings disaster to the entire army. In the second to last year of the Second Shinobi War, wasn't it under Tuanzang's command that the Senju clan fell into an enemy trap? They feared repeating the soon just tragic fate. Tuanzang's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He had never expected these clan heads to show him so little respect. He silently made a mental note of each of them. This decision was made after careful deliberation by the Council of Elders. Mizumon spoke up, "Rest assured, everything we do is for the sake of Konoha's interests." They couldn't very well say that they appointed Tuanzang as commander to suppress Xuanja and prevent him from earning glory on the battlefield, could they? In that case, why doesn't the Hokage himself go to the battlefield? In terms of strength, the Hokage should be more powerful, right? Otherwise, why did Grandpa Feijian choose him over Lord Tuanzang? Why? Shumshu began to pour oil on the fire again. Tuanzang's eyes widened like copper bells, as if they were about to spit fire, his gaze filled with hatred now also directed at Yuan-Fei Risen. As soon as Shenxia's words left his mouth, Tuanzang's glare shot over like a dagger. Yuan-Fei Risen cursed Shumshu 800 times in his heart, but on the surface he maintained his composure, clearing his throat and saying, "As the village's Kage, I cannot leave the village lightly unless it's a critical moment. This is for Konoha's safety." What a load of nonsense. Didn't the Third Hokage charge at the front? Shumshu was so angry, he nearly jumped up, his mouth opening to curse, but Xuanja beside him held him down. Some words are useless even if spoken. Xuanz's voice was very calm. In his view, what good was just talking? If you truly hate someone, just take action. Continue with the list. Zhuanqin Xiaochun finally found a chance to speak. Deputy Commander Naralujo. First Squad Leader, Hyuga Hizashi. Second Squad Leader. Soon, all positions were assigned. Xuanja didn't get any military post, nor did he care. As long as he could go to the battlefield, that was enough. Besides, he wasn't good at commanding anyway. However, to everyone's surprise, Chimu Shomao was not on the list. Lord Hokage, why isn't Lord Shomao included? Nalyong Lugio frowned, asking. The situation in Wuyin and Yanin is still unclear. We can't stake everything on this battle with Yunin. Yuan-Fei Risen's words sounded reasonable, but it was only half true. The other half was to separate Xuanja and Chimu Shomao, the two brothers, to minimize the threat. This time, can we kill that old, take advantage of his leaving the village and find a chance to finish him off? The same thought almost simultaneously flashed through Xuanja and Tuanzang's minds. Both intended to use this opportunity of going to war to eliminate the other. After all, it's normal for someone to die on the battlefield. Just pin it on Yunin. Xuanja had already done this once with Yuan-Fei Shinji. As for Tuanzang, he had done even more behind the scenes. Ai and Kalabi led the Yunin army, approaching the northern border of the Land of Fire. Time was extremely tight. In just one day and one night, I mobilized 5,000 troops and set off without a moment's rest. Lord Xuanja, be extremely careful of Jichuan Tuanzang. My parents were. Under the large locust tree at the village entrance, the troops moved forward in a messy manner. Xuanja also swept his gaze over Tuanzang, who was wearing ordinary uniform, and curled his lips. Even with his omniscient perspective among the Hokages in terms of scheming, the only ones who could surpass Tuanzang were the Dark Daido Yuzebo Ban and Heiju, those old monsters. Immediately after, he turned the topic and casually added, however, his problem is that he takes himself too seriously. In the original story, Tuanzang always thought that the ninja world should be reformed by his own hands, and he was the chosen one by fate. But in reality, he was just a scapegoat. You kid, are you planning to kill him directly this time? Chimu Shomao seized a moment when no one was paying attention and asked in a low voice. He already knew the account of Yuan-Fei Shinji dying at Xuanz's hands. This time, going north with Tuanzang was almost identical to the previous situation. This made Chimu Shomao feel uneasy. He didn't think Xuanja would behave. That old bastard most likely wants to stir up trouble too. It's just a matter of who seizes the opportunity first. Xuanja knew it very well. These old fellows who usually lazed around in the rear, suddenly rushing to the front lines, they definitely had no good intentions. Just as well he could use this pretext to pull some strings. The 5,000 reinforcements sent by Mai to the northern border were moving slowly, allegedly to accommodate the pace of the genin. If it were jonin or cage-level shinobi, they would have arrived in 2 or 3 days at most. At this dawdling pace, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Xuanja couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yuan Lin beside him tilted her head curiously and asked, Lord Xuanja, what are you laughing at? Nothing, it's just the first time I've seen that root big shot in ordinary ninja uniform. Looks quite fresh. Xuanja still had a smile on his face. What impressed him most about Tuanzang was that walking stick and his body wrapped like a mummy, looking like a grotesque old monster. Otherwise, it was the gray vests of the Umbu and Root. Seeing him in standard my gear today was a first. Yuan Lin was still puzzled as she had no idea what Root was. People in the back stopped whispering. Tuanzang, who was at the very front, suddenly shouted. Xuanja couldn't be bothered to respond to that old bastard. Dashuan had mentioned that the old man had never cut time. The research on Zujian's cells seemed to be ongoing. This scene was almost a carbon copy of when Xuanja and Yuanfei Shinji acted together last time. Lugio could swear to it. If Zichuan, Tuanzang, or Xuanja should invite the other to go together, then only one would return alive. Which side are you? Lugia's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Oh, why? Shanzhonghai became interested. Lady Gangzhou conducts herself more openly than the Hokage. In Lugia's eyes, whether Xuanja or Tuanzang both were inseparable from the word ruthless. He didn't want to provoke either side and couldn't afford to. But if he had to choose between the Hokages backing them, he would definitely pick Gangzhou. Not to mention anything else, at least she was more upright than Yuanfei Risen. Following her, he could live in peace. He wouldn't end up being tricked like the Qinsho clan one day without knowing how. At the northern border of the Land of Fire, there was a small outpost town of Mai. When great nations fight, the small countries caught in between often suffer. For example, during the Second Shinobi World War, the three-way battle between Mai Xian and Yan'an set the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Mai and Xian fought on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers in between. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, there was the Land of Hot Water. That was the home country of Feiduan. But this time Yan'an moved too fast and too suddenly. By the time Yuanfei Risen and the others reacted, the key routes from the Land of Hot Water to the Land of Fire had already been seized by Yan'an. Mai was at a disadvantage from the start. What's the situation? Tuanzang, the overall commander, asked the Umbu in charge of reconnaissance as soon as he arrived. An Umbu member wearing a fox mask with a ninja dog crouching beside him, clearly from the Chuanzhong clan, knelt on one knee and reported, Report. Yunyin's offensive is fierce. They launch a large-scale frontal charge every 10 days on average. The leading commanders are the Third Hokage Sun Ai and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kalabi. The Chuanzhong Umbu continued. They also keep sending small elite units trying to infiltrate our Land of Fire through side paths. 2 days ago, our Chuanzhong ninja dogs sniffed them out and blocked them, but the casualties were heavy. The leader of that unit was a magnet-release ninja with a blood. According to intelligence, he was extremely strong, at least at the level of an elite jonin. Assault unit. Tuanzang's eyes suddenly lit up at these words. An idea immediately popped into his mind. If he sent a root squad pretending to carry out a mission and had Chimu Xuanja go along, find a remote place and kill him directly, then it would be done with. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Tuanzang's lips. Lord Tuanzang, you're smiling so cheerfully. Have you thought of a good way to defeat the enemy? Xuanja interjected abruptly. Tuanzang was just scheming how to eliminate this brat, so his mood was actually quite good. Even though his words were interrupted, he didn't mind much and nodded, that. I order you. Bad news. Before he finished speaking, Shodao Dingzhou burst through the conference room, door his fat jiggling, and shouted in panic. We just received a message from the guards. Yan'an has launched a new attack. How is that possible? Their last charge was less than a week ago. The Chuanzhong Umbu member couldn't believe it. How many? Not too many, about 800. But the leaders are Ai and Kalabi. Shodao Dingzhou quickly answered. It seems they know Mui's reinforcements have arrived and want to launch a surprise attack to test our strength. Naoyang Lugio analyzed. Tuanzang had no choice but to change his orders on the spot. Dispatch 1,000 ninja to engage. The first battle determines morale. Only victory is permitted, never defeat. The first battle is also the perfect moment for the commander to establish authority. Lord Danzo, as the supreme commander, you will personally lead the charge, won't you? Xuanja added with a smile. Do I need you to tell me? Danzo's face darkened as he gritted out a reply. Since he had come to the front lines, he was prepared for battle. What commander would hide behind the lines once on the... No matter how fond Shimura Danzo was of underhanded schemes, he still had his pride. Moreover, he was already contemplating replacing Sarutobi Hiruzen's position. No matter how fond Shimura Danzo was of underhanded schemes, he still had his pride. Moreover, he was already contemplating How annoying. Bang. A sharp knock rained down on Killer Bee's head, and a scolded. Can't you be serious on the battlefield for once? Every time something major happened, this kid would always turn the situation into chaos. If it weren't for the overwhelming strength of Konoha and the fact that he and his father alone couldn't hold the line, he really wouldn't have brought this troublemaker out of the village. Once Killer Bee settled down a bit, a finally explained. Father is tied up by Sunagakure and Konoha over there. He can't break free for now. I heard there's a kid about your age called the Yellow Flash. He's quite troublesome. But no matter, even if father doesn't come, we can still break through the Land of Fire's defenses. Having said that, he cracked his knuckles, the bones popping audibly. Here they come, Lord A. A special jonin from Kumogakure shouted. A and Killer Bee looked up. On the distant horizon, countless tiny black specks appeared, and in the blink of an eye they were upon them. In less than 10 seconds, A could clearly see the newcomers. Konoha's ninja army. Is that the Konoha Blackblade who killed Sannin in the last war? I stared at Xuanja with keen interest. Killer Bee waved his arms and chimed in with a sing-song tone. A swordsman, huh? Yo, big brother, leave him to me. He'll play with him along with little Eight. How annoying. Fine, but be careful. I heard he's different from my White Fang. His fire release is especially deadly. Once it touches you, it won't go out. You must be cautious. I had just finished warning Killer Bee when his expression suddenly changed. He noticed another figure at the very front of Konoha's ninja army. That face just past 50 but lined with wrinkles startled Ivana. Is that Danzo? He had certainly heard of Danzo's reputation. But wasn't that old fox of the ninja world always lurking in the shadows? Why had he come to the front lines? Was Konoha running out of people? Impossible. White Fang Jiraiya and others were still around. If not, why not send Sarutobi Hiruzen himself? Why Danzo? Well, judging by his stance, he must be the supreme commander, right? As spiky hair began to rise and lightning chakra much like Hatake Sakumo's formed into armor that enveloped his entire body. Fine, as long as I take him down, Konoha's morale will surely plummet. The moment the words were spoken, A charged forward like a heavy cannonball. The ground beneath his feet shattered the shockwave, whipping up a gale that nearly blew away several nearby Kumobikure ninja. The Black Blade is yours, B. I shouted without looking back. This is the great Killer Bee-sama of Kumobikure. Killer Bee suddenly flung out 8 short blades, his body twisting like a strange serpent. He bit one with his teeth, clamped 2 under his elbows, wedged 2 more under his armpits, and pinned 3 between his knees. The next moment, in that bizarre posture, he spun like a top toward the Konoha army. Behind him, the Kumogakure ninja howled with murderous intent, charging at the Konoha. Lord Danzo, A is coming for you. Hyuga Hisashi's Byakugan had already seen through the AB combo's attack path, and quickly called out to Danzo, and Xuanja, Lord Xuanja, the 8-tails Jinchuriki, is headed your way. No sooner had the words been spoken. Xuanja vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of Killer Bee in an instant. Killer Bee's pupils contracted sharply, and he cursed inwardly Bakiaro. His speed is even faster than Big Brother's. Clang. The 2 blades clashed, sparks flying. This feeling? Something's wrong. Inside the sealed space, the 8-tails suddenly furrowed its brow. This strange sensation and an indescribable unease. What was it? On the other side, Danzo faced the son of the Third Hokage without a hint of panic. Lightning release, huh? He happened to know wind release, which could counter it. Wind release vacuum waved. As A charged forward clad in his lightning release chakra armor, Danzo rapidly formed hand seals and spat out several sickle-like wind blades. The next moment, he appeared to Danzo's right. Your speed is no match for Lord Tobarama's, but I can sense your movements. Danzo said coldly, thrusting a kunai. The next moment, he appeared to Danzo's right. Your speed is no match for Lord Tobarama's, but I can sense your movements. Danzo said coldly, thrusting a kunai toward his waist. Rip, clang. The next scene left everyone dumbfounded. The moment Danzo's kunai struck, aside it snapped in 2. Ha ha ha. Xuanja could no longer hold back. After putting some distance between himself and Killer Bee, he doubled over, clutching his stomach and laughing uncontrollably. This scene was too reminiscent of the classic later moment. Using a kunai to stab Susanoo. If you think you're foolish enough, just remember that Danzo once stabbed Susanoo with a kunai. Even Killer Bee facing Xuanja was baffled by Danzo's move. Had this guy never heard of his brother's reputation? Even if he hadn't the lightning release chakra armor passed down through generations of Raikage, Danzo, as a disciple of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, must have seen the second Raikage use it during the first Shinobi World War, right? So what was this business of stabbing the lightning release chakra armor with a kunai? Even A was stunned, looking down at the spot where he had been struck. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Testing. The hardness is acceptable. Danzo frowned, his voice very low. Are you out of your mind? I felt that choosing such an opponent was an insult to his own intelligence. He formed his left hand into a blade, and lightning release chakra exploded in lightning drill 1,000 blows. Boom. With as furious roar, the blinding lightning of his left hand came crashing down. Crack. Danzo didn't react in time. His right arm was torn off like a rag. Plop. A blood-soaked arm flew off, landing on the ground a dozen meters away. The excruciating pain of having his entire right arm severed made Danzo cry out, his knees hitting the ground hard. His whole body convulsed. Everyone present was stunned. Are you here to entertain me? After nearly half a minute, Xuanja finally couldn't help but, judging from the omniscient perspective of his past life, he had always found the battle between Sasuke and Danzo comedic. Danzo's absurd maneuvers could almost rival those of that pineapple head later. Stabbing Susanoo with a kunai, using Izanagi as a substitute technique, and finally sacrificing his life to seal a bridge. One fool paired with a jet, but now standing right beside it, Xuanja couldn't believe it. Could there still be such a pathetic ninja in this era? He had boasted so loudly. But now standing right beside it, Xuanja couldn't believe it. Could there still be such a pathetic ninja in this era? He had, on the other side half a mile away AI, was gripping the blood-soaked Hyuga Hizashi by the neck with one hand, having effortlessly won the hot-tempered AI didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He raised his right foot high about to crush Tuanzang's head like a demonstration. Righteous Thunder Wrathful Thunder Axe. Xuanja casually blocked Killer BS 8 sword-style continuous attacks, glancing out of the corner of his eye at AI and Tuanzang. He muttered to himself, did I step in dog shit today? He hadn't even made a move yet, and someone was already helping him deal with Tuanzang. Wind released vacuum serial bullets. Wind released vacuum serial bullet. But life is never smooth sailing. Just as Ace Heel was about to crush Tuanzang's head like a watermelon, a dozen shinobi from the Jitsuan clan suddenly rushed up, spitting wind blades at AI from both sides. If his father the Third Hokage were present, this kind of wind release wouldn't be scary at all. It couldn't even match half the power of Mingren's Raisin Shuriken. Unfortunately, Ace's lightning release chakra armor was far inferior to his father's. His eyes darted back and forth watching the approaching wind blades. In the end, he didn't tough it out. He withdrew his technique and leaped back, dodging the attack. Lord Tuanzang, a jonin of the Jitsuan clan, rushed to Tuanzang's side, grabbed his only remaining left arm, and yanked him up. Retreat. The excruciating pain at the severed wound made Tuanzang's wrinkled face bead with cold sweat. He squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. The Jitsuan jonin immediately shouted, retreat. Lord Tuanzang orders retreat. Everyone withdraw quickly. Retreat. Hey, we just started fighting, right? Chodao Dingzhua had just exited the meat tank state, standing in the distance looking incredulous. Rixiang Richa activated his Byakugan, clearly seeing the battle situation for kilometers around, and explained, Lord Tuanzang's arm was cut off. The commander is down, morale will collapse. It's indeed time to retreat. Arm cut off. How long has the fight been going on? Chodao Dingzhua had a, are you kidding me expression. The other Konoha ninja around heard it, and all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What was this commander even here for? This is the leader Konoha sent. Such a joke. AI dodged over a dozen wind release techniques, looking at Tuanzang being supported by the Jitsuan jonin, and found it absurd himself. Too easy, right? The strongest village in the ninja world. Overhyped. But he reacted extremely fast, shouting in less than half a second, beat them to death. Kill as many as you can. Their vanguard force had only 800 men this time, originally intending to test the strength of Konoha's reinforcements. Who would have thought Konoha would deliver such a gift right before them? Since that's the case, they might as well press forward in one go. With good luck, they might even break into the land of fire. The news that Konoha's commander had lost an arm to their leader spread instantly through the entire Cloud Vanguard. Everyone was like they had taken stimulants, morale maxed out. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they chased and slashed at Konoha's people. On the other hand, Konoha's morale hit rock bottom. Many Konoha ninja who turned to flee were caught off guard and had their heads cut off by the pursuing Cloud Ninja. Screams and roars echoed through the valley. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Watching several clansmen get their guts pierced and heads cut off by Cloud Ninja, even the usually composed Neilong Lugio couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. If it weren't for that bastard Tuanzang, would the battle have turned so disastrous? A general's incompetence exhausts the entire army. These words were directly proven on the scene. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Xuanja looked at the scene of Konoha ninja being torn apart, his expression as indifferent, as if he were appraising livestock on a cutting board, not people. Lord Xuanja, be careful. The tall girl Yuyuan Lin shouted at the top of her lungs. Wild 8-legged sword style. The opponent Kalabi suddenly swooped down from above, his body rolling at high speed, with 8 long swords turning into a spinning wheel of blades. Who? Xuanja took a light breath, holding his sword with both hands, the tip pointing forward, assuming a standard kendo stance. Mr. Xuanja. Seeing Kalabi about to crash down on Xuanz's head, Yuyuan Lin's shout grew more urgent. Got him, yo. Kalabi was full of excitement. Inside the sealed space, the 8-tails expression suddenly changed, standing up and roaring, you idiot. Dodged. At that moment, Xuanz's pupils suddenly contracted. Kalabi's movements in the last instant before hitting him seemed to slow down countless times. Sword style 2/severing. In an instant that no one else could see, Xuanz's body suddenly stepped forward while the blade of his Zanpakuto in his hand remained at its original position. But in fact, he had already completed the actions of raising the blade and striking. It was just that no one could see it. Thud. After Xuanja took that step and executed the move, Kalabi hit the ground in less than the blink of an eye. Whooshed. About 2 seconds later, the left side of Kalabi's body, from his shoulder straight down to his knee, split open with an extremely clean vertical wound, blood spurting out like a fountain. Lord B. The surrounding Cloud Ninja were all stunned. What just happened? What exactly happened? Did he miss? Impossible. That slash was the sword intent, he had just realized. In Xuanz's knowledge, even cage-level powerhouses who could dodge this move were only those at the top level like Chimu Shimao and the Third Hokage. Kalabi at this age still had a long way to go. Xuanja turned around to look back. A layer of translucent blood-red bubbles appeared on the surface of Kalabi's body. These bubbles condensed on his skin into a blood-colored cloak with horns and a tail. That is, seeing this for the first time, Yuan Lin's eyes widened. So it's the Eight Tails. Xuanja suddenly understood. Looking again at the nearly 1.5-meter wound on Kalabi's left side, which had already stopped bleeding for the most part, he couldn't help but smile. These tailed beasts, they're really quite interesting. Those two Chimu Shomao and Buofing Shuman both came from ordinary families without any bloodline limits. Reaching the peak of Kage level was already a gift from heaven. But if you got a tailed beast and became a Jinchuriki, that was different. You directly qualified to step into the realm of Super Kage. Buofing Shuemin was already dead, yet he could still train the Nine Tails chakra mode in the afterlife. That was pure cheating. But Xuanja had no interest in that. When he was doing business with Gansho, having a beast lying next to them watching, the thought of that scene was disgusting. By the way, when Qinsho Zhujian and Xuanhua Shuhu Buofing Shuemin and Xuanhua Jixinai were doing their business, what did the Nine Tails feel at that time? Little eight thanks. Kalabi muttered in his heart. If the Eight Tails hadn't discovered it early and taken over body control to dodge, he would have been dead by now. You be careful. Without me you'd be dead 8 times over. The Eight Tails grumbled back. Thinking of that sword strike, just now it itself felt a lingering. It had only snatched body control at the last moment, then quickly put on the tailed beast cloak, maxed out defense, and barely managed to save that foolish kid's life. But that sword absolutely cannot be taken a second time. Against an opponent of this level we can only use that move B. The Eight Tails added an, but that sword absolutely cannot be taken a second time. Against an opponent of this level we can only use that move B. The Eight Tails added an, the chakra cloak on his body, the tails behind him emerged one after another. When all 8 tails came out, even Kalabi's own skin began to peel off. On the other side, half a mile away, AI was gripping the blood-soaked Hyuga Hizashi by the neck with one hand, having effortlessly won the fight, and was about to deliver the, but he suddenly stopped. He turned his head toward Xuanja, and Karabi, his brows furrowed tightly. This aura. It's that guy Karabi. Without my permission, he went into tailed beast mode. Just how strong is the opponent to force him to use that? In his tailed beast mode, even AI could barely keep Karabi under control. Shadow imitation technique. Suddenly a black shadow shot across the ground from the side and connected with the shadow beneath Ace's feet. Ace's expression shifted drastically, and by the time he realized it, his body was no longer under his command. The Hyuga Hizashi he had been holding slipped from his... He turned to see Nara Shikaku, his forefingers and middle fingers pressed together, letting out a sigh of relief. Shadow imitation technique, it worked. TCH. The Nara clan. AI cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, he had let his guard down. Beside him, Akimichi, Choza rushed over and caught the blood-soaked Hyuga Hizashi. AI suddenly gave a violent jerk, startling Akimichi, Choza, who was trying to rescue the injured. Nara Shikaku's face turned grim as he clenched his teeth. He's incredibly strong. He's trying to break free from my shadow imitation technique by sheer force. He roared inwardly. Inoichi, hurry the hell up. A humanoid-tailed beast mode. Karabi was enveloped in dark red chakra, transformed into a half-human, half-beast monster. Xuanja, however, remained unflustered, his face still wearing that calm expression. Roar. The tailed beast mode Karabi opened his mouth and roared at Xuanja. The sheer shockwave from that roar was enough to make most ninjas' legs go weak. The surrounding cloud ninjas all fled far away. Everyone knew that in this state Karabi was a powder keg. Touch it, and it explodes. But it seems he hasn't fully mastered it yet. Xuanja saw at a glance that this guy's control over the Eight Tails' power was far from refined, nowhere near the version he would become later. But still enough for me to test my hand. Alright, let me show you what that thing inside me is like. As he spoke, Xuanja leveled his Zanpakuto, holding it horizontally across his chest. Just as they were about to clash, a Jonin wearing a Konoha forehead protector landed behind Xuanja, shouting in urgent panic. Lord Xuanja, please cover the retreat of the Konoha forces. We've suffered too many casualties. Xuanja cast a sidelong glance. It was Yamanaka Inoichi. He then turned his head to look in the direction of the main retreating force. TSK. Gazing around, he saw nothing but the bodies of Konoha ninjas scattered everywhere. Because most cloud ninjas used swords, the corpses were almost all mutilated beyond recognition. Scattered among them were a few cloud ninja corpses. But the ratio was absurdly skewed. About 5-1, and Konoha's side might even be worse. I've only been away for a few minutes, and this many died. Xuanja raised an eyebrow. Roar. The tailed beast mode Karabi let out another roar and lunged at Xuanja. Xuanja twisted his wrist, blocking the incoming claw with the flat of his blade, and said unhurriedly, "What's the rush? I'm not ready yet." "Lord Xuanja, don't waste time with him, please." Yamanaka Inoichi was on the verge of tears. He knew full well that his shadow imitation technique couldn't hold a tisk no choice. The moment the words fell, centered around Xuanja, the entire battlefield's atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Everyone felt the scene before them blurring. Weak ninjas collapsed on the spot, some even fainted outright. Even the tailed beast mode Karabi froze in place, unable to move. Though he had lost all reason, he instinctively feared a power stronger than his own. So, this was the true strength of Konoha's Black Blade. Xuanja twisted his wrist, pointing the Zanpakuto straight ahead, at the boundary between the Cloud and Konoha forces. The sensation of that black flame, unlike before when he had merely sheathed the blade in Amaterasu flames this time, if one looked closely, they would see the fire burning from within the sword itself. Xuanja twisted his wrist, pointing the Zanpakuto straight ahead, at the boundary between the Cloud and Konoha forces. The sensation of that black flame was completely different from before. Noira Rin narrowed her eyes, murmuring a silent thought to herself. Boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black blade wrapped in smoke-like sword aura slashed down from above with devastating force. Where the blade passed, the ground split, like tofu, turning the entire battlefield into a burning hell. Shikaku released the shadow technique now. Akimichi Chozo watched the roaring shockwave hurtling toward them, his face turning pale with panic. Nara Shikaku, drenched in cold sweat, quickly severed the connection between his shadow and Ace. The moment the shadow released, the two of them leaped in opposite directions, forward and backward. It was a matter of a split second. The violent sword aura, like an out-of-control war chariot, thundered through the space between them. Many Cloud ninjas who had been relentlessly chasing the fleeing Konoha survivors hadn't paid attention to the commotion behind them. Some were instantly shredded by many Cloud ninjas who had been relentlessly chasing the fleeing Konoha survivors hadn't paid attention to the commotion behind them. Some were instantly shredded by the sword aura, while others were engulfed in the black flames, frantically slapping their bodies to extinguish the fire. But the black flames only grew fiercer, spreading to whatever they touched, the fire intensifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A crack over 1,000 meters long was torn into the ground, with a black flame wall nearly 10 meters high rising above it, forcibly separating the Konoha and Cloud forces. "Cross this line, and you die." Zuan's tone was calm, without any deliberate threat. But those words crashed into the ears of every Cloud ninja with an oppressive weight that none dared defy. Not a single person dared to step past that wall of fire. Damn it. AI gritted his teeth, his face twisted in fury. With his taijutsu, leaping over this wall was no challenge. But aside from him, few of the remaining Cloud ninjas could manage it. Pursuing further was clearly unrealistic. AI turned around, raised his right arm, and shouted to the Cloud army behind him, "We've won this battle." Though they hadn't managed to break into the land of fire, the first battle had already crippled Konoha's commander, and Cloud's casualties were less than a fifth of Konoha's. This was undeniably a great victory. The Cloud ninjas who had been stunned by Zuan's earlier slash felt their one by one. They raised their swords and roared. The first battle was over. The first heated clash between Konoha and Cloud ended in a crushing defeat for Konoha. Of the 1,000-man force, nearly 700 had died. Hyuga Hayashi stood in the stronghold town, staring at the figure approaching him, as if nailed. Danzo had lost an arm drenched in blood. The ninjas behind him numbered less than 30% of those who had set out. It took several Hyuga clan members a few seconds to snap out of their shock, then they rushed to carry the wounded to the medical tent. In truth, few of the survivors who returned were truly alive. Most of those wounded on the battlefield had been killed by Cloud ninjas. The few who survived owed their lives entirely to the final slash Xuanja had delivered, which had forcibly separated Cloud and Konoha. Hyuga Hisashi was one of them. He had been beaten nearly to death by AI, and now lay on the operating table. Hyuga Hayashi stood outside the medical tent, his fists clenched white, his eyes fixed on the curtain. Akimichi Chozo sat with his shirt open, a nurse winding bandages around his back. Ace Lightning Release had torn his back to shreds, but fortunately his thick layer of fat spared his internal organs. Another thin man was brought in. It was estimated that half his lung was gone. Nara Shikaku was relatively lucky. He had only suffered a few cuts. After sutures and in 4 drip, he was basically out of danger. A logistics shinobi carrying a statistical ledger walked over. Seeing that Danzo was still in the operating room, he turned to Nara Shikaku to report. Shikaku raised a hand, signaling him to speak directly. 657 have perished. 482 from civilian families, 48 from the Hyuga clan, 31 from the Nara clan, and from the Yamanaka clan. 19 are currently in critical surgery. Their survival remains uncertain. Slap. Nara Shikaku slammed his palm onto the table, the sound causing the entire tent to shudder. Next to him, Akimichi Chozo was startled. Having partnered with Shikaku for so many years, he had never seen the man lose control like this. Noara Rin quickly steadied the swaying forb bottle. Shikaka-sama, please be careful. Bring me ink and brush. Shikaku turned his head, his teeth grinding, audibly forcing out the words one by one. At the other end of the stronghold town in front of a tent stood a row of Shimura clan shinobi. It didn't take a genius to guess who was inside undergoing surgery. Xuanja passed by that area, and the Shimura shinobi at the entrance bowed in unison. Zuins. No one was foolish enough to look down on him like a third-rate novel's gatekeeper, unless they had a death wish. Xuanja glanced at the tent and murmured, "What a—" It was unclear whether he spoke for the Shimura shinobi to hear or for himself. But the Shimura clan members didn't understand. They thought Xuanja was lamenting that Tsunade couldn't treat Danzo's injuries. In the administrative building of my 3 people sat in the Elder Council chamber. There were supposed to be 4 chairs, but one was empty. This is an urgent dispatch sent back by Nara Shikaku from the northern front. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, his mood was clearly sour. He handed over the small scroll in his hand. Udatane Koharu took it and read it together with Midokado Hamura, their expressions shifting in an instant. What does he mean by this? Does he think our Elder Council's decisions are flawed? Udatane Koharu's words carried a cold sneer. In Nara Shikaku's personal letter, though, he hadn't outright savaged the Elder Council. But the tone was rude enough. He laid out in full detail the causes and consequences of the worst defeat in Yui's history, the first battle against Yunin fought under Danzo's command, and explained everything clearly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The casualty ratio was absurdly high, if such a thing had never occurred during the reigns of the first and second Hokage. Moreover, he gave no face at all, directly pointing out that if Danzo the commander hadn't been so thoroughly humiliated by AI, Mai wouldn't have suffered such an ugly defeat. It was as if he was pointing at the noses of the 4 old fogies of the Elder Council and shouting, "You made a waste like Shimura Danzo the commander. How could you not lose?" Such a disrespectful remark naturally infuriated Udatane Koharu, who was accustomed to sitting high in power. Danzo is seriously wounded. It seems he's no longer fit to stay on the front lines. Midokado Hamura calmer than Udatane Koharu turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should we recall him? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer immediately. More precisely, he didn't hear at all. He was completely lost in thought. The war had barely begun, and he had already stumbled twice. First, he failed to see through Yunyin's stealthy tactics, allowing their main force to push directly to the border of the Hoji country. Second, he misused Danzo, causing Mai to suffer a major loss in the first battle. He knew very well that Xuanja and Tsunade were likely eyeing the position of the 4th Hokage, ready to strike at any opportunity. These people would not let go of this opportunity to exploit the situation. At this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply annoyed. Hiruzen. Midokado Hamura called several times before pulling Sarutobi Hiruzen back from his thoughts. Helpless, he had to ask again. Danzo's body can't handle the role of frontline commander anymore. Let's replace him. Replace him with whom? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could speak, Udatane Koharu retorted first. The question left Midokado Hamura speechless. The strongest remaining combat power in the village was obviously Hatake Sakumo. There was no dispute. But the Elder Council had deliberately pushed Danzo to the front lines in the first place to separate the 2 brothers. If they could have gotten rid of that troublesome Hatake Xuanja on the battlefield amidst the chaos, that would have been even more perfect. But Hiruzen about that. Midokado Hamura's gaze wavered as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. His unfinished words were written all over his face. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen met that gaze, he understood clearly. They wanted him to go to the front lines himself. The old man instinctively pressed his chest. Over the past few years, his body had been failing him more and more. Old age was old age. To go head-to-head with the son of the 3rd Hokage, who was in his prime, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. After hesitating for a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made a decision: let Sakumo take Danzo's position and send an order for him to depart immediately. In the end, he still lacked the courage to go himself. The war had just started, and he had already stumbled twice. The situation was indeed grim, but it was far from irretrievable. As long as he didn't make any more mistakes, Xuanja and Tsunade couldn't possibly snatch the Hokage position from him. As for who would take the blame for these 2 blunders, Danzo, it's time for you to do what you do best. A few days later, Danzo woke up from surgery, his right sleeve empty. The transfer order from his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen in the rear had also arrived. He was to return to Mai immediately, and the commander would be replaced by Hatake Sakumo. Upon receiving this order, Danzo's heart was a mix of emotions. Ai, the son of the 3rd Hokage, had casually cut off his arm, a scene that had tormented him repeatedly in his dreams these past few days. Being able to leave this nightmare of a place was indeed a good thing, but having just fought 1 battle, losing an arm in 2 exchanges, and being recalled in less than Shimura Danzo, probably the shortest-serving commander in Yui's history, no, in the entire ninja world's history. How utterly disgraceful. Danzo-sama, you have worked hard. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, Hatake Sakumo walked up to Danzo holding the transfer order personally, signed by Sarutobi. That man holding the document was nothing short of a public humiliation in Danzo's eyes. Damn it, Danzo ground his teeth. But looking at his broken armless body, he truly had no face to go after Yunin again. As soon as Hatake Sakumo withdrew with his men, Danzo's old face couldn't hold up, and he could only drag a few subordinates away in disgrace. Doing shady work certainly suits Danzo-sama. Shungshu stood behind Hatake Sakumo, having come as reinforcement from Mai. Watching Danzo walk past, he had a smile on his face, but his words were full of thorns. Danzo abruptly turned his head, shooting a fierce glare at him. Shungshu was not intimidated. He smiled and met the gaze wearing an expression of, "What can you do? If you have time to glare, you'd better hurry back to Mai to reattach your hand." Xuanja strolled over slowly, his words laced with mockery. Forced by Xuanja, Danzo had to withdraw his gaze, first his face dark enough to drip water. Just now news came from Mai. The whole village is in an uproar. Because of Danzo-sama's mistake, our Mai suffered heavy casualties. The families of the deceased. Oh no, the entire village is cursing you. Xuanja smiled lightly and calmly. Danzo's pupils abruptly contracted. He instantly realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen was making him take the fall. His teeth grinding audibly, he squeezed out 2 words from between his clenched jaws and quickly left with his subordinates. What a waste of a man. I really can't understand why Grandpa Feijin chose him back then. Shungshu watched the back of Tuanzang scurrying away in disgrace, a sneer plastered across his face. Don't underestimate him. Even without a Kekkei Genkai, he once reached the Kage level. It's just that his mind is sick. Xuanja let out a light chuckle. At his peak, Tuanzang indeed brushed against the threshold of the Kage level. Even now, with his strength fallen to the Quasi-Kage, or even elite Jonin level, he is not someone anyone can easily handle. But his brain was really messed up. Much like that later Ertsuzi. Not that capable himself, yet always picking fights with opponents far stronger than him. Even more absurd than Ertsuzi, Tuanzang often pulled off a series of baffling moves. Using a kunai to stab Susanoo, using Izanagi as a substitution jutsu. Let's not even mention those. The most classic was his fight with AI, where he actually tried to stab the lightning release chakra armor with a kunai. He had some strength, but his brain was just not working. Worse still, he never understood his own role. Clearly just a scapegoat, yet he insisted that he could save the world. Looks like you didn't succeed, Xuanja. Chimu Shuomao walked over, a knowing tone in his voice. He understood that Xuanja had originally intended to use the chaos of this war to eliminate Jitsuin Tuanzang, as well, just like he had done with Yuanfei Shinji last time. But now that Tuanzang had been recalled to the village, the plan was surely ruined. Who knew this guy would back down so quickly? Xuanja was speechless at the thought. Tuanzang is too pathetic, right? The old man Yuanfei has pinned all the blame for the first battle's defeat on Tuanzang. After this war is over, can my sister still smoothly take over the position of Hokage? Shungshu stamped his feet in anxiety. After this, he finally understood why Yuanfei Risen could always tolerate all those messes of Tuanzang. When trouble really arises, just pour all the dirty water on a Tuanzang's head. Such a convenient scapegoat for shifting blame. If he were the Hokage, he wouldn't be willing to throw it away either. Don't worry, the road is long, and there will be plenty of opportunities. Xuanja didn't find it too regrettable. After the Third Great Ninja War broke out, Konoha had to simultaneously withstand the siege of the Yunin, Yenin, and Wuin villages. And behind them, there was still Yuzhibo Band brewing a big move, ready to jump out and stir things up at any moment. If you want to cause trouble, are you afraid there won't be? The next opponent we'll face is the Third Hokage Sun AI, plus the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kalabi, that AB duo, right? This battle we must win. Chimu Shuomo's voice was low and heavy. Let them see what a true strongest duo really is. Xuanja curled the corner of his mouth. 1 week later, Tuanzang rushed back from the northern front to Konoha village and stormed up to Yuanfei Risen, fuming. Risen, explain this to me clearly. What on earth is going on? He found out after returning to the village that Xuanja had hit the nail on the head. Throughout the village, there was no one not cursing behind his back, who all the blame for the lost first battle had been pinned on him. Well, although he was indeed the main person responsible, wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? They treated him like a rat crossing the street, a sinner pointed at by thousands, the same treatment as when Chimu Shuomao messed up his mission 5 years ago and almost got Tuanzang. It seems that the open work doesn't suit you very well. This could be an opportunity to change direction. Yuanfei Risen blew out a smoke ring, his tone indifferent. I heard that the Yenin village might be making a move recently. Take root and go scout it out. Also, there is a female ninja named Yaneyu who runs an orphanage in Hoziguo. I heard she is quite capable. You should handle this matter as well. Tuanzang was so angry his lungs were about to explode. The nearby Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahomen Yin quickly smoothed things over Tuanzang. This is already the most stable arrangement for now. You don't want to see Gangs Ho become Hokage, do you? If it comes to that, it will only be more troublesome than now. The two took turns persuading him for a long time, and Tuanzang swallowed his pent-up anger after a long while. Finally, he gave a heavy humph and turned away. The matter of Gang's-ho becoming Hokage must never happen. But Risen, don't think your Hokage seat is secure. I am the savior who can lead the ninja world to change. I must make everyone see that back then Teacher Feijin made a mistake in choosing you. Thinking this, Jitsuin Tuanzang walked away, without looking back, striding toward his own lair. Having been defeated by AI in just 2 exchanges, he finally understood one thing clearly. He must obtain greater power. The cells of the first Hokage Zhu Jian could now be used for human experiments. Maybe this thing could come in handy. If it were possible to have Gang's-ho perform the transplant surgery herself, that would be the best. But Tuanzang knew very well in his heart, there was no way this would happen. However, he still had a backup candidate. Even if that guy had already defected from the village, he still had a way to contact him. At this point, the old friendship between him and Yuanfei Risen had been completely torn apart. However, there was one thing they both thought alike. In certain matters, it was still safer to trust one's own people. Had that old thing Tuanzang lost an arm to the third Hokage son. What a pity, why didn't he just die on the battlefield? In the Western Front, where Feng Ziguo, He Ziguo, and Lai Ziguo were locked in conflict, Gongshou, who had just finished treating Buofeng Shumen's wound and taken off her medical mask, heard the news from the Northern Front and didn't lower her voice at all. Lady Gongshou, please watch your words. Buofeng Shumen spotted that around them were not only Konoha's own ninjas, but also many from Cheyenne, all glancing their way. Sweating profusely, he quickly stopped Gang's-ho. Scared of what? I wish the whole world knew. That old man should die sooner for peace. Gang's-ho replied disdainfully. Buofeng Shumen could only force an awkward smile. By the way, you're pretty pathetic too. Still can't take down that ugly old man. Gang's-ho slapped Buofeng Shumen's wound, causing him to gasp in pain. There was a fist-sized bloody hole exactly left by the third Hokage's technique, strongest spear. Hell stab. Buofeng Shumen shook his head with a bitter smile. There's really no way, or I can't break through that turtle shell of his. Although in terms of speed, they were evenly matched, but the gap in their attack power was like heaven and earth. The most powerful technique he had, the big ball Rasengan, couldn't even break through the opponent's chakra armor. Lord Hokage, we just received the latest intelligence report. Lord AI has defeated the Konoha frontline commander Jitsuin Tuanzang. Our morale is now high. At another stronghold of the Yunin ninja forces, which were locked in a stalemate with Shine, and Konoha, the third Hokage's assistant Tudai, was reporting. On the other hand, Konoha has suffered a great loss in this battle. Their morale must have fallen to rock bottom. As soon as this was said, the dark-skinned, burly Yunin men in the tent were all extremely excited. One Jonin squad leader immediately proposed to the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, there's no need to keep wasting time here with those poor Shine scum. Let's pull back, join forces with Lord AI and Kalabi, and press the entire army straight into He Ziguo. Originally, fighting Shine was just a decoy. Now that the objective had been achieved, there was naturally no need to stay. No, that won't do. However, Tudai, the strategist of Yunin village, shook his head and rejected the proposal. Before the other Yunin ninjas in the tent could react, Tudai spoke. What we need to do now is to contain Konoha and prevent them from joining forces with AI, and if we turn back the yellow flash of Konoha, and Lady Gang's-ho will also have to face the Black Blade. He paused, then continued. Regarding Lord Hokage, the yellow flash is utterly unassailable. The situation is already in our favor. We might even be able to breach the western defense line directly. If we change our tactics now, not only would we fail to secure victory, but we might also lose our current advantage. As these words were spoken, most of the Cloud ninjas nodded in agreement. However, a few felt they should retreat and regroup with A and Killer B. All eyes instantly fell upon the third Hokage. After all, the final decision rested with the Kage. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then made his ruling. We'll proceed as Dodai suggested. We'll tear open the Leaf's defense line here. The yellow flash can keep up with the Hokage's speed, which is indeed impressive, Dodai said with a smirk. But his attack power is simply insufficient. If we can eliminate him, the morale of the entire Leaf army will collapse. The third Hokage's face also displayed a confident smile. That technique of his is a modified version of the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. I saw it in my youth more than once. In our next encounter, it'll pierce his heart with Hell Stab. Over at the Leaf side, Minato Namikaze was repeatedly infusing nature transformation into his Rasengan, attempting to break through the third Hokage's lightning release armor. He had tried countless times. All to no avail. Kakashi, observing from a distance, frowned and turned to Tsunade, who was secretly playing with dice, saying, Lady Tsunade, Minato Sensei's attacks simply cannot penetrate the third Hokage's lightning release armor. Tsunade glanced at Minato, still struggling with his Rasengan, and scoffed. Useless. I'll handle it myself next time. The expressions of Kakashi Obito and Kurenai instantly shifted. All to no avail. Kakashi, observing from a distance, frowned and turned to Tsunade, who was secretly playing with dice, saying, Lady Tsunade Minato Sensei's attacks simply cannot penetrate the third Hokage. This time both sides had deployed nearly 3,000 combatants. Cloud was clearly aiming to capitalize on their morale boost from cutting off one of Danzo's arms and push straight into the Land of Fire. If they achieved this strategic objective, they could seize ample supplies. At the forefront of the Leaf Army, Sakumo Hatake, who had taken over as the frontline commander from Danzo, looked at the fear-stricken faces of his own ninjas and furrowed his brow deeply. The atmosphere on the Leaf side was grim. Our morale is quite low. It's all that old fool Danzo Shimura's fault. Hayashi Hyuga clenched his teeth, speaking with anger. His brother Hisashi Hyuga had managed to survive, but the dozens of clansmen who had perished were not. Shikaku Nara furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. We must win this battle, Sakumasama. A few more steps ahead, and well reached the Land of Fire's border. Sakumo Hatake's expression was grave as he nodded. Enough with the useless talk. Xuanja interrupted their negative conversation. Riding a gigantic husky, he lifted his chin, gesturing for Sakumo Hatake to look at the two figures at the center of the opposing Cloud Army, A and Killer B. The A-B combo. Which one will you take? Sakumo Hatake made a rare joke. The big brother takes the big brother, the little brother takes the little brother. Indeed, I heard a certain big brother almost got his face blown off by a spray. Xuanja replied with a smile, causing Sakumo Hatake to turn dark-faced on them. Neither Shikaku Nara nor Hayashi Hyuga dared to utter a word. The matter of the White Fang was a topic that could not be touched. While the Leaf side was sizing up the enemy, the Cloud side was also observing. Black Blade, White Fang. During the Second Shinobi World War, many called them the strongest duo in the ninja world. I narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. That's only because Cloud didn't participate in that war, right, B? Big brother is right, yeah. What do you think, little 8? Killer B, as usual, was making bizarre hand gestures and humming an off-key tune. Just as the 8 tails inside the seal space was about to speak. Be careful, you idiot, last time you almost swish. Whoosh. Before the words were finished, 2 white figures shot out like ghosts from the front of the Leaf Army, half a li away. When they were about 100 meters from the Cloud Army, they both leaped into the air. One black blade and one white blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight, sending chills down one's spine just by looking at them. Boom, crash. A and Killer B instinctively raised their arms to block the attack. In midair, Xuanja and Sakumo Hatake had already drawn their blades and struck down. The overwhelming force, like a mountain pressing down directly, caused the ground beneath the AB combo to cave in. The violent sword aura, like countless blades, carved deep fissures into the earth. Zuan's hurry and send support. The current situation was completely different from the later stages of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Back then, only 6 paths level fighters could fight 6 paths level opponents. Going to be trouble. Hurry and send support. The current situation was completely different from the later stages of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Back then, only 6 paths level fighters could fight 6 paths level opponents. But on the current battlefield, as long as the numbers were sufficient, even the strongest had to think twice. Even a peak cage level fighter, once isolated, could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. In the past, the Third Hokage was besieged by 10,000 IWA ninjas and eventually exhausted to death. These 2 are indeed skilled, but daring to charge into our Cloud encirclement with just the 2 of them. They must think too little of us. The speaker was a Cloud elite Jonin, second only to A and Killer B in strength. He raised his hand and ordered attack. The Cloud Army, which had been pushed back, immediately reacted, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release electromagnetic wave. Lightning release ground current. Lightning release techniques blanketed the sky, countless flashes of lightning converging from all directions toward Xuanja and Sakumo Hatake in the center. Xuanja smirked, nameless small fry, don't embarrass yourselves here. As his words fell, the entire battlefield shuddered violently. Everyone's vision blurred, and the scenery twisted painfully. The Jonin could barely stand. The Chunin were already bent over, gasping for breath. The genin collapsed to the ground, their bones feeling as if they had been soaked in ice, wishing they could just die on the spot. It's that again. The Leaf ninjas rushing in from the rear also suffered. Seeing his comrades falling one after another, Shikaku Nara gritted his teeth and shouted, Zuin-sama, stop. Our own people can't take it anymore. Only then did Xuanja withdraw his spiritual pressure. He spun in midair, his sword-wielding wrist deftly flipping into a graceful flourish. Swoosh. Blood and sword shadows intertwined, drawing a blackened arc across the sky. It was both bloody and eerily beautiful. But on closer inspection, something was falling from the sky. It was as flesh. A look down at his right arm. From the elbow to the wrist, the entire piece of flesh had been sliced off. The moment that white-haired youth released that strange energy, his attack power shot up instantly. Even stronger than when he fought me last time. Killer B let out a strange cry, his face filled with shock. No, that was his true skill just now. The 8 tails spoke inside him. Hey B, share some of my chakra with your reckless big brother. Killer Bee let out a strange cry, his face filled with shock. No, that was his true skill just now. The 8 tails spoke and 8 huge octopus tentacles suddenly burst from his back, wrapping around it to transfer tailed beast chakra for healing. Lightning burst forth. 1,000 bird blade. Just as the octopus tentacle was about to strike, an arc of lightning streaked across the night sky, cleanly severing the limb. Chimu Shomao twirled his blade, his gaze sweeping toward Chi Labi, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Zzz. The lightning release armor on Ace's body blazed fiercely, the high temperature from the current friction with the air temporarily sealing the bone-deep wound on his arm. If I don't get distracted, take care of that one over there. The moment the words left his mouth, Ace's figure vanished instantly. The next second he appeared behind Xian, his entire left arm wrapped in raging lightning, smashing viciously toward the back of his head. Lightning release, heavy flow storm. Whoosh. The instant before the fist landed, Xian also vanished. AI punched empty air. Huh. His pupils contracted sharply. Combat instinct made him whirl his head around instantly. He saw a long sword wreathed in black flames, slicing horizontally toward his throat. Huh. AI let out a fierce shout, his hair standing on end. His speed surged once more. He retreated a step backward, as if teleporting. The undying black flames grazed the skin of his Adam's apple. Big brother is going all out. Chi Labi, who was locked in combat with Chimu Shimao, felt his heart skip a beat. Trying to compete in speed. Xianjia chuckled. The moment AI dodged that slash, Xianjia had already appeared at his side, delivering another horizontal. Ace's pupils shrank, his teeth clenched. While dodging by tilting his head, he thrust his right fist straight out. Good opportunity. He won't have time to retract his. A flash of excitement flickered in Ace's eyes. Lightning release lariat. Oh, is that so? Xianjia seemed to have seen through his thoughts. With a twist of his wrist, the layer of Tianzhao flames on the blade was instantly dispersed by a far more terrifying force. It was as if an invisible, ferocious beast roared out from within the sword. The entire space seemed to compress, then exploded with a deafening roar. Boom. AI saw the ground before him shatter like a cookie. By the time he realized what had happened, he was already sent flying. Thud thud. He rolled on the ground a dozen times before finally crashing into a cliff wall. What was that? Ace's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Sword aura. Chi Labi pushed up his sunglasses, frozen in place. No, it's sword pressure. As Chimu Shimao spoke, the 1,000 birds had already enveloped half his arm, transforming into a lightning wolf that sank its fangs into Chi Labi's shoulder. Huh. He pushed his power to the limit in an instant. Mustering all his strength, he broke through, knocking aside one of the swords Chi Labi had crossed in front of his chest. The blade traced a cut along Chi Labi's left shoulder. Adding the vertical scar Xianjia had left on his left side from the previous battle, the two wounds formed a perfect cross. Chimu Shuomo's swordsmanship was different from Xianjia's. Although he had cut Chi Labi's flesh, soon-tailed beast chakra, like blood-red bubbles, emerged from the wound. The freshly opened gash was healing at a Jinchuriki who can control a tailed beast. Truly troublesome. Chimu Shomao muttered in a low voice. The armies of Yun Yin and Mu Yi were already entangled, thousands upon thousands of people locked in fierce combat. Yet no one dared to approach the battlefield of these four. Xianjia, Chimu Shimao, AI, and Chi Labi. If an ordinary ninja rashly charged into this battle zone, far from helping, they would only become a burden. Good. Lord Xianjia and Lord Shimao have the upper hand. We Mu Yi will turn the tide with this battle. Niliang Lujio, while fighting side by side with Shan Zhonghai and Shou Daoding's, stole a glance at the battle over there. Seeing the Mu Yi ninjas, whose morale had been low due to the initial defeat, perk up one by one, his heart surged with wild joy. Whoosh. AI, who had been blown away by the sword pressure, just now traced a 100-meter-long arc in the sky, like a blue lightning bolt. He landed behind He and Chi Labi, who stood opposite Chimu Shimao, flanked the Chimu brothers from front and back. That formation. Lord AI and Lord Bai are about to use that technique. Seeing the straight-line formation of AI and Chi Labi, the Yunin ninjas all guessed what the two were planning. Whoosh. Whoosh. The next second, the two brothers simultaneously raised their right arms high. AI forced all his lightning release chakra into his right arm. Chi Labi, meanwhile, entered a half-tailed beast state, his overall power several times stronger than usual. Xianjia, this is. Chimu Shomao retreated 2 steps, standing back-to-back, with Xianjia both watching each other's surroundings. Here it comes, the signature technique of the Yun-In AB combo. Xianjia curled his lips, holding his Zanpakudo horizontally in front of his chest. Hearing this, Chimu Shomao chuckled and raised his blade vertically. I'm not that old yet. The next instant, Xianjia's Zanpakudo erupted with raging black flames, while Chimu Shuomo's White Fang howled with lightning. One in front, one behind, directly facing AI and Chi Labi across from them. The two showed no intention of dodging. They wanted to take on the Yun-In AB combo's ultimate technique Hiden. Just as Risyang Rizu was blocked, I caught a glimpse of the distant battle from the corner of my eye. That move of the AB combo from 10 years ago to now has snapped countless necks. In an unknown fight ID have some confidence to dodge. But once the two join forces there's no chance of survival. Only the third Hokage could probably withstand it, but thinking of the strength displayed by those brothers, surnamed Chimu. They indeed seem qualified. Lightning release absolute cow thunder lariat. Lightning release absolute cow thunder lariat. AI and Chi Labi moved simultaneously perfectly synchronized. The people on both sides of the battlefield their right arms charged with chakra smash straight toward Xianzhe and Chimu Shuomo's necks. Double absolute cow thunder lariat. This was the AB combo's signature killing move. In the instant they struck, the lightning erupting from Chimu Shuomo's blade condensed into a white silhouette. Xianzhe's black flames meanwhile transformed into the figure of a dignified old man. Chimu-style secret art storm light, White Fang. Ghost fire. Double absolute cow thunder lariat. This was the AB combo's signature killing move. In the instant they struck, the lightning erupting from Chimu Shuomo's blade condensed into a white. The sword aura howled forth. The 7, 9 at the end jumped to 8. Ding. Dimension evolution awakened Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's sword intent SSS. Outside the fierce thunderfire sword energy collided with the opposing raging bull. After about 5 seconds of stalemate, the tailed beast coat on Chi Labi's body began to waver. Ugh. Chi Labi's heavy roar exploded across the entire battlefield. A layer of bone skeleton climbed up his right arm. That was a shell made of tailed beast bones. Once it appeared complete, tailed beast transformation was not far. To think he could actually counter this move? Chimu Shuomao was also taken aback. Even that 8 tails, the second strongest among the 9-tailed beasts Jinchuriki, to break through his sword strike. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe it. The situation on the other side was completely reversed. The moment Xianzhe's sword tip collided with Ace Fist, AI felt as if every move he made was completely seen through. In a daze, he seemed to fall into a vast dark space. In the void, Xianzhe's eyes, magnified countless times, stared fixedly at him from the end of the darkness. Ace's pupils shrank sharply. Looking forward again, he met Xianzhe's cold gaze. The elbow of his right arm, which had just executed the absolute cow thunder lariat, was already pressed against the left side of Xianzhe's neck. His abdomen was pierced, but no blood spurted out. The high temperature had vaporized the blood before it could flow. Xianzhe stood there, his expression as calm as if he were chatting. This newly practiced move, it's passable, isn't it? Cough. A great gush of blood surged from Ace's mouth. The surrounding cloud ninjas all panicked, shouting out in unison. Xianzhe wasted no time. He withdrew the blade and aimed at Ace's neck. To be safe, cutting off the head is the most reliable. Bang. On the other side, the tailed beastified killer bee smashed his fist against Chimu Shuomo's sword. Shuomao was sent flying into the air. However, the earlier thunderous blade energy had already dissipated most of the power of the lightning bull lariat. Thus, although he was airborne, he sustained no severe injuries. Chimu Shuomao opened his eyes, struggling to steady his vision in midair. The scene below came into view, and Xianzhe's cry burst forth. There was no need for Chimu Shuomao to remind him. That chakra volume was far too immense. 99. 9 of the ninjas in the world could not match it. Those capable of possessing such a level of chakra could be counted on one hand. Xianzhe halted his movement to strike Ace's head and turned to look. A beast as massive as a mountain with the head of an ox and the body of an octopus roared as it swung a tentacle toward them. The 8 tails, Nyogue. Full transformation. Xianzhe sidestepped to evade. But judging by its appearance, it was difficult to remain lucid in this complete form. In the moment Xianzhe dodged, another tentacle of the 8 tails swiftly came from the opposite direction, coiled around AI, and retracted at great speed. Even without reason, it can still save someone. Yi Yuanlin was startled. She had heard that once a Jinchuriki went berserk, it became a monster bent only on. But this 8 tails, though devoid of rationality, had not completely lost its mind. The situation is not good, my lord. The Cloud Ninja, second only to AI and Killer Bee in strength, sought instructions from his comrade. Lord AI and Lord Killer Bee are both. What should we do now? On the other side, Chimu Shuomao had already landed back on the ground. But no sooner had he touched down than a rampaging tentacle of the 8 tails swept toward him like a whip, forcing him to retreat further. Although he had trained to the Kage level without a bloodline limit, he lacked the enormous chakra reserves of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Having used too many sword techniques, his chakra was nearly depleted. Everyone fall back far. Nai Lugio shouted loudly. To deal with such a monster, one had to be at the Kage level. But Killer B's complete transformation had come too swiftly. By the time Nai Lugio's cry rang out, its second wave of attacks had already descended. Yi Yuanlin in panic quickly turned and dropped to the ground, hugging her head. The tentacle of the eight tails shattered the rocks beside her, sweeping past, almost brushing her back. Lin, come over here. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Yuan Lin's ear. She looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful face, both enchanting and heroic. Gangsha-sensai. Yi Yuan Lin froze but instinctively ran toward her. You? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on the western battlefield? Before she finished speaking, the tentacles of the eight tails, which could snap mountain slopes in half, sprayed wildly in all directions. You? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on the western battlefield? Before she finished speaking, the tentacles of the eight tails, which could snap mountain slopes in— What had she just heard? Run. Lord Xianzhe was still on the battlefield. Given Gangsha-sensai's relationship with him, Yi Yuan Lin shook off that hand, her mind filled with disbelief. When help was needed, she wanted to flee. Gangsho sensed something amiss and looked back at her. What's wrong? You. Before she could finish, a shadow of doubt had already risen in Yi Yuan Lin's eye. Whoosh. A sharp sound of something cutting through air exploded. A katana precisely pierced the throat of the fake Gangsho, pinning her whole body to the ground. Even though she had sensed it in her heart, witnessing her most respected teacher impaled by a blade made Yi Yuan Lin tremble in fear. Then the face of Gangsho began to melt, dripping like wax, revealing a grotesque, pale, humanoid monster with only half a face. What is this thing? Yi Yuan Lin nearly collapsed with legs weak. Whoosh. Xianzhe suddenly descended from above, pulling the katana out of the white Zetsu's throat. Finally made a move, he muttered to himself. Lord Xianzhe. Yi Yuan Lin turned to look at him, her eyes filled with both surprise and panic, pointing at the white Zetsu on the ground. It's too troublesome to explain. Xianzhe held the blade in his right hand, wrapped his left arm around Yi Yuan Lin's waist, lifted her up, and shouted loudly. Retreat. Xianzhe had no formal rank in Konoha, but on the battlefield the one with the greatest fist gave the orders. Besides, the thing ahead was far more formidable than the one tail they had encountered in the Land of Wind 5 years ago. This was the genuine eight tails. When Shimu Shimao reached Xianzhe's side, he also glanced down at the grotesque corpse on the ground. Xianzhe, what exactly is this? I hate this kind of thing. A long explanation that still leaves things unclear. You'll know in time. For now, let's go. With that, Xianzhe, still carrying Yi Yuan Lin under his arm, turned and ran toward the base. I hate this kind of thing. A long explanation that still leaves things unclear. You'll know in time. For now, let's go. With that, Xianzhe, still carrying Yi Yuan Lin. As for Xianzhe, what were comrades? Did they matter? The Konoha army began to withdraw, but the eight tails did not pursue, nor did it attack the nearby cloud ninjas. It slowly uncoiled the tentacle that held AI, set him down on the ground, and snorted a few times at the cloud army. This thing. Not completely mad, a cloud ninja exclaimed in shock, immediately understanding the eight tails' intent, and roared at the top of his lungs. Quick! Medical ninja! No one noticed on the other side of the battlefield. Beside the white Zetsu corpse, a fern-like plant sprouted from the earth. The main body of the white Zetsu slowly emerged, half its head from the leaf, swallowed the clone, and then sank back into the ground. The white Zetsu main body stuck half its torso out of the earth, a look of utter confusion on its face. How is this possible? He could see through our transformation technique, it muttered to itself. Beside it, the soil shifted and a Fei poked out his head, taking over the conversation. This is trouble. The mission failed. We need to report back to Banright. Beside it, the soil shifted and a Fei poked out his head, taking over the conversation. This is trouble. The mission failed. We need to report back to Banright. But the only one that guy cares about is this girl. The two exchanged glances, wasted no more time, and sped back toward the base. In the main camp, Vice Commander Nailugio, as before, immediately ordered the logistics to count the casualties. Lord Nailugio, the losses this time are not heavy, totaling less than 400. More than half were caused by the eight tails' sudden rampage. Though any death was not good news, Nailugio felt a wave of relief inside after hearing this. Last time, with only 1,000 troops deployed, they had lost over 600. This time the number of troops deployed was several times that, yet the losses were cut by— Shimu Shimao pondered for a moment, then frowned. It's hard to say for sure. There are countless bizarre ninjutsu in the ninja world. There are still many things. In the final scene on the battlefield, he had seen with his own eyes Ace's abdomen pierced by Xianzhe's fist, leaving a hole the size of a fist. For a normal person, such a wound would be impossible to survive. Shimu Shimao pondered for a moment, then frowned. It's hard to say for sure. There are countless bizarre ninjutsu in the ninja world. There are still many things we haven't seen. After a pause, he continued. But if he really dies, we'll probably be in an all-out war with Cloud. After all, he was long since designated as the heir to the Third Hokage. Nara Shikaka's expression grew somber at the mention of that name. That is a man who stands at the pinnacle of this era. He suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, what about Lord Xuanja? If they were to clash head-in with Cloud, that man might be their only trump card to counter the mightiest Hokage. He bolted as soon as we got back to camp, said something about moving or such, Sakumo replied. He casually mentioned the relocation matter. Narashikaka blinked in surprise, then asked no further questions. Some things the less you know the longer you live. The base Schwanja had set up this time was a far cry from the temporary tents erected at the Land of Wind border. The location was chosen in a small town to the north of the Land of Fire, offering far more comfort than before. Male and female shinobi were quartered in separate zones with a clear boundary in between. But at this moment Rin Nohara, her face flushed, was carrying her bedding and following Schwanja into the male shinobi area. She held the futon high, burying her entire face in it, terrified of being recognized. She was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare look, let alone gossip, Schwanja said in a lazy tone as he walked ahead. Indeed, anyone who caught a glimpse of the scene immediately turned their heads away upon seeing Schwanja leading the way, chanting 1,000 times in their minds, I saw nothing. She was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare look, let alone gossip, Schwanja said in a lazy tone as he walked ahead. What was the point of hiding her face? Alright, just put it here. Schwanja pushed open the door to a residence. The space was not small, but aside from its size it had no special furnishings. This was his quarters in the camp. Now that they were alone, the blush on Rin's face refused to fade. As soon as they returned to base, Schwanja had told her to pack up and move. His excuse was that he was worried that White Monster might come after her again. It was a perfectly legitimate reason. But she was a young girl after all. How could she not be? Keeping you alive is quite the hassle, Schwanja muttered, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes to rest. He now fully understood why in so many fan stories this girl Rin never survived. Even without being in Minato's squad, she still had to face the sudden ambushes of Madara and White Zetsu at any moment. A single lapse in attention and she would be captured. The residence had only one room, so Rin had no choice but to drag her bedding to the farthest corner. Then in a pitifully small voice she asked, Lord Schwanja, how long do we have to live like this? She felt like a piece of pickled fish, sour, pathetic, and superfluous. Hard to say. Schwanja had just comprehended the sword intent of Genrisai Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami, and his voice carried a profound weariness. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll have to live like this throughout the entire Third Shinobi World War. And when the war ends, you might even have to move in with me. The worst-case scenario might be for the rest of my life. The moment Schwanja uttered "for the rest of my life," Rin's face turned crimson as if she were about to steam, and she looked as though she might collapse at any moment. Her heart trembled, a mix of shyness and something else. Schwanja too was pondering. Logically, as long as Obito hadn't fully fallen to darkness, that old man Madara would never let this girl go. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Besides, having this little tag-along around all the time made it inconvenient to do anything. When he and Tsunade had important business to attend to, where would this girl be? Hiding outside. Well, in truth, this young lady had already done so more than once. She had long taken over Shizun's role and become Tsunade's little attendant. Many times after Schwanja finished his training full of pent-up energy, he would drag Tsunade into the room during the day. And that girl would curl up outside the wooden house, ears perked up to listen. The girls in this world all matured far too early. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, deep underground, there was a massive stone cavern. Old Madara sat on a throne made of dead wood, listening to the reports from the White Zetsu clone and Obito. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared on his aged face. He can see through your transformation technique. Based on his knowledge, there were only 3 types of shinobi who could see through Zetsu's technique. The first was himself with the ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The second was Mito Uzumaki, who could sense good and evil in a person's heart. The third was Hashirama with the top-tier abilities of the Senju clan. That brat named Chimu Schwanja was clearly not from the Uchiha or Senju clans. So did he possess a mind-reading ability similar to Mito's? As old Madara was pondering, the White Zetsu clone spoke. The clone's report says that the girl named Rin is now eating and living with Chimu Schwanja, making it even harder to get to her. What should we do? Old Madara was silent for a moment before answering. If we can't do it openly, then we'll do it in the dark. According to your intel, is the third Raikage son, or Obito let out a strange laugh and replied, "Oh my, that sword strike was truly vicious, and it was infused with fire. Pierced the opponent's abdomen clean. The high heat evaporated all the moisture in the wound. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed a shinobi without a bloodline limit could unleash such a tech." The door to the medical ward slid open, and several masked shinobi filed out. Killer Bee, waiting in the corridor, rushed forward, forgetting even his beloved rap. "How is my big brother?" The words came out urgently and sharply. The lead medical shinobi kept his head down, not daring to meet his eyes. But this could not be hidden. He forced the words out through gritted teeth. He's beyond help." The medical shinobi himself felt wronged. When he was brought in, he was barely hanging on by a thread. It was a miracle he hadn't died on the spot. Not just ordinary medical shinobi like them. Even if Princess Tsunade were summoned from Konoha, the result would be the same. Bang! Killer Bee, usually joking and carefree, could no longer hold back. He slammed his fist into the wall beside him. The wall cracked open, and the entire building shook. Lord B, please calm down. There are other wounded here. The surrounding cloud shinobi rushed to restrain. Several elite jonin standing behind wore faces as dark as storm clouds. After a few seconds of silence, one of them ordered his subordinate, immediately used the summoning technique to report this to the Raikage. Boom! A violent lightning burst exploded, tearing the main command tent to shreds. The cloud shinobi in the camp were so terrified that several of them collapsed to the ground. That hat seems to be the Raikage. What happened to make the Raikage so furious? I heard that. The camp was littered with craters and debris. Dodai rushed to the third Raikage side and quickly said, Lord Raikage, please calm down. But the third Raikage was beyond reason. His teeth clenched audibly as he ground them. I will kill that brat Shimu Shuanja. Not just him, I will raise the entire Konoha to the ground. The intelligence scroll in his hand turned to ash amidst the crackling lightning. The message on that scroll was the news of his son's death. After a long while, the violent lightning chakra emanating from the third Raikage gradually subsided, but the fury on his face did not diminish in the slightest. He waved his hand and commanded, reorganize the troops, change course, head north to the Huaji country, and rendezvous with Bai. The third Raikage clearly intended to switch tactics, planning to join forces with Kila Bai and concentrate their strength for a fierce assault on the northern region of Huaji country. More crucially, he wanted to find Shimu Shuanja and make him pay for his son's life. Lord Raikage, please stay calm. The most important thing now is to reduce. Tutai, disregarding the possibility of being slapped away by the third Raikage, rushed directly in front of him and shouted to block his decision. The third Raikage's pupils sharply contracted, and within the steel-like rugged lines of his skin, faint bursts of lightning sparks crackled. Several Yun-in elite jonin around him were so frightened that their faces turned pale, fearing that the third Raikage might even kill Tutai in his rage. Tutai continued shouting, now that AI has met with misfortune, if anything happens to Bai, the Yun-in village will truly have no successor. What needs to be done now is to immediately establish a rear defense line and let Bai withdraw first to guard the village. Although Yun-in's military strength was second only to Mu Yi, its number of geniuses was far inferior to Mu Yes. The cage-level combat power originally consisted of only the third Raikage AI and Kila Bai. Although the two-tails Jinchuriki Erwei Yomu Run had a good fusion with the tailed beast, she was less than 10 years old. For at least 10 years, she would not be able to hold up the situation. If anything happened to Kila Bai, the Yun-in village would truly face a generational gap, without even a pillar to support them. Tutai's shout finally calmed the third Raikage a bit. But the rage of a murdered son was not something that could be quelled with a few words. Lord Raikage, someone requests an audience. At this moment, a Yun-in elite jonin interjected tremblingly. At a time like this, who the hell is here? The third Raikage's voice was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. That man said his name is Goju Shirtsong, and he was wearing a Wu-in village forehead protector. That elite jonin quickly replied, huh. Upon hearing this name, all Yun-in ninjas present, including the third Raikage and Tutai, their faces changed. Wu-in village. That village, separated from the ninja continent by a vast ocean like Yun-in, had not participated in the previous Great War from beginning to. What could a village from the 5 great hidden villages far overseas suddenly come to see Yun-in for? You're not playing tricks on me, are you? 5 minutes later, the third Raikage stared at the short kid before him. Goju Shirtsong, who claimed to be over 20, but looked at most 14 or 15, his tone full of thorns. The third Mizukage's secret letter was spread on the table. If Lord Raikage still didn't believe it, Wu-in could strike first and notify Yun-in to join once the troops had set out. However, Wu-in also had a condition. Shirtsong smiled politely, not much different from his later appearance, except that he was not yet the three-tails Jinchuriki. During the time we are assembling our forces, please be sure to continue pressing the front line of the Huaji country. Only when Mu Yes' attention is diverted can Wu-in have an opportunity. He was sent on a secret mission by the third Mizukage specifically to meet the Raikage. The meaning was clear. Wu-in was willing to form an alliance with Yun-in. They were to launch a surprise attack along the southeast coast of Huaji country, flanking from both sides with Yun-in. The third Raikage remained silent. The death of his son AI struck like a thunderbolt above Yun-in's head. Not only because AI was one of the few cage-level combatants in the village, but more critically, he was the designated next Raikage. With this incident, the morale of Yun-in's side had shattered into pieces. Whether the war could continue was an unknown. At this moment, if Wu-in truly was willing to stab Mu Yi from the coast, it would be a godsend. But the third Raikage and old fox knew clearly. The more it seemed like a free benefit, the more he had to watch out for a trap. Seeing the third Raikage still hesitating, Shirtsong added a weighty remark. We also plan to bring in Yun-in. All 5 great countries are off the table. The 3 countries together attack the Huaji country and the weakest Feng country. We don't think we'll lose. The Third Hokage and the few people around him, including Tutai, their faces changed. This was to drag that old man Daimyo into the water. At this point the Third Hokage's heart was thoroughly moved. But he still didn't let his impulse get the better of him, forcing down his emotions and saying in a deep voice, "I need to deliberate with my people. Alright, I'll wait outside." Shirtsong turned and walked out of Yun-In's tent. The Third Hokage quickly summoned Tutai and all the elite jonin and above, and with a serious expression he spoke, "What do you think? Lord Hokage, this is simply a heaven-sent opportunity." An elite jonin nodded eagerly but added, "Of course we must first confirm that the kid isn't..." "Tutai, what do you think?" The Third Hokage was silent for a few seconds, finally fixing his gaze on his most trusted deputy. "Lord Hokage, the most urgent thing is to send someone to escort Bai back to the village and prevent another incident like Ace." Tutai pondered for a moment and added, "Besides, what Shirtsong said is not without reason. If Wu Yin and Yin Yin can really join the war, this matter will be easy. Let's stall them and see if those 2 sides will make a move. If they send troops, we'll keep pushing. If they don't move, it's not too late to withdraw." After hearing Tutai's analysis, the Third Hokage nodded and shouted outside, "Call that Wu Yin kid over." Meanwhile, the situation in the 2 countries was almost a mirror image of that in Yun-In. The Third Hokage Demu was frowning, staring at the letter sent from Wu Yin. The letter read, hoping that the 3 countries of 2 country Lei country and Shui country would join forces to besiege Huaji country and Feng country together. A few days later, in the Muyi camp 10 li away from the Yun-In main camp, Kakashi and his group had just helped the Sha ninja repel a wave of fierce assault from the Yun-In army, and by the time they returned to camp it was already dark. At dinner time the few of them gathered around a campfire holding cracked bowls in their hands, drinking hot soup, with a few wild vegetables and oil spots floating on top. The taste was indeed not great, but it was better than soldier pills. Eating that stuff every day, after a while just the sight of it made one want to vomit. Not to mention soldier pills, even steak would get boring if eaten every meal. They ate and chatted about the battle situation in the north they had just heard. Jing Yin stared wide-eyed. The Third Hokage's son was killed by Lord Xuanja. Not just his son, but the designated Hokage candidate. Kakashi's tone carried a hint of pride, but also some worry. "I estimate the Third Hokage is already furious. He might even launch an all-out war against Mu Yi. What's there to fear? With Lord Xuanja here, we won't lose." Shiri Hong clenched her fists, speaking with utmost certainty, but then added sourly, "But why did they take Lin along and not me?" At the mention of Lin, Dai too suddenly wilted, his head nearly buried in his chest. When he and Shiri Hong were together, they could practically form a loser group. Oh no, Shiri Hong is at most a loser while he is nothing more than a simp. Assemble. Everyone come here. A flash of golden light descended suddenly, and bluffing Shui Min shouted with a panicked expression. That the golden flash could show such an expression was indeed rare. "Teacher, Shumin Sensei, what's happened?" Kakashi and Dai too immediately sprang up from the ground. "Just received military intelligence." Bluffing Shui Min was drenched in sweat, speaking breathlessly. 2 country and Shui country have gathered nearly 900 ninja troops pressing toward our direction and the southeast coast of Huaji country. As soon as these words fell, the bowls in Shiri Hong and Jing Yin's hands dropped directly into the campfire. At this moment, behind the Muyi village, the 4 old men of the Elder Council gathered together again. Koha Udatane sighed and said, "Fortunately, we pushed Orochimaru out to take the blame back, then otherwise by now the 4 nations would likely have allied to attack our land of fire." Regarding the incident with Shursui, Uchiha Danzo had originally considered 2 paths. One was to pin the blame on Orochimaru, which was the route they eventually took. The other was to frame the land of wind. Now looking at the war situation, the Council of Elders, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, inwardly felt a surge of relief. The decision to make Orochimaru the scapegoat had been absolutely correct. Otherwise, the land of fire would not only have lost the land of wind as an ally, but would have turned them into enemies. The battle situation would not be the land of fire and the land of wind against the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of water. Instead, it would be the land of fire fighting alone against the land of wind, the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of water. After a brief moment of relief, the 4 elders began to deliberate on serious matters. Although it had not developed into a desperate situation where one nation fought for alone, the current predicament was no less grim. The rock-hidden village and the mist-hidden village had both begun to mobilize their troops. With the limited combat strength remaining in Konoha, they could not withstand the assault. Our reinforcements were necessary, especially the southeastern coastal area. In the past, the Uzumaki clan had stood between the land of fire and the land of water, serving as a natural barrier. But now the land of whirlpools was gone. Once the mist-hidden village crossed the sea, they would set foot directly on the territory of the land of fire. Who among the village's forces can still be dispatched to the front lines? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the other three and asked. The major clans have all gone to the front. Left behind in the village aside from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, there are only minor clans like the Moonlight and the Shiranui. Danzo spoke with narrowed eyes. By now he had shed the gray vest of the ANBU and changed into his iconic mummy-like outfit. His right arm had been replaced with a research-based artificial body of Hashirama. The other three were all aware of this. But what they did not know was that the surgeon who performed the transplant on Danzo was Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's experimental hideout, Danzo had also encountered Asuma. He was quite surprised that the boy had not been killed by Orochimaru. Sitting in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a thought cross his mind, that Orochimaru was most likely trying to torment the poor kid to death, using him to take revenge on his father. The Moonlight clan, the Shiranui clan. These families were the smallest of the small in Konoha, and the death of a few members would cause no ripples at all. They were even less significant than ordinary civilian ninja. But one thing Hiruzen Sarutobi knew very well. These people were his staunch loyalists. If only Orochimaru were still here. The words slipped out unconsciously. When Danzo heard this, he nearly choked on his own saliva. You drove him away, and now you miss him. However, Danzo dared not bring up the matter of Orochimaru. His reconstructed right arm was not yet fully healed, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Any news from Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi then thought of another of his disciples who could shoulder heavy responsibilities. Konoha Udatane's wrinkled face tightened into a frown, and after hesitating for a long while she spoke, Hiruzen, I think. You should go yourself. Hamura Mitokado nodded in agreement. I feel the same. The only one in the village who can truly fight is you, the strongest. He paused. Danzo remained silent, but the gleam of schadenfreude in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Ever since he lost his arm and took the blame for Hiruzen Sarutobi becoming a rat despised by the entire village, his relationship with his old partner had shattered like broken glass. If Hiruzen Sarutobi went to the battlefield and lost an arm or a leg, that would be absolutely perfect. Lord Hokage. Frontline report. A special jonin from the Shiranui clan pushed open the door, knelt on one knee, and spoke urgently. 4,000 mist-hidden troops, led personally by the Third Hokage, have breached our first line of defense. They are about to land at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. This surname was quite interesting. Sakumo had once specifically asked the Shiranui family if they had anyone named Shiranui Mai. They said no. After that he lost all interest in the clan. The Third Hokage personally leading the charge. Upon hearing this news, the faces of the four elders instantly changed color. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand to dismiss the Shiranui ninja. He knew that he could not wait for Jiraiya to return. He had to go himself. Once the mist-hidden forces occupied the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, the next step would be to set foot directly on the soil of the Land of Fire. Final go. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally made the decision through gritted teeth. Indeed worthy of Hiruzen. Let the world witness the might of the hero of the shinobi world once more. Hamura Mitokado and Konoha Udatane immediately offered their cheap praise. Don't worry about the affairs in Konoha, Hiruzen. Ill. Danzo's perpetually sullen face finally relaxed the corners of his mouth, nearly turning up to the sky. He was about to pound his chest and say, go ahead, I'll keep an eye on the village, nothing will go wrong. But just as the words reached his throat, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke again. You three go back now and pack your things. Gather your teams and leave immediately. The smiles that had just formed froze instantly on the three faces. They exchanged glances, doubting their own ears. Konoha Udatane's narrow eyes snapped wide open. Hiruzen, what did you just say? What did I not make myself clear? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, his voice deepening. I told you to go pack your things and come with me to the coastal front line. We have to go too. The three of them felt their minds go blank in chaos. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was secretly delighted. He was going to fight on the front lines, and they wanted to stay in the rear sipping tea and enjoying life. Dream on. Not fighting. Fine, then let's all go together. When had he ever suffered such a loss? But Hiruzen, if we all leave, who will run the village? Hamura Mitokado tried to argue one last time. Don't worry about that. For urgent matters, I'll have the ANBU send them directly to the front line for my approval. For minor issues, leave them to Biwako as acting Hokage. What the hell? Have you no shame? The three of them felt like 10,000 stallions were stampeding in their hearts. Your wife is acting Hokage. Besides giving you two sons, what serious work has Biwako Sarutobi ever done? This was clearly dragging them all down with. Stop dawdling, go pack up, and leave immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand grandly, making it clear. This was settled, no room for negotiation. When Hiruzen Sarutobi put on that expression, the three of them, who had dealt with him for nearly 50 years, knew it well. This matter was final. There was no change. They had no choice but to go to the battlefield. In front of the main gate of Konoha, 8,000 ninja had already assembled in formation, double the number of the invading mist forces. But this was already the total strength Konoha could muster at the moment. Those left behind to guard the village numbered at most around 1,000. When these over 8,000 civilian-born ninja saw Hiruzen Sarutobi standing before them in a black vest, they raised their arms and roared their shouts rumbling through the skies above Konoha. In the eyes of most of them, anyone who bore the title of Kage was one of the 5 strongest in the shinobi world. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi carried the titles of strongest Hokage in history and hero of the shinobi world. Watching those leaks, civilian ninjas, all hyped up like they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes gleaming with terrifying intensity. Who are those 2 old fossils beside the Hokage-sama? In the Leaf Village formation, Mike Kai's loud voice was unabashed as he elbowed his teammate Shiranui Gunma, his eyes darting toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shiranui Gunma glanced over and lowered his voice to explain. Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura. They were once the 2nd Hokage's guards, just like the 3rd Hokage-sama. Now they serve as senior advisors to the Leaf. Are they strong? Mike Kai's question was bluntly straightforward. Shiranui Gunma opened his mouth, then choked. He had never seen those 2 elders fight, so how could he know their strength? As they spoke, another commotion erupted from the camp. Danzo had arrived. He wore a brand new ninja uniform, but his right arm was wrapped in bandages, the entire limb tightly bound and slung in front of him, highly conspicuous. Danzo. Shiranui Gunma practically ground his teeth as he forced out those 2 words. Mike Kai, that oblivious fool, upon hearing the name, didn't bother to lower his voice and blurted out. Danzo. Shiranui Gunma practically ground his teeth as he forced out those 2 words. Mike Kai, that oblivious fool, upon hearing the name, didn't bother. Otherwise, Danzo's grudge notebook would have gained a vivid new entry. Suppressed laughter rippled through the ranks. Many ninjas spat out their water. That was too harsh. Danzo's old face instantly turned as black as a pot bottom. Damn. Who said that? He swept his gloomy gaze over the sea of heads before him. With an army of 8,000 and lacking his teacher Tobarama-san's monstrous perception, how could he single out the culprit? Dream on. While the ninjas below chuckled secretly, their hearts also pounded. The story of Danzo being defeated in 2 exchanges by the Raikage-san, losing his arm, had already spread everywhere. This guy was still going to the battlefield. Many exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. For a moment, nearly 10,000 Leaf ninjas looked at Danzo, as if he were a plague desperate to stay miles away. Danzo's liver ached with rage, his lungs were about to explode. Everyone quiet down. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed, drawing everyone's attention. He cleared his throat and spoke in a loud voice. Comrade Danzo did have a minor mishap in the war before, but he has bled for the Leaf and rendered meritorious service. Things you cannot see. Today I, the Hokage, along with the elders, will lead the charge at the front, guiding everyone to crush the enemy. Let our will of fire burn brightly, illuminating the future of the next generation. Since going to war was a certainty, he had to boost morale. Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed a master of speeches. With a barrage of will of fire rhetoric, the ninjas who had been panicking moments before were instantly whipped into a fervor, eager to sacrifice themselves for the village. At Hiruzen Sarutobi's command, the 8,000-strong army marched grandly toward the southeastern battlefield. But a good slogan didn't guarantee victory. No matter how loud the shouts, if the fists weren't strong, it would end as a joke. On the northern front, the opposing lines of Cloud and Leaf were arrayed. Clearly after, as Death Cloud had hidden Killer be their trump card and secretly sent him back to the village. Meanwhile, under the Leaf's fierce assault, they were gradually retreating, pulling out of the land of hot water and setting up camp on their own border to defend. But the situation on the western front of the land of fire was completely different. There the Cloud army, led personally by the 3rd Raikage, fought fiercely with no intention of retreating. After all, Anoki had already sent his son Kuratsuchi with troops to reinforce them. Inside the stronghold, Schwanja and Hatake Sakumo sat facing each other with a stone-carved chest set between them. Hatake Sakumo rested his chin on his hand, frowning as he stared at the board, pondering. Beside them, the big girl Rin Noira obediently poured hot water into a teacup. Upon hearing Hyuga Hayashi's report, Schwanja paused for a moment, then laughed out loud. Not surprising. They're already at the doorstep. Given the current situation, Hiruzen Sarutobi had to go even if he didn't want to. The enemy was almost at the front door. But Schwanja hadn't expected that Danzo would go, let alone the 2 useless ones, Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, joining the battlefield. Were these 4 inseparable? Couldn't bear to be apart for even a second. Going everywhere together. Were they up to some bizarre group activity? The image of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Udatain Koharu, that old woman, huddled together. Ugh, unbearable. Evil spirits be gone. Too disgusting. Clack. At that moment, Hatake Sakumo made a move. Elephant takes chariot. Check. Schwanja didn't even lift his eyelids, directly made his move and grinned at Hatake Sakumo's grimace. That's 10 losses in a row, old pal. 1. One more game. Hatake Sakumo refused to admit defeat, forcing himself to say, "No more. Your chess is too weak. Go play with..." In truth, the reason Chuanja could beat Hatake Sakumo and even Nara Shikaku was simple. Chess was his invention in this world. No one else had grasped the tactics yet, so they couldn't beat him. Once these people, especially the quick-witted ones like Nara Shikaku, got familiar with the rules, the outcome would be uncertain. Lord Chuanja, a message from the Hokagesima. As soon as we push the Cloud Army back to the Land of Lightning, we are to immediately withdraw and reinforce the southeastern front. Hyuga Hayashi added another sentence. Reinforce. Zuan's face lit up with a smile at the word. Before the battle even starts, you're already thinking about asking for help, eh? 8,000 against 4,000. Still need support. Hyuga Hayashi lowered his head, not daring to respond. Hyuga Hayashi's face turned pale. He didn't take the bait. He knew well that such a high-level topic was not for a mere Hyuga clan head to comment on. The four elders were fierce as tigers to their own, but cowardly as dogs to outsiders. He had long seen through it. But he never expected them to be this cowardly. Before the battle even began, they were already scheming to summon reinforcements. And with an 8,000 Fort House and troop advantage. Chuanja sneered inwardly, this broken ship of the leaf will eventually sink. Go back and tell the Hokagesima that the situation here is tense. It will take at least half a year before we can spare any forces to reinforce. Chuanja had just finished a chess game with Hatake Sakumo and took his sword from the big girl, ready to begin his daily training. He fastened his sword belt while instructing Hyuga Hayashi. Half a year. Hyuga Hayashi was stunned on the spot, as if struck by a club. Now that most of the cloud forces had withdrawn from the land of hot water, anyone not blind could see they were trying to preserve Killer Bee as their trump card, avoiding. At this rate, Hyuga Hayashi estimated the battlefield here would wrap up in at most a month. But Chuanja said half a year. Wasn't that blatantly setting up Hiruzen Sarutobi? What? Did I not speak clearly enough? Seeing Hyuga Hayashi still standing there dumbfounded, Chuanja asked again sidelong. No. This subordinate will deliver the message at once. Hyuga Hayashi shuddered, bowed, and quickly fled. Lord Chuanja, is this really all right? Rin Nohara, a naive girl, felt her heart pounding from Xianzhe's audacious actions. It was like a well-behaved girl encountering a domineering CEO, both frightened and submissive. Let's make a bet. What do you think? Will the Elders' Council or the Mist Village win? Xianzhe abruptly changed the subject. Rin Nohara blinked, her mind racing to compare the two sides' combat strength. 8,000 versus 4,000, a full double the troop disparity. Moreover, the Hokage was hailed as the strongest Hokage in history. How could they possibly lose, she thought. Just as she was about to answer, Xianzhe added, never mind, no bet. There's nothing I want from you anyway. Watching Xianzhe turn and walk away, even Rin Nohara, whom Obito regarded as an angel, could barely resist hurling her teapot at the back of his head. That gaze had swept over her just now. Did he think she wouldn't notice? Unconsciously, she recalled Tsunade's figure, then glanced at her own chest. Rin pursed her lips, filled with grievance. Ruins of the land of whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan, once dominant in the Warring States era with their sealing techniques, now lay in desolate ruins, buried in the dust of history. Lord Mizukage, the land of whirlpools, has been seized by Hiruzen Sarutobi and his men. We cannot cross over. Yagura knelt on one knee, reporting to the black-haired, narrow-eyed man before him. The man sat in the main seat, his eyes narrowed to slits, as if they were never open. He was the third Mizukage. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke calmly. Prepare. Attack directly. Yes. Yagura vanished in an instant. When only the third Mizukage remained in the tent, he suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils reflected 3 Tomo, a Sharingan. Tobirama's apprentice. At that moment, a white Zetsu emerged from the earth beside. That's right. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, Kohara Udatain, and Hamura Midokado. After Tobirama's Sunjust death, these 4 have ruled Konoha for nearly 30 years. Sarutobi, Shimura, Hanao Konoha is under their command. The third Mizukage's voice shifted, adopting an entirely different tone. That was the voice of Madara Uchiha. Indeed, the third Mizukage sitting here had long been a pawn in Madara's hands. Not to mention the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who would later be controlled by Obito. Even this third Mizukage had been subjected to Madara's Genjutsu. Madara recalled that when he and Hashirama founded the village, the first to respond were the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. I hear that Hiruzen Sarutobi is hailed as the strongest Hokage in history. Tobi chimed in, grinning as he emerged from the earth. Strongest? The elderly Madara, controlling the third Mizukage, couldn't help but twitch his lips. If Hashirama heard that, he'd probably roll over in his grave. Tobirama's apprentice. Fine, let's have some fun. The third Mizukage's Sharingan swirled. Tobirama Senju, the one who killed Izuna. Madara wanted to see how much of your master's skills your apprentice had learned. Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, were discussing matters before a map. At the news, all four changed expressions simultaneously. They had just set up. Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo Hamura and Koharu, were discussing matters before a map. At the news, all four changed expressions simultaneously. They had just set up camp and hadn't even settled in. Logically, wouldn't the numerically inferior side usually fight defensively? How many are they? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked in a heavy voice. About 2,000, the Moonlight Chunin replied quickly. Deploying half their forces on the first battle means they want a quick victory. Hamura Midokado murmured, his brow furrowed. The air suddenly condensed into a fog of ice. The third Mizukage raised his hand and countless ice blades rained down like a storm. Defend. Hiruzen Sarutobi reacted first, extending his adamantine staff to form an impenetrable wall. Clang, clang. Ice shards scattered everywhere, but some got through. Two ice kunai pierced Koharu Yutate's left shoulder, and another stabbed Hamura Midokado's right leg. The two elders collapsed, writhing in pain. The third Mizukage, Madara Uchiha, stood in the distance, watching impassively. Internally, he was overflowing with sarcasm. Tobarama, what kind of disciples have you chosen? He fought back the urge to roll his eyes. Quick, take the two advisors away. Several Konoha ninja rushed over in a flurry. Careful, careful. Don't touch my back. Get a stretcher. I'm twisted. Koharu Yutate howled in pain, clutching her shoulder and supporting her lower back. As a medical ninja crouched to check her injuries, a dark shadow flashed. The cold blade sliced. Mangetsu Hozuki with his large sword grinned fiercely. That's one down. He twirled the same sword, his gaze landing on the convulsing Koharu Yutate. Even as an enemy, seeing her so pathetic was amusing. What was this old woman even doing on the battlefield? Putting on a show. All right, time to send you off, old hag. Mangetsu raised his blade to strike down. Wind release vacuum waved. A wind blade shot from the side. Mangetsu's face changed, and he quickly turned his sword to block. Still, he was sent staggering back a dozen steps. Thanks, Danzo. Koharu Yutate managed to force out. You and Hamura retreat to the rear. Danzo said, forming a single hand, seal his face as dark as a pot. He really didn't want to stay in this bloody battlefield. Ice release demonic tiger. Fire release fire dragon flame bullet. As the third Mizukage formed seals, Hiruzen Sarutobi acted swiftly. A massive fireball shot from his mouth, condensing into a giant fire dragon head. Meanwhile, the ice around the third Mizukage exploded, forming ice tigers with gaping maws. The ice tigers pounced, tearing the fire dragon apart and charging forward. Earth release, earth wall. Seeing the danger, Hiruzen Sarutobi switched seals. The ground trembled violently, then erupted into a dozen-meter-high wall blocking the ice tigers. But at that moment, the adamantine staff suddenly extended, smashing through the earth wall and reaching the third Mizukage in an instant. A direct hit to the chest. Nice one, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted in triumph. But the next moment, all Konoha ninjas' eyes widened. The third Mizukage's body turned transparent, whitened, and shattered into ice shards from the staff. A direct hit to the chest. Nice one, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted in triumph. But the next moment, all Konoha ninjas' eyes widened. The third Mizukage's body turned transparent, whitened, and shattered into Hiruzen Sarutobi, startled, let go of the staff. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. The third Mizukage's voice echoed spectrally around Hiruzen and Danzo. They both instinctively looked toward the sound, but discovered it came from all directions simultaneously. At least 100 pieces in total, big and small. They completely surrounded the Leaf Elder Group F4 inside. Crack. Within the ice mirror, dozens of figures of the third generation Shui-ing suddenly appeared. Is this the secret technique of the Wuyin Snow Clan? Yuanfei Rizen's eyes widened. The fleeting interest that had just arisen in Lord Ban's heart instantly turned into utter disdain. Is this all the skill of Chinsho Feijian? Boring. He manipulated the body of the third generation Shui-ing and acted directly. How dull, get lost. Protect Lord Huo-ing. The outer mine ninjas were agitated, roaring as they charged toward the ice mirror. In your dreams. Block them. Yagura did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the Wuyin army immediately blocked the Mui's path. This battle had been fought at the ruins of Wugwa for a full 4 hours. 4,000 against 2,000. The outcome, bang. The Rui stick expanded hundreds of times, smashing the surrounding ice mirrors to pieces. Bloody all over, Yuanfei Rizen carried Zhuanxin Xiaochun and jumped out from the gap of the ice mirror that had not yet closed. He turned his head and shouted behind Tuanzang. Hurry up. 2 seconds later, Jitsuan Tuanzang also ran out carrying Shuehu Minyan. However, Tuanzang himself was not in a good state. His body was covered with ice needles like a hedgehog. At that moment, the ice mirror grew back. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The technique of demonic mirror ice crystal used by the third generation Shui-ing was far stronger than the future Bai. Just the recovery speed. It could regenerate within 3 seconds after being shattered. That was miles ahead of Bai. Precisely because of this, Yuanfei Rizen and his 3 companions were trapped for several hours, unable to break out no matter what. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Yuanfei Risen shouted at the top of his lungs. Chakra was depleted, stamina exhausted, continuing to fight meant certain death. In fact, from the moment Yuanfei Risen and his four were sealed in the demonic mirror ice crystal, the morale of the My army collapsed. Holding on until now, they had long been beaten to a pulp by Wu Ying. Upon hearing the Hui Ying's order to retreat, no one hesitated, they turned and fled. Press forward. The third generation Shui Ying walked out of the ice mirror and coldly uttered two words. All units advance. Yagura received the order and waved his hand to command. Mai versus Wu Ying. In the first battle lasting 4 hours, Wu Ying captured the ruins of Huogua. This place was a strategic location between Huogua and Shuigua. The number of casualties aside, this battle was a brilliant victory for Wu Ying. The third generation Hua Ying Yuanfei Risen led the remnants and retreated to the southeast coast of Huogua. There was no way to retreat further. If they withdrew any more, the enemy would invade the heartland of Huogua. Yuanfei Risen sat in the tent, his face ashen. The situation was completely out of control. The ruins of Huogua were firmly occupied by Wu Ying village, and there was no way to take them back. If those Wu Ying ninjas pushed forward even one step, not to mention that kid Xuanzhe would jump out to settle accounts with him, even Gangs Ho and the others would never let him off. Moreover, if the daimyo of Huogua found fault, his position as Hua Ying would be unstable. He could not retreat any further. If only the Whirlpool clan were still here. The thought suddenly crossed Yuanfei Risen's mind. If Jitsuan Tuanzang knew what he was thinking now, he would probably roll his eyes on the spot. First regretting Dashuan, now regretting the Whirlpool clan. Should we get you a time machine so you can go back and start over? When will those people from the north finally arrive? Yuanfei Risen shouted outside the tent. Before the war, he had sent letters asking those in the north, Chimu Xuanzhe, Chimu Shaonara Lugio and others, to finish the north and quickly move south to join him. As long as this group was present, they could at least stop Wu Ying from advancing further. The tent flap was lifted and a special jonin walked in. This man was the current head of the Yueguang clan who had taken over the position of Yueguang Jiefeng's father. He knelt on one knee, head bowed, and replied, Lord Hua Ying, the reply from the north has arrived. But why are you hesitating? Speak up. With the situation urgent, Yuanfei Risen could barely suppress his anger and almost roared. The Yueguang clan leader dared not lift his head. He forced himself to place a letter on his desk. This is the personal reply from clan leader Nara Luji. Yuanfei Risen ripped open the letter and scanned it. The more he read, the tighter his fingers clenched, nearly crushing the paper. Nonsense. These words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. The letter was lengthy, but it boiled down to one meaning. The northern front is critical. Southern reinforcements will take at least half a year. Please forgive me, Lord Huding. Yuanfei Risen nearly cursed aloud. Do you think I have no informants? Ever since the third generation Lei Ying Sun AI was killed by Xuanzhe, the Yun Yin had been withdrawing into Legua. The atmosphere in the tent was like frozen ice. The Yueguang clan leader stood aside, cold sweat dripping down his back. He clearly saw that the letter had been crumpled into a ball and thrown to the ground. The third generation Hui Ying's face was ashen, his chest heaving violently. Lord Hui Ying, the Yueguang clan leader carefully ventured. Yuanfei Risen took a deep breath. He suppressed his anger, his mind racing. Losing his temper wouldn't solve anything. The most critical issues now were two things: blocking Wine's next wave of attack and forcing those in the north to move south for support. For the first problem, he immediately thought of a solution. He would pull together the available personnel and send them to find Zilai. Although a cage-level expert couldn't turn the entire war around, he could at least delay Wine's advance. As long as he bought time, those in the north would have to come even if they didn't want to. How are Minyan and Xiaochun? The Yueguang clan leader replied, they are badly injured, but their lives are saved. Have each of them lead a team, Yuanfei Risen said. Xiaochun will go north and tell Chimu Shumao and Nara Lugio that they must send reinforcements. Minyan will secretly find Zilai and bring him back immediately. Yes. The Yueguang clan leader quickly exited the tent. 10 days later, in the north on the battlefield between Mai and Yunyin, in the main tent of the Mai camp, laughter shook the heavens. Ha! Ho ho ho! Xuanqin Xiaochun's face darkened as she glared at the two people sitting on the side seats, laughing so hard they were slapping their thighs. Chimu Xuanzhe and Qianqiu Shengshu. Xuanzhe wiped the tears from his laughter. Isn't this just too awesome? Losing a strategic military site in the first battle, losing so fast, that's also a skill. Shengshu laughed out loud. Lord Hui Ying is truly worthy of being Tuanzang's old friend. The speed of kneeling to apologize is equally fast. Haha, the elegance of the council elders hasn't changed at all compared to the old days. Chimu Shimao sitting in the main seat along with Nara Lugio, Shanzhong Hai, Chiodao Dingzhua, and Rixiang Rizu beside him all had smiles they couldn't suppress. But they didn't dare to laugh out loud like Xuanzhe and Shengshu. They could only bite their lips or cover their mouths with their hands, forcibly holding back. Xuanqin Xiaochun's face alternated between red and pale. She knew clearly that she was here to ask for reinforcements. If she still dared to put on the airs of a council elder at this moment, she would likely suffer the consequences. But making her a person who had sat at the top of power for 30 years lower her stance was absolutely impossible. Therefore she could only steel herself and put on a tone that she thought was mild. Shimao, if the people of Wuyin invade Huogua, you know how many citizens will be plunged into the flames of war. We are all people of Mai. I believe you won't stand by and do nothing, will you? Ugh, I'm about to throw up. Nawa didn't deliberately raise his voice, but he didn't hide it, either putting on a look of someone about to vomit. Udatane Kohara's face instantly turned livid, almost as green as an alien. Advisor, our situation on the battlefield is also critical. Sakumo Hatake paused for a moment, then repeated the word Xuanja had taught him earlier. It's not that we don't want to reinforce the Hokage, but we simply lack the strength. Please tell the Hokage that within half a year we will definitely finish this war, and then we will come to his aid. This time please return first. With that, Sakumo Hatake raised his hand in a gesture of farewell. You are aiding the wicked. After Sakumo Hatake's words, Udatane Kohara noticed that none of the clan heads present, Narashika Yamanaka and Noichi Akimichi, Choza Hyuga Hayashi, stepped forward to refute him. Trembling with rage, her voice laced with obvious panic, she pointed at several people and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Advisor, that's too harsh. We are merely speaking the truth. How is that aiding the wicked?" Senju Nawaki, the head of the Senju clan, rested his chin on one hand and sneered in reply. "If the advisor doesn't believe us, we can take you to the battlefield again so you can see for yourself how things stand." Go to the battlefield? Damn. After the last time he strained his back and nearly lost his life on the battlefield, Udatane Kohara swore never to set foot on one again. Wasn't it better to stay comfortably in the rear sipping tea and waiting for others to present the fruits of victory? Looking at the cold faces of Nara Shikaka Hyuga Hayashi and the others, her heart sank. Udatane Kohara's journey had been a waste. She knew in her heart that there was no hope of reinforcements. Even after being refused, this proud old woman could not afford to lose face. She snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves with force, and turned to leave with her guards, as if Xuanja owed her a huge debt. Once her figure completely disappeared beyond the tent, Nawaki lowered his voice and leaned close to Xuanja. "Brother-in-law, what do you think about?" He paused, then formed a hand knife and chopped downward. Nara Shikaku and the others standing nearby turned pale with fright. "Such dangerous matters, can't you discuss them behind closed doors?" "We don't want to hear this." Xuanja curled his lips and didn't respond. He reached for the teacup on the table, gently hooked his index finger, and flicked it upward. Whoosh! The teacup flew straight out, hitting Udatane Kohara squarely on the back of the head 100 meters away. Everyone present was stunned. But the next second the struck Udatane Kohara burst into a puff of white smoke with a bang. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Shadow clone. The guards outside the tent were all dumbfounded, staring at Xuanja. Xuanja looked innocent, waved his hand, and said dismissively, "Sorry, my hand slipped." He turned to Nawaki and said with a smile, "Did you think those old foxes would be foolish enough to come in person to see me?" Nawaki finally understood and was no wonder so many great ninja clans have fallen into the hands of these old folks. They can't fight wars, but they are masters of underhanded tactics. Nawaki clicked his tongue. There's nothing to pity. Hiruzen Sarutobi's position as the third Hokage is unstable. I just didn't expect those people to be so fragile. They got knocked down as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. Xuanja shook his head. Still, the third Mizukage intrigued him. Among the dozens of Kage in the original story, he was the most mysterious. No one knew what he looked like, what techniques he used, or even his name. According to what Udatane Kohara just said, he seemed to be from the Yuki clan, like that crossdresser Haku, possessing the ice-release Kekei Genkai. During the Third Shinobi World War, this guy seemed to have never made a move. A dozen miles from the Konoha stronghold in a small town in the land of soup. In the end, the real Udatane Kohara received the memory of her shadow clone and angrily smashed the teacup in her hand, shattering it to pieces. Hatake Xuanja, you've gone too far. On the other side, Midokado Hamura was also having a hard time. He had managed to find Jiraiya. But unexpectedly, the guy had already been on the battlefield, just not the one on the southeastern coast that Hiruzen Sarutobi was fighting. Jiraiya stood before the tent of the western battlefield, his brow furrowed. What did you say? You want me to reinforce, old man Sarutobi? He turned to look at Midokado Hamura, tapping his fingers on the table. Hamura, take a good look. Which side is more dangerous, mine or his? Midokado Hamura opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. It was true that Hiruzen Sarutobi's situation was dangerous. The Kirigakure forces could invade the land of fire at any moment. But Minato Namikaze's situation was no better. Ever since Inoki sent his son Kitsuchi with the main force of Awagakure into the battle, the situation had turned completely upside down. The opportunists from Sunagakure, seeing the flames of war shift from them to Konoha, immediately began to retreat. They left only a small unit to put on a show and go through the motions. The Konoha shinobi were furious, cursing Sunagakure's dishonor everywhere. At present, the combined forces of Kumogakure and Awagakure were more than 3 times the size of Minato Namikaze's troops. They could breach the defenses and invade the Land of Fire at any moment. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi had twice as many men as the Kirigakure forces. If not for the teacher-student bond between Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would have cursed him out loud. It was sheer madness, having more men and still asking for reinforcements from those with fewer troops. Was he brain dead or just shameless? But Mitokado Hamura tried to persuade him. Jiraiya cut him off. What's the difference between letting Kumogakure and Awagakure invade and letting Kirigakure invade? He pressed further. Old man Sarutobi still has the numerical advantage, doesn't he? Let him figure it out himself. I really can't spare the manpower here. Jiraiya flatly refused Hiruzen Sarutobi's request for aid. He was loyal to Konoha, not to Hiruzen Sarutobi as a person. The Western Front was equally critical, with even fewer men. He had no reason to travel such a distance to clean up Hiruzen's mess. When Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura returned to the camp on the southeastern coast, their faces were grim. The news they brought back was identical. The plea for reinforcements had failed. I think the Nara, Akimichi Yamanaka, and Hyuga clans all have other intentions. Sarutobi, once this war is over, we must deal with them one by one. Udatane Koharu slammed the table as soon as she entered, her anger blazing. Hiruzen Sarutobi just listened without responding. Such talk went in one ear and out the other. He paid it no heed. Udatane Koharu was just venting. Those great clans, each one a tough nut to crack. Did she think they could be crushed so easily? Even in the original world, it was only after the Uchiha incident with the Nine Tails that they lost their reputation in the village, giving the high-ranking officials an opportunity. If the high-ranking officials moved against these neutral factions now, they would immediately turn their backs and defect to Zoan's side. What about Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his gaze to Mitokado Hamura. He wants to stay on the northwestern battlefield with Minato Namikaze and Tsunade to hold off the joint assault of Awagakure and Kumogakure. Mitokado Hamura added, he's determined to stay there. I couldn't persuade him. Jiraiya, with his lone wolf wandering nature, was the hardest type to control. He had no weaknesses, and the high-ranking officials had nothing to hold against him. The situation on the Western Front is also very tense. It's not a bad thing that watching those leaks, civilian ninjas, all hyped up like they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes gleaming with terrifying intensity. If Awagakure and Kumogakure broke through the defenses and stormed Konoha, regardless of which direction they attacked, he as the Hokage would have to bear the blame. There was no escaping it. When the northern battlefield suffered a setback, Sarutobi Hiruzen could still shift the blame onto Danzo, because the enemy had yet to set foot on the land of. Once the enemy crossed the border, he as the Hokage would have to take full responsibility. No one else could shoulder it for him. Hiruzen, how do we hold off Kirigakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long while before making a decision. Order the entire army to set up camp and build fortifications along the coast. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long while before making a decision. Order the entire army to set up camp and build fortifications along the coast. If Kirigakure doesn't make a move, we want strike first. It was clearly a war of attrition. He was buying time, waiting for Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze to finish the fight in the west and come back to reinforce him. But those people were up to their necks in trouble themselves. How could they spare any thought for his plight? As for the northern reinforcements, with Xuanja holding the line, even if it took 10 years, he wouldn't send troops south to save anyone. Unless the heads of the Elder Council's F4 were all lost. Hold to the death. The second Hokage's courage is truly lacking. In the ruins of the land of whirlpools, the third Mizukage spoke, but the voice that came out was that of Uchiha Madara. A white Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground. The west is in turmoil too. Sunagakure has already begun to withdraw, while Awagakure and Kumogakure are launching a joint assault. The Fire Country's defenses are on the verge of collapse. So this is what you meant by mutual understanding, Hashirama. How laughable. The aged Madara, wearing the face of the third Mizukage, revealed a sneer full of mockery. Lord Madara, what's our next move? White Zetsu inquired. First get hold of that boy Obito, then find a chance to capture that girl as well. The words from the third Mizukage carried Uchiha Madara's characteristic calm, as if nothing could escape his schemes. From this moment on, the third great ninja war had fully erupted. In the northwest, the 3 cage-level ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze, led Konoha's forces against the combined armies of Kumogakure and Awagakure, led by the third Raikage and Huangtu. That Tsuchikage old man Inoki had yet to show himself. No one could fathom the calculations of that cunning old fox who had lived since the Warring States era. Yet even without Inoki's intervention, their forces were 3 times that of Konoha's. Tsunade and the others could only hold on by sheer grit. Along the southeastern coast, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was personally stationed. The situation was slightly better. After all, he had twice as many men as Kirigakure. But Sarutobi Hiruzen refused to take the initiative. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate, neither making a move. Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze to finish the battle in the west and come to his aid. He lacked the courage to lead his troops in an offensive to drive Kirigakure away. In simple terms, he had no confidence in defeating the third Mizukage, who was several years his senior. On the northern battlefield, Chuanja had already pushed Kumogakure's army back to the Land of Lightning. The forces of Kumogakure set up defenses along the border. Taking advantage of the high terrain, they blocked Konoha's advance. Chuanja was in no hurry to break through. He simply set up camp just outside the Land of Light. The two sides glared at each other. Chuanja was waiting for the enemy to invade the Land of Fire, or for the old farts of the Elder Council to die at the enemy's hands. This stalemate lasted for half a year. Outside Zuan's tent in the Konoha stronghold at the Land of Lightning's border, Rin Nohara, now nearly 12, had barely grown in height. Though she couldn't match Tsunade, she took comfort in knowing that Tsunade at her age was no better. Here to ask for reinforcements. Rin Nohara heard Zuan's voice from outside the tent. She quickly downed the papaya milk on the table and dashed out. Then she saw Chuanja, Shimura, Sakumo, Nara, Shikaku, and others talking to a group of Konoha ninjas. Those ninjas wore standard flak jackets with the Sarutobi clan emblem on their shoulders. The leading Sarutobi Jonin had anxiety written all over his face. But recalling the Hokage's direct order, he steeled himself and said, "Yes, Lord Chuanja. You said 6 months ago that you could spare troops for the south. Now the time has come, please. How are the four old farts of the Elder Council?" Chuanja interrupted, bluntly refusing to hear his rambling. The Sarutobi Jonin was bewildered. F4. What was that? I mean our third Hokage, the one who takes the blame, and the two old geezers who threw out their backs on the battlefield. The incident of Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado throwing out their backs on the battlefield had become a joke throughout Konoha and the entire ninja world. They are. Fine. The four lords are fighting desperately on the southern front to block Kirigakure's surprise attacks. The Sarutobi Jonin lowered his head, almost believing his own words. TCH. At that moment, Senju Nawaki, standing to Zuan's right, muttered disdainfully, "This third Mizukage is too pathetic, isn't he? Fighting for so long, and can't even kill one of them. Can this third Mizukage even do anything? After all this time, not a single one dead." Nawaki spoke without lowering his voice, throwing the words out directly. The Sarutobi clan squad that had come to ask for reinforcements looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out as they stared at him. Shimura, Sakumo, Nara, Shikaku, and the others, however, seemed long accustomed to this. Sensing their gaze, Nawaki didn't flinch, but glared back defiantly. "What are you looking at? You're not telling me you didn't know I want them dead as soon as possible." The Sarutobi squad. The clansmen of the Sarutobi family were utterly stunned. Even if they didn't know the exact details of how the Senju clan had fallen, they could roughly guess. But Senju Nawaki's blatant declaration of murderous intent toward the four members of the Elder Council still terrified them. Didn't he fear retaliation from the Elder Council? Sarutobi Hiruzen might still hold back, but the other three were all incredibly vengeful. "Nawaki." Chuanja spoke slowly. "Brother-in-law." Senju Nawaki looked up at him. "That's enough." Chuanja said only these two words, and Nawaki stopped. But his face was still filled with disgust and hatred. Chuanja felt a bit helpless. Ever since the Third Great Ninja War began, this kid, having learned of his plan to push Tsunade to the position of fourth Hokage, had become increasingly unrestrained. He would openly express his hatred for the four members of the Elder Council at every opportunity. In Nawaki's view, those four were nearing their end anyway. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to keep their seats. What harm was there in speaking his mind? "Sorry, the situation is even more tense than 6 months ago. We simply can't spare any personnel." Chuanja looked at the Sarutobi squad and said with a smile, "Give us another year, and we'll definitely head south to support the Hokage." The dozen or so members of the Sarutobi squad stared wide-eyed, their minds racing with a million thoughts. Did they think we hadn't investigated? The northern camp was practically overgrown with grass. They hadn't seen a battle in a full month, and sending troops south would take at most half a month's march. And yet he had the nerve to say they couldn't spare anyone. "Lord Chuanja, we are acting on the direct orders of the Hokage. We can't possibly return like this." The Sarutobi Jonin's face was bitter. Chuanja felt helpless too. Who would have thought that those old farts like Sarutobi Hiruzen could have held on for 6 months? Chuanja was also quite speechless. Who could have imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other oldtimers would endure for 6 months? To say he was still vigorous in old age wasn't entirely wrong. He should have signed up for 3 years in the first place. Wait, did the Third Great Ninja War really last 3 years? Are you doubting that my brother-in-law is lying? Forget who cleaned up the mess for your disgraceful Lord Danzo. Get lost. Shu barked. The moment he saw the ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the wrinkled faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo automatically surfaced in his mind. Disgusting. You. Several Sarutobi clan ninjas barely restrained themselves from drawing their blades. Damn it, what gave a mere Chunin such audacity? He glanced again at Xianzhe, who stood calmly by Shu's side. Fine. They had no choice but to swallow this insult. The southern camp erupted in chaos. 5 days later, in the Konoha military camp south of the Fire Country. After listening to the report relayed by the Sarutobi Jonin, who had rushed back, Yutane Koharu jumped up and cursed. 1 year. That bastard Hatake Xianzhe is just messing with us. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remained remarkably calm. They had long anticipated that Xianzhe would not release the prisoners. Is there anything else to report? Shimura Danzo's expression darkened. The Sarutobi Jonin knelt before the 4 leaders, hesitating for a long moment, before finally gritting his teeth and speaking. Clan leader Shu, having heard that Lord Hokage Lord Danzo and the 2 advisors were all safe, he said. He faltered mid-sentence. Speak freely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, growing impatient, urged him. He said, the 3rd Mizukage really isn't up to the task, not even able to take a single one of them with him. The Sarutobi Jonin forced himself to repeat Shu's exact words. As soon as the words fell, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who had kept their composure until now, saw flames of fury ignite in their eyes. He said that to your face? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low. Yes. The Sarutobi Jonin kept his head down. With Hatake Xianzhe and Tsunadeheim backing him, he's gotten far too arrogant. Danzo's tone carried an icy, murderous intent. Don't forget, if it weren't for the fact that he's the grandson of Lord Tobarama, we would have disposed of him long ago. How does he really think he's something? A talentless Chunin. Once the war is over, we'll have to dismiss him. Let him understand who really calls the shots in Konoha. Yutane Koharu and Midokado Hamura chimed in as well. At that moment, a Chunin from the Hatake clan stumbled into the tent drenched in sweat and shouted, Lord Hokage, something terrible has happened. The Mist Ninja have attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, exhaling smoke. Is this trivial matter worth panicking over? After half a year of fighting, they had the advantage in numbers and had mostly figured out the enemy's tactics. Even if they couldn't win, he was confident they could hold their position. This time, the Mist has sent 6,000 men. The Chunin's face was as pale as paper. What? How many did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang from his chair, and even the pipe he always held fell to the ground, breaking in 2. It was evident how shocked he was. 6,000. The Chunin's voice trembled. The other 3 were also completely stunned. Midokado Hamura, how could this be? Didn't the Mist have fewer than 3,000 men left? How did they suddenly double? Yutane Koharu, could they have recruited more from the water country? Danzo, now the forces are evenly matched. After half a year of fighting, Sarutobi Hiruzen had only about 6,000 men. That was their only advantage, but now that advantage was gone. Engage. Engage with full force. As Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted these words, his own voice trembled. He knew in his heart that holding the line this time would be difficult. Year 45 of Konoha, southeast coast of the Fire Country. Before Konoha could react, the Mist secretly moved 3,000 reinforcements from the water country. In the end, Konoha suffered a crushing defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yutane Koharu, and Midokado Hamura, who led the Konoha forces, only managed to escape. In the end, Konoha suffered a crushing defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yutane Koharu, and Midokado Hamura, who led the Konoha forces, only managed to escape the Mist's encirclement thanks to the desperate sacrifice of a group of believers in the will of fire. After this battle, the Mist army finally set foot on the soil of the Fire Country. Since the founding of Konoha, this was the first time an enemy had breached the nation. Needless to say, as the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to bear the blame. When the news reached the western battlefield, morale plummeted to rock bottom. The 3 top combatants, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, gathered urgently for a military council. Seated at the head, Minato Namikaze finalized an extremely risky plan. He decided to lead the operation personally, taking only 2 of his Chunin students deep into enemy territory. The objective was clear. Destroy the Canopy Bridge, the most critical supply route from the Earth Country to the Fire Country. Minato, have you lost your mind? Jiraiya was the first to slam the table, his face as dark as a pot. Taking just 2 little Chunin and plunging into the heart of the enemy camp. Even with your flying thunder god, it's too risky. More people would increase the risk of exposure. Minato Namikaze smiled weakly, but his tone was unwavering. The Mist army has already invaded the Fire Country. This is the only way. With that, he turned and walked out, his back resolute. Jiraiya stared at the receding figure, then turned his head to look at Tsunade, who had been silent. The old man's retirement is a done deal. You are the only one fit to be Hokage. Jiraiya stared at the receding figure, then turned his head to look at Tsunade, who had been silent. The old man's retirement is a done deal. You are the only Lord Madara, just as you predicted. The yellow flash is heading toward the Canopy Bridge with those two brats. The aged Madara on the withered wooden throne kept his eyes closed, his voice indifferent. Find an opportunity to bring him to me. What about the girl named Rin? When do we make a move? White Setsu pressed. The aged Madara was silent for a long moment. That girl is more troublesome than Obito. The sooner we get her the better. According to his original plan, he intended to wait until Obito fully recovered, then let him witness Rin's death, with his own eyes plunging him completely in. But now the situation had changed, and even this old fox who had lived nearly a century found it difficult to control. Delaying too long was too risky. Capture them together. The aged Madara finally made the decision. Keeping that girl under control, and then using her to guide Obito in the direction I want is just a matter of convenience. White Setsu spread his hands. That girl Rin Nohara is almost inseparable from Hatake Shienja. That kid can see through my true form, so it's not easy. The aged Madara smiled dismissively. This is not a difficult matter. He had already devised a countermeasure. In the main command tent, the heads of all the ninja clans had gathered. The news had already spread. The south was lost, and the Mist Army had directly stepped into the Fire Country's territory. The southern part of the Fire Country had become a complete hell, too tragic to behold. Shang Shu sneered contemptuously, curling his lip. These people are only good at scheming, useless when it comes to real work. They've disgraced grandfather's name. He shifted his gaze to Shienja. Lord Shienja, at this point we can't just pretend nothing's wrong, can we? Nara Shikaku also turned his eyes toward him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent 3 requests for reinforcements, and Shienja had rejected all of them, without a single concession. But now things were different. The enemy had already penetrated deep into the Fire Country. If they continued to sit idly by, within a few days the Mist would be standing at Konoha's front gate. Shienja nodded, his tone languid. Almost there. The goal is within reach. It's time for someone else to take that seat of the third. From the founding of my village until now, it was the first time the enemy had breached the national border. This incident would undoubtedly be etched in bold letters into the annals of Mui's disgrace. Coupled with the string of mistakes Sarutobi Hiruzen had made since the war began, his position as the third Hokage was truly unstable. Now that the objective was achieved, it was time to send reinforcements. Shang Shu clicked his tongue in regret. Pity not a single one of those 4 old bastards died. Shienja smiled, and didn't reply, instead casting a glance at his foolish elder brother. Chimu Shimao understood, immediately nodded, and gave the order, passed the word to the entire army. Break camp at once, march south to support the Hokage. Inside the tent shared by Shienja and Yara Lin, the latter was flusteredly packing the essentials. In truth, there wasn't much, just military rations, pills, kunai, and other ninja necessities. As a medical ninja, she also had to bring along some medical supplies. Shienja's packing was even simpler. He needed nothing but his Zanpakuto. Even the forehead protector he had received over 20 years ago had long been lost to some forgotten corner. Suddenly something slipped from Yara Lin's hand and fell at Shienja's feet. Shienja looked down. Tissue paper. Squinting, he saw a line printed on it. Will of Fire Girl series. My comfort, my choice, whatever those days. The big girl let out a shriek that nearly deafened him, darting over to snatch up that pack of the girl's series. Her face flushed crimson, she fled the tent like a gust of wind. Shienja stroked his chin silently, committing the date to memory. He'd make her some brown sugar water later. After all, as a caring elder, it was only natural to look after the young one's well-being, wasn't it? In the squad of Kakashi and Dai, 2 Bluffing Shuemin was the true main attacker. He planned to use the distraction of the 2 boys to infiltrate deep into enemy territory and completely sever the military supply route known as Shinwu. In terms of danger, Shuemin's mission far surpassed that of the 2 youngsters. But for Kakashi and Dai, too, given their current strength, surviving was no easy feat. Before leaving, Shuemin had made it clear, don't fight Hiden, just stall for time. All they needed was to keep the enemy from noticing him, buying him enough time to sneak into Shinwupi Bridge. Easier said than done. The moment they were spotted by a patrol ninja from Yenin, the pursuers clung to them like mad dogs, not giving them a moment's respite. Earth release rock tail avalanche. The elite Jonin leader of the Yenin, Huguang, smirked as he slammed both hands onto the ground. Boom. Kakashi and Dai too looked up to see the once smooth mountain peak suddenly sprout dense spikes, the entire cliff face exploding as massive boulders tumbled toward their heads. Damn. Kakashi's pupils contracted, but his body couldn't react in time. Kakashi, watch out. Dai too shouted even as he charged forward. His mind hadn't caught up, but his body had already moved. He slammed into Kakashi, knocking him clear. Rumble. The mountain wall collapsed entirely, burying the spot where they had stood moments ago under a heap of rubble. The pursuing Yenin squad stared at the debris. A special Jonin spoke. Those 2 brats are dead. Let's go. Not yet. Huoguang shook his head. That white-haired kid is said to be the descendant of Mui's famed Blackblade and White Fang. Taking his head back would deal a heavy blow to Mui's morale. Blackblade and White Fang. The nearby genin ninja's expression shifted as he considered the idea. So we dig him out. No. Huoguang paused for a moment. That attack might not have killed him. If he's still alive, moving the stones would only give him an opening to escape. He pointed to 3 of them. Idashi and Samashi will stay and guard. The rest withdraw. Wait a day. If the kid isn't dead by then without food or water, he'll be finished. Then we'll collect the corpse. The other genin ninjas had no objections, leaving the 3 guards behind and turning to retreat toward the border of 2 country, whether by luck or some unseen hand tugging at the threads of fate. The falling rocks had somehow failed to crush Kakashi and Daitu. The boulders had formed a narrow crevice in midair, and Kakashi had managed to slip through, but Daitu wasn't so fortunate. From the waist down, he was pinned beneath a massive stone. Daitu. Kakashi's voice cracked. Daitu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his face deathly pale, yet he still managed to grin. We're both still alive, aren't we? Lucky. Really lucky. It's all my fault. All my fault. Kakashi's knees buckled as he knelt before Daitu, his voice choked with tears. Rumble. Rumble. Above them, the sound of shifting rock echoed the entire cave, sinking. Kakashi. This place is about to collapse completely. You have to go. Daitu spoke with great difficulty. Daitu. Kakashi tried to say something, but Daitu cut him off. This is the end for me. One last thing. You have to promise me. Kakashi's throat felt blocked, and after a long pause he finally managed to choke. You must. Take care of Lin for me. I'm begging you. Daitu forced out the words one by one through gritted teeth. I promise you. Kakashi's voice was already barely a sob. Rumble. Rumble. The falling rocks grew thicker. Daitu mustered his last strength to shout, go. It's about to collapse. Kakashi clenched his teeth, quickly scanned the area, and found the thinnest part of the rock wall. He unleashed the technique he had yet to fully master. In the split second before the cavern completely caved in, Kakashi transformed into a blue streak of lightning, blasting through the rock wall and escaping. The next moment, the entire cavern collapsed with a thunderous roar. Never thought I'd end up becoming friends with that guy Kakashi. But I really wish I could see you again. Lin. Daitu's murmurs were swallowed by the deafening crash. Smack. A teacup shattered on the ground, scattering fragments. In the tent, Shin, Jinara Shikaku, and several others turned toward the sound. Yara Lin hurriedly crouched down, fumbling to pick up the pieces. Sorry, Lord Shin, I accidentally knocked over your tea. Don't touch it, you'll cut yourself. Shin just stopped her. Right, that's a job for Advisor Koharu, isn't it? Sheng Shu chimed in. What did you say? Xuanqin Xiaochun's face instantly darkened, looking as if she might devour someone. Not just her. The expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen Shimura Danzo and Midokado Hamura beside her also shifted between gloom and rage. Xianjia had previously left Shimu Shimao, the Hyuga brothers, and their men to guard the north, while he himself led the Ino Shikacho alliance and 2,000 troops south to rendezvous with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Did I say something wrong? Sheng Shu looked utterly unrepentant, adding insult to injury. What other use does an old thing like you have? You little brat. Xuanqin Xiaochun nearly fainted from fury, glaring at Sheng Shu. I am the Hokage senior advisor, and you want me to do menial work. You won't be one for long. Getting used to it early won't hurt. Sheng Shu's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Sheng Shu Koharu is still the advisor. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected in a low voice, emphasizing the word still. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, stressing the word currently as he spoke. TCH, Nawaki scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully. Let them have their glory for a few more days. Lin stopped cleaning. Xuanjia called Noera Rin to his side, his gaze fixed on the map on the table. He sneered. I never thought would be pushed to our doorstep. Xuanjia had led his troops from the south to rendezvous with Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others. The journey alone had taken over 10 days. The village hidden in the mist had not been idle either. They launched another offensive. And what was the result? The Konoha forces were still routed, forced to retreat further. The southern land of fire had become a living. The Mist Ninja were ruthless and vicious. The name, Blood Mist Village, was already taking shape in that era. The death toll and losses in the land of fire were incalculable. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself had lost count of how many letters the daimyo had sent him, cursing him out thoroughly. Looking at the map again, the Mist forces had advanced to within 200 li of the daimyo's palace, and only about 300 li from Konoha village. Don't think that distance is far. It's enough for a stealth specializing jonin to slip in silently. The daimyo's palace was already in dire straits. Xuanjia and the others could easily imagine the fire daimyo hopping mad. I really don't understand how some people with twice the troops can still keep losing back. Nawaki glanced sideways at the F4 with a sly tone. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other three turned as black as a pot. Mitokado Hamura gritted his teeth and said, "The third Mizukage born of the Yuki clan has an absurdly powerful ice release, Kekiai Genkai. His subordinate Yagura and the 7 ninja swordsmen are no pushovers. Don't underestimate the mist." Udatane Koharu chimed in. "Sarutobi is older now. Oh, it's normal for his strength to decline a bit. If it were a few years earlier, he would have crushed the third Mizukage is strong. I recall our Hokage is a few years younger, so he should have the advantage," Nawaki retorted, then added in an exaggerated tone, "No way, no way. That means it's not about age. He's just not strong enough." But Koharu advisor is right. Age does mean it's time to step down early. The F4 was completely silenced, their eyes bulging, faces turning blue with suppressed anger. The Ino Shikacho representatives all kept their heads down, pretending to be deaf and dumb, clearly unwilling to get involved. But their minds were churning. This level of verbal sparring was brutal. Even Schwanja silently gave Nawaki a thumbs up in his mind. This kid's sarcasm was practically at the level of a master. "All right, let's get down to business." Schwanja steered the conversation back. "The mist is closing in fast. The daimyo's palace won't hold out for many days. If this continues, Konoha's finances will collapse sooner or later. A ninja village's economic lifeline consisted of only a few threads: the daimyo's sponsorship, mission commissions, and the village's own industries. The fire daimyo was the most generous spender among the 5 great lords. It was for that reason alone that Schwanja had placed him on the protection list. Hokagesama and the 3 elders of the council take the forces of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans and go guard the daimyo's palace. Schwanja pointed to the location on the map. Protecting this money bag was essential. But Schwanja himself had no desire to serve that wrinkled, effeminate old man. Conveniently, those old fossils in the camp were also an eyesore. They could make a full set and go play mahjong at the palace. "You want us to be the daimyo's guards?" Mitokado Hamura's eyes widened like brass bells. Even if it was called protecting, the daimyo being a guard was essentially a watchdog. These celestial beings who had been above everyone for decades had never done such degrading work. "Hatake Schwanja, you have no military rank. You're just an ordinary soldier. What right do you have to give orders here? To the Hokage, no less." Danzo couldn't hold back, either, his voice cold as ice. If Nawaki had been there, he would have made another sarcastic remark. But Schwanja listened, his face still calm, not even a frown, his tone perfectly steady. "Oh, then let Nawaki go. He's going to be a Hokage advisor anyway, so this is a good chance for him to gain experience. The 4 of you will come with me to the battlefield." The moment those words landed, the F4 council nearly spat blood. Damn, did they shoot themselves in the foot. The battlefield. They had never won a battle in the past year, and their old bones were nearly shattered. And what did Schwanja just say? Nawaki was the future Hokage advisor. "All right, Nawaki, take a team and head to the daimyo's palace. Leave now." Schwanja gestured with his finger. "Understood, brother-in-law." Before leaving, Nawaki cast a provocative glance at the F4 and strode out of the camp. "Hey, Hatake Schwanja, what did you mean by that? Nawaki is Hokage advisor." Udatane Koharu couldn't hold back and shouted. Zuan's words had struck a nerve, specifically the entire high command's sore spot. "I meant exactly what I said." Zuan's tone was calm. "Nawaki doesn't have much talent as a ninja, but he spent years at the ninja academy and accumulated quite a bit of experience. I've long been steering him toward a political career. Being a Hokage advisor should be within his capabilities." "All right, everyone, prepare to move out to the battlefield." Schwanja waved his hand and gave the order. "Roger." The Ino Shikacho trio accepted the order and immediately slipped away. They really didn't want to be caught in this high-level standoff. "I'm really looking forward to seeing the legendary 2nd Hokage's guard squad in action." Schwanja smiled at the F4 council, turned, and walked out of the tent with Noera Rin. 5 seconds later, the sound of a basin smashing came from behind. The cruelty of war is unimaginable to those in peacetime. Take Naruto, for instance. Even with his legendary talk ninjutsu, he could never understand the life Nagato and Konan had endured. Nor could he fathom what an invading army might do to a foreign land. "I'm really looking forward to seeing the legendary 2nd Hokage's guard squad in action." Schwanja smiled at the F4 council, turned, and walked out of the tent, awed. On the shattered battlefield of southern Konoha, even the civilian-born Konoha ninjas, seeing their homeland in such ruin, could no longer contain their fury. Their bloodshot eyes reflected only the enemy's form. One thought dominated their minds: kill him. Awed. On the shattered battlefield of southern Konoha, even the civilian-born Konoha ninjas, seeing their homeland in such ruin, could no longer contain their fury. Their bloodshot eyes reflected only the enemy's form. One thought dominated their minds: kill him. The two sides collided, instantly locked in a brutal melee. Flesh and blood flew, each fighter charging as if they had nothing to lose. These guys have a completely different aura than last time, said same Hata-wielding Fuguki Suikezen, severing a Konoha ninja's neck with his blade, gritting his teeth. There were few on this battlefield who could match him. But the Konoha side fought with desperate abandon, a reckless style that sent chills down his spine. They know reinforcements have arrived. Yagura held the oddly shaped iron rod in his hand, and the moment he finished speaking, he was besieged by the combined forces of the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. Ino Shikacho. I need to stay sharp. Yagura pondered silently. Don't get carried away. Remember why we're here. Kurisuke Raiga leaped onto the tree trunk beside Suikezen Hozuki, patting his shoulder. Suikezen Hozuki turned his head, scanning the rear of the Konoha army, his gaze settling on the conspicuously white figure among the crowd. He replied in a low voice, I have it under control. The battlefield was a mess. Noira Rin stood beside Schwanja, her tall figure frowning, her voice tinged with pity. This is too cruel. Though she had seen war before, the devastation in the Land of Fire was on a completely different scale from the Northern Front. Among the scattered piles on the ground, one could even see the bodies of women and children. The blood that had seeped from them told a story of the horrors they endured. This is war, Schwanja said calmly, his gaze cutting through the chaotic battlefield and locking onto a man at the rear of the Mist Army. The man had black hair that fell to his waist, and his face was lined with wrinkles. He appeared to be in his early 40s, but his actual age was several years older than even Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. He was the most mysterious Kage in the original story, the third Mizukage. Like Haku in later years, he hailed from the Yuki clan and possessed the ice release bloodline limit. Rin, stay alert, Schwanja warned. Understood. Noira Rin retreated about 30 meters, her hands already glowing with the light of chakra scalpels, ready to join the fray at any moment. After several rounds of coordination, she had grown accustomed to staying at a distance from Schwanja, close enough not to hinder, but near enough to lend a hand. The quickest way to end this battle is to take the head of the enemy commander. Zuan's right hand rested on the hilt of his Zanpakuto, and a terrifying spiritual pressure that made souls tremble began to radiate outward. The low-rank ninjas dared not approach, their legs trembling as they watched Schwanja stride step by step toward the third Mizukage. I've already obtained what I needed from this battle. Let's wrap this up early. As the words fell, the blade had already been drawn 3 inches from the scabbard. The third Mizukage thought to himself, to possess such skill without being a bloodline ninja, truly worthy of my praise. But in the end, without inheriting the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, you can only be a mere backdrop to this world. Shing. At that moment, Schwanja abruptly drew the blade. The overwhelming pressure that had burst from his body condensed instantly into the edge, transforming into a vertical slash that tore through the air. The destructive power was immense, yet pure and clean, with no extraneous force. Everything in its path crumbled on contact, shattered on impact. Fujian. This guy. He's even fiercer than when he fought the sand during the Great Ninja War back then. Nara Shikaku and a few others who had been fortunate enough to witness Zuan's first battle during the Second Great Ninja War were now on the scene again, their hearts. The 4 elders who were entangled with the 7 ninja swordsmen had their eyes bulging like copper bells. This destructive power was absurd. So this is the power of the Konoha's Black Blade. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, those who wielded blades understood better than anyone what this single slash signified. Was this something a human could even deliver? Slap. The third Mizukage clapped his hands together, forming a hand seal, and thrust both palms outward as if to physically block the slash that could level a mountain. Ice release, ice rock dome of no. Nearly transparent ice crystals instantaneously coalesced into a diamond-shaped barrier, enveloping the third Mizukage completely, leaving no blind spots. The spiritual pressure-infused slash of Fujian crashed into the ice shield. Its speed slowed noticeably. Yet even slowed, the blade energy gnawed like a ravenous beast desperate to devour the ice wall and the man within. The defense is tough, but it's useless. Noira Rin murmured to herself. No one has ever been able to block Lord Zuan's slash. Boom. The attack and defense stalemated for nearly 5 seconds before the spiritual pressure slash of Fujian completely consumed the ice rock. Everything in its path was erased. It's done. Yamanaka and Noichi shouted. Is the third Mizukage dead, Akimichi Choza exclaimed in surprise. Nara Shikaku frowned deeply. I'm afraid it's not that simple. That man has suppressed the Hokage multiple times. Ice release 1,000 killing ice shower. The third Mizukage's voice drifted out like a ghost. Zuan's gaze swept around, calculating, did he slip away with an ice clone during that stalemate? Could a 60-year-old pull off something like this, 1,000 killing ice shower. The temperature around them plummeted. The water vapor in the air turned into countless dense ice Senbon needles, all pointing at Schwanja at the center. A premium version of Haku. Schwanja had already gauged the third Mizukage's strength. But behind this man, there seemed to be many dark secrets hidden. The next moment tens of thousands of ice Sanbon rained down from the sky. They fell without a single blind spot. Lord Xuanja, be careful, Narashikaku shouted at the top of his lungs. Xuanja moved his hands with a speed that the naked eye could not follow, his blade dancing wildly. The void seemed to be split open by the edge, and dense ripples of air spread outward, blocking the hailstorm of ice needles. Is that all you've got? Xuanja curled his lips in disdain. He flipped his wrist, and spiritual energy exploded again. A sword beam swept out, shattering the remaining ice needles, and the sword momentum thrust straight toward the third Mizukage. Ice released Twin Dragon Storm. Two ice dragons soared from either side of the third Mizukage, roaring as they collided with the sword beam, taking the blow for their master. The shockwaves from the clash of blade light and ice dragons exploded continuously, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Shards of ice mixed with blade energy flew everywhere, and even the tiny ice particles were lethal. Any ninja within 100 meters would not survive if caught in the blast. PFF. At that moment, a piece of ice shrapnel propelled by the blade energy. Xuan's eyes narrowed. He stared at the gash on the third Mizukage's waist. There was no blood. Is he really older than the Hokage, throwing out technique after technique like this? Akimichi Chose's mouth hung open in disbelief. For comparison, think of Hiruzen Sarutobi in later years. No matter how spectacular his battle with Orochimaru was, showing countless readers what a cage-level fight looked like. But if you count carefully, he didn't actually use many high-level techniques. Yet this third Mizukage was flinging a rank and above techniques, as if they cost nothing. And there was no sign of his chakra running out. Everyone present was stunned. Was this man really older than Hiruzen Sarutobi and the rest? This power is indeed beyond expectations. In an underground cave at the border of the land of fire and the land of earth, the old Madara glanced at the wooden bed beside him. On it lay a half-grown youth, unconscious, with Hashirama's artificial body attached to his lower half. He calculated in his mind, no choice. They'll have to bring out that thing. If Xuanja weren't so overwhelmingly strong, he truly wouldn't want to use that item. Slap. At that moment, the third Mizukage clapped his hands together, his hand seal abruptly changing. The cold air in the sky instantly condensed into huge rectangular ice mirrors. Demonic mirror ice crystal. Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out, his expression shifting. He had clashed with the third Mizukage several times, and each time, he suffered a heavy loss from this. If it weren't for Naruto unleashing the Nine Tails in the original story, he and Sasuke would have perished here. Moreover, the current third Mizukage far surpasses Haku in every ability capable of unleashing this technique's power to its utmost. But upon closer inspection, it was not the demonic ice crystals. The range was larger with far more ice mirrors. Moreover, unlike the demonic ice crystals, which had gaps between them this time, it completely sealed off the entire space of several hundred square meters around Xuanja. From a distance, that ice house was only as big as a coffin, trapping Xuanja entirely inside. The ice blocks closed in from all sides, creating an airtight space. Immediately after, countless shadows of the third Mizukage emerged on the ice surface. The previous demonic ice crystals required the original body to swap positions between different mirrors, but this technique saved that trouble. Here it comes, the Mizukage's signature move. On the side of the Kirigakure army, a girl about the same age as Noera Rin with winered hair and wearing a Kirigakure headband said, "I heard no one has ever walked out alive." Here it comes, the Mizukage's signature move. On the side of the Kirigakure army, a girl about the same age as Noera Rin with winered hair and wearing a Kirigakure headband said, "I heard no one has..." If the battle were lost again, the enemy would be at Konoha's doorstep. If the village fell, he as Hokage would also suffer. Break it from the outside. Akimichi Chose used the expansion jutsu to leap into the air, curling his body into a massive ball of flesh, and slammed into the ice wall. Meatball tank. Boom. After the thunderous impact, Akimichi Chose was bounced back. Looking at the ice wall, it was smooth without a single crack. How can it be so tough? Akimichi Chose's eyes nearly popped out. "You fat fool, what use is that lousy technique of yours?" Tonkawai Aaron charged over with a blade in hand, sneering coldly. "Secret art, demon mirror." Inside the ice house, the third Mizukage spoke coldly. Xuanja glanced around, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "A modified version of the demonic ice crystals. With this you think you can defeat me, eh?" He placed both hands on the hilt of his blade, channeling all his strength into the edge. 2. Slash. The sword intent of Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni. Xuanja had used this move last time to nearly split Killer Bee in half. The air trembled violently, and the sword chi slammed into the ice wall, shaking not only the ice house, but the entire battlefield. No way. The ice is cracking. They're fighting inside. Who will win? The ninjas on both sides pondered in their hearts. But the slaughter in their hands never ceased. Pretty tough. Xuanja stared at the gash split open by his sword chi, The crack was large, but it hadn't shattered. He turned his head looking at the flickering reflections of the Mizukage on the ice surface. How much chakra must have been poured in to make it so hard? The Mizukage's eyes made Xuanz's heart tighten. The Yuki clan, unlike the Senju and Uzumaki, never had chakra reserves as their forte. But this guy, something was off. The one truly startled was the third Mizukage himself. He had poured so much chakra into the demonic ice crystals that its defense could even withstand an incomplete Susanoo. And yet this kid with a single slash managed to create such a long crack. It doesn't matter anyway. I never expected to take you down with this. At that moment, countless reflections in the ice mirrors moved simultaneously, and the left eye that had been squinting slowly opened. The revealed pupil sent a chill down Xuanz's spine. The Sharingan. This thing actually appeared on the third Mizukage. The original story never mentioned this. But when it came down to it, it wasn't such a rare thing. In later times, that fool from Kirigakure, who played with scientific ninja tools, didn't he also use the Hyuga's Byakugan as a trophy? The problem was even the people of Kirigakure themselves seemed unaware of this. On the Uchiha side, there was never any word of someone's eyes being taken by Kirigakure. Ice release, ice dragon technique. Countless Mizukage in the mirrors simultaneously formed hand seals. Hundreds of ice dragons burst out from beneath the ice layer, roaring as they lunged at Xuanja. The entire ice chamber was packed to the brim. The scene was spectacular enough. But only one was real. The rest were illusions reflected by the mirrors. This one is real. Xuanja turned his blade and slashed toward his right rear. Crack. The ice dragon was shattered by the blade, turning into fragments. The other ice dragons, though not struck, also broke into two and dissipated in whoosh. Suddenly, countless black shadows shot out from the ice mirrors at terrifying speed. The ice needles in the third Mizukage's hand glowed with an eerie cold light. Same as before, only one was the real body. The rest were shadows in the mirrors used to confuse his vision. Still daring to get close? Xuanja raised an eyebrow. Ever since he took down the Rakage brothers, no one had dared to engage him in close combat. Getting cocky just because of a pair of boring. Xuanz's pupils contracted sharply. The temperature instantly soared to the extreme, and he lunged forward in a thrusting stance. Is that the move that killed the Rakage son? In the underground cave, old Madara muttered inwardly. Puff boom. The third Mizukage's body, along with the ice wall behind him, was pierced straight through, leaving a huge hole. The other illusions vanished like the ice dragons before. Xuanja frowned, spinning around to slash behind him. Another third Mizukage had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. 3 ice needles clashed with the blade of the Zanpakuto. Behind him, the pierced third Mizukage turned into an ice sculpture and shattered into pieces. Ice release plus shadow clone. Isn't that the favorite trick of that guy who always ends up in a draw? Xuanja couldn't help but snicker. An ordinary shadow clone was far inferior to this elemental variant. A clone infused with special chakra was not only more durable, but could also deceive sensor-type ninjas. In this regard, the strongest was still Hashirama Senjus would release clone. Only those at the level of Eternal Mangekyo could see through the illusion. Seeing his attack blocked, the third Mizukage immediately retreated back into the ice mirrors. Then the surrounding ice surfaces began to wildly reflect his figure, densely packed with countless images. Ice release, ice dragon technique. The Mizukage in the mirrors formed hand seals again. One after another, ice dragons roared and rose from the ice. Xuanja swept his gaze locked onto the real Boda's position, turned his blade, and cleaved the ice dragon charging from his right rear in two. Just then, the third Mizukage's real body, mixed among countless illusions, suddenly attacked from beneath the ice. Xuanja slashed using ghost fire to cut down the opponent. But the next moment, another third Mizukage emerged from behind, holding ice needles for a sneak attack. Xuanz's expression flickered slightly. It seemed that the previous scene was repeating itself. An ultimate illusion that traps one in the underground cave. Old Madara dug out his left eye, which had already lost its sight, and his voice was as cold as ice shards. Now he is locked in an infinite loop of illusion. Truly impressive, Izanami. A Fei laughed with a strange tone. To force Lord Madara to use this technique, that Hatake Xuanja is somewhat skilled. Stop the nonsense. Quickly get me a spare Sharingan. The blind old Madara's tone was gloomy. Also capture that little girl for me. Yes, yes. On the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure. Why has the sound of fighting stopped? Noera Rin, who was engaged in combat with a girl of similar age, suddenly noticed that the ice house had been silent for a long time. A strong sense of unease surged in her heart, and she muttered to herself, could Lord Xuanja be in trouble? No, absolutely not. No one can defeat Lord Xuanja. An opening. The girl with winered long hair who was fighting against her seized this opportunity and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A modest yet potent water dragon surged from beneath the girl's feet, crashing violently into Yuan Lin and hurling her against the tree trunk behind. Ah, Yuan Lin struck the tree, let out a pained scream, and tumbled down. Before she could scramble to her feet, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck. Her vision went dark and she collapsed instantly. Well done, Zhao Meiming. Before the winer-haired girl could react, Haishu Lia had already hoisted Lin onto his shoulder, grinning with a mouth full of sharp teeth. This girl is the experimental subject the Mizukagesima specifically requested. We must bring her back alive. Experimental subject. Does that mean? Zhao Meiming froze, her face turning pale. By the time she came to her senses, Haishu Lia was already sprinting toward the hidden mist village with the unconscious Lin on his shoulder. Hey, they've taken Lin. Mei Tikai, who was in the same squad, was the first to notice and yelled at the top of his lungs. Naoyang Lujio immediately waved his hand and commanded, bring her back. Yuan Lin, born into an ordinary family, was now a disciple of Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. When Tsunade became the 4th Hokage, Lin would be the Hokage's own apprentice. More importantly, she was Chimu Xuanz's personal attendant. At least in the eyes of outsiders, Lin was just a little girl who followed Xuanja around serving tea. But regardless, if Lin fell into the hands of the hidden mist, and when Xuanja emerged from seclusion to hold them accountable, none of them would have a good day ahead. Think you can rescue her? Not so easy. On the mist side, an army led by the 7 ninja swordsmen stood in front of Konoha. The leader Ziguashin had tongue sneered, don't even dream about it. The ice dragon technique was blocked once again. Inside the ice chamber, Xuanja stumbled back several steps. No matter what technique he used, the result was the same. The 3rd Mizukage would first launch the ice dragon technique. Xuanja would cut it down with his blade. The Mizukage would use an ice release shadow clone to ambush up close. Xuanja would destroy the clone. The original would strike from behind, be blocked, then retreat into the ice wall and start another round of ice dragon. Moreover, the ice walls shattered by Xuanja would silently repair themselves whenever he wasn't paying attention. He had finally understood. This technique was one of the forbidden arts among the Uchiha clan, the ultimate forbidden technique. Corresponding to Izanagi, the technique that could decide fate, Izanami, a supreme technique that traps its target in an infinite loop. If it were just the Sharingan, one could say it was stolen from the Uchiha. But this guy not only had the Sharingan, but could also use the Uchiha's highest forbidden technique. Xuanja was now almost certain of the 3rd Mizukage's identity. No wonder your chakra is so vast, and you carry the Sharingan. So it's you behind all that. Xuanja laughed. Izanami. Uchiha Itachi once said it was a technique that could only be broken by recognizing oneself. But based on Xuanz's personal experience, that filial son's words were utterly unreliable. Xuanja knew it all too well. This technique in essence was a method to force the target to completely give up resistance. As long as you struggled the Jinjutsu, to break it, there was only one way: surrender and do nothing. But once you completely let go of resistance, would that 3rd Mizukage let you off? You must be joking. The reason Kabuto Yakushi didn't die back then was purely because Uchiha Itachi couldn't afford to kill him at that moment. But still, Xuanja closed his eyes, a phrase lingering in his mind. The filial son was right. Every jutsu has a flaw, and every person has a weak. He calmed his mind, and the long mist system panel slowly materialized before him. Name: Chimu Xuanja. Sword technique: Chimu. Style: Naruto World Hawkeye Black Blade technique. One Piece World Progress. 94 Fire Release Naruto World. Kekkei Jinkai Blaze Release Naruto World Progress. 100 Body Flicker Naruto World. Shumpa Bleach World Progress. 45 Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigakunis Sword and Tint Bleach World Progress 14. 8. Xuanz's eyes snapped open. The surroundings had changed. Before him lay only a chaotic sea of fire with waves of heat scorching the air as if it would burn through everything. This was the inner world he had seen 2 years ago when he first obtained his Zanpakuto. The flames that seemed to incinerate all things slowly coalesced into an aged face. That face was enormous, its head touching the heavens and feet planted on the earth, as if the entire space could not contain it. Xuanja looked up, weighing in his mind. Even the Tintails would probably be unable to withstand this oppressive aura, right? The burning face tilted slightly downward, its pupils filled with dancing flames locking onto the tiny figure below, smaller than an insect. Boom. As before, the entire space seemed to melt from the flames, the heat so intense that one would want to flee immediately. Who? Call. Me. The flaming old face opened its mouth, its voice piercing through the crackling sounds of burning, each word striking like a whoosh. The flames surged higher, burning even more wildly. Not only did this space exist, but Xuanja himself was nearly reduced to ash. Yet wrapped in flames, his heart remained as still as dead water. The Asachi had somehow appeared in his hand. Time passed, how long unknown. Xuanja looked up. The Asachi in his hand dissolved into specks of light, floating slowly before the giant flaming face. Boom. In that instant, the raging fire that could burn the entire world suddenly fell silent. Between heaven and earth, only Xuanja and this ancient flaming visage remained. All things turned to ashes. Call out my name. This time, there was no noise from the flames, only a voice resonant and weighty crashing directly into Xuanz's ears. Like a roar from ancient times, it reverberated endlessly in Xuanz's ears. The spiritual pressure within him seemed to be drained, rapidly fading until it completely subsided. The Zanpakuto reformed and settled steadily back into his palm. But the voice still did not dissipate, echoing repeatedly in his mind. All things in the world are but ashes. As the words fell, Xuanja involuntarily opened his mouth and repeated verbatim, all things in the world are but ashes. Boom. Violent flames erupted from the blade. Xuanja drew the sword from its sheath in one breath and roared the release command from the depths of his soul, Ryujin. Damn, we can't hold them off. On the battlefield, Shanzhonghai was drenched in sweat, trembling with anxiety. He had already lost sight of Haishulia. Because he had been too eager to press the attack, he was caught by Kuririr Kushimaru of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen, who pierced his thigh with the longsword sewing needle. Standing before him now were still 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was baffling why the Hidden Mist village would invest so many high-level combatants to block them just for a little girl, without any bloodline limit. If we don't get that girl back soon, once Zuin-Sasama comes out, we'll probably all lose our heads. Xiaodao Dingzhua muttered, sweating profusely. On the other side, Tuanzang spoke coldly. Whether that kid can survive is still uncertain. The Ino Shikacho trio's faces showed undisguised disgust. With the fire already licking their eyebrows, they were still causing trouble within their own ranks. No wonder they rarely won on the battlefield. Their minds were all focused on how to deal with their own people. Boom. The moment Tuanzang's curse fell at the center of the battlefield, the massive ice cave, as large as a mountain peak, was completely devoured by roaring flames in the span of a single breath. A pillar of fire, as if piercing the heavens, shot skyward, startling even Haishulia, who had already fled over 10 li away. He abruptly turned his head to look back. In the distance, a pillar of flame that soared straight into the clouds was madly spreading upward behind him. That sky, the very edge of the entire horizon, was faintly glowing red. How could a 60-year-old old man without any system enhancement possess such an absurd burst of power? But the moment he switched to his spare Sharingan, old Madara clearly sensed it. The third Mizukage whom he had manipulated for decades had been killed. In that single instant, the contempt he had previously held for Xuanja, dismissing him as a non-bloodline ninja, vanished completely. If this were the Warring States era, the Hatake clan might have stood on equal footing with the Uchiha and Senju. Ugh. On the wooden bed, not far away, Obito, with the lower half of his body grafted with the artificial head of Hashirama, groaned in pain. Old Madara's brows knitted together. No choice, he had to fool this foolish brat for now. Madara-sama, if we can't capture that girl, what then? A white Setsu clone emerged from the stone wall and asked. Old Madara stood up and walked toward Obito, pondering for a few seconds before tossing out a line, then make this kid's injuries even worse. On the main battlefield south of the Fire Country, chaos had erupted. A massive sea of fire instantly incinerated the ice wall that had withstood the incomplete Susanoo. The towering pillar of fire shot straight into the clouds, dyeing even the horizon crimson. Both Konoha and Mist ninjas on the periphery, stunned into stupor, stopped what they were doing. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the raging flames that had swallowed the ice wall. Akimichi Chose's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist. This is... Yamanaka Inoichi suddenly recalled the 2 Hatake brothers. One wielded lightning, the other fire, and blurted out, is it Zuin's Hesama's technique? Boom. The sea of fire crackled with intense heat, and a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the flames. Before those outside could make out the face, they heard a voice's Onami, which can only be broken by accepting oneself, seemed to automatically unravel once I understood the release phrase of this sword. But it was close to I almost capsized today. As his words landed, Xuanja fully appeared before the ninjas of both villages. Even he had to admit that the technique his Onami was sinister. It trapped a person in an endless loop, forcing them to abandon their current self to escape. Yet a Zanpakuto is the truest reflection of one's inner nature. When 2 forces representing the essence of the heart collided, the world of illusion could not hold and shattered. Alright, what's the situation now? Xuanja turned to survey the battlefield. Everyone stood frozen, as stiff as wooden stakes. After a few seconds, Narashikaku was the first to regain his composure, suppressing his awe, and spoke. Zuin-Sasama Lin was taken by Haishulia of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Oh, Xuanz's brow twitched. Yamanaka Inoichi, fearing his anger, quickly defended his partner Zuin-Sasama. No one expected they would target Lin, but rest assured we will find a way to bring her back. We really didn't expect them to spring this on us. Akimichi Chosa nodded vigorously, agreeing. Right. The land of water is still far from here, we have plenty of time. Xuanja, however, mused inwardly. Back during the 3rd Mizukage's time, the Mist village had already fallen under Uchiha Madara's control. He recalled the earlier battle. The man had bled not a drop when wounded and could even use the Sharingan to release his Zanami. That fellow, besides his innate ice release bloodline limit, must have been infused with Senju and Uchiha power. Only that old fox Uchiha Madara could have pulled this off. So he did go after Lin after all. That old man never lets go of an opportunity. Don't panic, this has nothing to do with you. Xuanzhi stepped forward, his tone calm. He himself wasn't sure he could protect Noira Rin, let alone expect the Ino Shikacho team to withstand it. At that moment, the sea of fire surrounding him seemed to come alive, contracting and coiling around the blade of the Zanpakuto in his right hand. Even if a Jonin travels at full speed, it would take 2 days from here to the fire country border and another week to return to the water country. There's enough time. Xuanzhi gripped his sword with his right hand and waved his left. Command on the field goes to Nara Shikaku. I'll go myself. Yes. Every Konoha ninja present could feel that Xuanzhi's oppressive aura was even more terrifying than before. Just sensing it from afar made one feel as if their very soul would be incinerated. Morale instantly soared to its peak. Yet everyone seemed to forget. Nara Shikaku was the deputy commander while Xuanzhi held no military rank. To put it bluntly, he was a loose cannon. Where is the Mizuka-Gesama? Yagura, who had not yet been controlled by Obito, nor become the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, tried to find traces of the third Mizukage from the dissipating magic mirror ice prison. But he found nothing. Looking again at the sword in Xuanzhi's hand, which blazed like the sun, a thought he dared not believe crossed his mind. Could it be that the Mizuka-Gesama was? In that instant, Xuanzhi lifted his gaze to the few people blocking his path, each holding a ninja sword, their teeth as sharp as beasts. He narrowed his eyes. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Good enough for a test of my blade. The ordinary mist ninjas, upon seeing the true form of Ryujin Jakka, were mostly terrified and wanted to flee. At best, they could only force themselves not to show fear, let alone think of fighting. Unfortunately, ever since Uchiha Madara took over, these mist ninjas had been treated as mere tools. He never considered the mist village's development. He simply used the village as an extension of his own limbs, since he himself could not move. The order given to the 7 ninja swordsmen was only one: bring back Noira Rin. Even if the third Mizukage was already dead, this order must be carried out. To dare face death, that courage is worth a few words of praise. Xuanzhi held the blazing Ryujin Jakka across his chest, staring at the 6 men. Since you're so sincere, I'll send you off with this, the strongest blade under heaven. Stop boasting. Samahata Heihachi charged first, raising Samahata high to strike down. No matter how powerful the technique, his sword could devour it. This was the strongest of the 7 ninja swords. Oh. Xuanzhi curled the corner of his mouth. The flames on Ryujin Jakka had already died down, but the heat radiating from the blade still made one's scalp tingle. Being able to release the true name of a Zanpakuto did not mean Xuanzhi's power was on par with Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni's Shirkai. That man had trained for over 1,000 years, as Xuanzhi had only trained for a little over 30. Not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo, who had plot armor. Comparing with him was meaningless. But even so, Xuanzhi's current power was already beyond the reach of over 90% of the world's ninjas. If anyone could still stop him, it would probably only be if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara crawled out of their graves. Just as Ryujin Jakka and Samahata were about to collide, crack, spikes suddenly shot out from Samahata's hilt, piercing through Samahata Heihachi's palm, blood streaming down. What? Samahata Heihachi's face drastically changed. The nearby mist ninjas were all stunned. They all knew Samahata had its own will. But none had ever seen this. Samahata turning against its master. In agony, Samahata Heihachi instinctively let go, and Samahata clattered to the blade fell to the ground, writhing like a hare that had collided with a tiger, twisting its legless body as it desperately recoiled. Is it afraid? The speaker was an 11-year-old girl, Terumi Mei, who was about the same age as Noira Rin. Her face was filled with disbelief. Samahata actually knew. This blade is far smarter than you. Xuanzhi chuckled softly. Hoshigaki Kisame had never anticipated this turn of events. By the time he realized what was happening, Samahata had already slunk to the very back of the formation. He quickly switched tactics. The moment his hands formed seals, the long hair at the back of his head suddenly burst open, transforming into countless fine needles that shot outward. Bastard. Ninja art, 1,000 needles. Without that blade, is this all you've got? Xuanzhi twisted his wrist, and the blade arced diagonally through the air. A semicircle of flames erupted from the tip of the blade. The moment those hair needles touched the fire, they instantly turned to ash. Yamanaka Inoichi was inwardly stunned. This was completely different from the black flame Zuin's Hasama had used before. But the power was even more terrifying. Just the wave of heat felt from a distance was enough to make anyone dare not approach. Ugh. The hair needles were utterly unable to stop the flames from surging forward. In the blink of an eye, the flames licked across Hoshigaki Kisame's entire body. His thick layer of fat served as perfect fuel, and he was wrapped in a fireball, sizzling loudly. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame's companion Suikezen did not draw his blade, but instead launched a long-range ninjutsu. He aimed to strike Schwanja while also extinguishing the flames on Hoshigaki Kisame. Heh! Schwanja turned his head to glance at the roaring water dragon charging toward him, then lowered the tip of the Ryujin Jaka toward his feet. Next he traced an arc on the ground. Boom! From the spot where the blade had traced a wall of flames over 10 meters high suddenly erupted. The next second the water dragon swallowed both the flame wall and the burning Hoshigaki Kisame whole. Did it work? Suikezen shouted loudly. Hiss! Before his words had even finished, less than half a second passed. The water dragon instantly turned into a vast cloud of white steam. The originally 10-meter-high flame wall in the blink of an eye doubled in height. Hoshigaki Kisame, consumed by the flames, collapsed to the ground. He couldn't even let out a scream. He could only lie there letting the flames burn his thick fat, like firewood, growing fiercer by the moment. How is this possible? Not to mention the ninjas of the Mist Village, even those from Konoha, were stunned. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Why, when the water jutsu struck, did the fire not go out, but instead burn even more violently? Could it be that Suikezen hadn't used a water jutsu, but a wind jutsu? Is that Lord Schwanja's Amaterasu? Narashikaku had witnessed Schwanja's black flames many times, and he couldn't help but speculate in a low voice that kind of flame that never extinguishes until it has burned its enemy to nothing. But that wasn't right. The flames weren't black, were they? Had they evolved? The eternal flame is nothing more than that. Hearing Narashikaku's words, Schwanja casually replied. To be honest, the ocular powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan were all quite formidable. To the south of the Land of Fire where Konoha and the Mist clashed. That year the young Terumi Mei would never forget the scene before her eyes. A man holding a long blade that burned like the apocalypse stood at the center of the battlefield. Beneath his feet nothing remained of the ground but flames. The 6 blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were thrust into the earth beside him, their hilts pointing upward. Their masters had all been burned to ash, leaving not even a trace. In the span of just a few breaths, the 7 ninja swordsmen, the ruthless powerhouses who could dominate the Mist Village, had lost 6 of their number. Schwanja's eyes shifted. Little Terumi Mei was so frightened she fell to the ground with a thud. Monster. That was what the Mist Side said. Even Konoha's own people couldn't help but think the same word. But then again, in the hearts of the thousands of Konoha ninjas present, there was more joy than anything else. After all, he was one of Konoha's right. With such a formidable person like the first Hokage, what fear was there of the Mist ever invading the Land of Fire again? But the faces of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans were not so pleasant. They knew very well in their hearts. Hatake Schwanja, along with the Princess Tsunade, who was inextricably linked to him, had always been at odds with their clan leaders, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi. Even if they were from the same village, they were still enemies. The stronger the enemy, could they smile? Look at the faces of the 4 elders in the council. They were dark. Clean up the remaining Mist ninjas. I'm going to rescue Rin. Schwanja left behind a single sentence. Yais, Lord Schwanja. Narashikaku responded. Schwanja's figure flickered, and he vanished as if he had never been there. Damn it, what the hell is going on back there? Kuratsuchi Raiga, carrying Rin on his shoulder, glanced back while running. The flames that had nearly burned half the sky had finally extinguished. But the unease in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. The ominous premonition grew heavier. Forget it, I'll just get this one back to the village. But seriously, why did they specifically pick a little girl from Konoha? Kuratsuchi Raiga cast a sidelong glance at the still unconscious Rin on his shoulder, muttering to himself. The orders given to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were simple. Find an opportunity to capture the girl who was always with Hatake Schwanja, and take her back as a test subject for the Three Tails Jinchuriki. This was a direct order from the 3rd Mizukage. To be honest, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen could understand it. No era. Had that clan ever been known for any bloodline limit? Why did they choose her specifically? Was there no one left in the Mist Village? But the price the 3rd Mizukage offered was indeed high enough. Besides, the Mist Village had always trained its ninjas as mere tools. So the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't bother asking why, they just obeyed orders and did their job. Kuratsuchi Raiga was rushing toward the Land of Water. He didn't notice at all that in the soil beneath his feet 2 eerie figures were following him closely, never leaving. Obito turned to the original White Zetsu and asked, should we just grab that little bell girl first? It's not Bell, it's Rin. The original White Zetsu corrected him, then continued. That won't do. That girl's purpose is essentially to drive Obito to complete his psychological transformation. If she sees what we look like, it might cause all kinds of trouble. Halfway through his sentence, White Zetsu's expression suddenly changed, and he lowered his voice. Dive deeper, he's coming. He had first-hand experience with how terrifying Schwanja's perception was. Just hiding in the soil, he wasn't confident he could completely evade detection. He had to go deeper. On the surface, Kuratsuchi Raiga suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if something could take his life. Before his mind could even process it, his body instinctively dodged to the left. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. A blood hole the size of half a soccer ball exploded in his right side. Yawa. His lungs were almost shattered, and the excruciating pain caused Kuratsuchi Raiga to lose his balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Rin slid off his shoulder and traced an arc through the air. But just before she landed, an arm reached out and caught her steadily. Ugh. Erg. Kuratsuchi Raiga leaned against a large tree, both hands desperately clutching the wound on his right side, screaming in agony. But such a large gap, how could his hands stop it? To have dodged my ghost fire, you're not completely useless, it seems. With his left arm holding Noera, Rin, and shifting her to his side, Xuanja stared at the man, known as the Shame of the Seven Ninja, swordsman, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He remembered that this guy was later killed by a 12-year-old Naruto, wasn't he? Well, that was something. Zabuza and Kisame had barely managed to uphold the prestige of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, yet now it was utterly shattered. He hadn't completely evaded, but at least he had detected the ghostly flames. Xianjia almost wanted to applaud him. Rin Noera let out a muffled groan in his arms, slowly opening her eyes to see the dusty Raiga Kurisuki in front of her, and Xianjia holding her with one arm. Lord Xianjia, what is this? She only remembered losing to a girl from the mist with wynard long hair about the same age, and then she seemed such a small gap, and someone could slip in and catch you. In the future, we'll probably have to go to the bathroom together. Xianjia looked down at the girl, feeling quite helpless. No wonder in every Naruto fanfiction, she barely survives the Third Shinobi World War. The difficulty of rescuing you is just too high. Rin Nohara's face flushed. She didn't quite understand what Xianjia meant, but the phrase, going to the bathroom together, was quite a shock to her. What is this person even saying? I am a girl, you know. Sorry, I can't stay cooped up in this damned place. I have to get out. I have to return to Konoha. To Kakashi, in an underground cave. Although the old man in front of him claimed to be Uchiha Madara, which startled him, Obito quickly regained his optimistic nature and spoke with conviction. Old Madara said nothing, using his scythe as a cane to sit back down on the withered wooden chair. With his abilities, getting this brat to obediently work for him was easy enough. It's just that the key item hasn't been obtained yet. Don't think about it, said Toby, who was guarding Obito's bedside, waving his hand. Not to mention there's no exit here, your injuries won't heal anytime soon. The white Setsu next to him chimed in, don't worry, we won't charge you rent. Besides, since your lower body is a prosthetic, you can live without eating or drinking. And you don't even need to poop. Toby added another sentence. Annoying. You two disgusting things. You look like poop, and you keep talking about poop all day. Obito bristled and shouted, then looked down at his own strange lower body, which was as weird as that of those two. Everything below the waist had changed. Indeed, it was the rocks that had crushed that part of his body. Speaking of which, you don't even need to pee anymore. How convenient, right? Toby added another cheeky remark. Shut up. Obito stomped his feet in frustration, then glanced at the two. Sure enough, they were also missing that thing. Toby added another cheeky remark. Shut up. Obito stomped his feet in frustration. What did you say? White Setsu rolled his eyes, speaking impatiently. We're here on Madara's orders to watch you, not to be your lackeys. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle. It's just the kind that can make it grow back. Obito's voice grew softer, his face burning. Oh, you want to pee, right? Toby shouted loudly. Keep it down. Obito wished he could find a hole to crawl into. When he woke up and found that thing missing, it was more devastating than the sky falling. He had never even used it, and now it was gone. How would Kakashi and the others laugh at him when he returned to Konoha? What would Rin think? Thinking of all this, he even felt it would be better to die. Not needing to pee is so convenient, why do you insist on having it? Toby scratched his head, looking confused. See, it's because you're lower than us, an unevolved species. Shut up. Just tell me if there's a way. Obito was so embarrassed he was about to explode, his voice breaking as he shouted. Well, Madara has thoroughly researched the first Hokage cells and can create various organs and limbs. Go to him, maybe you can try. White Setsu said slowly. Go to him. Obito turned to look at old Madara, who was sitting on the withered wooden chair, dozing with his head down. His face turned bitter, and he muttered in his heart, it feels so hard to bring it up. He then touched his own soft, limp feet. Can a body made of this stuff really get hard? Madara, who was resting with his eyes closed, slightly opened his eyes upon hearing the nonsense of the three fools, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lord Xianjia, the remaining mist soldiers have mostly retreated to the ruins of the land of whirlpools. We have captured a total of 146 prisoners. Lord Xianjia, the remaining mist soldiers have mostly retreated to the ruins of the land of whirlpools. We have captured a total of 146 prisoners. The list is here. We plan to use these people as bargaining chips for future negotiations with the mist. When Xianjia returned with Rin Nohara, the mist forces had already been scattered. Once the third Mizukage and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist fell, they retreated back to the border of the land of fire like headless flies. Shikaku Nara handed over a statistical list to Shinja. This was the first battle won by Konoha since the war with the mist began over a year ago. Moreover, it was a decisive victory that settled the entire situation. A cage-level powerhouse could change the tide of a battle temporarily, but could not determine the outcome of the entire war. But someone beyond cage level could do it, just like the first Hokage and that Uchiha Madara back then. Those were the words spoken by the elders like Shikaku Nara's father to their children in the late Warring States period. At that time, these juniors couldn't understand at all. One person could determine the direction of an entire war. How great must that power be? They had never seen the two people their elders spoke of, nor had they witnessed the era represented by the two statues at the Valley of the End. But today the power Shinja displayed made them understand instantly. They finally understood what that sentence from their elders truly meant. The wounded Konoha ninjas around them stared at Shinja, their eyes filled with shock, fear. No one would say that the political tactics of Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi were useless. But in this place, having a strong fist was the ultimate truth. In his past life, Shinja had heard a summary about war. War is the continuation of politics. But in this world full of superpowers, it was exactly the opposite. Politics is the continuation of war. Whoever has the bigger fist calls the shots. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the tent, lowering his head with a sigh. He didn't want to admit it, but the facts were right in front of him. His era was over. Danzo's habit of cowering and scheming had flared up again. Hiding in the corner, he stared at Shinja with eyes full of jealousy and hatred. He was old now, his strength declining day by day, but the desire in his heart remained. He also wanted that kind of power to control everything. Meitarumi. Shinja scanned a name while flipping through the prisoner list. Yes, quite young, about the same age as Rin and Kai, and seems to have a Kekei Genkai. Shikaku Nara added a remark from the side. In this day and age, 11 or 12-year-olds going to war is nothing unusual. What made Meitarumi memorable was mainly the strength she displayed in battle and her eyes with the Kekei Genkai. Meitarumi was brought out of the prisoner camp by Konoha ninjas, her heart in her throat the whole way. She already knew. The girl of the same age she had defeated had a special relationship with that Hatake Shinja. Being specially summoned, could it be that they intended to use vigilante justice? The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. What lingered in her mind was the sea of fire burning like hell on the battlefield, and the figure that effortlessly took down the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist amidst the flames. Was she going to die? We're here, please come in. The guide, my guy, exuded an air of goofiness, stopped at the tent entrance, made a please gesture toward the curtain, and flashed a big white smile. Zhao Meiming was so terrified that her heart nearly leaped out of her throat, leaving her no mind to heed this fool. She swallowed hard, her scalp tingling, and forced herself to lift the curtain and step inside. SSO. Huge. A familiar exclamation rang in her ears. Zhao Meiming turned her head and glanced toward the source of the sound. The girl she had fought and defeated earlier was staring fixedly at a certain part of her body. Those round bright eyes were filled with surprise and envy. Zhao Meiming followed her gaze and looked down at her own chest. Somehow a surge of confidence welled up inside her. She deliberately puffed out her chest. Though it was only a B cup, it was already on par with the average adult woman. There was still room to grow, and the future was bound. After all, for a woman, if she could still see her toes when looking down, she wasn't a true beauty. Zhao Meiming had always been confident in her figure. You're Yera Lin, right? I'm Zhao Meiming. Let's get along from now on. She quickly scanned the surroundings, but didn't spot the figure that sent chills down her spine. Her emerald eyes darted around, and Zhao Meiming proactively approached Lin, greeting her. Hello. Yera Lin, clearly caught off guard by her forwardness, stammered a reply after a 2-second pause. Lin, want to learn some tricks? Zhao Meiming glanced at Yera Lin's chest, barely in a cup, and leaned in to whisper. Yera Lin's face flushed crimson. Zhao Meiming, of course, had her own agenda. While that monster was away, she needed to cozy up to this girl named Lin. Maybe later she could ask Lin to put in a good word, and her life might be spared. It sounded like a last-minute scramble, but it was better than doing nothing. Can you really teach me? Yera Lin, enduring her embarrassment, couldn't help glancing at Zhao Meiming's figure again, her face practically screaming, I'm so jealous. Don't worry, big sister will teach you. But later you'll have to put in a good word for me, okay? Zhao Meiming threw an arm around Yera Lin's shoulder, and the air instantly filled with a cozy, sisterly vibe. 3 minutes later. Eating and drinking alone won't cut it. You need to combine it with a regular technique like this. Zhao Meiming demonstrated on herself, personally, showing Yera Lin the moves. Yera Lin's face was so red it could boil water. But seeing Zhao Meiming's size, she gritted her teeth, temporarily shelved her shame, and followed along earnest. What are you two doing? Shinja's voice suddenly came from behind. The two girls were so startled they nearly lost their souls. Seeing them plop to the ground in such a fluster, Xianzhe felt he was the one who got the fright. He had just returned and spotted two little girls who hadn't even fully grown yet. Never mind when they had become such close friends. The tent door couldn't be locked, and they weren't afraid of being caught. Xianzhe almost thought he had traveled through time again to some unspeakable film. Though thinking about it, it might not be too bad. No, Lord Xianzhe, we were just... Yara Lin's eyes reddened with panic. She wanted to explain, but couldn't force the words out. Yara Lin was so embarrassed, she wished she could crawl into a hole. Forget it. Looks like you two are getting along. Xianzhe sat down, his gaze fixed on Zhao. Though this girl was more open than Yara Lin, she was still only 11 at heart. Caught in such an act by a man, Zhao Meiming's face was also flushed, her head nearly buried in her chest. Let me ask again, are you two getting along? Xianzhe added. The two little girls lifted their heads. Though they didn't understand why he was fixated on this question, they nodded instinctively. Zhao Meiming had initially approached Yara Lin with an ulterior motive, but as they chatted, she was drawn to the other's pure nature and genuinely wanted to be her friend. No wonder that guy Dai too was willing to turn the world upside down to protect her. Yara Lin quickly pleaded, Lord Xianzhe, please don't make things hard for Mei. She hurt me before only because we were on opposing sides. What's the rush? When did I say I'd kill her? Xianzhe raised a finger. Zhao Meiming, from now on come back to Mu Yi with me and join Lin's squad. When it's inconvenient for me to move around, you'll stick with her. This declaration left both girls stunned. What kind of game was this? Yum. Are you trying to poach me? Zhao Meiming couldn't fathom Xianzhe's intentions. Interpret it however you like. It's too much trouble to explain. I can't exactly tie this girl to my belt when I go to the bathroom. Xianzhe couldn't be bothered to mention the deal with Uchiha Madara. It would be pointless. He'd let these girls figure it out themselves. In short, this arrangement was to have Zhao Meiming serve as a protective charm for Yara Lin in critical moments. Though Xianzhe had made harsh threats, he really couldn't keep Yara Lin tethered to him 24 hours a day. For one thing, Gang Shou would immediately brand him a pervert. Zhao Meiming's current strength was indeed negligible, but if an emergency arose, she could at least function as an alarm. Mentioning the bathroom again, Yara Lin wished she could dig a hole and disappear. Sigh. I've racked my brains to keep you alive, girl. You'll owe me a big favor for this, and you'll have to repay it someday. Xianzhe curled his lip, wiped his forehead, and couldn't help sighing. He was exhausted. Would offering myself in marriage work? Yara Lin silently murmured 4 words. Lord Xianzhe, where did you go just now? Yara Lin forced herself to change the subject to suppress her embarrassment and awkwardness. Zhao Meiming showed little resistance. Given the situation, just keeping her life was already a blessing. I had Lu Jiu write 2 letters. One to the Fire Country's daimyo, the other to my brother on the northern front. Xianzhe's gaze darkened as he continued, the matter here is settled. Leave the subsequent negotiations and reparations to Lu Jiu. You two will come with me to the west, and finish this war quickly. Xianzhe had no interest in the tedious compensation details. Since Niliang Lu Jiu was right there, head, just dump it on him. Just the 3 of us. Zhao Meiming looked incredulous. The words barely left her mouth before she wanted to slap herself. Thinking back to Xianzhe's terrifying performance on the battlefield, he wasn't just reinforcements, he was on a completely different level. The power to turn the tide of an entire battle single-handedly. Xianzhe was also in a hurry, so he didn't bring anyone else west. All the necessary business was done, and he had long lost interest in this war. Xianzhe didn't think the Wu Yin would dare continue fighting after the 3rd Mizukage and the 7 ninja swordsmen were all wiped out. Only a quasi-Kage level like Shirtsong was left, and he had no chance. Even if they had the nerve, the troops stationed in the south were enough to deal with them. Who would believe a fake death? Hearing this, Yara Lin's pupils contracted sharply. However, since she hadn't joined the Minato squad, her bond with Dai too wasn't as deep as in the... Who would believe a fake death? Hearing this, Yara Lin's pupils contracted sharply. However, since she hadn't joined the Minato squad, her bond with Dai too wasn't as deep as in the original story. The reason she still felt sad was simply her nature, and because they were classmates with a decent relationship. When you get back to the village, put a flower on his grave. Xianzhe left a less than comforting remark, then signaled Lin and Zhao Meiming to prepare for departure. Xuanzhe did feel a bit of sympathy for Dai too. But sympathy aside, he had no interest in meddling in matters unrelated to him. Having managed to save Yi Yuan Lin's life was already quite exhausting. He had no spare heart to worry about whether Dai too would turn dark. It was definitely not because of gender. Xuanzhe made up this excuse in his mind. Master Xuanzhe, the letters are ready. As Xuanzhe just stepped out of the tent, Niliang Lu Jiu handed him 2 prepared small scrolls. Xuanzhe opened one of them. It was addressed to the daimyo of the whole country. In short, the content was Xuanzhe negotiating terms with the daimyo. Once the war ended, a high-level council would be convened immediately in the whole country to elect the next Huang. The other scroll Xuanzhe didn't bother to read was addressed to Baya. It told him to lead the northern troops westward and meet up with him. Master Xuanja, we are. Two young ladies came out from the tent behind and called out. Xuanja placed the scroll back into Nai Liang Lujio's hands. Handle matters here. Understood. Nai Liang Lujiu nodded in agreement. Xuanja turned around and strode out of the camp with the two sizable girls beside him heading straight toward the western front. That was the territory of my Yun-in and Yin-in. The three figures soon disappeared from sight. Nai Liang Lujio withdrew his gaze and planned to go back to work. He still had to negotiate the post-war compensation terms with Wu-in, a bunch of messy business. The next Shui-ing is most likely that kid Go-ju shirt song, right? Nai Liang Lujio muttered to himself. But before he could take 2 steps, the person he least wanted to see appeared before him. Tuan Song forced a smile and asked, Lujio, could you let me take a look at those 2 letters? Playing nice was originally the persona of his old rival Yuan Fei Rijan. At his smile, Nai Liang Lujio felt extremely uncomfortable. No, Lord Tuan Song. Without changing his expression, Nai Liang Lujio casually tucked the scroll into the ninja tool pouch at his back. This is classified. Tuan Song's brows knitted together, his tone laced with threat. I am a member of the My Elder Council. All classified matters fall under my purview. Give you a little kindness and you actually think I'm afraid of you. Well, playing the good guy really isn't his strong suit. He broke down in 2 seconds. No wonder he's always been outmatched by Yuan Fei Rijan. Soon you won't be. Nai Liang Lujio's words weren't particularly harsh, but his tone had lost all former politeness. With his intellect, he had already seen the era of the Elder Council was over. If he handed the letter to Tuan Song today, Xuanja would come to deal with him tomorrow. On one side was a person at his peak whose strength was still growing, comparable to the first Hokage and Ujibwa Ban of that time. On the other side was an old fool whose strength was waning day by day, with 1 foot already in the grave. Not to mention that Nai Liang Lujio was smart. Even an ordinary person would know which side to choose. I have matters to attend to. He'll take my leave, Lord Tuan Song. Nai Liang Lujio walked away without looking back. Bastard. Bastard. Tuan Song stared at Nai Liang Lujio's receding figure, grinding his teeth in fury. Gang Shou hadn't even settled into the position of Hua-ing, and already the clan heads dared to treat him like this. When she actually took office, what would become of things? No. Can't just wait to be struck. Must think of something. Tuan Song, don't act rashly. Yuan Fei Rijan walked over from the side, placing a hand on Tuan Song's shoulder, his voice low. He's waiting for you to make a move. Tuan Song was startled. What do you mean? The atmosphere in the tent grew tense. Gcun Tuan Song's eye twitched as he turned to look at this old acquaintance whose relationship had cooled to freezing point. Do you think with Chi Mu Zuan's temperament, he wouldn't want an opportunity for revenge? He's just waiting for us to show our weaknesses first. Yuan Fei Rijan's words were far more insightful than Tuan Song's. Whether in skill as a ninja or in political maneuvering, he was a step above Tuan Song. But neither of them expected that Nai Liang Lujio, as soon as he left their sight, was hiding in the corner of the tent watching everything clearly. Having heard that conversation, he immediately rewrote a letter to pass on the exact contents of Tuan Song and Rijan's secret talk to Xuanja. At this critical juncture of transition between old and new, one must pick a side quickly enough. That was the way of the Nai Liang clan. What a pity. Yuan Fei Rijan's title of strongest Hua-ing is not an exaggeration from certain angles. Xuanja was on his way to the western battlefield holding the letter sent by Nai Liang Lujio. After reading the contents, he couldn't help muttering. Zhao Meiming blinked her big eyes, curiously leaning in to see. Xuanja glanced at her sideways, and she immediately shrank back. Xuanja found it amusing. This leftover woman was quite interesting when she was young. Yuan Fei Rijan's guess was correct. Xuanja was indeed waiting for the Elder Council to make the first move. As long as they dared to strike, he would have a legitimate reason to wipe them all out. That old fox Tuan Song had indeed taken the bait. Unfortunately, this plan was seen through by Yuan Fei Rijan at a glance. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of political acumen, Yuan Fei Rijan truly deserved the title of strongest Hua-ing. But Xuanja wasn't too disheartened, just a bit regretful. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Northwest of the whole country. Inside the My outpost against Yun-in and Yin-in. Mr. Xuanja, long time no see. As Xuanja stepped into the outpost with Yi Yuanlin and Zhao Meiming, Shi Rihong ran over quickly, shouting excitement. Xuanja reached out a finger and flicked her forehead gently. Ouch! Shi Rihong covered her forehead, glaring at him pitifully. Mind the occasion, it's not good for appearances. Xuanja casually tousled her slightly wavy hair. Hong, long time no see. Yi Yuanlin stepped forward, took Shi Rihong's hand, and said with a smile. Lin, I missed you so much, huh? Shi Rihong was about to smile back when she suddenly noticed Zhao Meiming beside Yi Yuanlin and the pair that was impossible to look away from. So big. Hong couldn't help muttering. Lin quickly covered her face. Wasn't this exactly the same as when she first met Zhao Meiming? Zhao Mei Ming arched her back, making the curve even more exaggerated. What's the use of growing that big? They'll sag sooner or later. Hong cursed in a low voice. The volume was just right. Zhao Mei Ming could definitely... Sour. So sour. Zhao Mei Ming shot back immediately. These two women have always been at odds with each other. Now meeting for the first time, they were once again in a confrontational stance. She would definitely be a drama queen in the future. You two don't be like this. Captain Dragonfly Lin rushed over to break up the fight. While the three big girls were making a fuss behind them, Xuanja was already face to face with Gang Shou, whom he hadn't seen for nearly 2 years. Come give me a hug. Xuanja grinned mischievously and opened his arms. Get lost. Gang Shou punched him in the chest with irritation. Still the same old flavor. Master Xuanja. Bo Feng Shui Min and Zilai Yi also came up. Stop the nonsense, let's get this mess over with quickly. Xuanja waved his hand. As straightforward as ever. Bo Feng Shui Min gave a wry smile and turned to lead the way. This way, please. As Bo Feng Shui Min and Zilai Yi walked at the front, Gang Shou beside Xuanja suddenly stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips to his. Still that familiar feeling. The three big girls behind them had varied yet all shared the same thought. This dog food was truly cloying. After the successful ambush at the Canopy Bridge, the crucial passage between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire was severed. Iwagakure's supply lines were completely cut off. The battlefront gradually stabilized. But to end this war once and for all, a decisive blow was still needed. Uncle. After Minato Namikaze finished briefing the battle situation, a white-haired youth sidled up to Xianzhe. Your eyes. Seeing that Kakashi's eyes were intact and unchanged, Xianzhe was taken aback. What's wrong with my eyes? Kakashi asked curiously. Nothing. Xianzhe changed the subject. I heard about Obito. How did he pass? Obito saved me. In the last moment before the cave collapsed, he shoved me out, and then he was crushed. At the mention of this, Kakashi's spirit completely deflated. Shizune and the others quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Minato Namikaze was also filled. Sunagekyu's supply lines are utterly severed. They can't hold out more than a few days before retreating. Once those main forces withdraw, we can focus on dealing with the remaining Third Hokage and his troops. After saying this, Minato smacked his forehead, forcibly suppressing his emotions, and turned to look at Xianzhe. Xianzhe did not respond. He was pondering another matter. If Inoki came in person, he would like to test whether his own fire could burn through that accursed Keki Toda. But this time Iwagakure dispatched his son Kitsuchi to lead the campaign. The old man never showed his face. That took the fun out of it. He switched targets. The Third Hokage was a more suitable opponent. As he strode out of the main tent, Xianzhe leaned close to Tsunade's ear and lowered his voice. They'll find you tonight. Tsunade's face flushed crimson, and she turned to glare at him. But the moment their eyes met, she knew she wouldn't escape tonight. After holding back for so long, it was time to settle the score. Back during the Second Shinobi World War, Xianzhe had wanted to do something unspeakable with Tsunade in the camp tent. But Tsunade had steadfastly refused, putting on a facade of dare to come and he'll fight you to the death. Xianzhe considered himself a man who knew his limits, and besides a few kisses, he had never crossed the line. The problem was nearly 2 years had passed. Who could endure that? When night fell from the female ninja's tent came Tsunade's suppressed muttering. Are you asking for death? I'm telling you, don't mess around, or he'll really get mad. Keep your voice down, Xianzhe's voice followed. The tents around are all female ninjas, what's there to fear? I'm telling you, even if the Sage of Six Paths showed up today, he couldn't stop me. I said so. Just like the northern front, the men's and women's quarters here were also separated. On the march, conditions couldn't compare to the village, but propriety still had to be observed. Female ninjas were few, all housed in the inner corner of the outpost. Hinata Hyuga recalled that when Jiraiya was young, he had once tried to sneak into the women's bathhouse, only to be caught red-handed by Tsunade, nearly ending. Hinata Hyuga recalled that when Jiraiya was young, he had once tried to sneak into the women's bathhouse, only to be caught red-handed by Tsunade, nearly ending his life on the spot. Later, Jiraiya himself said that was the closest he had ever come to the gates of hell. Just as Kurenai Yuhi finished setting up her tent and was about to catch her breath, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Rin Noera staring at her. Kurenai, what are you doing here? Kurenai Yuhi jumped startled. When she recognized the newcomer as Rin Nohara, she quickly pressed her index finger to her lips. Shoo, keep your voice down. She beckoned again, the meaning clear. Sister, come over here. What's up? Rin Nohara, intrigued, crouched and crept over to her side. From inside the tent, Tsunade's voice rang out again. So what if all the tents around are female ninjas? What's up? Rin Nohara, intrigued, crouched and crept over to her side. From inside the tent, Tsunade's voice rang out again. Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Noera simultaneously screamed in their hearts, woof woof woof. Before long, sounds of a scuffle came from the tent. The two young girls could tell that Tsunade was desperately stifling her voice, trying not to cry out. Rin Nohara's face was so red it seemed ready to bleed. She lowered her voice and hissed at Kurenai Yui. Well, Kurenai, you actually. Don't play innocent. Do you dare say that when you were training under Lady Tsunade back, then you never peeked? Kurenai Yui pouted, her meaning clear. Don't laugh at each other. You? How did you know? Rin Nohara wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. Of course Kurenai didn't know, she had just made a wild guess. Who would have thought that silly girl Rin was so easy to fool? After who knows how long, the commotion inside the tent still hadn't stopped. Mei Terumi waited in her tent for ages without seeing Rin return, so she finally came out to look for her. She had only taken 2 steps when she saw Rin Nohara and that Kurenai Yui, whom she couldn't stand, huddled together pressed against the side of another tent. The 2 young girls' faces were flushed beyond belief, completely unaware of her approach. And then, the group gained one more person. The 3 young women about the same age later had no idea how they made it back to their own tents. The next morning Shizen found all 3 of them looking groggy and unrefreshed. Shizen, why are you alone? Where are Kurenai and Rin? Tsunade's complexion was ruddy, but every bone and joint in her body ached with fatigue. She frowned, seeing only Shizen reporting for duty. Couldn't wake them, so I came alone first. Shizen scratched her head. She had gone to bed early last night and had no idea what she had missed. Forget it. They probably traveled too far from the south. Training is cancelled today. I'm going back to lie down too. With that, Tsunade herself was overcome with drowsiness. Better go back and lie down. Xianjia didn't put on any special airs in the tent. He shared a bunk with Jiraiya. But since last night Jiraiya hadn't seen that fellow come back to sleep. He didn't need to use his toes to guess what he had been up to. Jiraiya morning. Xianjia with a mop of messy white hair greeted him casually. Jiraiya's mouth twitched a couple of times. He wouldn't admit that he was burning with envy. He forcibly changed the subject. This war has dragged on, and the old man has made quite a few mistakes. Neither Xianjia nor Tsunade had ever told Jiraiya outright what they intended to do. But Jiraiya wasn't stupid. Just hearing that these 2 had volunteered to come to the front line made him smell something wrong. Jiraiya had arrived only halfway through the war, but from his disciple Minato Namikaze he had already heard many things. Even someone as politically oblivious as him could see it. Xianjia chuckled, a hint of mischief in his tone. Jiraiya's expression darkened and he asked in a low voice then, will you take matters into your own hands? Jiraiya's loyalty had always been to Konoha itself, not to any individual in the high ranks, even if that person was his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, later on when Orochimaru confronted Hiruzen Sarutobi, he wouldn't have stood by and watched. Nor would he have said to Tsunade, if you help Orochimaru destroy Konoha, he'll kill you. But now, before the affair with Naruto, Jiraiya was still hesitating over his teacher. The final straw that would break him had not yet fully appeared. He still retained some affection for his teacher. If Xianjia or Tsunade were to strike, he was conflicted, well, even though there was still a bit of emotion. But thinking of the fate of the Senju clan and the plight of Tsunade and Nawaki, he seemed to have no grounds to stop them. Live for yourself. Xianjia left only that sentence and turned away. Jiraiya appeared to be the most carefree of the 3 ninja, but in reality, he bore the heaviest burden. His entire life had been dictated by the Toad Sage's prophecy. The Hidden Rock forces withdrew and White Fang headed west to rendezvous. Then they would launch a full-scale assault on Hidden Cloud, bringing this war to a decisive end. Such was the plan conceived by Minato Namikaze, the frontline commander of the western battlefield. Minato was certain Hidden Rock would retreat. They had deployed a full 10,000 troops on the front line. The daily consumption of supplies, food, weapons, and everyday necessities amounted to an astronomical figure. If logistics faltered, this colossal army would instantly become cumbersome and sluggish. Yet what he never anticipated was this: after the destruction of the Canopy Bridge, the critical military route connecting the land of earth and the land of fire, Huang Tu leading that 10,000-man Hidden Rock force did not retreat to the land of earth. Instead, they pivoted and aimed at the Hidden Cloud troops. And now Hidden Cloud was sandwiched between Hidden Rock to the north and Konoha to the south, like a piece of meat between 2 slices of bread. Haha, this is going to get... Upon hearing this news, Xianjia laughed so hard he slapped his thighs. He recalled that in the original story the Third Hokage had been surrounded and killed by that very 10,000-man Hidden Rock army. He had thought that his own interference, like a butterfly flapping its wings, would prevent that from happening. But it seemed as if the world line was forcibly correcting itself, and the Third Hokage was destined to meet his doom. Of course, the notion of world correction was nonsense. Hidden Rock's move had its own strategic calculus. The destruction of the Canopy Bridge, the vital military artery linking the land of earth and the land of fire, had sealed the fate of their invasion of the land of fire. It was an irreversible fact. Yet having mobilized 10,000 troops, how could Anoki bear to return empty-handed? Every war consumed not only lives, but also immeasurable financial resources. Not making a profit was equivalent to suffering a crippling loss. Such was the nature of war. If the land of fire was out of reach, wasn't Hidden Cloud a ready target? Moreover, the Third Hokage's force numbered less than 2,000 in total. Wasn't that an obvious soft target? Capture that old man, the Third Hokage, and extort a hefty ransom from the Land of Lightning. At least they had to recover their costs, right? So last night Huang Tu personally led a night raid surrounding the Third Hokage and his less than 2,000 Hidden Cloud. The battlefield situation is ever-changing, but I never expected it to shift this fast. In the main command, Tenjiraya clicked his tongue and turned to his disciple. Minato, the situation has changed. What's your plan? Minato Namikaze rubbed his forehead, also feeling a headache. This had completely derailed their original plan. Strike while the iron is hot. Join Hidden Rock to encircle Hidden Cloud. The current head of the Inuzuka clan, also the mother of Inuzuka Kiba, Inuzuka Itsum, bared her teeth and said, Hidden Cloud has killed so many of our people from Konoha. This is a golden opportunity. Woof! Her ninja dog barked in agreement. Xianzha glanced sideways and muttered inwardly, you people with your dog family. Is it really appropriate for you to say strike while the iron is hot? If we do that, even if we drive back Hidden Cloud, can you guarantee that Hidden Rock will withdraw obediently? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and spoke. I think we should wait until the two sides have worn each other down, then make our move. Minato pondered the opinions of the two clan leaders and felt that Fugaku's suggestion was more prudent. After all, the flames of war wouldn't reach Konoha anytime soon. Waiting for the two sides to fight like the snipe and the clam, and then reaping the benefits as the fisherman wasn't a bad idea. That won't do. I've already made a pact with the daimyo. The war must end before the end of the year, and a council will be convened to select the new Hokage. Just as Minato was about to follow Fugaku's suggestion and make a decision, Xianzha's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Xianzha continued, there are less than 3 months left until the end of the year. Time is tight, and we don't have the leisure to wait for them to finish fighting. Normally Xianzha wouldn't mind watching Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud tear each other apart. But 2 days ago he received a reply from the daimyo. The daimyo said that supporting his bid for Hokage was negotiable. After all, Hidden Mist had invaded the Land of Fire, and the daimyo himself had suffered heavy losses, harboring a deep grudge against Hiruzen Sarutobi. The daimyo also realized that this hero of the shinobi world was no longer fit to sit in the Hokage's seat. However, as soon as Xianzha brought up the matter, the daimyo saw a business opportunity. He demanded that Xianzha clean up the war before the end of the year. After all, every additional day of fighting meant more money the daimyo had to pay out. Xianzha knew full well that the sly old man was using the Hokage position as leverage. But he didn't feel like wasting words with that effeminate old man. Since that was the case, he would just get things done quickly. Hearing this, everyone present felt a tightening in their... So a change of Hokage was indeed coming. But Lord Xianzha, given the current situation, wouldn't it be better to wait and see? Minato hesitated and spoke cautiously. He was considering the casualties. Now was not the time to act. Yet he feared angering Xianzha, so he didn't voice his opposition too bluntly. This was a man who could unseat the Third Hokage just because he didn't like him. Do you know how much we lost in the southern region that Hidden Mist occupied? Xianzha asked abruptly. Minato was taken aback, not understanding why Xianzha suddenly brought this up. After a 2-second pause, he shook his head. But he had heard that the situation was dire. Compared to the brutal style of Hidden Cloud, Hidden Mist shinobi were even more ruthless. He could roughly imagine what it... I've already had Shikaku negotiate reparations with Hidden Mist, but I don't think we can squeeze much money out of them. Xianzha counted on his fingers and continued. At dawn, the Hidden Cloud army's encampment had not yet fully settled. Hidden Rock had launched another stealth attack in the dark, and although it was repelled, the camp was littered with wounded soldiers and charred banners. The Third Hokage stood in the command tent, the wooden table beneath him shattered into several pieces, broken by his own fist. The man known as the strongest Hokage had suffered no serious injuries, but the morale of his entire force had plummeted to rock bottom. Their former ally Hidden Rock had suddenly turned against them, and the betrayal was brutal. The casualties Hidden Cloud had suffered in this campaign were staggering. If they continued fighting, it wasn't just about winning. They might not even be able to retreat safely. More critically, Hidden Rock's 10,000 troops had already cut off their escape route. What's Konoha's move? The Third Hokage suppressed his anger and turned to his aide Mabu. Mabu bowed his head and spoke cautiously. They haven't moved yet. They're probably waiting to watch the show, waiting for us and Hidden Rock to wear each other out before swooping in to pick up the scraps. Cunning. The Third Hokage cursed under his breath, but inwardly he was relieved. If Konoha joined in now, they would be caught in a pincer and Hidden Cloud wouldn't be able to hold out. Lord Hokage, I've already sent word back via summoning beast. Reinforcements are on the way. Even if you are the only one left, you must break through. Mabe's eyes were resolute as he spoke. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rock camp on the other side, a short, old man floated in midair. He was less than 1.5 meters tall, withered and dry like an old tree stump. This was the Third Hokage Onoki, who had not yet taken the field personally. Now he had finally arrived at the front lines. Konoha is probably waiting for us in Hidden Cloud to cripple each other before they come out to collect the spoils. Onoki twitched his large nose and snorted coldly. A fine calculation, but I won't let them have their way. They'll take the field myself in the next battle, capture the Third Hokage, and then immediately withdraw. I won't give Konoha even the slightest chance. He arrived at the front lines in secret, accompanied by only a few people. Onoki calculated clearly in his mind. Staging such a grand display was not solely for battle, but to blind the spies of other villages and seize the opportunity to strike a devastating blow against Kumogakure. His true objective was to capture the Third Hokage alive, thereby extorting a hefty ransom from Kumogakure. In this way, Awagakure could recoup the astronomically high military expenses burned through in this war with interest. Father, when is the next wave of attack? Huangtu asked from the side. Onoki squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, Kumogakure must have already sent someone to the Land of Lightning for reinforcements. We need to capture that old Third Hokage before their backup arrives. He slammed the table fiercely. Issue orders to the entire army, launch a total assault the day after tomorrow, and wipe out all those Kumogakure scoundrels in one go. But then again, everyone knows how to calculate, but the methods differ. Kumogakure had its own calculations. Awagakure had its own calculations. As for Konoha, naturally, it would not remain idle. Dad. Seeing that familiar figure, Kakashi rushed over in 3 steps, and 2 plunging into the other's embrace. Without that Sharingan, it was uncertain whether he could still maintain his trademark ability of a 50-50 match. Kakashi, I'm glad you're safe. Hatake Sakumo patted his son's head, his tone filled with relief. I heard that your teammate sacrificed himself to save you. He was a true hero. 2 days ago, he received an urgent letter from Shuanja, asking him to come alone as quickly as possible. If he had brought along the likes of Hyuga Hayashi and the others, the journey alone would have taken at least another week. Kakashi nodded firmly. Although he did not obtain Obito's Sharingan, he had already made a decision in his heart. From now on, he would carry on with Obito. As for the last thing Obito entrusted to him, to protect Rin Noira, Kakashi quietly turned his head and glanced at the figure not far away. Ever since Rin Noira arrived here with her uncle, every time he saw her, she was like a little tail following her uncle around. How could she need his protection? Heidao White Fang Yellow Flash 2 of the Sannin and the Uchiha clan. Terumi May looked at the people before her and couldn't help sighing. It's truly enviable. No wonder the villagers always say Konoha is the cradle of geniuses. Just the cage-level powerhouses she saw here numbered no fewer than 5. And that Hatake Shuanja had already surpassed the Kage level. If that last of the Sannin Orochimaru had not defected, the cage-level combat power of Konoha alone might have matched the combined total of all the villages in the ninja world. Shuanja found Terumi Mice Lament amusing. Had he not intervened, Konoha's cage-level combat power in the original timeline at this period would have been, at least by the time Minato Namikaze became Hokage, Orochimaru would be about to defect. By then, the entire village would only have him and Hiruzen Sarutobi as the 2 cage-level pillars. Shuanja clapped his hands twice, drawing the attention of the white-haired father and son. All right, let's put aside the heartwarming family scene for now and talk about serious matters. He spoke bluntly. Kumogakure must have already redeployed the reserve forces left in the Land of Lightning to the front lines. Awagakure will also take this opportunity to launch a total assault. The Third Shinobi World War will end now. You plan to strike at both Kumogakure and Awagakure simultaneously. Hatake Sakumo, though long aware of his younger brother's audacity, couldn't help but gasp. This is too bold a move. Let's get this over with quickly. Shuanja curled the corner of his mouth and led the 3 little girls, no 3 young ladies, turning around and leaving. Before leaving, he deliberately glanced at Rin. How long did it take for that kid Obito to recover from his injuries? He remembered it was a few months or half a year. Calculating the days, the battle at Canopy Bridge had only been a little over a month at most. But once the war ended, that old schemer Madara Uchiha's attempt to strike at Rin would become several times more difficult. Had he truly let go, or did he still have some hidden move? In the mountainous region between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Now this place had become a battlefield between Awagakure and Kumogakure. On the Awagakure side, a vast army of tens of thousands. On the Kumogakure side, after being repeatedly ambushed and tricked, the remaining number was less than 1,000. Even though the Third Hokage's strength was at the peak of cage level, facing such a formation, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Especially when he clearly saw the big-nosed little old man floating in midair. He ground his teeth almost to powder. What a surprise. Who would have thought that old thing Inoki would come to the front lines himself? Suki's face was also terribly gray. All the roads around were blocked by Awagakure ninjas. A tenfold difference in troop strength left the remaining 1,000 or so Kumogakure ninjas almost completely despairing. Everyone listen to my orders. Suchi waved his hand sharply and shouted at the top of his voice, all of you disperse and break out. cut a path to survival for the Rikijessima. Given the current situation, normally one should gather the remaining forces into a fist and strike hard in one direction. But Inoki's dust release would touch it and you're basically dead. If they all crowded together, it would play right into the enemy's hands. The only way to survive now was to scatter the men. Try to buy the third Raikage a chance to escape. Halfway through his words, Tsuchi turned his head again and repeated what he had said before to the third Raikage, Rikijessima. Even if only you survive, you must break out. Tsuchi was stunned by his words, his expression frozen. Rikijessima, your survival alone is more important than all of us, thousand. Tsuchi almost roared, his voice trembling. Lord A is no longer with us, and the position of the next Raikage in the village is vacant. If you also fall, no one dares to imagine how chaotic the village will be. These words struck the third Raikage's ears, leaving him speechless. Just then Inoki floated into the air, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Why think so much? None of you will escape. Old fool. The third Raikage's anger, which he had just suppressed, surged back up instantly. Inoki wasted no more words. He brought his fingers together, forming a triangular hand seal. Chakra surged wildly in his palms, instantly transforming into a translucent orb of light, which then became a massive beam of light shooting straight toward the third Raikage. As slow as if not moving, the third Raikage roared, his lightning-released chakra armor exploding instantly as he flashed like a bolt of lightning, barely dodging that dust release. Even a tough guy like him, known as the strongest shield, dared not use his body to withstand that thing. Hell stabbed four-finger strike. Before the lightning light had faded, the third Raikage's figure had already appeared behind Inoki. His right hand, with 5 fingers together like a blade, thrust straight toward Inoki's back. It was clear that he was truly determined to kill this old man. He revealed his trump card right from the start. Humph. Inoki snorted coldly. Behind him, led by his son Huang, 2 dozens of Iwanin moved simultaneously. Earth release, earth rising spear. At least 50 Iwanin formed hand seals at the same time, slamming their palms onto the ground. In an instant, the ground beneath the third Raikage cracked open and countless earth spikes burst out from the crevices, densely covering half the battlefield. The third Raikage's speed was indeed incredibly fast. Not only in awakens, but across the entire ninja world, few could match his pace. But if your attack range is so large that he can't dodge it, then running fast is useless. What a... The third Raikage's expression instantly changed. Earth release of this level couldn't break through the lightning release armor on his body. But the problem was, the IWA ninja army had started attacking the 1,000-plus Kumogakure ninja. He was different from that guy Tuanzong. Someone like Tuanzong, even if he watched Konoha fall, could still keep a straight face and say, for the future of Konoha, this sacrifice is nothing. That kind of nonsense. The third Raikage. The original story had it written, he carried on alone to the very end to protect his comrades. From this, you could see his temperament. At this moment, watching the Kumogakure ninja fall one by one within the encirclement of the IWA ninja, their faces twisted with agony. Rage flared up in his heart, and he no longer cared about chasing Dayemo. He turned around and charged back to rescue his subordinates who were trapped in a hopeless situation. Lord Raikage, what are you thinking? I told you not to worry about us, just find a chance to escape. Tai saw the third Raikage running toward him and shouted himself hoarse in desperation. Dayemu curled his lips, sneering with disdain. Indeed, a brainless brute. First he'll cripple one of your legs, then take you back slowly. He formed hand seals, aiming at the third Raikage's left leg, which was turned away from him. From the very beginning, he intended to capture him alive, using the third Raikage as a bargaining chip to extort a huge sum from the Land of Lightning. So the life had to be preserved, but he couldn't be allowed to run around freely. First break a leg. Dad? Behind you. Huang Tu's voice suddenly exploded. Dayemu's face changed instantly, and at the same time, he sensed a dangerous presence behind him. He twisted his head abruptly and saw a flash of blue lightning. Exactly like when fighting the third Raikage. Who? The speed was almost comparable to the third Raikage. Lightning cutter. The blade in Chimu Shuomo's hand was wrapped in lightning, and he stabbed straight through Dayemu's body. But the next second he realized he had stabbed nothing but a clump of earth. Dayemu had escaped using the substitution technique. Earth release substitution fast enough casting. However, Chimu Shimao stabilized himself in midair, the blade in his hand still crackling with lightning. He suddenly exerted force and threw the knife forcefully to his lower right. The blade precisely sliced across Dayemu, who was flying low. There. Dayemu never expected that after he had just used the earth substitution to dodge, the opponent could still pursue and cut off his escape. No time to form hand seals, he could only twist his body to dodge. The electrified blade grazed his side. The intense pain caused him to fall straight from midair and crash onto the ground. Get out of the way. A blazing flame as dazzling as the sun upon touching a human body burned the Kumogakure and IWA ninja in front to nothing, body and soul alike. Xuanja held a flame blade in his hand, forming a stark contrast with the white-haired Chimu Shimao beside him, who held a lightning blade. These two unexpected guests suddenly crashed, in stunning the IWA and Kimobikure forces that were in the heat of battle. But the shock lasted only a moment. The fear of death immediately drowned everyone. Is that the new power Xuanja obtained? Chimu Shimao landed steadily from midair, bent down to pull out the Chidori White Fang blade stuck in the ground, and turned his head to look at the other side. Lugio's letter did mention it, but I never expected it to reach this level. The opposite half of the battlefield had already been completely burned into a sea of fire. Sweat dripped down his cheek, 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Even from a distance the scorching heat could be felt. If he were heating by that flame, the consequences were unimaginable. Was it you who killed AI? Xuanja held the released Ryujin Jaka, and the third Raikage stared at the flame burning like a sun, his face showing no trace of fear. Or rather, the rage from his son's death had long suppressed fear. The surrounding ninja dared not approach. The flame was as hot as hell, just getting close made one feel they would be incinerated in the next second. Only the third Raikage with his freakishly strong defense could withstand it. Xuanja rolled his eyes, looking a bit confused. Well, seems like that's the case. What about it? Then you die? The word you had just left his mouth, and the third Raikage was still right in front of Xuanja. By the time the word die was spoken, the man had already appeared behind Xuanja, his hand knife with bursting lightning aiming straight for the vital point of the back of hell thrust, one finger spear. In the distance, the Kimobikure ninja led by 2 Tai were all dumbfounded. The Raikage had unleashed his ultimate move right from the start. Oh, a bit faster than that guy. Xuanja muttered to himself, comparing the third Raikage with his son in his mind. The sound of the hell thrusts, air split behind. Strongest spear. Let me see how strong it is. Shuinpa exploded from under his feet, the violent air currents cracking the ground. The blazing red flames of Ryujin Jaka collided heated with the strongest spear. Thud. While Chimu Shimao was intimidating the entire field, the Dayamu who had been struck by Chidori blade fell to the ground. Dad. Huang Tu rushed over and hugged Dayamu while a group of IWA ninja formed a human wall in front of the father and son. It's fine. The bones are okay, just a bit numb from the lightning release. Dayamu said, holding his bleeding wound. The IWA medical ninja nearby quickly rushed to give emergency treatment. That's Konoha's White Fang Chimu Shimao, and the one opposite is Konoha's Black Blade Chimu Xuanja. These two brothers. Huang Tu looked at the Chimu brothers who had just arrived and thrown the battlefield into chaos. Although it was his first time seeing them, he had heard some rumors. But he never imagined they could be this exaggerated. Especially that Chimu Xuanja. Surround them. Huang Tu gritted his teeth and shouted at the surrounding IWA ninja. The IWA ninja, with absolute numerical superiority, instantly surrounded Chimu Shimao in layers. Although it probably doesn't matter to Xuanja, was I too impulsive? Chimu Shimao muttered to himself. Those two had charged too fiercely, the people behind couldn't catch up at all. No, there was one more. A specially made 3-pronged kunai was thrown from the air. Just as Zuan's Ryujin Jaka collided with the third Raikage's finger, which was called the strongest spear. The kunai landed less than 100 meters from the two. A golden shadow suddenly appeared. My. Wolfeng Shuemin appeared just in time to see the blade and finger collide. Boom. Flames mixed with several bolts of lightning exploded, as if to burn and crush everything around, pushing outward in rings. Wolfeng Shuemin's mind hadn't processed yet, but his body moved first. He quickly threw the flying thunder god kunai he had just picked up from the ground into the air behind him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the air dozens of meters high behind. That's the third Raikage's hell thrust, the strongest spear. He thought to himself in the sky. In the past 2 years he had fought the third Raikage. He roughly counted, at least 20 times. Had never won once. Relying on the speed of flying thunder god, he could barely hold a draw. But his attacks could never break through that guy's defense. And the third Raikage's hell thrust had caused him a lot of trouble. TSK. While Wolfeng Shuemin was thinking, he suddenly heard a sound like tearing cloth. He looked down. His eyes almost popped out. A bloody gash ran from the third Raikage's right index finger to his wrist. Blood spurted out like a faucet that it actually broke through the strongest shield and also cut the strongest spear. Wolfeng Shuemin, landing on the ground, muttered in disbelief. Something he had tried dozens of times and failed Xianzhu accomplished in just one attempt. The surrounding cloud and stone ninjas were terrified as well. The strongest shield and the strongest spear were both broken. Were they dreaming? No, I should say the Raikage is truly astonishing. At that moment, Rin Nohara, who had arrived with the main leaf force, took a deep breath and said in amazement. Mei Terumi nodded in agreement beside her. Yes, what's surprising is that the third Raikage took Lord Xianzhu's blade and his fingers weren't severed. He truly deserves the title of the strongest Raikage. Minato Namikaze and the others looked at the two young women in disbelief. Were they being sarcastic? But if they had witnessed Shinja's battle against the third Mizukage, they might have shared the same thought. The atmosphere on the battlefield tightened abruptly. Shinja glanced at the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. The blade surged with blazing flames radiating waves of heat. He knew well that this sword in his hands was entirely different from when it was wielded by the old man Yamamoto. Just like using wood release, can Yamato compare to Hashirama? One had trained for millennia, the other for mere decades. The gap was obvious. The third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage. I want them alive. Shinja's voice was low but clearly reached everyone's ears. The Leaf side had few numbers, barely 3,000. The opposing stone forces numbered 10,000 plus the Cloud contingent. It looked like a complete mismatch. But if one examined closely, the Leaf had too many cage-level experts: Sakumo, Hatake, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Minato, Namikaze. 4 of them just off the top of one. The Uchiha clan Sharingan was even more cheat-like. In a unknown match, a Chunin-level Uchiha could suppress a Jonin. If Fugaku Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo, he could even rival a Kage. Shinja sighed inwardly. No wonder so many reincarnators desperately wanted to be reborn into the Uchiha clan. Why is the Leaf here? Didn't Lord Dotai say they wouldn't interfere? Lord Kitsuchi, should we strike the Leaf or the Cloud first? The stone and cloud formations immediately fell into chaos. Especially after Shinja's earlier slash, which completely exceeded their comprehension. Who dared to act rashly? Dotai shouted at the top of his lungs, the target remains unchanged. Even if we all die here, we must protect the Raikagesima's escape. If A were to die, it wouldn't just mean losing a cage-level ninja for Cloud. Dotai shouted at the top of his lungs, the target remains unchanged. Even if we all die here, we must protect the Raikagesima's escape. If A were to die, it wouldn't just mean losing a cage. Thus these people would fight to the last to protect the third Raikage's life. Don't bother thinking. None of you will escape. A childish voice came from behind Dotai. Dotai whirled around only to see Kakashi's right eye blazing with light Chidori thrusting straight toward his face. Lava released rubber wall. Dotai formed hand seals, and a wall soft as rubber rose from the ground. Kakashi's Chidori stabbed fiercely into it, his arms sinking into the pliable barrier, unable to penetrate further. My Chidori is... Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Dotai calculated inwardly. That guy is the son of White Fang and the nephew of Black Blade. If I could capture him, I might use him as a bargaining chip to buy the Raikagesima a chance to escape. His mind shifted and his hands changed in an instant. Earth released flowing rock hand. The ground instantly turned into a soft mire, then a massive mud hand surged forth, reaching straight for Kakashi. What a... Kakashi's hand was still trapped in the rubber, and as the mud arm drew closer, he struggled desperately to free himself. But the more he struggled, the tighter it became, his hand bound even more firmly. Lava released melting jutsu. A viscous liquid with strong corrosive properties splashed onto the rubber. The wall began to dissolve. Kakashi gritted his teeth, yanked his hand out, and narrowly dodged the mud hand grabbing for him. Thanks. He turned and shouted to the caster Meitarumi, who had her back to him. But inside he wondered, is this a ninja with a Kekii Genkai? Meitarumi remained expressionless, lightly wiping the corner of her mouth with her fingertip. But when she turned, she saw Rin Noera and Shizun staring at her with expressions indescribably strange. What are you looking at? Rin Noera spoke hesitantly, the way you just wiped your mouth. It looked just like Tsunadesima's gesture. As soon as she said it, the 3 people eavesdropping simultaneously pictured the same scene in their minds. Their faces flushed crimson in an instant, and none noticed the stone ninjas quietly encircling them. Boom, boom, boom. A figure suddenly burst out from the side. With a single punch, the rock shattered like tofu, and several stone ninjas attempting to ambush them were sent flying. What are you 3 fooling around here? Daring to daydream on the battlefield? Tsunade scolded. Sorry. The 3 women instinctively bowed and apologized. None dared to meet Tsunade's eyes, afraid she would see through their thoughts. Fortunately, Tsunade cursed a few more times, and then turned to engage other enemies, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. If Tsunadesima found out about this, the consequences were unthinkable, absolutely fatal. They felt they couldn't face her for a while. That image was too striking. Meitarumi silently resolved to change her gesture when using her Kekii Genkai in the future. Beside her, Shizun blinked and what was wrong with these 3? Lava release rubber wall. As Tsunade's fist came crashing down, Dotai used the same lava release that had blocked Kakashi, raising a wall in front of him. The wall felt soft, but its defense was terrifyingly high. TCH. Tsunade's eyes flashed with cold light. The lava release wall was as thin as a sheet of paper. Tsunade's fist wrapped in black air currents, and billowing steam struck straight. Boom. The entire wall exploded into fragments, and the ground for hundreds of square meters behind it collapsed. This is insane. Never provoke this woman when she's angry. In the distance, Jiraiya shrank his neck, breaking out in a cold sweat. Xianzha's lips curled slightly. Tsunade has already mastered that technique. At this time, Tsunade had not yet learned the 100 Seal technique. But her combat power was already on par with her later battle against the reanimated Madara. In other words, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was no match. If she unlocked the 100 Seal, she could even contend with the 6 Paths of Pain, though she still fell short of the Superkage threshold. But across the entire ninja world, 99.9% of ninjas would never reach her level in their lifetimes. This should make you behave, shouldn't it, Reikage? Xianzha lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the third Reikage at his feet. The burly man, built like a wild beast, lay prone on the ground, his hands pinned together by a Zanpakuto that had pierced through his palms. The scene was somewhat reminiscent of the later Pain pinning Naruto with his 6 paths. Unfortunately, the third Reikage had no external cheat and couldn't transform into a Nine Tails. Bastard. The third Reikage roared in fury, ignoring the pain in his hands, enduring the blade, cutting through flesh, and swung a fist at Xianzha. Whoosh, boom. A crimson flame that seemed capable of burning souls erupted from the Zanpakuto's blade. The excruciating pain turned the Reikage's roar into a scream, and he collapsed back to the ground. Xianzha controlled the flame of Ryujin Jaka to the exact level that kept the third Reikage immobilized, but alive. After all, this hostage card still needs to be kept for ransom. How's it going over there? Xianzha turned his head, looking toward the other end of the battlefield. Half a mile away. On the muddy ground, Chimu Shamal let out a long breath and sheathed his blade. Then he bent down to lift the unconscious Demu, whose eyes were rolled back, and clicked his tongue. This old man is truly ruthless. Compared to when he later fought against Edo Tensei Madara when he was already buried up to his neck, the current Demu, though also advanced in age, had no potential for further growth and strength. But his stamina and chakra were far more abundant than at that time. Especially that dust release which could turn anything it touched into atoms. It was truly Chimu Shimao tasted defeat for the first time, and his expression was somewhat grim. Tsuchikagesima. Raikagesima. Daima's son Huangtu and Tutai, the third Reikage's deputy, seeing their leader pinned down, turned pale with anxiety and shouted at the top of their lungs. Wolfing Shueman flashed his harmless smile, which naturally exuded a gentle, disarming warmth, and spoke politely. Don't be nervous, Lord Huangtu. We have no intention of taking the Tsuchikage's life. However, how much sincerity was in those words depended on whether the flying thunder god Kanai in his hand pressed against Huangtu's neck was lowered. Shut up. Gongsho, not one to have a good temper, raised her leg and delivered a vicious kick, sending Tutai face down into the mud. Zilai stood by watching, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Among the IWA and Kumo forces, more than half of the ninjas were still, but with their own Kage and deputy captured who dared to move. Everyone wisely laid down their weapons. Xianzha raised his hand, signaling. Wolfing Shueman moved the kunai away from Huangtu's neck. Gangzhou added another kick to Tutai's back. If you're not dead, get the hell up. 10 billion Ryo. After the two deputy leaders of Kumo and IWA were released, Xianzha stated a number with a casual tone. Send the money to Konoha, and you can get your Are you insane? Not only the people from IWA and Kumo erupted, but even Konoha's own ninjas felt their hearts clench at the number. 10 billion Ryo. To put it in perspective, the reward for an rank mission was only around 2 million Ryo. One would need to complete 500 rank missions to scrape together 10 billion Ryo. From the Warring States period to the present, it was doubtful any ninja village had ever undertaken 5,000 rank missions. Xianzha-sama, isn't this price a bit too high, eh? Wolfing Shueman couldn't help but swallow hard. He himself was still struggling to save money for his life with Joshinai. And here Xianzha, with one word, demanded 200 billion. Unfathomable, unfathomable. You must be joking. Which village could come up with such an astronomical sum all at once? Tutai climbed to his feet, suppressing his anger as he shouted. Xianzha ignored him. He silently aimed the tip of the Zanpakuto, which was stuck in the third Reikage's palm, slowly toward the Reikage's heart. Tutai shuddered violently and quickly waved his hand, shouting, I understand. 10 billion Ryo. We'll find a way to scrape it together. Don't do anything reckless. In this third Shinobi World War, the Hidden Cloud Village suffered the most, second only to Konoha in losses. Their future fourth Reikage was gone, and a large number of their basic combat forces were lost. If even the third Reikage, the pillar known as the strongest Reikage, fell, then Cloud could truly compete with Sand for the title of the most pathetic ninja village. 10 billion. We'll pay it. Release my father. Compared to the crippled Cloud Village, the Rock Village had barely suffered any damage in this war, so they spoke with plenty of confidence. Huangtu was indeed startled when he first heard the figure of 10 billion. But upon second thought, his village had only entered the war late, and had suffered no major losses except for this battle with Xianzha. Moreover, the land of Earth had countless mineral veins, and in terms of economic strength, it was second only to the Land of Fire. 10 billion was indeed a painful amount, but not impossible to produce. Rock is really rich. Shiri Hong standing nearby couldn't help but sigh. Tisk, I should have asked for 200 billion. The three people crouching at the base of the wall were all stunned by Xianzhe's words. Shameless. MMPH. Ouch. Zhao Miming hadn't finished her sentence before Xianzhe pinched her cheek. Money arrives, you get your people. Xianzhe sheathed his sword and turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder. Zilai, you keep an eye on Daimyo. Don't release him until Rock sends the money. Shuaman locked the Raikage in Konoha's prison. Guard him personally until Cloud pays the ransom. As for the efficiency of the Land of Earth, it was truly impressive. After Xianzhe set the price of 10 billion Huangtu immediately contacted the decision-making council remaining in Rock Village and also sought funding from the daimyo of the Land of Earth. It took only a week. 10 billion in cash was neatly stacked before Xianzhe. Gongsho the gambling addict stared wide-eyed at the mountain of banknotes. She didn't love money. She loved using money to gamble. More precisely, she loved the thrill of the heartbeat. What could she do? It was the trait her grandfather Qinsho Zhujian had passed down to her. No, Gangsha-sama, this money must be used for Konoha's reconstruction. Yuen Lin quickly chimed in. I know. Though Gangsho had a gambling habit, she was clear-headed on important matters. She had to turn her head away and not look at the money. Release him. Xianzhe gestured with his chin towards Zilai. Zilai turned and left the tent, and before long, he brought Daimyo in. Father, Huangta quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, did they give you any trouble? These youngsters don't have the guts. Daimyo was stubborn, but Xianzhe truly had no interest in antagonizing an old man. Father, there's something not good. Taking advantage of the Konoha ninja's inattention, Huangta leaned close to Daima's ear and whispered something. The daimyo had made it clear half of this money had to be repaid before the war ended. The sum of 10 billion ryo was impossible for the Rock Village to produce on its own. They had no choice but to seek aid from the Land of Earth's daimyo. The daimyo gritted his teeth and gave the money, but it wasn't charity. He gave so much to save them with the expectation that they would repay it with interest in the future. So the war must continue. The old fox daimyo immediately grasped the daimyo's implication. His mind turned, and he gave Xianzhe a meaningful glance before speaking. Those people from Sand claiming to be our allies, yet when Konoha was in dire straits they stood by and did nothing, not lifting a finger. Uchimu Xianzhe must be feeling quite resentful too, right? Xianzhe wasn't particularly astute in politics, but he clearly understood the hidden hook in Daima's. He smiled lightly and replied with 3 words, as you wish. Having received this answer, Daimyo turned and left with Huangtu. Shiri Hong came closer, full of curiosity. Xianzhe-sama, what did the Tsuchikage mean by that? They planned to attack Sand and recoup their losses from the Land of Wind. Xianzhe raised his finger, signaling his subordinates to stash all the money while casually explaining to Shiri Hong. How can they do this? Yuen Lin bit her lip and muttered, they were robbed, so they turn around to rob others. It's because of this endless cycle that hatred keeps being passed down, isn't it? Yes, that's war. Zhao Miming saw it more clearly than Yuen Lin. But isn't the Land of Wind our ally? Should we help them? Shiri Hong asked again. When the Rock and Cloud were attacking us together, they ran faster than anyone. Alliance. I spit on that. Just mentioning this made Tsunade furious. The weak have no right to make demands. If they dare to squeak, we'll join the Rock and hit them together. Xianzhe chuckled. Hey, don't you think that's too harsh? Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile. At that moment, a special jonin from the Qianshou clan entered the tent, glanced at Xianzhe, and Tsunade hesitated for 2 seconds, then handed a small scroll to Xianzhe. Lord Xianzhe, this is a letter from clan leader Nawaki. Anyway, those two were already a couple, so it didn't matter who got it. Besides, looking at Lady Tsunade's expression, she was clearly wrapped around his finger. The Qianshou clan member muttered to himself. Xianzhe unrolled the scroll, and Tsunade immediately leaned in to look. But before she could see the words, Xianzhe rolled it back up. We're heading to the daimyo's residence to prepare for the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. So it's finally here. The moment Xianzhe said that, everyone present felt a tightness in their hearts. The brief relief brought by the war's end was instantly overshadowed by a heavy sense of tension. Fire Country, Hidden Leaf Village. At this critical juncture of transition, chaos reigned. Among those present, the Uchiha clan understood this best. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group, barely 30 years old, clutching the final decree left by Senju Tobarama, before his death, rushed back to the village to claim the position of 3rd Hokage. The Senju and Uchiha clans erupted on the spot. The 2 founding clans despised Sarutobi's faction. In the end, it took the Elder Council's shady, underhanded tactics to secure those seats. Leave a few people to guard. All clan leaders come with me to the daimyo's residence. Xianzhe gave the order. Understood. Everyone responded crisply. The Third Shinobi World War was not yet over. After 2 years of fighting among the 5 great shinobi villages, the Rock Village had suffered the least losses. They had just paid a huge indemnity of 10 billion ryo to the Leaf. Yet the nearly 10,000 rock soldiers on the front lines had not withdrawn to the Earth Country. Instead, they surged toward the Wind Country's border. Everyone could see what Rock was up to. They wanted to squeeze back from the Wind Country the profits they had lost to the Leaf. This terrified the 4th Kazekage of the Wind Country, Raza, who scurried about like an ant on a hot pan, urgently seeking aid from his ally, the Fire Country. The Fire Country's reply was blunt: "Get lost. Bother me again, and it'll hit you too." Of course, they couldn't say it so rudely on the surface. They just said the Leaf was also severely weakened and couldn't spare any man. But the threat hidden between the lines was unmistakable. Raza cursed for a whole day. No choice, he had to go to the front himself to withstand Rock's fierce assault. As for the Leaf, Cloud, and Mist, they clearly had no desire to keep fighting. This war had produced several famous names for the Leaf. Old Man White Fang continued his legendary feats from the previous war, and the princess of the Senju clan, that old toad sage. The most dazzling was the sudden rise of the Yellow Flash. But if we talk about the true protagonist of this war, it had to be the one who single-handedly turned the entire tide of battle. Countless people said this guy could be compared to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who ended the Warring States era. Hatake Kensetsu. The elders muttered that if this boy had been born in that era, the founding clans of the Leaf would have included the Hatake Fire Country daimyo's residence. This was the most prosperous place in the Fire Country. It was as grand as the shogun's mansion from the ancient shogunate period. With the city as its center, the surrounding trade towns covered an area twice the size of the Leaf. Naturally, there were shinobi guards. Some were sent by the Leaf, but more than half were hired by the daimyo himself, or mercenaries paid handsomely. In the top-floor meeting room of the daimyo's castle, the Fire Country daimyo, on the main seat, appearing about the same age as Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly waved a folding fan, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The first was naturally the leading candidate for Hokage Senju Tsunade. It was said this woman was ferocious in battle, and as the direct descendant of the first Hokage, the position of Kage was essentially reserved for her. Moreover, she bore the title of the greatest medical saint of the era, so even the daimyo dared not provoke her easily. Who could guarantee they would never fall ill? Who wouldn't have a time when they needed her help? Next was the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. The Hokage seat had passed through several generations, never once falling to the founding clan's Uchiha. It was easy to imagine how much anger they had bottled up. But with the Leaf's current military strength so formidable, the Uchiha shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Further down, the Ino Shikacho, Inuzuka Aburame, and other Leaf shinobi clans weren't worth much attention. When the daimyo's gaze reached the 4 members of the Leaf's elder council, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes couldn't hide a flash of annoyance. Of course it wasn't because he had any objection to how they managed the village and played their political games. It was none of his business how many Leaf geniuses they had killed. What really angered the daimyo was that these idiots had allowed the Mist Army to invade the Fire Country's territory. The economic losses in the southern region were that debt was all on his account. If it weren't for that, how could he have agreed to replace the Kage? Stop dawdling and get to the point. From the seat opposite the daimyo, Xianzei shoved half the crystal grapes from the fruit platter into his mouth, without any courtesy, and said the matter of choosing the to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the daimyo, was a superior he had to bow to. Hatake Kensetsu had no such inclination. In his eyes, the Kage and the daimyo were essentially the gun and the purse of a nation. In times of war, the gun takes the lead. In peacetime, the purse calls the shots. Neither is inherently superior. He could show some respect, but he didn't need to. Not to mention anything else, just consider this war. If it weren't for them, the guns charging forward to hold the line, who knows if the purse would even still be intact, right? No need to drag it out any longer. The daimyo's voice had a naturally effeminate tone. But unlike Nawaki's deliberate mockery, his voice was just naturally that way. Coupled with his long, thin face and a certain femininity, it always made Xianzei involuntarily think of the word eunuch, and he often called him eunuch daimyo. But at this occasion, no one with a functioning brain would say that out loud. The meeting hall was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Xianzei lounged lazily in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone as casual as if he were chatting about everyday matters. All the high-ranking officials of the Fire Country are here, but I don't think there's anything to discuss, is there? Xianzei lounged lazily in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone as casual as if he were chatting about everyday matters. All the high-ranking officials of the Fire Country are here, but I don't think Lord Xianzei is right. In the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, no one's contributions match Lady Tsunade's. She is the most suitable candidate. The Inuzuka clan has no objections. One by one, the clan leaders, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Inuzuka Tsum, voiced their agreement. They were well aware that the Hokage position was already set in stone. No one could overturn it. And considering the style of the Lord Xianzhi beside them, if they didn't pick a side, now were they asking for death? With each clan leader who spoke, the expressions of the elders opposite darkened. A bunch of turncoats. The political figures of the Fire Country also murmured among themselves, none daring to openly oppose. Even those who had previously been close to Sarutobi Hiruzen now kept their mouths firmly shut. In this great ninja war, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made too many mistakes. First, he was completely fooled by the clouds faint to the east while attacking the west, and then allowed the mist ninja to directly penetrate into the land of fire. Wouldn't speaking up for Hiruzen at this moment be asking for trouble? Moreover, would it be worth offending the new Hokage and that monster Hatake Kensetsu? No objections, say. The daimyo scanned the room, his gaze deliberately lingering on the 4 members of the Elder Council. A wrinkle on Zhuanqin Xiaochun's face twitched as she instinctively rose to her feet. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was swift. He grabbed her sleeve under the table, signaling her not to act rashly. It's not just the position of Hokage. The head of the Senju clan Nawaki spoke, his voice barely containing his exhilaration. The heads of the intelligence division, the ANBU, the root, the captains, the deputy captains, and the senior advisors. All of them must be replaced. These words made it clear that the existing high-ranking officials of Konoha were to be uprooted entirely. What did you say? This time, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop her as Zhuanqin Xiaochun sprang up from her chair. Even Danzo's expression changed. He had too many secrets hidden in the shadows. If everything were exposed, Tsunade's first act upon taking office would be to... Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his voice. The current high-ranking officials have been in power for decades. Replacing them all at once will certainly disrupt the operations of Konoha. Doing this is inappropriate. Compared to a useless person like Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who only knew how to rage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly more composed. The corner of Nawaki's mouth curled in disdain. You are no longer. Nawaki, shut up. Zhuan's voice was calm. Final listen to you, brother-in-law. Seeing Xuanzhi speak, Nawaki could only swallow the words he was about to say. Zhuanqin Xiaochun, Mitokado Hamura, and Danzo all froze in shock. They had thought Nawaki was acting on Zhuan's orders, but now Xuanzhi himself had personally stopped him. Of the 4, only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, lost in thought. Enough. Arrange the Hokage inauguration ceremony as soon as possible, and remember to invite the daimyo. Xuanzhi stood up, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Understood. I also hope Konoha can, under the new Hokage, recreate the glory of the first Hokage's era. The daimyo was well aware. People like Hatake Xuanzhi and Senju Tsunade were not as easy to manipulate as Sarutobi Hiruzen and his ilk. But since they had no extreme intentions, he didn't need to worry unnecessarily. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 companions truly be willing to hand over the power they had held for 30 years? On second thought, once things had reached this point, no one could turn back. Even the daimyo was no exception. The Third Great Ninja War now only saw the rock and sand still fighting. The cloud was still scrambling to raise the ransom for the Third Hokage. 100 billion ryo was no small sum. Word had it that Mabui was representing the cloud in negotiations with the Land of Lightning's daimyo, hoping the daimyo would foot the bill. Over in the mist, Yagura had already ascended to the position of the 4th Mizukage. The 7 swordsmen of the mist were completely wiped out, leaving the mist severely weakened and unable to recover for a long time. This country across the sea should not cause any trouble in the ninja world for the time being. But Xuanzhi knew things were not as simple as they appeared. That old fiend Uchiha Madara must have left more than just the 3rd Mizukage as a pawn in the mist. Even if there had been only that one before, he could easily create another puppet at any time. After Xuanzhi and the others concluded their meeting with the daimyo, the Ino Shikacho clans who had been fighting the mist along with other frontline forces gradually returned to Konoha. The village officially declared the end of the war. While the entire city erupted in celebration, a news spread like a thunderbolt through Konoha, the land of fire, and the entire ninja world. Senju Tsunade was to succeed as the 4th Hokage. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, given Zhuan's methods and Tsunade's temper, how could they allow a co-governance situation like Minato Namikaze had in the original story? On the day she returned to the village, Tsunade directly issued orders. Everything left behind by the previous Hokage was to be cleaned out, packed up, and thrown into the Sarutobi clan grounds. Especially anything associated with smoke. Nothing was to be left. The very smell of it made her nauseous. Nawaki was even more straightforward. He had just been transferred from the Ninja Academy to serve as the Hokage's assistant, and without a word, he replaced all the items used by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 3 old men. It was a clear statement. They were drawing a line between themselves and those old fogies. A mere chunin, even if barely considered elite, dared to treat them with such disrespect. The 4 elders' faces turned green with rage, but they dared not utter a word. At the Sarutobi clan grounds in Hiruzen's old residence, Hiruzen, are you really willing to let that little girl Tsunade snatch away the Konoha that Lord Tobarama left us? Zhuanqin Xiaochun couldn't even muster the interest to drink tea, the wrinkles on her face twitching with fury. If Tobarama Senju had heard this, he would probably have sprung out of his coffin in anger. If Tsunade had possessed the strength and talent she had now back, then there would never have been a place for you. Even if Lord Tobarama were still alive and had to choose a successor again. As long as his mind was sound, he would still choose Tsunade. You want to seize power? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unlike his three furious old friends, appeared very calm, squinting as he asked, "Is that what you're thinking?" Zhuanqin Xiaochun and the others suddenly felt as if doused in ice water, instantly cooling down. Seize power? Sure, who wouldn't want it? The problem, anyone could talk. You could shout that you wanted to unify the ninja world, and no one would stop you. Sarutobi Hiruzen poured another cup of hot tea for Midokado Hamura and Danzo, lowering his voice. If you dare to act rashly, you'll fall right into Hatake Zan's trap. He's just waiting for you to make a move, so he can find an excuse to kill us all. What did you say? Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Midokado Hamura's faces changed drastically. At the last meeting at the daimyo's mansion, do you think he stopped Nawaki because he was soft-hearted and didn't want to remove you from your posts? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, explaining to these muddled old fools, he thinks merely removing you from office isn't satisfying enough. He wants to find an opportunity to kill us all to feel at ease. At this moment, in a large courtyard within the Senju clan grounds, Xuanja was dressed in casual clothes, a straw hat on his head, a hoe casually set aside. In one hand, he held a secret report that Orochimaru had secretly sent via a summoning beast today. In the other, he grabbed a rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth in large bites. Around him, the three little girls, Rin Nohara, Kurinai Yuhi, and Mei Terumi, sat in a circle along with a pack of Hatake clan's husky summoning beasts. Each of them held a rice ball, munching happily. The three girls had also changed into casual clothes, and because they had been helping turn the soil, they were covered in mud. They really looked like little country girls. The once abandoned, empty land in the Senju clan grounds was now bustling. Vegetable beds were neatly arranged, water droplets still hung on the freshly watered leaves, and a faint earthy scent drifted in the air. Xuanja, crouched by the ridge, plucked a tender cucumber and chewed it. He was handsome, so even with rice grains stuck to the corner of his mouth, he still looked pleasant, adding an indescribable charm. After the war, far too many members of the Senju clan had died, leaving a vast expanse of empty clan grounds. He simply took a small portion of the 100 billion Ryo compensation from the rock and bought up all the surrounding land. The youngest of the three little ones still had a grain of rice stuck to her lip. The moment she spotted the scroll at his waist, her face turned pale. Lord Xuanja, are you still in contact with a rogue ninja? What's the matter with Orochimaru? A frame up by the elders. Her worldview shattered. Mei Terumi closed her eyes, her voice low, truly dark. Xuanja wanted to laugh to himself. In your midst, the past two Mizukages were both puppets manipulated by the Uchiha. That's truly dark. The secret letter from Orochimaru was entirely about Danzo's dirty dealings. The letter stated clearly that over the years Tuan Tsang had never severed contact, relying entirely on Da Shiwan's medical techniques to suppress the rampage of the Hashirama cells in his right arm. But now this old man's greed knew no bounds. Growing old and decrepit with no hope of cultivation through training, he had set his sights on transplantation. The Hashirama cells had tormented him into a grotesque state, yet also allowed him to taste the allure of bloodline limits. Now he had his eyes on two things: Yujibwa Jishus, Xielun Yin, and the Jiawei within Xian, Wujio Xian's body. According to Tuan Song's own words, once he grasped the powers of both the Qian Shou and the Yujibwa, he could control the tailed beast even more steadily than Jiawei. But transplanting the Xielun Yin was not a task for just any medical ninja. Tuan Song approached Da Shiwan again, wanting him to perform the surgery. Da Shiwan wrote to ask Xianzhi's opinion. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in Jishu's eyes. Rather, he wanted to see what kind of explosion would result from stuffing both the Qian Shou and the Yujibwa into a single person. Such a thing. Xianzhi tossed the cucumber stem to the ground and clapped his hands. He raised his hand to tap his forehead, grinning sheepishly with a hint of embarrassment. He had long forgotten about Yujibwa Jishu's matter. After all, that kid was practically invisible in both the original work and this shabby book. He couldn't even recall when Jishui disappeared. Jishui was captured. Yi Yuanlin and Shi Rihong squeezed into peak, shouting in unison. They had graduated the same year as Jishui. That guy had shot from the ninja academy to graduation in just a few months, a cheat-like genius. He had left a deep impression on the two of them back then. But wasn't the rumor that he died in some mission? This news. Zhao Meiming was also stunned. She muttered inwardly, isn't this play of yours and Mu Yi just too absurd? After reading the letter Da Shiwan had sent, Xianzhi pondered for a few seconds before casually tossing the letter to the husky beside him. This purebred husky picked up the letter as a toy and tore it to shreds in no time. 1 husky trumps 3 tigers, 3 huskies sink an aircraft carrier, 5 huskies fight God, 10 huskies create the universe. Haven't you heard of this saying? The letter didn't specify clearly. Tell your master to come to Mu Yi and discuss it with me in person. Xianzhe said to the summoned red snake that had delivered Shiwan's message. The red snake was stunned for a moment, then flicked its tongue in reply. Lord Xianzhe, Lord Shiwan is now a rogue ninja. Wouldn't returning to Mu Yi be? The Mu Yi of today is no longer under the Yuan Fei family's control. Although he can't swagger and you don't need to worry about his safety. Xianzhe craned his neck. What, you don't think I can protect him? This little one will go inform Lord Shiwan immediately. The red snake was frightened out of its wits, and without another word turned into white smoke and returned to the Tong Lingjia. So many unspeakable things hidden in the village. The 3 little girls were completely bewildered. These matters were indeed too heavy for girls barely 30. I told you not to look, but you insisted on being nosy. Xianzhe reached out and patted each of the 3 girls' heads in turn. He had told them from the beginning that some things are better left unknown. Yet they still pressed forward. Did you think I didn't know about your eavesdropping? Back at the front lines when you crouched at the other side of the wall while I discussed matters with Gangsho, Xianzhe had already sensed it. 2 days later, night deepened. Moonlight spilled into the courtyard of Xianzhe's new home. Yi Yuanlin and Zhao Meiming were both asleep. Gangsho had been busy preparing the inauguration ceremony of the 4th Hokage in recent days, holed up in the Hokage's office wrestling with mountains of paperwork around the clock. According to Xingshu, that woman had already begun to regret taking on this mess. No one would have expected that at this very moment. And Shrank Rogue Ninja would sneak into Mu Yi. On the stone bench in the courtyard, Xianzhe crossed his legs and chuckled. If this gets out your Yuan Fei teacher aside, Tuan Song will definitely flip. But he never had a good reputation anyway, and with his thick skin, he probably wouldn't care. A figure slowly emerged from the shadow in the corner. Under the moonlight, a pale face was revealed. The Shiwan's voice was hoarse and low. If the whole village knew about this, would those false accusations against me be cleared? Do you still care about that? Xianzhe's eyes widened slightly, his tone carrying a hint of exaggeration. How could that be? Regardless of the matter with Yujibwa Jishui, I've already tied up Yuan Fei teacher's son. That's an ironclad fact. Returning to Mu Yi as a ninja is impossible, and I don't want to either. The Shiwan shrugged, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But I've developed a rather interesting jutsu, and I'd quite like to show it to Yuan Fei. Corpse reincarnation technique. Xianzhe had already guessed what jutsu Shiwan was referring to and pressed further. Will you make a move soon? Gangsho is busy preparing the Hokage handover ceremony. You'll have to wait until that's over. No rush. The Shiwan let out a cold laugh. The key medium for this technique is that kid AC Ma. It'll take about 3 more years for him to become a suitable vessel. He can't handle the tech. Hearing the words AC Ma and vessel, Xianzhe understood everything. So in the future we should call you Yuan Fei to Shiwan. How's that kid doing? Mentioning AC Ma, Xianzhe asked casually. He's been shouting all day about killing me and you, Xianzhe-kun. What an energetic brat. The Shiwan extended his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth out of habit. Year 45 of Mu Yi, August 2nd. This day was not only Gangsho's 35th birthday, but also the day she officially became the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. On the rooftop of the Hokage building in the center of the village, Gangsho yanked off the Kage hat, with the fire character on it revealing a face that looked at most 25 or 26. She shouted loudly, I am the 4th Hokage of Mu Yi Village. In the square below, tens of thousands of villagers raised their arms and cheered, Lady Gangsho. 4th Hokage-sama. So cool, Lady Gangsho. Lead Mu Yi Hokage-sama. On the rooftop of the intelligence department, half a li away from the administrative building, Xianzhe sat in casual clothes, legs crossed on the edge of the balcony, muttering to himself, this popularity is really frightening. I feel like I've been outshined. Compared to those others, that lady is far superior. Chimu Shuamao looked at the distant crowd and said softly. He was naturally referring to Gangsho. That woman bearing the title Saint Hand held an extraordinary status in Mu Yi. To be honest, which ninja in the entire village hadn't benefited from her medical tech? Coupled with the mistakes Yuan Fei Rijan made during the Third Great Ninja War, Gangsho taking the seat of Hokage was simply a matter of course. Brother-in-law, there's still a tough nut to crack. Sheng Shu's voice came from behind. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the intelligence department building beneath their feet. Ever since Yuan Fei Rijan became the 3rd Hokage, the Zhiyun family had controlled the intelligence department, and 30 years had passed in a blink. In the later stages of the Second Shinobi World War, the Qian-Shou clan fell into an ambush and nearly suffered complete annihilation. It was said that the intelligence from the department had gone awry. Of course, whether this was truly a mistake or not, everyone has their own judgment. Just like how the 4 elders insisted that Yuan Fei Xian Jizhu died at Xianzhe's hands. Without evidence, they still clung to it. Gangsho and Shengshu were in the exact same situation back then. They knew in their hearts that the tragedy of the Qianshou clan was orchestrated by the 4 elders of the Elder Council. What a pity they just couldn't find any evidence. Mistakes happen, what can you do? The siblings could only swallow their resentment. What's the situation with those 4? Xianzhe asked, his back to Shengshu. They're being surprisingly well-behaved and quiet. Shengshu said, hands on his hips, his tone laced with anger. Probably figured out your plan, brother-in-law, and are trying to play dead to avoid trouble. He on the other hand wished those old bastards would cause trouble so he could catch them red-handed and give them a thorough lesson. But those cunning old foxes shrank back into their holes like mice as soon as his sister took office. It left him with no outlet for his energy. The tricks they've been pulling are far more spectacular than you imagine. Xianzhe shot a glance at Rin Noira beside. Rin Noira understood, pulled a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, and handed it to Shengshu. Brother-in-law, what's this? Shengshu frowned, utterly confused. Rin Noira understood, pulled a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, and handed it to Shengshu. Brother-in-law, what's this? Shengshu stood frozen for a few seconds, then slowly unrolled the scroll. 5 seconds later his eyes nearly popped out. This is... 3 minutes later Shengshu snapped the scroll shut. He turned and dashed toward the Hokage building. The Hokage succession ceremony was finally over. The villagers, full of anticipation for their new Hokage, gradually returned to their daily routines. The members of the major clans also dispersed, returning to their own territories to discuss how to proceed. After all, with a new Hokage in office, every clan had to recalculate. Konoha had never encountered such a situation before. The previous Hokage was still alive, yet the new Hokage had already taken office. This was unprecedented not only in Konoha, but in the entire ninja world. But the ninja clans were all too aware. Hardly anyone hesitated. They all rushed to pledge their allegiance at the first opportunity, expressing their support for the newly appointed 4th Hokage Tsunade. The reasons were clear. She was younger, stronger, and more straightforward. Those weren't even the main points. The crucial factor was the man standing behind her, who was ridiculously powerful. Even small clans like Gecko and Shiranui, which had been clinging to Hiruzen Sarutobi's coattails, saw the light. With Tsunade taking office, those 4 old relics would surely have no good outcome. If they didn't immediately sever ties with the old faction and run to embrace the new power, they'd be out of their minds. No help for it. Who could compete with a man that formidable? However, among all these ninja clans there was one that appeared quiet on the surface, not voicing opposition, but secretly calculating its own schemes. The Uchiha. On their way back, the Uchiha members were still clad in black with the emblem on their backs, looking suspiciously like a ping-pong paddle, though it was actually a flame fan. As soon as they stepped through the clan compound gates, the radical Jonin Uchiha Tetsuka lowered his voice and said to Uchiha Fugaku, clan leader, the Senju clan has already produced the 3rd Hokage. The sourness and resentment in his words were impossible to hide. The fate of the Senju clan indeed made the Uchiha uneasy. Back then, Fugaku's predecessor as clan leader, fearing the Elder Council's tactics, had reluctantly accepted Hiruzen Sarutobi as Hokage. But now it was different. Tsunade had taken that seat, becoming the 4th Hokage. Counting it up, among the 4 Hokages, the Senju had 3, while the Uchiha had none, despite being one of Konoha's founding clans. Of course, the Uchiha were displeased, especially radicals like Tetsuka, who were fuming. Uchiha Fugaku put on a stern face and said gravely, Tetsuka, with Lady Tsunade's strength, achievements, and reputation, no one can dispute her being Hokage. Don't say such things again. However, Uchiha Fugaku wasn't without an ace up his sleeve, his Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes were enough to allow this elite Jonin to contend with However, Uchiha Fugaku wasn't without an ace up his sleeve, his Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes were enough to allow this elite Jonin to contend with cage-level experts. This secret was known only to him in the entire clan, his ultimate trump card. Understood. Seeing the clan leader's words, the radicals could only swallow their anger and keep quiet. No help for it. The man behind her was simply too powerful. Dad, Itachi, come here, let daddy give you a good hug. Back home, Uchiha Fugaku took his 2-year-old son from his wife Mikoto. The little one was already speaking very fluently. Only at times like this did he feel there was some hope in life. Based on his understanding of Tsunade, at least this new Hokage wouldn't deliberately antagonize the Uchiha, like Hiruzen Sarutobi did, or even suppress them at every turn. Logically, Tsunade becoming the 4th Hokage wasn't a bad thing for the Uchiha. But what the clan leader hadn't expected was that the radicals within the clan had started to grow jealous. It was understandable. The Senju and the Uchiha founded the village together. Why should their clan produce 3 Hokages, while there's got none? Uchiha Fugaku's head ached the more he thought about it. Personally, he felt that the Uchiha's current state was stable enough. But when he observed the state of his clansmen, he realized things weren't going as smoothly as he thought. Fugaku, what's wrong? Mikoto saw his furrowed brow, walked over, and asked softly. It's nothing. Fugaku forced a smile, suppressing his frustration, not wanting her to work. Clan leader Fugaku, someone from the Umbu, is looking for you. A voice suddenly came from outside. Fugaku frowned and strode out. At the door stood a ninja in a gray vest and an Umbu mask. What is it? Fugaku asked. The assistant commander requests your presence at the intelligence department. The police force may come along as well. The Umbu dropped these words and vanished with a body flicker technique. Assistant commander. Senjunawaki. Fugaku was taken aback, then shook his head. Jumping from an ordinary ninja academy teacher straight to Hokage's assistant. No wonder the Uchiha clansmen were resentful. Danzo, you've lost this round. Inside the Sarutobi clan's main residence. On the chessboard, Hiruzen Sarutobi's rook had already cornered Danzo's remaining pieces had no time to defend. The outcome was decided. This chess was invented by Xianjia. Nara Shikaku saw the business opportunity, mass-produced it, and sold it to other nations, bringing a huge income to Konoha. Many villagers also enjoyed a casual game. The Elder Council's F4 were among them. Your mind is not on this. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his piece and said, given the current situation, I'm curious how you can remain so calm. Danzo abruptly flicked his sleeve, stood up, his face full of displeasure, clearly uninterested in continuing the game. He gritted his teeth and barked. Once Tsunade takes office, how will she deal with us? Don't you care at all? At these words, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado, who were watching the game, also furrowed their brows. What else can she do? At most, she'll strip us of our positions and demote all the Sarutobi and Shimura clan members placed in various departments back to ordinary ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi was calm as he spoke slowly. As long as we don't give her any leverage, even if Tsunade wants to move against us, she can't go too far. We are old timers who have given 30 years of service to Konoha. If she wants to secure the Hokage seat, she won't dare act recklessly. Compared to the other three, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not only more savvy, but also more clear-headed. What they were losing was merely their power and clan benefits. To be honest, for people accustomed to holding power, this feeling was indeed like cutting off a piece of flesh. But compared to life, what was power worth? Now Gonsho, or rather Chimu Schwanja behind her, was staring at them intently, eager to find an opportunity to strike. Compared to his life, Yuanfei Risen would rather relinquish power. After all, in these 30 years, he had enjoyed the pinnacle of power that 99% of the world's people could not touch in several lifetimes. Jitsuin Tawanzang snorted coldly. You Yuanfei Risen have had your fill, but I Jitsuin Tawanzang have not yet tasted the sweetness. If I cannot stand at the top of the ninja world, and I have gone through this Zhu Jian cell transplantation, turning myself into something neither human nor ghost, wouldn't it all be for nothing? Lord Hokage. At this moment, a jonin from the Sarutobi clan rushed into the courtyard and fell to his knees before Yuanfei Risen with a thud. The next second he realized that Yuanfei Risen was no longer the Hokage, so he quickly corrected himself. Lord Risen. Shinsho Shungshu has gathered a large group of ninjas, including the Uchiha clan, at the entrance of the intelligence department. After hearing this, Yuanfei Risen furrowed his brow. The intelligence department had always been managed by the Shimura clan. Was this going to be a major overhaul? Before he could respond, Jitsuin Tawanzang vanished in an instant, rushing out as if his pants were on fire. This left Yuanfei Risen, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, and Shuehu Minyan in the courtyard stunned. But the next second, Yuanfei Risen also quickly stood up and chased after him. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan did the same, although they didn't know exactly what was happening. But the terror on Jitsuin Tawanzang's face just now was something they had rarely seen. Lord Shingshu, why have you called so many people here? At the entrance of the intelligence department, Uchiha Fugaku, leading a dozen Uchiha clan members from the police force, asked Shungshu with a puzzled expression. It wasn't just the Uchiha clan that came. People from many ninja clans had been called, including the Senju Ino Shikacho, Inazuka, and Aburame. Today I'll show you something that will completely shatter your... Shungshu had a smile on his face, but it was cold, carrying an indescribable eeriness. After speaking, he began to lead the crowd into the intelligence department. Stop right there. Just as the door was pushed open, Jitsuin Tawanzang also arrived, having run for his life, and shouted breathlessly, "Who allowed you to trespass into the intelligence department?" His face was flushed red, clearly from running desperately, and he was exhausted. Do I need to explain to you? Former head of the intelligence department. Shengshi's tone was full of sarcasm, showing no regard for the other. What do you mean? Jitsuin Tawanzang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. You may be old, but your ears shouldn't be deaf to the point of not hearing clearly, right? Shungshu raised an eyebrow and continued with a cold smile. Fine, ill, accommodate your not so sharp mind and say it again. I am now, as the Hokage's assistant, going to inspect the condition of the intelligence department. Understand? Having said that, Shungshu couldn't be bothered to engage with him any further and directly pushed the door to go inside. Don't you dare enter. Jitsuin Tawanzang roared, lunging forward and reaching out to grab Shungshu. But just as his hand was about to touch Shungshu, A flash of golden light streaked through the air like lightning, directly deflecting Jitsuin Tuanzang's outstretched hand and pushing his entire body back a few steps. The action looked simple, just two hand gestures, but it instantly made clear the vast disparity in strength between the one who struck and Jitsuin Tuanzang. Yellow flash woofing Shuimin. Lord Danzo, please don't do this. Shuimin stood between Shangshu and Danzo, speaking calmly. This is no longer a place you can control. At this time, Yuanfei Risen, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, and Shuehu Minyan also arrived. Shuimin. Risen went to great lengths to teach you even the flying thunder god of Lord Tobarama, and this is how you repay him. Jitsuin Tuanzang gritted his teeth and asked word by word. As soon as Gangsho took office, you couldn't wait to become her dog. Wuffling Shuimin frowned, glanced at Yuanfei Risen behind him, and remained composed. I have always kept the third Hokage's kindness in my heart. But Lord Danzo's words that I am Lady Gang's house dog are too much. He raised his hand and patted his chest, speaking frankly. I, Wuffing Shuimin, am a ninja of Mai. Of course I should be loyal to Mai and follow the orders of the current Hokage. What's wrong with that? His innate affability left Jitsuin Tuanzang, no matter how eloquent, unable to find a retort for the moment. Creak. At that moment, Shangshu had already pushed open the door of the intelligence department and strode in. Don't go in. Jitsuin Tuanzang bellowed, his hand already reaching for hand seals. Wuffeng Shuimin and the surrounding Mai ninjas reacted swiftly. The sounds of blades being drawn echoed one after another, and some had even begun to mobilize chakra. Danzo, stop. Yuanfei Risen behind him suddenly roared, his voice halting Danzo's movement. The old man's face was as dark as if it would drip water, and he growled through clenched teeth. Do you know what you are doing? Once a fight actually broke out, the nature of the matter would change completely. Gangsho and Xuanja could immediately pin the charge of attempted murder of a fellow villager on Danzo and throw him directly into prison. Later, finding an excuse to let him die of illness in prison would be no difficult task. Awakened by that shout, Jitsuin Tuanzang suddenly came to his senses. He had almost stepped into the trap set by the other side. But what exactly are you afraid of? Yuanfei Risen, taking advantage of the moment when others weren't paying attention, leaned close to Danzo's ear and lowered his voice. The intelligence department did conduct cell experiments on the first Hokage, but they were stopped long ago and all evidence has been disposed of. What are you afraid of? He was of course well aware of what this place was. The human experiment base for the first Hokage cells was hidden in the basement of the intelligence building. But a few years ago, consecutive failures along with the accidental death of Uchiha Shirsue forced him to halt the project. He also conveniently shifted the blame to Orochimaru, forcing that guy to defect from the village. Yuanfei Risen believed he had cleaned up the mess thoroughly enough. After the termination was announced, all experimental materials, data, and residues were properly disposed. Even if Shangshu came to investigate, he wouldn't find anything. Was Jitsuin Tuanzang really that panicked? Bullshit. Jitsuin Tuanzang cursed wildly in his heart. Yuanfei Risen had ordered the experiment to stop, but Jitsuin Tuanzang, after the old man had cleaned up the scene, secretly brought back the original researchers and restarted the Zhujian cell transplantation experiment in the shadows. Moreover, Uchiha Shirsue wasn't dead at all. He had deceived Yuanfei Risen. That kid was now locked in the basement of the intelligence building. If Yuanfei Risen found out about this, Jitsuin Tuanzang didn't even have the courage to think further. Former Lord Hokage, would you like to come in and take? Shangshu's voice, carrying a mischievous grin, drifted out from inside. I guarantee it's a big surprise. Yuanfei Risen frowned, hesitated for a few seconds, then still stepped forward to follow. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan also followed closely behind. Jitsuin Tuanzang wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The mechanism on the scroll given by my brother-in-law should be at this position. Shangshu led a group of ninjas into the office of the intelligence department director. He searched around the room for a while, and finally with both hands he grabbed the large vase beside the desk, turning it left twice and right twice. Rumble. Accompanied by a dull sound, the wall behind the office split open from the middle and slowly slid to both sides, revealing a wide and hidden passage. Jitsuin Tuanzang stood behind, seeing this scene, his heart clenched. He even knows how to open the secret chamber. How is this possible? Who leaked the information? Jitsuin Tuanzang quickly ran through in his mind all the people who knew about this passage. All who had come into contact with the secret were placed under the tongue-binding curse, making it utterly impossible for them to leak any information. The only person who knew about this and had not been marked. At that moment, a face popped into Danzo's mind. A man with a smile like a venomous snake. Thinking of this, Danzo's chest burned with rage, his fists clenched with a crackling sound. Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two former senior advisors were startled. When was this built? How had they not heard a single rumor? Let's go, everyone. The elders of the council should come along too. Nawaki smiled and walked ahead first. Not far away, the scene before them left everyone stunned. a huge laboratory filled with medical equipment, the air thick with the pungent smell of formaldehyde. Inside glass chambers filled with medicinal fluids, various human organs were immersed enough to make one's skin crawl. More than half of the organs were deformed, their original shapes unrecognizable. The researchers in white lab coats, upon seeing so many Konoha ninjas suddenly appear, were all frozen in terror. Arrest them all. Nawaki gave the order coldly. The ninjas of the Ino Shikacho clans exchanged glances, then surged forward and subdued all the researchers. The three of them, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, stared at Danzo in disbelief. This man had actually been secretly conducting experiments on the first Hokage cells, hiding it from them. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from the deepest part of the lab. Just from the sound, one could tell it was a child under 10 years old. Immediately after, countless thick wooden vines like giant pythons came sweeping toward them from all directions. Is this wood style? The scene before them made everyone's scalp tingle. This laboratory was researching something that was the ultimate bloodline limit that the first Hokage Senju Hashirama used to pacify the chaotic world, and the Nine-Tails wood style. The scene before them made everyone's scalp tingle. This laboratory was researching something that was the ultimate bloodline limit that the first Hokage Senju Hashirama used, but the outcome for those people was the same. They were devoured by the cells and died quickly. Even if they risked their lives to barely use it, the most they could achieve was at the level of a crank jutsu. But now this would its attack range was at least brink. This meant that the experiment had produced a sample with extremely high compatibility. Nawaki and the Uchiha clan members looked more shocked than anyone. By the time Nawaki was active, Senju Hashirama was long gone. He had only heard from his elders and sister how powerful wood style was. But the Uchiha clan, every one of them knew the terror of wood style. Back then, the first Hokage used this very technique to beat the strongest of their clan, Uchiha Madara, into submission without any chance to fight back. Nawaki roared, then turned and glared fiercely at Danzo. That look clearly said, "You're finished." Using his own grandfather's cells for experiments. In Nawaki's eyes, this was a naked insult. There must have been many deaths in the process. If he didn't make Danzo pay dearly, he would not bear the name Senju. Fire style, great fireball technique. Several Uchiha ninjas opened their mouths simultaneously and spat out enormous fireballs. The fireballs struck the surging wooden vines, attempting to burn them away. But the flames couldn't stop the wooden vines at all, though instead they made the wood's momentum even fiercer. What? Uchiha Fugaku and the others recoiled, and fire overcomes wood. It didn't work at all. No, it was because their fire wasn't strong enough. Shadow clone technique. Namake's Minato turned into a golden flash and dashed out, splitting into two clones beside him. Each of the three Namake's Minatos held a Rasengan in their hand. Triple Rasengan combo. The three of them simultaneously slammed the Rasengans into the surging wood style. The boy was still screaming. The wood style continued to surge out wave after wave, showing no signs of stopping. As long as they could control that child, the wood style would naturally stop. Thinking this, Namake's Minato turned to Nara Shikaku and the other. As long as they could control that child, the wood style would naturally stop. Thinking this, Namake's Minato turned to Nara Shikaku and the others and shouted, "Help me, he'll go in and capture him." Danzo, who was that experiment subject using wood style? Sarutobi Hiruzen now understood the gravity of the situation. His face was as dark as a pot bottom, and he stared coldly at Danzo. Where is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look, but the spot where Danzo had been the old man was stunned, running away at such a critical moment. Flying Thunder God, boom. Just as Namake's Minato was about to bypass the wildly growing vines and charge in, a shocking wave of heat swept over from above. The flames seemed to come alive, crashing down from all directions, instantly turning the surging wood into ashes. Everyone's bodies reacted faster than their minds. The moment they felt the intense heat, they retreated in unison. This fire like the sun. Minato turned to look at the direction of the flames. Brother-in-law, sister. Nawaki's eyes lit up as he called out. Schwanja flicked his blade, and the solar flames on the edge retracted completely. He glanced at the laboratory reduced to ruins and said calmly, "The fusion went better than I expected. Just this move alone was almost as good as that kid called Yamato in the future. How far could this boy go in the future? At the very least, it would be on the level of an impure world reincarnation Senju Hashirama." Of course, he meant the one from the Konoha Crush plan, not the Fourth War. Tsunade casually threw the Danzo she was holding onto the ground. The old man, like a dead dog, was unconscious, with white foam still bubbling at the corner of. I ran into him trying to escape on the way here, knocked him out with one punch, and brought him along. With so many of you, how could you let him slip away? Nawaki's face flushed red, and he lowered his head. Sister, I'm sorry. Just now. He had been too shocked by the sight of his grandfather's wood style, and had lost focus. Ugh. Ah! The boy's screams rang out again. Schwanja sheathed his blade. In an instant he disappeared. About 10 seconds later the crying stopped. Schwanja held the hilt of his sword, pressing it against the forehead of the boy before him. Shursue, naked from the waist up, was submerged in a medical nutrient tank, with the base of the Ryujin Jaka's hilt pressed against his forehead. A Zanpakuto is inherently capable of soothing souls, so it finally calmed the boy down. In the 2 years since they last met, this kid had grown quite a bit. Xuanja grabbed him by the waistband of his pants and carried him out like a rabbit. In his mind, he recalled the situation just now. Unlike a defective product like Danzo, he wasn't being devoured by the wood style. He could use it, but it seemed to be going berserk. It should be because he still couldn't control the Hashirama cells within his body. When Xuanja saw the face of Hashirama on Shizui's chest, the corner of his eye twitched. This was too disgusting. This kid would probably have trouble finding a wife in the future. That is if he could survive until then. Ugh. Shursue, being carried by Xuanja, made vague sounds. He forced his eyelids open, turned his head, and managed to squeeze out a few words brokenly. Who? Before he could finish, he fainted again. But Xuanja still saw it. In those eyes, the tomo had already increased from 1 to 2. Had the emotions turned from love to hate, causing these eyes to... His consciousness was already blurred. Better take him back, and let Tsunade check him first. Thinking this, Xuanja hoisted Shizui's scabbard onto his shoulder and walked out. The scene was a bit like Trafalgar Law carrying Tony Chopper. So in the years after Granny Mito's death, the higher-ups took the lead in researching grandfather Hashirama's body. This project should have been halted 3 years ago, yet it is still being carried out in secrecy. No matter where those living subjects came from, Jitsuin Tuanzang's crime is enough to warrant death 100 times over. Shengshu listed out Tuanzang's crimes one by one, then turned to the Yuzhibo police force and said, "Cuff him and throw him into the cell. Find a time to deal with him." The Yuzhibo ninjas exchanged glances, then finally pulled out chains and bound the unconscious Tuanzang's hands and feet. Just as Zhuanxin, Xiaochun, and Shuhomin Yin were about to step forward and speak, Shengshu turned his accusation toward them. "By the way, the secret research on grandfather's cells. Shouldn't these 3 also be arrested together?" Qianshou Shengshu. This experiment was for my. The participants were all volunteers who agreed to be Lord Zujian's test subjects. Don't you slander us. The 2 old men were terrified and immediately retorted loudly. Shengshu frowned deeply. Damn it, those test subjects were long dead. He couldn't summon them back from the underworld to testify. Relying on this alone to kill all 4 elders was indeed unrealistic. Zuin's Hasama. This is. Just then, bluffing Shuman's startled cry drew everyone's attention. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a half-naked youth hanging from Zuan's scabbard. On the left side of the youth's chest was a bizarre face. "That's grandfather's." Gangzhou recognized that face at a glance and blurted out. As for the others, especially the Yuzhibo clan and Yuanfei Risen, they were all stunned by that face. A person who should have been dead 3 years ago was now alive right before their eyes. Is it Jishui? Yuzhibo Fuyu's voice trembled. A genius who entered the academy at 5 and graduated at 5. The Yuzhibo clan had been silent for over a decade, finally producing a prodigy. Back then, the Third Hokage had publicly declared that person died on a mission. But now the person was lying there alive and well. In an instant, the gazes of all Yuzhibo clan members turned coldly toward Yuanfei Risen. The leading Yuzhibo Fuyue showed no politeness and directly questioned, "Third Hokage, you must give an explanation for this. Back then you personally said that Jishui died in a mission accident. Yet now we have found him in this very place. If Yuanfei Risen were still in the Hokage position, Yuzhibo Fuyue would have shown some respect. But now, you Yuanfei Risen are no longer the Hokage. The one in charge now is Chimu Xuanja, and Qianshou Gang's house side. Can't wait for you to fall." Yuzhibo Fuyue naturally would not give a good face. This matter was entirely handled by Tuanzang. Once I find out the truth from him, I will definitely give the Yuzhibo clan an explanation. Yuanfei Risen gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words one by one. He himself was almost going mad. Tuanzang had clearly told him then that Yuzhibo Jishui had died in the experiment with Zujian's cells. Yuanfei Risen gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words one by one. He himself was almost going mad. Tuanzang had clearly told him then that Yuzhibo, when Jishui wakes up, we will ask him ourselves, and everything will come to light. Yuzhibo Fuyue snorted coldly and raised his hand. Then he turned to look at Xuanja. "Zuinsasama, leave Jishui to us, Yuzhibo. You cannot suppress the Zhujian cells in his body. Let Gangzhou handle it." Xuanja directly raised his hand to cut him off. He announced loudly, "All right, send Yuzhibo Jishui to my hospital and lock Jitsuin Tuanzang in the Everyone else go back to your duties. You've seen enough of the show. Get back to work." With Xuanja himself giving the order, who would dare to say more? The group shuffled out awkwardly. But everyone knew that this incident would stir up a colossal storm in the entire My Ninja circle. Yuzhibo Jishui is not dead. This news, like a heavy bomb, crashed into the lake of Mai that had barely calmed down. Instantly, it stirred up towering waves. Gangzhou and Xuanja had no intention of suppressing the news. They let it spread wildly among the ninjas. The secret research on the first Hokage cells. The genius of the Yuzhibo clan used as a test subject. The former second-in-command of my throne into prison. A series of shocking news sent chills down the spines of countless my ninjas. To be precise, when Yuzhibo Jishui was taken away, he was not even 6 years old. Wafeng Shuimin was guarding outside my prison when he suddenly saw the third Hokage approaching, and he quickly straightened up in fright. Third Hokagesima, what brings you here? Yuan Fei Risen's face was grim and his voice was low. Shuimin, let me say a few words to an old friend. Wafeng Shuimin looked troubled. This. Shuimin, I have always treated you well. I even gifted you the Flying Thunder God technique. Yuan Fei Risen began to play the emotional card. Wafeng Shuimin was most susceptible to this. He scratched his head and had to concede. All right, but please. Before leaving, he added, don't take too long. When only these two old men who had been entangled for most of their lives were left, Yuan Fei Risen gritted his teeth and glared at Tuanzang in the cell. Tuanzang, you dared to deceive even me. No wonder he was so furious. Back then, because he heard that Jishui had died in the experiment with Zujian's cells, he feared the Yuzhibo clan would cause trouble, so he shifted the blame to Dashuan. As a result, Dashuan retaliated directly and captured his only son, Yuan Fei-sama. Yuan Fei Risen placed all the blame on Tuanzang. If it weren't for this man, his youngest son would never have fallen into Dashuan's hands. Tuanzang glanced at him sideways with a sneer. Right back at you, Risen. How many scapegoats have I taken for you over the years? Isn't it only natural for me to leave myself a way out? Yuan Fei Risen roared. If you have a problem, come at. Asama is innocent. Asama's capture had completely broken him. If it were any other matter, he would have found a way to get Tuanzang out. But whenever he thought that this man's lies had caused his son to be taken by Dashuan, he couldn't forgive him. Tuanzang's face was full of mockery without a trace of guilt. Innocent. Don't be ridiculous, Risen. Back then, to secure your position as the third Hokage, how many innocents did we secretly eliminate? You're only so agitated because you lost your son. In his view, Yuan Fei Risen didn't care at all about the test subjects who died in the first Hokage cell experiments, nor about those who became sacrifices in the conflicts. He was only so furious because it was his turn to suffer. It's just a mess involving his son. As long as the knife doesn't stab themselves, everyone is happy to turn a blind eye in the illusion. Tuanzang's old face twisted hideously and his gnashing voice squeezed through his teeth. If I had followed my original path, I would have long surpassed you. That woman Gongshou and that brat from the Chimu clan obtained the ultimate power and turned this rotten shinobi world upside down. He suddenly clenched his fist mid-sentence, veins bulging, trembling with hatred. What a pity. I calculated everything, but didn't foresee that step, that traitor Dashuan. If we were to say who Tuanzang most wanted to tear apart now, the first was definitely not Xuanja nor Yuan Fei Risen. It was Dashuan. According to his original plan, he had already obtained the first Hokage cells. Combined with Zishui's pair of Sharingan, he would have grasped the two most supreme bloodline powers of the shinobi world, the Chinsho and the Yuzhibo. Then all he needed was to get the 9 tails from inside Xuanwujik Senai. Even the power of the strongest tailed beast would be his. At that time, he would be the ruler of the shinobi world, stronger than the second Hokage teacher, and even able to surpass the first Hokage Chinsho Zhujian. But it was all ruined. Ruined by that informant bastard Dashuan. When Xuanja heard about Tuanzang's plan from Dashuan's mouth, he couldn't stop grinning. You want to dominate the ninja world. As if you're worthy. Orochimaru. What about Orochimaru? The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that name, he lunged at the cell bars, gripping the iron rods with both hands, and shouted at Danzo inside. You've been in contact with Orochimaru all along. Speak. Danzo, what happened to Asuma? Heh. Danzo didn't rush to answer but curled his lips into a cold sneer. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were bloodshot. Third Hokage, time's up. Minato Namikaze's voice came from afar, neither warm nor cold. Please leave now, or else. It'll be hard for me to explain. No matter how unwilling Sarutobi Hiruzen felt, he knew he couldn't stay any longer. Hatake Xuanja and his group had been watching him, waiting for the chance to throw him, Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, into this prison just like Danzo. Lord Xuanja and Lady Tsunade in a private room at Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Shirsue, covered in tubes and wearing a respirator, opened his eyes from unconsciousness and instinctively spoke upon seeing the people standing by. Finally managed to suppress the wood release rampage. You've got some nerve. Tsunade turned to look at Xuanja. A Zanpakuto can naturally pacify souls. This kid is lucky. Hashirama's cells went berserk, but they didn't reject his body. After saying this, Xuanja added silently in his mind, the Senju and the Uchiha are after all one family. The fluorescent lights in the ward stung his eyes. Shizui's lips were cracked, his throat felt like sandpaper, and it took a long moment before he squeezed out a sentence. Is this a hospital? Xuanja stood by the bed looking down at him. I'd love to hear what you've been through since leaving the Ninja Academy, but this isn't the time. He turned and walked toward the door, tossing out a parting remark, "Rest up first." A lot has changed in the past 3 years. The door closed and footsteps faded away. Shursui stared at the ceiling, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. They were tears of joy. Had that hellish period finally come to an end? Half an hour later, the ward door opened again. Shursui turned his head with difficulty, his pupils suddenly contracting. Clan leader Fugao. The man who entered was the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Beside him stood his wife Mikoto, holding a child in her arms. The little one gazed at Shursui in the bed with wide-eyed curiosity. In the conference room of the highest administrative building, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out. The fourth Hokage, Tsunade, sat at the head of the table with her assistant Senju Nawaki standing beside her. The heads of all major ninja clans were present, each wearing a different expression. Nara Shikaku glanced around and raised his hand. "May I ask, will Lord Xuanzhen not be attending?" Nawaki replied flatly, "My brother-in-law said to just send someone into the prison to kill him, claim he died of illness, and save the trouble." A chill ran down everyone's spine at those words. That was too straightforward, wasn't it? But then, thinking about what Danzo had done to Shursui, it didn't seem so. Shimura Danzo was truly the one devoid of conscience. Meanwhile, in the old residence of the Sarutobi clan, the 3 remaining members of the former Konoha Elder Council were pacing in a panic. "Hiruzen Danzo went too far, but the 4 of us have decades of friendship. You can't just let him die." "That's right. If Tsunade and her people really planned to execute Danzo publicly, then..." Udatane Kaoru and Midokado Hamura took turns pleading with Sarutobi. Both of them meant the same thing: let Hiruzen, the former Hokage, step in and plead with Tsunade to spare Danzo's life. Of course, acquittal was a pipe dream. Getting a life sentence was the best they could hope for. It wasn't just because of the decades of friendship among the 4. It was also because of the dirty deeds Danzo had done together with them. Far too many. 3 heads peeked over the garden wall, stealthily peering into the courtyard. In the distance, Hatake Xuanzhen sat opposite the 3 most powerful figures Konoha had ever known. "You went through all that trouble, nearly scared out of your wits just for this." A cold smile curled at the corner of Xuanzhen's mouth. He had never imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen's first ever voluntary visit would be to plead for Shimura Danzo's life. "Xuanzhen, I know full well that you truly want to kill Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen, having once been Hokage, still retained his poise and courage, unlike the 2 behind him, whose legs were trembling. But the hands resting on his knees were clenched so tightly that they betrayed his inner panic. If all the dirty laundry of the 4 were aired during the public execution, well, Hatake Xuanzhen's faction would definitely wipe them all out in one go. Sarutobi Hiruzen had originally planned to overlook the fact that Danzo had secretly targeted his son, leading to Asuma's capture. He would just let Danzo. In the original story, he had never forgiven the loss of the Senju clan, the death of White Fang, or the Uchiha massacre. But when it came to his own son, he truly couldn't bear it. However, when Midokado Hamura said that if Danzo were publicly executed, the 3 of them would also be implicated, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelid twitched violently. Seeing his momentary expression, the 2 exchanged glances and quickly added more persuasion. "Hiruzen, even if you don't think of us or yourself, at least think of the entire Sarutobi clan." "Exactly. Without your protection, do you think the Sarutobi clan would end up like the Senju, or even worse?" That remark made Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to sit still. Losing his son was one thing, but losing the entire clan was something he absolutely could not accept. He had spent half his life's effort turning the Sarutobi clan from a mid-to-low-tier family in the Warring States period into the largest faction in Konoha. Losing his son was one thing, but losing the entire clan was something he absolutely could not accept. After pondering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "To spare Danzo's life, we can only go to that person." The moment the words left his mouth, the faces of the other 2 elder council members turned pale. The same white-haired figure popped into their minds. Go to him. That's insane. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew in his heart that only that person had the power to sway Tsunade and even the entire Konoha High Command. But that guy is like a root hidden beneath an old tree, lurking in the shadows for 30 years, claiming to protect Konoha. Stop, stop, stop. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish, Xuanzhen raised a hand to cut him off, his face full of disgust. "Whether he protects Konoha or destroys its talents in his own way, I don't care. But you came to plead for him not just because of your old friendship, right? More importantly, it's because this old man spilled all your dirty secrets, isn't it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Koharu, and Midokado Hamura all felt their pupils contract sharply. Xuanzhen rubbed the head of the husky ninja dog beside him and propped his chin with one hand. "I can't be bothered to play your political games, so we'll be blunt. You're right, I do want to kill him. Not just him. I do like to take care of the 3 of you as well." Sweat dripped like beans from the 3 men's foreheads. Even though they had already suspected it, they never expected Xuanzhen to say it so straightforwardly, without a hint of hesitation. If I were to sneak into your home tonight, stab you all to death, and slip away without a trace, then announce tomorrow that all three of you died of sudden cardiac arrest, it would be a trivial matter. But I've lost the interest. The more Xuanja spoke, the paler the three faces became. Then why haven't you done it? Yuanfei Risen's voice had begun to tremble, no longer able to maintain his facade of composure. There are many reasons, but the main one is, things that are too simple aren't fun to do. Back when Xuanja hadn't yet touched the threshold of the Kage level, he moved out of my partly, because he was thoroughly disgusted by its sordid affairs. On the other hand, he genuinely wanted to avoid the 4 old foxes of the Elder Council for a while. But now these fellows were like 4 little loaches in his hands. He could crush them with a single squeeze. Strangely, Xuanja was no longer in a rush to strike. In his eyes, these scum could no longer stir up any waves. That was also why he couldn't be bothered to attend the council dealing with Jitsuin Tuanzang's punishment today. But there was another important reason. Xuanja wanted to see how his good disciple Dashuin would repay his teacher. It should be quite interesting, shouldn't it? After Xuanja finished this speech, the 3 people opposite fell into a dead silence, as still as the grave. Yuanfei Risen had always thought that Xuanja was trying to dig up their dirty secrets, just like he had done with Tuanzang, to throw them all into prison. So ever since he was stripped of the Hokage position, he had kept his tail firmly between his legs. Little did he know that Xuanja had never intended that. In Xuanja's eyes, killing them was merely a casual affair. Yuanfei Risen bit back the words, "Why don't you do it now?" But in the end he lacked the courage to ask. "Brother-in-law, the execution plan for that old dog Jitsuin Tuanzang has been set. It's a..." Shengshu stepped into the courtyard mid-sentence and saw the 3 old faces of the Elder Council sitting opposite Xuanja. He frowned deeply and deliberately raised his voice. "I was planning to interrogate him first to see what shady deeds that old bastard had been hiding from us. Maybe we could drag out the whole nest of filth." Those words were clearly meant for Yuanfei Risen and his cronies. Shengshu's intention was clear: to seize this opportunity to clean up the 4 who had ruled Mai for 30 years at once. "We've troubled you today. We'll take our leave now." Yuanfei Risen stood up from the stone bench and with his 2 old companions turned and walked away. Seeing their wrinkled faces makes me sick," Shengshu muttered without concealment, not caring whether the 3 could hear him as they passed by. Seeing their wrinkled faces makes me sick," Shengshu muttered without concealment, not caring whether the 3. Xuanja smiled. "It would be a miracle if they wished me well. I don't expect a few fossils about to kick the bucket to give me any pleasantries." He changed the subject. "As for Tuanzang, has the execution method been decided?" Mentioning this, Shengshu perked up his face, brimming with excitement, as he nodded to a public trial in the square. "The Yuzhibo clan will use their Xyalunian to control him, forcing him to spill every dirty deed they've done since the old man Yuanfei took power, one by one. By then, not just Tuanzang alone, the other 3 old farts will all end up in prison too." As he spoke, Shengshu's clenched fists trembled with excitement. "Not only do we want that old bastard's life, but we'll also ruin his reputation and make him swallow every evil fruit he planted." Xuanja's fingers tapped lightly on the stone table. If Shengshu's plan succeeded, the best outcome for Yuanfei Risen and his ilk would be social death. Dashuan's chess game would be impossible to continue. It was a bit of a pity. Inside my prison, Lord 3rd generation coming to visit without the 4th generation's approval. This puts me in a difficult... Wolfing Shuamin, who was personally guarding Jitsuin Tuanzang, looked at the... "I know Tuanzang's execution date is set. I only asked to say a few final words to this old... I know Tuanzang's execution date is set. I only asked to say a few final words to this old friend." Yuanfei Risen sighed, his voice heavy. "My son Asuma. I never got to speak properly with him in the end." Hearing this, his heart softened again. His face was full of struggle. "Shuamin, I promise you this is the last time." Member of Shuamin's squad. Wolfing Shuamin always felt guilty for failing to protect the boy when Dashuin kidnapped him, and he carried a debt toward Yuanfei Risen. Hearing this, his heart softened again. His face was full of struggle. "Shuamin, I promise you this is the last time. Please." Yuanfei Risen's words carried great weight. Shuamin wrestled with himself for a long while, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right. But you must promise me, this is truly the last time. Tuanzang is about to be executed. I wouldn't have a chance to change my mind even if I wanted to. Rest assured, Shuamin." After receiving Yuanfei Risen's repeated assurances, Shuamin finally felt a little at ease and stepped outside the cell door. Only the 2 men remained inside, facing each other through the iron bars. Tuanzang snorted coldly. "A final heart. Your tongue is still as glib as ever, Risen. Are you afraid that before I die I'll spill everything you've done in the past 30 years? Otherwise I can't imagine why you take such a risk to see a man who's about to die. If there was anyone in this world who truly understood Yuanfei Risen, it wasn't his father, his son, or his wife. It was the man behind the iron bars. Jitsuin Tuanzang." To put it bluntly, the moment Yuanfei Risen lifted his rear, Tuanzang knew exactly what kind of fart he was about to let out. And vice versa. On the day of the trial, Qianshou Shengshu plans to have the Yuzibo clan use their Xilunian to control you and expose everything we've done over. Yuanfei Risen's brow furrowed tightly. Your mental fortitude can't withstand the Xilunian. Don't play those useless official games with me, Risen. Tuanzang's voice was as cold as a blade. What exactly do you want? If Shengshu's plan succeeds, not only will the four of us be finished, but the Yuanfei and Jitsuan clans behind us will also suffer. Their fate might be even worse than the current Qianshou clan. After a moment of silence, Yuanfei Risen still didn't answer directly, but circled around again. Those are also your clansmen, your family, aren't they, Tuanzang? What exactly are you trying to say? Tuanzang had clearly lost his patience, his voice rising. Help me one last time, Tuanzang. It's good for both of us. Yuanfei Risen stared into the eyes opposite him, his tone carrying a hint of earnestness. I'll take care of your clan. You needn't worry. Tuanzang's face darkened to the point of dripping ink. He gritted his teeth, his voice cold as winter iron. Even at this point, you still want me to carry the burden for. He was Jitsuan Tuanzang, the acknowledged scapegoat king of the ninja world. But he was not a masochist. He had no interest in shouldering the blame for others. Deep down, he had always longed to one day sit on the Hokage throne, surpass the first Hokage, and rule the entire ninja world. While locked in prison, he had imagined that Yuanfei Risen would find a way to rescue him. But in the end, the other party not only had no intention of saving him, but was ready to make him bear all the charges. This is already the safest course, Tuanzang. Yuanfei Risen continued to persuade. You won't leave this place. You must know that. Since that's the case, why not make the ultimate sacrifice? By doing this, you can save the Yuanfei and Jitsuan clans, and your descendants are among them. If not for the iron bars, Tuanzang would have unleashed a vacuum wave right then. Protect Yuanfei and Jitsuan. You're just protecting yourself. Tuanzang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the other. Yuanfei Risen's expression remained unchanged, as calm as a stagnant pool. I promise after you leave I will carve your name on the memorial stone, letting everyone in Konoha remember you as a hero. I've said all that needs to be said. You're a smart man. You know how to choose, old friend. With that, Yuanfei Risen turned and left. Old friend. Tuanzang sneered mockingly. How can you still say that at a time like this? Don't you find it disgusting? He knew clearly that Yuanfei Risen's words essentially meant letting him kill himself. Not a public trial followed by execution. Instead, he was to find an opportunity in this cell to end himself. That way all secrets would be buried with him. No matter how unwilling Qianshou Shengshu was, he couldn't move against Yuanfei Risen, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, and Shuohomin Yan. What a scheme. When it came to playing politics, he could never surpass Yuanfei Risen. You've worked hard this time, Shuimen. As he walked out of the cell, Yuanfei Risen slightly bowed to bluffing Shuimen. You're welcome, Lord, Third Hokage. I just hope this is the last time. As he spoke, bluffing Shuimen cast a discreet glance into the cell. Seeing Tuanzang still in place, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. After Yuanfei Risen left bluffing, Shuimen returned to his post and continued guarding. Standing in the prison corridor, bluffing Shuimen felt that something. After Tuanzang met with Yuanfei Risen, his entire aura changed. But after sensing carefully, bluffing Shuimen found that Tuanzang's chakra was still there, his breathing was steady, and all vital signs were normal. Perhaps it's just some abnormal reaction of a dying man. Bluffing Shuimen shook off the thought and began to ponder other matters. If he could finish the task at hand quickly, he could hold the wedding with Jixinai. At this thought, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. When the prison gate opened, Yuanfei Risen walked out with a pipe in his mouth. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuohomin Yan had been waiting outside. As soon as they saw him, they approached and asked, Risen, what did Tuanzang say? Yuanfei Risen exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. He didn't agree on the spot, but I believe he will see reason. He paused and added, he has no other. That statement wasn't entirely wrong. Ahead of Tuanzang lay either a humiliating death or a clean one. To die as a criminal suffering torment and abuse, or to die as a hero preserving his dignity, guarding secrets, and dying cleanly. Both paths led to death, the only difference being the manner of death. Zhuanqin Xiaochun sighed. Though it's unfair to Tuanzang, this is the only way for now. Shuohomin Yan also sighed, his tone tinged with sorrow. From now on, every year on his death anniversary, let's go together to offer him some incense. That was a ruthless remark. The man hadn't even breathed his last, yet they were already discussing how to burn paper offerings. Well, one could only say that they were indeed the four old foxes. On the surface, the bond between the four seemed unbreakable, but in truth it was nothing more than a binding of interests. When it came down to a life or death moment, who cared about who lived or died? Inside the prison, Tuanzang sat on the ground, his mind churning with memories of these years. From partnering with Yuanfei Risen in their youth, to taking the blame for him time and again. Just now that old bastard even wanted him to take the fall one last time. This finally crushed the last shred of Tuanzang's sanity. Why? Just because I was a few seconds slower in answering back, then you think you're more qualified to be Hokage? You are the leaves basking in the sunlight while I am the roots hidden underground. Even in death you want me to fill the pit for you. Why? Tuan Song's eyes turned red, a fire burning in his chest. No. I won't accept this. Why? He stared fixedly at Bluffing Shuman's back in the corridor, his voice cold as ice shards. I want to see Chimu. What did you say? Bluffing Shuemin whipped his head around, his eyes nearly popping out. He doubted his ears. I want to see Chimu Xuanja. Tuan Song repeated, his tone heavier than before. I'm sorry, mister. Tuan Song, you don't have the right to designate who visits. Besides, Lord Xuanja would never come to see you. Bluffing Shuemin confirmed he hadn't misheard, but still shook his head in refusal. He muttered to himself, this guard duty is too torturous, isn't it? Better to get back to business and hug his wife and child by the warm stove. Go tell him I have a condition he absolutely cannot refuse. Tuan Song spoke for the third time with an attitude that he wouldn't stop unless Bluffing Shuemin agreed. There was only one day left until the public trial of Jitsu. 30 hours had passed since Yuanfei Rizen's last visit to the prison. Bluffing Shuemin, guarding outside the cell, had two dark circles under his eyes. Someone who didn't know might think he had been worn out by Jixinai, looking utterly exhausted. In fact, ever since Yuanfei Rizen left that day, Tuan Song hadn't stopped. He kept shouting at Bluffing Shuemin. He wanted to see Chimu Xuanja. At first, Bluffing Shuemin naturally ignored him. He might be soft-hearted, but he wasn't stupid. If he bothered Xuanja with such nonsense, he would surely be scolded. But from the time Yuanfei Rizen left until now, 30 hours. Tuan Song had said this at least 60 times. That's right, an average of 20 times per hour. In other words, he blurted it out roughly every 3 minutes. Bluffing Shuemin didn't know any jutsu to seal his hearing. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare use it since he still had to watch the prisoner. As a result, Tuan Song was like a fly buzzing incessantly in his ear. It made Bluffing Shuemin feel like his head was about to explode. If he had to endure another 24 hours, he really suspected he would go mad. At the same time, Bluffing Shuemin was a little curious. Jitsu and Tuan Song was so tirelessly shouting to see Xuanja. Could there really be something important? With that thought, Bluffing Shuemin gritted his teeth, created a shadow clone, and quickly left the prison. During training, Xuanja was used to practicing shirtless, sweat trickling down his muscular lines. Just as he finished basic training and was about to communicate with Lurin Roho, he heard Bluffing Shuemin's report. He raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly surprised. Simichi. Yes. Bluffing Shuemin's shadow clone nodded with a bitter smile. Since yesterday, he said it no less than a few hundred times. Maybe. There's really something special. Xuanja narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Xuanja really didn't think that old man Tuan Song could cook up any mission. In his eyes, Tuan Song was a professional blame shifter. What else could he do besides taking the fall? But Bluffing Shuemin insisted that the old man was particularly persistent. Could he be trying to beg for mercy? Xuanja couldn't help but laugh at the thought. If that were the case, Tuan Song was even dumber than he thought. Forget it, it doesn't hurt to go see him. He won't live past tomorrow anyway. Xuanja tidied up and shouted outside, Lin, bring me a towel. Soon 2 girls with rosy cheeks ran in. One carried a towel, the other held a basin. Behind them came one carrying a tea tray. The wall corner trio made their appearance in unison. Wow, Lord Shimu really lives a comfortable life. Bluffing Shuemin muttered inwardly. If he dared to live like this, Jixinai would tear him apart.